One-time travel. Gaia Star Dragon Country, a county town, a shared rental, 10th floor. Pain, so much pain. Gu Fangchen clutched his head, sat up from the floor, utterly bewildered. Looking around, he saw an unfamiliar ceiling, concrete walls, and a set of furniture so simple it could only be called crude. This layout was nothing like his home. Where was he? Enduring the splitting pain in his head, Gu Fangchen braced against the wall and struggled to his feet. The room was small. At a glance he spotted a full-length mirror standing in the corner. Instinctively he walked over. In the mirror reflected an unfamiliar face. Sharp brows, starry eyes, a high nose bridge, chiseled feature, out-and-out handsome guy material. The only flaw was a vicious wound on the forehead. Blood slid down his cheek, making him look horrifying. Who is this? Gu Fangchen was completely stunned. Right then, a torrent of memories burst into his mind like a bursting dam. Argh! Gu Fangchen groaned in pain, clutching his head again. The agony nearly made him pass out. A long while later, he finally recovered. I transmigrated. He stared at his reflection with complicated eyes, finally sorting things out. This was no longer Blue Planet, but a high martial world called Gaia Star. Here, alien beasts roamed everywhere. People could cultivate to become warriors and fight those beasts. He had become a Gaia Star high school senior, also named Gu Fangchen. Unfortunately, he was born with blocked chi and blood, unable to cultivate martial arts. Parentless, he was just an ordinary liberal arts student. Not long ago, the county suffered a large-scale beast incursion and instantly became a disaster zone. While fleeing in panic, the original owner had slammed his head into a table corner and died on the spot, leaving this body for the Gu Fangchen from Blue Planet. After digesting these memories, the stabbing in his head finally eased. Gu Fangchen took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, then dragged his still weak body to the window. He carefully lifted a corner of the curtain and looked outside. The scene beyond made his pupils shrink sharply. The street was a wreckage of rubble and blazing fires. Roars, explosions, and screams filled the air, like hell on earth. Even more shocking, many people were streaking between buildings at high speed on metal hoverboard-like devices. They wielded war blades, spears, or sword and shield, their bodies glowing in various colors as they fought horrific, grotesque alien beasts on the ground below. Those are warriors. Gu Fangchen was shaken to the core. While he stared in awe, a fiery red figure caught his eye. It was a female warrior. She wore a skin-tight crimson combat suit that outlined her lithe figure perfectly. A neat high ponytail fluttered in the wind. Her face was cold, valiant, and heroic. In her hands she gripped a red spear. Every thrust was like a dragon. Each swing whipped up fierce gales, instantly piercing the beasts that pounced on her. Efficient and lethal. In a brief lull, as if sensing something, her cold gaze swept toward Gu Fangchen's building. She happened to lock eyes with him at the window. The female warrior froze, clearly not expecting a living person here. The next second her hoverboard accelerated, turning into a streak of light that stopped right outside his window. Hide now. Her cool voice came fast. This is a war zone. We can't spare anyone to protect civilians. Take care of yourself. Without another glance, she stamped on the board and shot back into the brutal fray as a red lightning bolt. Ufda. Wherever the red spear passed, another beast's skull was pierced. Gu Fangchen stared blankly at the receding crimson figure, emotions churning. Take care of yourself. His gaze followed the warrior's main battle direction. Not far away, several far grander skyscrapers stood brightly lit. Those towers, with sleek glass curtain walls and futuristic designs, still towered above the ruins even amid the flames of war. At their entrances warriors bustled about, escorting groups toward safe evacuation points. The escorted were all in tailored suits or immaculate makeup. Though panicked, they looked not the least disheveled. They were the county's rich and powerful. Gu Fangchen instantly understood. So, no time to protect civilians meant this. He and the other tenants clearly weren't the civilians, prioritized for rescue. Which made sense. It had been the same on Blue Planet. Just then, a soft click-click reached his ears. Gu Fangchen's heart lurched, instantly on alert. The sound came from the living room area. According to the original's memories, he was renting with others. The living room was common ground. Those rarely seen roommates, suspicious and afraid of theft, had installed a security camera to monitor the shared space. Right now, something was out there. The thought flashed like lightning, drenching his back in cold sweat. He dashed to the door and locked it. Clicking. Only then did he breathe a little easier. He tiptoed back to the corner, quickly pulled out his phone. From memory, he opened an app called Home Guardian. After a brief buffer, the living room camera feed appeared on the screen. One look and his stomach lurched. he nearly vomited on the spot. On the floor lay a torn corpse in a pool of blood, by the clothes, one of his roommates. Beside the body crouched a manhwa alien beast covered in black scales, hyena-like, feasting with relish. Two fighting. Crunch crunchy. The sound of flesh tearing and bones being gnawed reached Gu Fangchen's ears, crystal clear through the phone's mic. The thick stench of blood seemed to pierce through screen and wall, flooding straight into his nose. Right then, Gu Fangchen noticed a tiny red dot in the corner of the surveillance feed light up without warning. His pupils shrank to pinpricks. Damn it! What idiot designed this stupid camera? It actually flashes a light to show the feed is being watched. Sure enough, the hyena-like mutant feeding on the floor froze. It raised its gore-smeared head, crimson beast eyes locked onto the red blinking camera on the TV wall. And Gu Fangchen's room sat directly behind that very wall. Roar! With a low roar, the hyena mutant abandoned its meal and charged straight at the TV wall. Boom! A deafening impact shook the wall behind Gu Fangchen. Dust rained down. Not good. It's trying to break through. Face bloodless, Gu Fangchen scanned the cramped room for anything that could serve as a weapon, driven by pure survival instinct. Chair, too light lamp. It'll shatter, his gaze fixed on a toolbox under the bed. He lunged, yanked the box out and flipped it open. Inside lay a cordless power drill. The original tenant had borrowed it from the neighbor a few days earlier. He'd thought the landlord's shelf too small and planned to drill new holes for a bigger rack. Then the disaster zone happened. Now the drill meant for shelves was his only hope. Boom! Another blast, cracks spiderwebbed across the wall, ready to collapse any second. No time to hesitate. He tore open the case, snatched the drill and swept the jumbled bits, choosing the longest, sharpest alloy one. Fingers trembling, he forced himself calm, slid the bit into the chuck click, and locked it in place. He hit the switch. Whir! The shrill motor filled the tiny room, giving him a sliver of false security. Just then, crash! The wall burst open. The hideous hyena mutant, wreathed in dust and murder, leapt inside. Gu Fangchen's eyes flared wide. Instinctively he rolled aside. Rip! A razor claw grazed his arm, drawing a spray of blood, his school uniform sleeve shredded in searing pain. Before he could think, the mutant whipped around and lunged jaws first at him again. At death's door, Gu Fangchen exploded with desperate ferocity. Instead of retreating, he shoved the drill to full power and stabbed straight at the beast's crimson glinting eye. It sounded perfect in his head. Eyes are weak points. But he was only a liberal arts student whose chi and blood were blocked. Facing a battle-hardened, bloodthirsty mutant. The hyena's reflexes outclassed him, its head jerked aside. Shred! The spinning bit missed the eye. It tore along the creature's cheek instead. Sparks flew as the alloy bit carved a deep, bone-revealing gouge through its scales. Ow! Agony sent the hyena mutant into a berserk rage. It let out an earth-shaking roar and whipped its massive head sideways. Banged! A titanic force struck. Gu Fangchen felt like he'd been hit by a speeding truck. He flew backward, smashed into the desk, and shattered the rickety thing into splinters. Cough cough. Organs felt displaced. He spat blood, vision dimming. With no chance to breathe, the wounded hyena mutant pounced again in fury. This time Gu Fangchen had no strength to dodge. He was pinned to the ground. Foul drool dripped onto his face, the fang-filled maw inches from his throat. It's over. The shadow of death had never felt so clear. Gu Fangchen's mind went blank. But the hand gripping the drill, driven by pure survival instinct, kept the trigger clamped down. Bzzz. The drill kept spinning furiously. With his last ounce of strength, he shoved the whirling bit anywhere he could reach against the hulking thing pinning him. Oofda. This time luck was on his side. The bit sank deep into the hyena beast's soft flank beneath the foreleg. No tough scales shielded that spot. The drill plunged in, churning flesh and organs like a mincer. Ow! The hyena beast shrieked 10 times more miserably than before. It thrashed like mad. Raking claws tore shoulder-deep gashes across Gu Fangchen's body and legs in seconds. Agony blurred his vision. Yet he knew the moment he let go he was dead. Ayig! Roaring in a voice no longer human, he jammed his shoulder under the beast's jaw, blood gushing, while driving the drill deeper and deeper. Man and monster grappled in that cramped room in the rawest, bloodiest contest of strength. SSS. A reeking spray of blood, brain and scorched matter burst across Gu Fangchen's face. Time seemed to stretch forever. At last the crushing weight eased, and the frenzied howls died to a whimper. Then boom, the hyena beast's massive frame slumped lifeless. Gu Fangchen shoved the corpse aside and lay gasping, A wreck of wounds and gore. Pain everywhere, but alive. Before the relief could settle, a dark blur shot through the broken wall. Gu Fangchen's heart sank. He stared. Another beast. Finished. Despair flooded him. Drained from the last fight, he couldn't even lift a finger. At that split second. Banged. A crisp gunshot cracked from outside the window. Glass shattered. A bullet slammed into the newcomer's skull, staggering it. The next instant the locked door flew inward. Boom! 3 agile figures burst in. Leading them, a tall man ignored the dazed Gu Fangchen. His combat blade flashed, cleanly beheading the reeling beast. Smooth, decisive. Gu Fangchen stared stunned. The leader stepped over, offered a gentle smile and pulled him up. You're safe now, student. He patted Gu Fangchen's shoulder, voice calm and reassuring. Captain, a younger male warrior beside him frowned. Aren't we heading to Fortune Center? The big shots are paying huge rewards. The captain shook his head, eyes steady. The rich already have plenty of rescuers, they'll manage. But every ordinary person we save here counts. He turned to the only woman in the squad. Zioya, escort this student to the temporary shelter downstairs. We'll sweep the building for more survivors. On it, Captain, Zioya chirped, slipping under Gu Fangchen's arm to support him. She leaned in, whispering with a teasing smile, Hey, handsome, scared silly. Don't worry, big sis will protect you. Give me your contact later, okay? But Gu Fangchen didn't seem to hear her. His eyes were fixed ahead, unblinking. Shock and disbelief covered his face. A translucent blue panel, visible only to him, had just materialized before his eyes. Ding! Requirement met. Kill mutated beast 1-1. System initialized. 3. Slaughter and Plunder system. A system. An actual system. As a promising Blue Star youth steeped in web novel culture, how could he not know what this thing meant? It was every transmigrator's golden finger. A stream of information surfaced in his mind, instantly explaining the system's core function. It was an absurdly straightforward slaughter and plunder system. Kill an exotic beast, plunder its vitality stats, and use them to strengthen himself. And once he killed enough beasts of the same species, he could even directly steal that race's powerful talent. His eyes locked onto the translucent panel only he could see. Host Gu Fangchen. Vitality, 81 + 1/100. Average human baseline, 100. The value in parentheses is the threshold for the next rank. Realm uninitiated. Spirit rating, SSS tier maximum. Talent none. Arts none. Gu Fangchen's heart pounded. The original owner was born with blocked meridians. The martial path was hopeless. 80 vitality was far below the average of 100, worse than many sickly weaklings. Yet now, after killing the weakest exotic beast, his vitality had risen by 1. Not much, but it proved that one of his supposedly, congenitally blocked, meridians had been forced open. Even better, his spirit stat. A top-tier rating. Was it because 2 souls had fused? Gu Fangchen kept thinking. From the original's memories, spirit seemed to be one of the most important gauges of martial talent. It determined comprehension, memory, and control over one's own blood and muscles. The higher the rating, the faster and more efficiently one could learn same-tier skills. So my martial talent is actually insane. Nice. As Gu Fangchen's emotions surged, the panel changed again. Ding, first F-rank exotic beast kill, black-scale hyena. Reward, special talent, aura sniffing. Aura sniffing. Sense every hostile or vitality-emitting life form within 300 m. The instant the description appeared, a 3D radar map, radius 300 m, formed in his mind. On the map, 3 bright blue dots hovered right beside him. Based on their positions, they were clearly the 3 warriors in front of him. Their vitality blazed like 3 burning torches. Elsewhere on the streets and in the buildings, over 1,000 red dots of varying sizes pulsed. Beasts. Every red dot radiated brutality and bloodlust that made him shudder. So, the black-scale hyena had been the tiniest nobody in this area. Zioya, get this student out of here. We'll sweep upstairs, the captain ordered, snapping Gu Fangchen out of his thoughts. Got it, handsome, let's move. Seeing Gu Fangchen dazed, Zioya waved a hand in front of his eyes. Hey cutie, back to earth. But in that instant, the radar in his mind lurched. At the map's edge, a crimson dot, bigger and fiercer than all others combined, appeared without warning. It arrowed straight toward their building at a terrifying speed. Its vast, malevolent aura made every hair on Gu Fangchen's body stand on end. This thing was way beyond what this squad could handle. Wait, Gu Fangchen blurted, yanking his hand from Zioya's. Hello? Captain Zioya and the other warrior all turned, puzzled. What is it, kid? The captain asked gently. Gu Fangchen's face was white. Pointing, he shouted with everything he had. Run, don't go upstairs, go that way. A big one's coming fast. The three stared dumbstruck. Zioya blinked then laughed. Sweetie, are you hallucinating from fright? Relax, we've cleared this area, no problem. The young warrior of Feng frowned in irritation. Quit causing trouble. High-ranked beasts are pinned down at Fortune Center. We're only on cleanup, how could there be? He never finished. Suddenly, KRRRK, KRRRK. The walkie-talkies at their waists crackled. Then a terrified shriek burst from the speaker. It was the sniper providing overwatch outside. Captain, southwest. High-energy target closing fast, my god, its speed. ID confirmed. Shadow Leopard, Calamity rank exotic beast Shadow Leopard. Repeat, Calamity rank, it's heading for your building. Evacuate, you can't fight it, get out now. Calamity rank. The two words slammed into the trio like a 1,000-pound hammer. On Gaia Star, exotic beasts are graded by destructive power and vitality. Beast, King, Calamity, Disaster, Tribulation, Annihilation. Their squad could handle common beast tier, or even lone, king tier targets, but against Calamity, they'd be suicide squads. The air seemed to freeze. A Feng's annoyed expression shattered into pure horror. The playful smile drained from Zioya's face, leaving it ghost white. Even the steady captain's eyes were wide with disbelief. All three turned in unison, toward the boy they'd taken for an ordinary survivor. Their gazes were filled with shock and bewilderment. How had he known? Before professional instruments, or even the sniper, had detected it, how had this unarmed, weak student foreseen the arrival of a calamity-rank beast? 4 Shadow Leopard. But reality gave them no time to think or ask questions. In the very next second, as their uncertain gazes focused on Gu Fangchen. Boom! A terrifying roar, sounding less like an impact and more like a heavy bomb exploding, suddenly erupted from the side of the building. The entire structure shook violently, as if gripped and shaken by an invisible giant hand. The ground beneath their feet tilted instantly, and concrete chunks and dust poured down from the ceiling like a torrential rain. Ah! Zioya let out a scream, nearly losing her footing. The captain and a Feng's expressions also changed drastically. Before they could even react, they saw the load-bearing wall on the side, along with the partitions of several rooms, burst inward and shatter like they were made of paper. Amidst the swirling dust, a black afterimage, moving at extreme speed and nearly impossible to track with the naked eye, tore through the building from one side to the other, accompanied by a devastating shockwave. Kriak asterisk. The building, already precarious from the beast tide, finally let out a groan of exhaustion after taking this devastating blow and began to collapse. Damn it, it smashed through the load-bearing structure. The building is going down, evacuate now. The captain, proving himself an experienced veteran, was the first to react after the initial shock. He grabbed the nearest person, Zioya, and roared at a Feng, take that student, use the stairs. We can't. Gu Fangchen's voice rang out at the same time. On the radar map in his mind, that massive crimson dot had made a sharp turn after piercing the building and was now lurking directly beneath them, locked onto their floor. It's waiting for us below, going down is a dead end. Gu Fangchen pointed toward the massive hole the Shadow Leopard had just smashed, which faced another building, and shouted, go that way, jump across. Jump across, are you crazy? A Feng's eyes instantly turned bloodshot, his mind clouded by extreme fear and the desperate urge to survive. He grabbed Gu Fangchen by the collar, his face contorted as he roared, there's a gap of over 10 meters, we're on the 10th floor, do you fucking want us all to die? It's all your fault, you useless trash. If we hadn't been trying to save you, we would have evacuated to the safe zone long ago. A Feng, shut up, the captain barked, though his eyes were flickering rapidly. With their strength, even without hoverboards, falling from a height of dozens of meters, would likely only result in broken bones if they missed. But down there, that calamity-ranked exotic beast was waiting. If they failed and broke their bones, they would basically be dead meat. But if they waited here, the beast's next attack would come soon, which was also essentially waiting for death. So, it could be said that this was a gamble with a slim chance of survival. In that instant, he suddenly remembered Gu Fangchen's incredible premonition from just moments ago. In a flash, the captain made his decision. Listen to him, go that way. He shoved a Feng aside, his gaze as sharp as a blade. That's an order. Captain, a Feng tried to argue. Roared. A low yet oppressive roar suddenly erupted from the floor below, sounding as if it had exploded right against the ground. The terrifying pressure contained in that sound silenced a Feng instantly, and the blood in his body felt as if it had frozen solid. Fear overwhelmed everything. Go! The captain took the lead, rushing toward the edge of the massive hole first. Fierce winds rushed in. Beneath them was a bottomless abyss. The rooftop of the opposite building looked so distant in their swaying vision. Hoverboards were standard equipment for elite martial artists. A junior squad like theirs, responsible for peripheral clearing missions, had no right to be equipped with them. Right now, without an aerial advantage, this 10-meter death span was their only way out. There was no time for a running start. With a roar, the captain's leg muscles suddenly bulged as his blood-chi power erupted, and he leaped toward the opposite side like a cannonball. Next was Xiao Ya, who was pulling Gu Fangchen, and then a Feng, whose face was ashen, just as the four of them were airborne, suspended in midair. Bang! The floor where they had just been standing was smashed to pieces by a black shadow rushing up from below. It was a terrifying creature with a slender build, covered in black scales that seemed to absorb light. It looked like a leopard, but its limbs and tail were even more powerful and agile. A pair of emotionless golden vertical pupils reflected the desperate figures of the four people in midair. The calamity-ranked exotic beast, Shadow Leopard. It had appeared. It seemed to enjoy this game of cat and mouse, lightly kicking off the shattered floorboards with its hind legs. Its massive body turned into a bolt of black lightning, somehow arriving later but catching up first. It pounced like a flash toward Gu Fangchen, the weakest among them, in midair, its sharp claws carving a lethal cold light through the air. "Watch out!" Xiao Ya, who was closest, let out a piercing scream. She tried to turn back and save him while in midair, but she was completely powerless. It was over. Gu Fangchen's pupils were completely filled by the rapidly expanding black shadow. At this critical juncture, "You beast, get away!" The captain, who was furthest ahead, violently twisted his body in midair, and actually threw the combat saber in his hand at the Shadow Leopard. Clang! The saber struck the Shadow Leopard's head precisely, but it only produced a shower of sparks, failing to even pierce its scales. However, the immense force behind the strike finally caused the Shadow Leopard's form to pause slightly in midair. That pause of less than 0.1 seconds bought Gu Fangchen his only chance at life. Thud, thud, thud. 3 people slammed heavily onto the opposite rooftop, one after another. The captain and Xiao Ya were relatively fine. A Feng, however, stumbled upon landing due to fear, falling into a daze. As for Gu Fangchen, with Xiao Ya's pull, he barely managed to hang onto the edge of the roof, with half his body dangling outside. Roar! Having missed its strike, the Shadow Leopard let out an angry roar. After a few leaps among the collapsing buildings opposite, it turned into an afterimage again and shot toward them like a projectile. The muscles in Gu Fangchen's arms were already screaming in tearing pain. He gritted his teeth hard, not wasting a single ounce of strength on calling for help. His gaze, or rather, the perception in his mind, was deadlocked on that incoming bolt of black lightning. "Don't worry about me. Get away, quick!" He used all his strength to roar at Xiao Ya and the captain above him. This pounce was aimed at him, hanging in midair. But those lethal claws and teeth would also affect the 2 people at the edge of the rooftop. Yet Xiao Ya and the captain acted as if they hadn't heard his warning, still rushing forward and pulling him with all their might. But the Shadow Leopard's speed was simply too fast. In an instant, that bloody maw full of fangs was close at hand, accompanied by a foul wind, about to bite into Gu Fangchen's leg. Just then, on the radar map in Gu Fangchen's mind, a blue dot suddenly moved. In the next second, boom! A figure wreathed in crimson flames, holding a red spear like a valkyrie rising against the sky, boldly met that bolt of black lightning. It was the high ponytail female martial artist who had warned Gu Fangchen earlier. 5 Crimson Dragon Spear. Pachai! The tip of the spear and the beast's claws collided violently in midair. Crimson blood-chi flames and the dark energy swirling around the Shadow Leopard's claws exploded, forming a visible shockwave that blew away all the rubble and debris on the edge of the rooftop. Clang! The sound of clashing metal pierced the eardrums, and the female martial artist with a high ponytail suddenly stalled in midair, clearly having endured a massive impact. But her reaction was extremely fast. Using the recoil, the hoverboard engine under her feet blasted dazzling blue flames. With a nimble aerial rotation, she landed steadily on the rooftop. At that same instant, with a flick of her wrist, a silver chain shot out from her gauntlet, wrapping around the waist of Gu Fangchen, who was still hanging in midair, and yanked him upward. A massive force pulled him, and Gu Fangchen felt his body become light as he was dragged back from the brink of death, slamming heavily onto the rooftop floor. Cough, cough, cough. He coughed violently, taking deep breaths of air mixed with gunpowder and the smell of blood, his heart pounding incessantly. He was saved. The captain, Xiao Ya, and a Feng were now completely dumbfounded. They stared blankly at the valiant fiery red figure before them, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. It's her. A Feng's lips trembled, his eyes full of fanatical worship and awe. Crimson Flame Dragon Spear, Zia Liulai. Zia Liulai. Gu Fangchen propped himself up. The name sounded somewhat familiar. That's right. The captain's voice also carried a hint of excitement. Looking at her back, he said in a low voice, the daughter of Zia Zhan, the commander-in-chief of the Dragon Country military region, and the military's most dazzling genius. I heard she's only 18 this year and is already a third-rank martial artist. Her strength is unfathomable. A third-rank martial artist. Gu Fangchen's heart tightened. Martial artist ranks correspond to exotic beasts. A first-rank martial artist corresponds to beast rank, second rank to king rank, and third rank is a powerful existence capable of directly contending with calamity rank exotic beasts. No wonder she could take on a calamity rank shadow, leopard all by herself. At this moment, Zia Liulai paid no attention to the discussion behind her. Dressed in a fiery red combat suit, she stood gracefully at the edge of the rooftop, facing off against the predatory shadow leopard across from her. Her features were delicate, her willow leaf eyebrows like a painting, and her nose high and elegant. In her phoenix eyes, a fighting spirit hotter than the blood-chi flames on her body burned. Standing nearly 1.7 meters tall on her hoverboard, holding a red spear, she radiated the aura of a powerhouse. Just by looking at her, one could tell she was terrifyingly strong. An elite. A true elite. Whether in equipment, temperament, or strength, she was worlds apart from the captain's squad of martial artists struggling at the bottom. Shouldn't she be over at the wealth center protecting those big shots? Why would she appear in our slum area? Zioya couldn't help but mutter, her tone filled with confusion. The captain gave a bitter smile and shook his head. Who knows? While they were talking, Zia Liulai moved. Instead of choosing a direct charge, the hoverboard under her feet suddenly triggered acceleration, turning into a red stream of light as she maneuvered at high speed around the collapsed building, where the shadow leopard was located. Simultaneously, the red spear in her hand thrust out from tricky angles, bringing forth sharp spear glows that forced the shadow leopard to dodge and roar repeatedly, yet it could never lock onto her position. She was using high mobility to pin down this terrifying calamity rank exotic beast. What are you all still standing there for? Zia Liulai's cold voice rang out with an indisputable command. Take this student and evacuate from the other side of the building immediately. Leave this to me. Yes, the captain snapped out of it and immediately stood at attention in response. In the face of a true powerhouse, obeying orders was the best choice. He immediately turned and called to a Feng and Zioya, quick, let's take this student and go. However, just as Zioya reached out to help Gu Fangchen, he shook his head violently, his gaze fixed intently on the distant battlefield. No, we can't leave. What? The captain was stunned and frowned. Student, this isn't the time to play the hero. Miss Zia is buying time for us. I'm not trying to be a hero. Gu Fangchen's voice was somewhat hoarse from urgency. His brain was working at high speed. On the radar map in his mind, although the shadow leopard's massive red dot was passively dodging, the violent aura it emitted was constantly rising, like a volcano about to erupt. She can't pin it down, Gu Fangchen said decisively. This shadow leopard is very cunning. It's not using its full strength at all, it's observing, getting familiar with her attack patterns. Once we leave and she becomes the beast's sole target, it will immediately unleash its true power. By then, she won't even be able to escape. Although Zia Liulai was moving at high speed, she also heard Gu Fangchen's words. Her elegant brows furrowed, and a hint of displeasure flashed in her cold eyes. An ordinary person whose blood-chi fluctuations were so weak, they could be ignored actually dared to lecture a third-rank martial artist on the battlefield. Was he joking? What does an ordinary person like you know? Her voice came from dozens of meters away, carrying a cold reprimand. Stop causing trouble. Leave with them immediately. It's going to attack you with its tail, from your left rear at a very tricky angle. Gu Fangchen completely ignored her reprimand, and instead used all his strength to roar out the information he had perceived through aura sniffing. What? Zia Liulai was startled upon hearing this. The left rear was a visual blind spot, and the structure of that building was complex. How could it? Before she could finish her thought. Swoosh! A sound of breaking air suddenly exploded. The shadow leopard's tail, harder than steel, actually acted like a black whip, tearing through the air and carrying a lethal whistle as it lashed fiercely toward Zia Liulai's left waist. This strike was fast, accurate and ruthless, completely exceeding conventional attack predictions. Zia Liulai's pupils suddenly constricted. If not for Gu Fangchen's world-shaking roar that gave her a 10,000th of a second's warning, she would never have been able to dodge this strike. Even if she didn't die, she would certainly have been severely injured. In a flash, she forcibly twisted her body, and the hoverboard's vector engine erupted with maximum power. In a clumsy but effective posture, she narrowly brushed past the black whip shadow. Boom! The lethal tail whip missed and slammed into a wall behind her, instantly smashing a terrifying indentation into the reinforced concrete, sending gravel flying. Steadying herself, Zia Leali floated in midair, a cold sweat breaking out on her back. She suddenly turned her head, her cold and sharp phoenix eyes truly looking at the youth standing on the rooftop for the first time. Her gaze was filled with extreme shock and confusion. How did he know? This kind of prediction, which surpassed vision and perception, should not have appeared in an ordinary person. 6. Let's take a gamble. Roar! With its first strike foiled, the shadow leopard grew even more savage. It stopped testing. Dark energy began to boil across its colossal frame, clearly gearing up for a far deadlier assault. We can't keep fighting here. Gu Fangchen's heart leapt into his throat. This building's about to collapse. Once the real clash starts, the whole block will be caught in the crossfire, and there are still survivors down there. On the radar inside his head, dozens of trembling white dots huddled nearby. I have to lure it away. Miss Zia, Gu Fangchen shouted into Zia Leali's stunned gaze. Draw it out of the city, 3 kilometers west to the abandoned mining zone. No civilians there, you can both go all out. Zia Leali's heart shook. It really was the best option. But it's cunning. Alone, I might not bait it that far, it could give up and slaughter whoever's left. She instantly spotted the flaw. I'll help, Gu Fangchen stepped forward, eyes steadier than ever. Take me with you, I can predict every attack line and intention. The declaration stunned not just Zia Leali, but the entire captain's trio. Are you insane? A Feng shrieked. That's a calamity-ranked exotic beast. A normal human gets brushed, he dies, gets touched, he's erased. Kid, don't be reckless, the captain urged. Yet Zia Leali locked onto Gu Fangchen's eyes. For some reason she felt infected. In those eyes there was none of the breakdown or despair a normal teen should show before a calamity-ranked beast. Only calm, resolve, and a confidence that startled even her. This boy is anything but ordinary. And he really did predict it just now. Let's roll the dice. A proud daughter of heaven, Zia Leali carried the same crazy streak of adventure in her bones. Fine, she clenched her teeth and made a call that left everyone dumbstruck. She guided her hoverboard, swooping to the rooftop edge right in front of Gu Fangchen. You get on, she said curtly. Then, turning to the stunned captain, your job isn't to evacuate. Search every survivor in this area and get them to the temporary shelter. Move. Why yes ma'am. Snapped to attention by her aura, the captain saluted instinctively. Without hesitation, Gu Fangchen took a deep breath and swung onto the hoverboard. The deck was small, 2 people made it cramped. Hold tight, Zia Leali barked. If you die, I'm not filing the paperwork. Survival instinct erased any thought of propriety. He wrapped his arms around her slender, steel-strong waist from behind. His fingers met the tough chill of combat fabric. Even through the suit he felt the startling resilience and explosive power coiled in her frame. A faint scent, sweat mixed with gun smoke, slipped into his nose. Zia Leali's body stiffened for an instant. Never in her life had she been this intimate with a boy. A strange tingle at her waist colored her cheeks the faintest pink. But she crushed the distraction. Phoenix gold battle intent filled her eyes. Brace yourself. The words hadn't faded. Buzz. The hoverboard's engine howled, shooting like an arrow into the night sky. Roar, seeing its prey flee, the shadow leopard thundered and sprang, a black lightning bolt leaping across rooftops in hot pursuit. A life-and-death speed contest erupted above the ruined city. Faster, go faster. Wind tore at his words, but Gu Fangchen still yelled with everything he had into Zia Leali's ear. Shut it, the energy drain is doubling, it'll catch us. Zia Leali gritted her teeth, fragrant sweat beading at her temples. A calamity-ranked beast's stamina and speed outstripped her expectations. With a passenger, the hoverboard burned twice the usual energy. It's about to accelerate. At the next junction, it'll rebound off the left commercial building and cut us off, dive right, through that wrecked billboard. Gu Fangchen rattled off the intel like a rap verse, brain locked on the frantic red dot in his mental radar. This time Zia Leali didn't hesitate. His forecast had shifted her from shock to instinctive trust. She slammed the board into a slick drift, scraping under a massive broken billboard by a hair. Half a second later. Boom! A black blur crashed from the sky, claws ripping a colossal gash across the mall's glass wall right above them. Half a heartbeat slower, and they'd have been pulped. Nice flying, Gu Fangchen couldn't help shouting. Zia Leali said nothing, just kept the board streaking west. Predator and prey danced through the steel jungle at their limits. Gu Fangchen's brain now, ran like a top-tier tactical computer. Into the alley ahead, its size will cut its speed. Watch it, something's dropping overhead. 3-2, pull left and climb. It's firing a ranged energy blast. Command after command flew from Gu Fangchen. Xia Liulai became an ace pilot, her combat gifts blazed. Every order, however insane, however extreme, she executed flawlessly in split seconds. From stumbling at first to reading each other's minds. His calls shortened, left, up, dive. Her moves turned fluid. Between dodges, she even snapped gun meteor shots backward, keeping the Shadow Leopard's hate locked on her. In this deadly chase, the two forged a bizarre, perfect rapport. Arms around her waist, Gu Fangchen felt every flex and release of her core muscles. He caught the clean scent of her hair on the wind. He could sense beneath her icy shell, her heart hammering as hard as his. And Xia Liulai, for the first time, felt a back behind her. A back she could entrust her life to. She didn't need to think or watch, only believe the voice in her ear. Then pour every ounce of skill and strength into the flight. The feeling. Strange yet utterly reassuring. 7. Destroy. How much farther? Xia Liulai's voice reached him, laced with fatigue and ragged breaths. Extended high-intensity maneuvering was draining her mind and blood chi. Almost there, over the next interchange lies the abandoned mine zone, Gu Fangchen roared. Victory was within reach. Perhaps sensing it had been lured away from its hunting ground, the Shadow Leopard let out the most furious, savage roar in its life. Roared. Instead of chasing, it slammed to a halt atop a building. Dark energy shrank wildly across its body, converging in its jaws into a black sphere brimming with destructive force. Not good, it's prepping an area strike. Gu Fangchen's scalp exploded. On the radar, that red dot blazed like a miniature sun. A single hit could level everything within 100 meters. And they were dead center of the blast zone. The hoverboard was already maxed out. They couldn't escape before the sphere detonated. No way to dodge. The shadow of death closed in again. No choice, determination flashed in Xia Liulai's eyes. Jump off, I'll block it. She meant to take the blast with her own body, buying Gu Fangchen a slim chance to live. No, at that instant Gu Fangchen's mind went ice cold. Staring at the Shadow Leopard's energy spike on the radar, a crazy idea surged through him. Don't dodge, don't block either, he screamed into Xia Liulai's ear with every ounce of strength. Head straight for it, full throttle, trust me. What? Rush straight at it. Charge the sphere that could obliterate everything. Suicide. Pure suicide. It's still channeling, the energy's unstable. It won't detonate at point blank, it needs flight time. Gu Fangchen's voice carried absolute certainty. If we charge through, we'll slip past the dead zone before it erupts. Now, no time, believe me. Hearing the youth's hoarse, yet firm roar, and watching the ever-brightening sphere of ruin ahead, Xia Liulai hesitated for 0.1 second. She didn't know how this boy could see through everything. But she knew. This entire journey. He had never been wrong. Clenching her teeth, her beautiful eyes blazed with unprecedented light. Madman, I'll go crazy with you. She wrenched the hoverboard's nose and, true to her word, drove full throttle straight at the death sphere. WHHHUMM. A red streak, like a meteor defying gravity, tore through the night and plunged headfirst into the deepest darkness. Time itself seemed to stretch into infinity. Gu Fangchen wrapped his arms around Xia Liulai's waist, veins bulging from the strain. He could feel the tension in her body, and beneath her icy exterior, a heart hammering just as wildly as his own. In their world only that swelling, compressing black sun remained, devouring all light. Within the Shadow Leopard's cruel golden slits flashed a flicker of human-like bewilderment. It had never imagined these two insignificant gnats would flee no more, instead rushing straight toward its breath of annihilation. But the arrow was knocked, it had to fly. Roar! With that roar the compressed sphere finally burst from its jaws. No earth-shaking boom, only an eerie absolute silence. Where the black orb passed, air, light, even sound were swallowed, leaving a trail of pure darkness. And the red streak piloted by Xia Liulai crossed that death path in a self-destructive instant. Now, Gu Fangchen's shout exploded beside her ear. Trusting the boy behind her blindly, Xia Liulai wrung every last drop of performance from the board. Crimson light flashed. The very instant they sliced past the sphere, Gu Fangchen felt an indescribable suction, as though their very souls might be torn out. The next second the black orb completed its brief trajectory, detonating 100 meters behind them. The world seemed robbed of all sound. Then came a silent, cataclysmic bloom of light and darkness. A colossal black hemisphere suddenly ballooned outward, swallowing everything behind them in an instant. The terrifying shockwave slammed into the tail of the hoverboard like an unbreakable wall. Crack! The hoverboard's energy shield shattered on impact. Warning, engine overload, power core damaged. A shrill electronic alarm shrieked through Zia Leeli's earpiece. Bang! The board instantly lost control, tumbling violently through the air. Hold on, Zia Leeli grunted, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Clearly, she'd suffered internal injuries from the blast. Like a leaf in a storm, the pair were hurled away and sent crashing toward the ground of the abandoned mining zone. Elsewhere, the shadow leopard wasn't faring any better. Unleashing such a powerful energy attack had cost it dearly. Perched on the rooftop, its massive frame heaved as it panted, the dark energy around its body now noticeably thinner. In its mind, those two insects must have been obliterated, bones and all, by the devastating breath. Yet just as it turned to leave and seek new prey, its beast pupils contracted sharply. Down in the abandoned mining pit, a crimson figure shot skyward through the thick dust. It was that female warrior. She was still alive. Zia Leeli looked a wreck, her combat suit torn in a dozen places, blood at her lips, face white as paper. The hoverboard beneath her trailed billowing black smoke, teetering on the edge of total failure. But her cold phoenix eyes blazed with unbending fighting spirit. After its big move, its energy flow stalls for 0.5 seconds. 3 inches below the throat, the scales open to vent heat. Now, this is the only chance. Gu Fangchen's roar rose from below. He had crashed into a slag heap dozens of meters away, body aching as if every joint had come apart. Yet his mind was crystal clear, the radar map in his brain locked onto the shadow leopard's fatal weak point. Now, she forced down her surging blood and channeled every last shred of strength into the crimson spear in her hand. Wanged! Blood-red flames roared up the shaft, coalescing into a lifelike dragon image that spiraled skyward. Military secret spear art, heaven-scorching dragon lance. Die beast, she shouted, stomping on the dying hoverboard for a final leap. Woman and spear fused into a single red comet that tore through the night. With unstoppable resolve, she plunged straight at the shadow leopard, now at its weakest moment right after its ultimate move. Vast. Blindingly fast. A flicker of fear finally surfaced in the shadow leopard's beast pupils. It tried to dodge, but its energy had just been spent. Its body lagged far behind its thoughts. All it could do was watch the crimson streak of death enlarge rapidly in its gaze. Thud, this time it wasn't the clang of metal. It was the dull sound of blade-piercing flesh. The blazing spear tip, from the precise fatal angle Gu Fangchen had indicated, drove straight through the gap where the scales had parted for heat venting. The spear sank in up to its hilt. Ayo, woo, the shadow leopard's roar cut short into a feeble whimper. The golden vertical slits of its eyes dimmed. Its massive frame swayed, then toppled from the rooftop with a thunderous crash that sent dust flying. Ding! Host detected as deeply involved in slaying calamity-ranked exotic beast, shadow leopard. 1-1. Contribution assessed, 45%. Plunder successful. Vitality plus 150 points. Vitality, 231 plus 150/700. Minimum for early first order warrior, 200 points. Stage, not entered to early first order, new. Ding, special condition met, talent plundered, shadow step. Shadow step, active talent. Boosts host's movement speed for 10s and greatly reduces footstep noise. 8, get stronger. A series of system notification sounds frantically flooded Gu Fangchen's mind. A massive and pure stream of heat suddenly surged forth from his limbs and bones, instantly washing over his body, which had been nearly shattered by the heavy fall. The original tearing pain quickly receded under the nourishment of the heat stream, replaced by an unprecedented feeling of strength and fulfillment. Gu Fangchen struggled to climb up from the ground, feeling his entire body brimming with inexhaustible strength. He had grown stronger. Unprecedented strength. With a thump, Zia Leeli fell from midair, kneeling on one knee, supporting herself with her long spear to keep from collapsing. She gasped for breath, sweat soaking her temples and mixing with the dust on her face, lending her exquisite features an air of pitiable vulnerability. She had won, but she had exhausted her last ounce of strength. Gu Fangchen quickly ran over, wanting to help her up but didn't know where to start. Zia Leeli looked up at him, her gaze extremely complicated. There was shock, curiosity, and gratitude. I'm fine, cough cough, I can manage. She forced herself to stand up and walk step by step toward the corpse of the shadow leopard. As a professional martial artist, she hadn't forgotten the most important task, harvesting the spoils of war. She skillfully took out a specialized dissection knife from her waist pouch, cut open the shadow leopard's chest, and extracted a fist-sized, pitch-black crystal core that radiated dark energy. This was the energy core of a calamity-ranked exotic beast, worth an astronomical sum. Following that, she cut off its 4 sharpest claw blades and its long tail. These were all premium materials for crafting high-level weapons. Only after finishing all this did she let out a sigh of relief, store all the materials in a storage device, and walk back to Gu Fangchen. "Let's go, I'll take you back to the safe zone." Her voice was still cool, but it lacked the icy coldness that usually kept people at a distance. She picked up the completely scrapped hoverboard, retrieved the communication module from it, and sent out a location and distress signal. Half an hour later, a military off-road vehicle roared up and picked them both up. The vehicle sped along, heading toward the brightly lit temporary shelter of the Eastern District. The atmosphere inside the cabin was somewhat silent. Neither of them spoke, simply watching the ruins rushing past the window. Finally, upon seeing the tall perimeter walls and dense searchlights of the shelter ahead, Zia Liulai spoke. "My name is Zia Liulai," she said seriously, looking at Gu Fangchen. "I still don't know yours." "Gu Fangchen. Gu Fangchen." Zia Liulai silently repeated the name 10 times in her heart, as if to engrave it in her memory. "I will remember it." The vehicle stopped beside the convoy at the shelter entrance. There, countless terrified civilians were lining up to register, preparing to board trucks heading to the rear base. "Go with them, it's safe here now," Zia Liulai said. "What about you?" Gu Fangchen asked instinctively. "My mission isn't over yet." Battle intent ignited in Zia Liulai's eyes once more. She looked at Gu Fangchen, hesitated for a moment, and then took out a slightly old thread-bound book from her storage device and handed it over. "Take this." Gu Fangchen was stunned and accepted it. On the cover were 5 ancient, large characters, Panchi body tempering art. "Your physique is very special. Your chi and blood are blocked, meaning you barely have the potential to become a martial artist." Zia Liulai's tone was calm, but this body tempering technique doesn't require chi and blood talent. Practice it when you have time. Strengthening your body is always beneficial. In this world, every extra bit of strength you gain is an extra bit of hope for survival. After saying this, her cool, phoenix-like eyes gazed at Gu Fangchen. After a moment of silence, she took out another item from her storage device. It was an entirely black card. Also, regarding the distribution of the spoils this time, Zia Liulai's tone became serious and solemn. "That calamity-rank shadow leopard was hunted down by us together. Based on contribution, you account for at least half." Before Gu Fangchen could speak, Zia Liulai slipped the card into his hand. "This anonymous card is specially supplied by the military department. I'm lucky you were there just now. If you hadn't helped me lure the shadow leopard to the suburbs, many people would likely have died in this operation. You saved the lives of a city, countless martial artists and survivors. As the main contributor to this operation, it is only right that you receive this card. Later, I will sell all the shadow leopard's materials through official channels. After deducting taxes and fees, half of the proceeds will automatically be transferred to this card." She looked at the astonished Gu Fangchen and continued calmly. "The password is 71,124. A complete calamity-ranked exotic beast. Its value is astronomical. This money alone should be enough for you to live lavishly for the rest of your life in any A-rank-based city. Take care." Having said that, she gave Gu Fangchen a deep look, didn't linger, and turned to get back into the vehicle. The off-road vehicle's engine roared. It spun around sharply and sped toward the battle zone, as if everything between them had been completely settled with this transaction. Gu Fangchen stood rooted to the spot, holding the ancient technique manual in one hand and the cool metal card in the other, his heart filled with mixed emotions. He knew that what Zia Liulai had given him was more than just money and a book. It was a future that an ordinary person could never achieve in a lifetime. 71,124. He murmured the sequence of numbers, engraving it firmly in his memory, before turning and joining the flow of people, boarding one of the large military trucks heading to the rear base. The truck cabin was packed with survivors. Crying discussions and comforting voices were incessant. Gu Fangchen found a corner to sit in, concealing himself in the shadows. With one hand, he rubbed the Panchi body tempering art manual, which still held a faint residual warmth, while his other hand carefully tucked away the weighty black card against his body, preparing to close his eyes and rest, digesting everything that had happened today. But just as he closed his eyes, he felt someone squeeze in beside him. Big brother, big brother." A slightly fawning voice sounded in his ear. Gu Fangchen opened his eyes, his brows furrowing almost imperceptibly. He saw a skinny young man who looked 17 or 18, with a pair of shrewd, small eyes, smiling broadly at him. The person was also covered in dust, appearing to be a fellow survivor, but his constantly darting eyes were full of shrewdness and calculation, completely out of place with the surrounding atmosphere of despair. "Can I help you?" Gu Fangchen's voice was flat, betraying no emotion. "Hee, big brother, I saw everything just now." The young man lowered his voice, looking secretive, and involuntarily leaned closer to Gu Fangchen. You and that martial artist adult who looks like a fairy, you're close, right?" His eyes were full of probing curiosity and unconcealed envy. 9 old OG. Clearly, the scene of Zia Liulai personally escorting Gu Fangchen to the convoy had been seen clearly by this observant person. Gu Fangchen's heart tightened when he heard this, but he did not reply immediately. He subtly cracked open his eyes and quickly scanned the carriage. Sure enough, it wasn't just this young man who actively approached him. Many other survivors were secretly sizing him up with complex expressions. In those gazes, there was awe, envy, curiosity, and even a hint of jealousy. To these survivors who had just escaped death, any martial artist was a lofty, important figure. How much more so for an elite martial artist like Zia Liulai, who possessed peerless grace and formidable strength. And he who was able to connect with such a powerful figure was naturally labeled as wealthy or influential. He had become a special person, whom everyone looked up to and even wanted to curry favor with. Gu Fangchen remained silent. The young man, who was extremely thick-skinned, leaned closer and lowered his voice even further. "Big brother, please don't misunderstand. I don't mean anything bad. My name is Ma Dong and my home is gone." As he spoke, he forced out 2 tears, looking somewhat pitiful. "I can tell you have extraordinary bearing. You must not be an ordinary person. When we get to the shelter, can I follow you? I can do anything, I'm strong and fast. I just need you to give me food." Ma Dong looked bitter, yet with a strange hint of boastfulness. He whispered, "Big brother, honestly, if I were in ancient times, my fate would be that of a reincarnated jinx. The beast tide in East City the year before last, the ant disaster in South Mountain last year. I was there for all of them. Because of this, the stack of shelter permits I've processed is thicker than my student ID. So I know all the procedures for the shelters, from registering for supplies to dealing with those soldier thugs. I know it all by heart. I'm an old OG. Take me with you, and I can show you the ropes." Hearing this bizarre self-introduction, even Gu Fangchen, who had lived 2 lives, almost lost his composure. Trouble follows him everywhere. Is this guy comparable to Conan? However, Gu Fangchen slowly opened his eyes and examined the young man named Ma Dong. Ma Dong felt uneasy under his gaze, but forced a smile anyway. Gu Fangchen was quickly calculating something. Originally, he had planned to refuse. But Ma Dong's last sentence precisely hit upon his needs. Although he had merged with the original owner's memories. The original owner was just a liberal arts student, focused only on scholarly pursuits. His understanding of this world was limited to textbooks and the internet. Regarding the intricacies of bases, shelters, and the martial artist circles, he was completely clueless. And he, the transmigrator, was even more in the dark. To quickly integrate into the new environment and understand the various unwritten rules, a local tyrant, or old hand, familiar with the procedures, was undoubtedly the best guide. As for the risk, Gu Fangchen felt the surging vitality and blood in his body. Vitality and blood value, 231 points. This far exceeded the scope of ordinary people. Forget 1 Ma Dong, even 100 Ma Dongs couldn't get close to him. What's more, he possessed the talents of aura sniffing and shadow step. In the face of absolute power, all schemes and tricks were a joke. This Ma Dong, though seemingly slick, didn't deserve death. Keeping him close as a scout or pawn seemed like a good choice. If he behaved himself, he'd be an extra errand boy. If he dared to pull any tricks, an imperceptible cold light flashed in Gu Fangchen's eyes. He could use the opportunity to test exactly how much strength his 231 points of vitality and blood required to crush a person's throat. Having thought this through, Gu Fangchen had made his decision. He looked at the nervous Ma Dong and slowly spoke, "You can follow me." Upon hearing this, Ma Dong's face instantly erupted in ecstasy, and he was about to speak words of gratitude. However, Gu Fangchen's next word froze the smile on his face. "Talk less nonsense, observe more, listen more. You do exactly what I tell you to do." "Understood." Understood. Ma Dong dared not utter a single piece of extra nonsense, nodding vigorously as his face was once again plastered with a fawning smile. "Big brother, please rest assured. From today on, I Ma Dong am your man. I will definitely obey." Gu Fangchen replied indifferently, then closed his eyes again, as if nothing had just happened. Seeing this, Ma Dong dared not speak further. Instead, he wisely found a seat next to Gu Fangchen, sat up straight, adopted the look of a loyal henchman, and vigilantly watched his surroundings, proactively taking on the role of a guard. Gu Fangchen took all of this in, yet remained unmoved. In the apocalypse, human hearts are unpredictable. But this doesn't mean one should reject all usable resources. This Ma Dong was his first pawn in stepping into the new world. The military truck bumped along the rough road for nearly an hour. Finally, the speed slowly decreased. The restless crowd inside the carriage also gradually quieted down. Everyone stretched their necks, anxiously listening to the sounds outside. A screech. Following a piercing brake sound, the truck came to a complete stop. With a loud whoosh, the canvas curtain of the carriage was yanked open from the outside. Blinding searchlight beams instantly shot in, causing everyone who had been in the dark for so long to instinctively squint. Everyone down, move quickly, form a line. A fully armed soldier stood below the truck, shouting impatiently. The crowd, feeling as if they had received a great pardon, yet fearful of the unknown environment, jostled and scrambled down the truck. Gu Fangchen and Ma Dong, who followed closely behind, were the last batch to disembark. Placing his feet on solid ground, Gu Fangchen looked around. They were standing in a massive plaza, temporarily constructed from shipping containers and high-voltage electric fences. All around, the cold beams of searchlights on the towering watchtowers scanned every inch of the ground below like the eyes of a god. Soldiers with live ammunition patrolled everywhere, and the chilling atmosphere was suffocating. This was temporary shelter number 13, located in the rear of Dragon Country. All male survivors line up on the left for registration. Women and children go to the right. The injured go to the medical tent up ahead. A man who looked like an officer was emotionlessly directing the flow of people with a loudspeaker. Big brother, this way. Ma Dong immediately entered old OG mode, skillfully pulling Gu Fangchen and squeezing into the line of male survivors. 10. We don't support idlers. The queue moved forward slowly. Soon, the voice from the loudspeaker rang out again. Listen up, this shelter is not a charity. We don't keep slackers here. Adult males must accept logistics work assignments after registration. Work tasks are divided into fortification construction, material transport, environmental cleanup, and kitchen chores. Complete your daily task quota, and you will receive 2 full meals and clean drinking water. If you try to slack off, you'll go hungry. This cold and realistic announcement caused a wave of suppressed commotion among the crowd who had just escaped death, and were still harboring some wishful thinking. See that, big brother? Ma Dong leaned into Gu Fangchen's ear and whispered in the tone of someone who had seen it all. There's no such thing as a free lunch, but don't you worry, I know the ropes here inside out. He scanned the surroundings shiftily and continued. Fortification construction is the worst, backbreaking work and dangerous too. You never know when a wall might collapse and bury you. Environmental cleanup is the most disgusting, handling trash and corpses. It's easy to catch a disease. So the best place to go is material transport. Ma Dong's eyes gleamed. The warehouse is hard work too, but there are fewer soldier thugs supervising. The place is big with plenty of corners, making it easy to slack off and catch your breath. When it's time to register, we'll find a way to squeeze into the transport group. He was already calculating how to use his special relationship with Gu Fangchen, this big shot, to grease the palms of the clerks in charge of registration. However, Gu Fangchen acted as if he hadn't heard the long-winded speech and simply asked a question. The kitchen, what do they do there? The kitchen. Ma Dong froze for a moment, and a look of pure aversion immediately appeared on his face. My dear brother, please, whatever you do, don't even think about going there. He almost wailed. That's not work for humans. That place handles the communal meals for tens of thousands of people in the entire shelter. 16 hours a day. If you're not washing and cutting vegetables, you're running around with hundreds of pounds of ingredients. He paused, an even more horrified and disgusted expression crossing his face as he lowered his voice. And most lethally, you have to process those low-level exotic beasts sent back from the front lines. You have to slaughter and butcher beast meat for the martial artist lords. Big brother, you haven't seen the scene. Blood flows like a small river in that stench. You can't wash it off for 3 days. Never mind sneaking a bite, just smelling it makes you want to vomit. It's hot, tiring, noisy, and there isn't a single moment of rest. The ones in charge of the kitchen are all old veteran thugs who used to be cooks. Their tempers are worse than stones in a latrine. If anyone dares to slack off, a ladle will fly straight at their face. Ma Dong gestured with lingering fear. In short, the kitchen is the hardest, most tiring and least profitable of the 4 manual labor jobs. Even a dog wouldn't go there. Is that so? Gu Fangchen nodded after listening. Ma Dong thought he had been convinced and quickly bowed and scraped. Yes, so we. Then we're going to the kitchen. Gu Fangchen interrupted him calmly. His tone brooked no argument. Huh. Ma Dong's jaw nearly hit the ground. He dug at his ear, doubting if he was hallucinating. By big brother, you're not joking, right? The kitchen. Gu Fangchen ignored him, his gaze deep as he looked toward the registration desk ahead. Going to the kitchen was naturally not to experience life. It was to plunder attributes. To survive. His mind was crystal clear at this moment. The slaughter and plunder system was his only reliance for making a living in this cruel world. And the core of the system was killing exotic beasts. But right now, what was his status? An ordinary high school student whose official record stated his blood chi is naturally blocked. A survivor who had just escaped from a disaster zone. With this identity, could he go to the battlefield? Almost impossible. Never mind applying to be a reserve martial artist. The moment he spoke, he'd likely be treated as a madman or an opportunist trying to profit at the front and be kicked out by the recruitment officer. Even if he did make it to the battlefield, with his current strength, he would be no different from cannon fodder. So besides going to the battlefield, was there a safe and simple way to get stronger? Yes, brother, there was. The kitchen. In the eyes of Ma Dong and others, it was a filthy, exhausting job that even a dog wouldn't do. But in Gu Fangchen's eyes, that wasn't a kitchen at all. It was a gold mine disguised as a den of filth. A treasure trove filled with experience packs. As long as he could become a handyman in the kitchen, responsible for slaughtering and butchering those exotic beasts sent from the front. Then every swing of the knife, every bit of processing could potentially be judged by the system as plunder. He would transform into a butcher, frantically absorbing power in a corner where no one would notice, making a fortune in silence. As for why he had to get stronger, it was because everything he had just experienced had made him understand the essence of this world to his very core. It was a naked, dark jungle where strength reigned supreme. Without power, you were just meat on a chopping board, to be slaughtered at will. In this world, your life no longer belonged to you. Instead, it depended on the mood of the strong. Just like those martial artists who could prioritize saving the rich for a bounty, while telling commoners like them they were too busy to help. Just like Zia Liulai, her appearance was like a deity descending, easily able to decide their life or death. He didn't want to experience that feeling of powerlessness again, of handing his fate over to someone else. The huge sum of money Zia Liulai gave him seemed like it could provide for him for a lifetime. But Gu Fangchen knew very well that without enough strength to protect it, that money was just a castle built on sand. When the next beast tide arrived, or if he encountered any ill-intentioned martial artist, everything would vanish like a bubble. Money could buy comfort, but it couldn't buy dignity. And it certainly couldn't buy the right to master one's own life. Only strength, eternal strength, was the only real thing. So, what did the filth, exhaustion, and hardship of the kitchen matter, compared to absolute power that could control one's own fate? All of this was but a trivial price to pay. Having thought it all through, Gu Fangchen's gaze became incredibly firm. Let's go. He calmly interrupted the still wailing Ma Dong, his tone brooked no argument. But why big brother? Ma Dong was still making a final struggle, pleading with a bitter face. If you just mention it to the registrar, given your relationship with that young lady, they'd give you an easy supervisory job, let alone the transport group. Why do you have to go suffer in that hell? Hearing this, Gu Fangchen finally turned his head and glanced at him. That gaze was calm, yet it made Ma Dong shut his mouth instantly, his whole body shivering. From that gaze, he read a cold, brook no disobedience will. I understand. Ma Dong hung his head in dejection like a defeated rooster. He finally realized that this newly recognized big brother's thought process was completely different from normal people. Instead of walking the broad highway, he insisted on squeezing onto a single plank bridge, and the rottiest one at that. He lamented in his heart. It seemed his good days were over before they even began. But thinking of Gu Fangchen's unfathomable background, and then of his own current situation, alone with nowhere to go, Ma Dong eventually gritted his teeth. Screw it. It's just the kitchen, isn't it? Back in the Nanshan ant plague shelter, I even handled eggs laid by the queen ant. Am I really going to be afraid of some communal cooking? He puffed out his chest. A smile plastered back on his face as he followed Gu Fangchen's lead toward the registration desk. However, that smile looked worse than crying no matter how you looked at it. 11. We're here to report for duty. The registration office. The registration process was simple and crude. An indifferent clerk sat behind the desk, head down, scanning everyone's wrist with a device. It seemed they were recording identity information and checking for any malignant infectious diseases. As for work assignments, they were completely random. Next, At the front was a middle-aged man who looked honest and simple. The clerk scanned his wrist, glanced at the random assignment result popping up on the screen, and casually tossed out an iron tag. His voice was devoid of emotion. "Construction group, Sector C, take your tag and report over there." The middle-aged man's face turned pale, but seeing the soldiers holding electric batons nearby, he didn't dare say a word. He could only pick up the tag with trembling hands and walk away. Soon it was a young man's turn. His luck seemed even worse. "Kitchen miscellaneous group." The clerk's voice remained cold, sounding like a sentence being passed. The young man was stunned at first, but then a hint of relief appeared on his face, as if he felt anything was better than building walls. He took the tag and, under the guidance of a soldier, walked toward an area enclosed by a huge canvas in the corner of the square. However, just as he reached the entrance of the canvas, his steps came to a sudden halt. He felt an indescribable stench, like a physical shockwave, suddenly surge out from the gaps in the canvas. It was a mixture of blood, rotting organs, burnt grease, and pungent disinfectant. Just the smell alone was enough to cause violent spasms in one's stomach. "Blearg." The young man's face turned white instantly. Before he even had a chance to walk in, he bent over on the spot, leaning against a nearby container and dry heaving violently, vomiting up the last bit of bile in his stomach. The two soldiers guarding the entrance were long accustomed to this. Their faces were filled with numbness and impatience. One of them stepped forward and unceremoniously kicked him in the rear. "Have you puked enough? Get the hell in there, stop being a nuisance." The young man stumbled from the kick and, with a miserable expression, was practically dragged into that living hell. The canvas curtain fell, blocking the view, but it couldn't block out the nauseating wails and the overwhelming stench. The people waiting in line saw this scene, and their faces turned pale. Everyone prayed they wouldn't draw that worst lot. Ma Dong's legs felt weak, and his face was as white as paper. He secretly tugged at Gu Fangchen's sleeve, his voice trembling. Big brother, how about we discuss this again?" Gu Fangchen acted as if he hadn't seen the horrific scene, and simply stepped forward expressionlessly. "Next," the clerk urged impatiently. Gu Fangchen held out his wrist. The clerk picked up the device, about to scan. But just as the device was about to touch his wrist, Gu Fangchen spoke up. "I am applying for the kitchen." As soon as these words were spoken, instantly the entire line went silent. Everyone looked at him with disbelief, their eyes filled with looks reserved for madmen, fools, or heroes. Even the habitually indifferent clerk paused in his movements. He looked up, reassessing Gu Fangchen as if he were a rare animal. "What did you say?" The clerk's tone was full of confusion. "I'm applying for the kitchen," Gu Fangchen repeated, his tone firm. "Big brother," Ma Dong was on the verge of tears behind him. The clerk took a deep look at him, shook his head, and asked no more. Since someone was volunteering to fill the hole that no one wanted to go into, he was naturally happy to oblige. "Fine, I'll grant your wish." He quickly operated the terminal, skipping the random assignment step, and tossed out 2 iron tags engraved with the word kitchen. "You two are together, right? Take your tags and get the hell over there to report." Gu Fangchen picked up the 2 iron tags and turned to hand one to Ma Dong. Ma Dong's hand trembled as he took the tag, which felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. His expression was even more desperate than the young man who had been kicked in earlier. He looked at Gu Fangchen's overly calm face, then at the entrance to hell in the distance from which wails constantly emanated, feeling like crying but having no tears. Wasn't following this newly recognized big brother supposed to be about clinging to a powerful figure and reaching the peak of life? Why did it feel like he had bought a one-way ticket directly to the 18th level of hell? Gu Fangchen ignored him and simply started walking, heading toward that foul-smelling direction with steady steps. His expression remained unchanged. There was even a faint, imperceptible hint of anticipation deep in his eyes. He pulled back the heavy, grease-stained canvas curtain. Whoosh! A heat wave mixed with blood and steam rushed at them, nearly knocking Ma Dong over. The stench, so thick it was almost physical, instantly filled his nostrils, making him let out a cry and nearly vomit on the spot. But strangely, the moment the curtain was lifted, the originally noisy and chaotic kitchen fell abruptly silent. Clang, clatter. The knives for chopping vegetables stopped, the spatulas for stir-frying fell against the rims of the pots, and even a few people in the distance carrying huge iron buckets came to a halt. Over 100 laborers, whether they were burly cooks or emaciated survivors, all seemed to have been hit by a pause button. They turned their heads in unison, fixing their gazes on Gu Fangchen and Ma Dong at the entrance. Those eyes were filled with numbness, exhaustion, and a kind of wonder and mockery as if they were looking at fools. Clearly, Gu Fangchen's earth-shattering declaration at the registration office had already reached this isolated hell, without missing a word. In this place, everyone was here against their will, dreaming of leaving. But today, two talents had actually come who applied to jump into the fire pit voluntarily. Truly a damn rarity. Amidst the deathly silent stares, a burly man with a face full of scars, nearly 190 centimeters tall, shirtless, and wearing only an apron, walked out from the crowd holding a dripping boning knife. He sized up Gu Fangchen and Ma Dong, his large eyes full of scrutiny and disdain. You two are the ones who apply to come to our kitchen. Gulp. Ma Dong shuddered in fear, his legs going soft. He instinctively tried to hide behind Gu Fangchen, stammering as he tried to explain something. Gu Fangchen, however, acted as if he hadn't heard. He calmly met the burly man's gaze and handed over the iron tag, his tone indifferent. We're here to report. 12 head. There was not a trace of tension, nor a hint of cowardice. It was as if he hadn't come to perform hard labor in hell, but rather to inspect the kitchen of a 5-star hotel. The sneer on the burly man's face visibly faltered. He clearly hadn't expected this frail-looking student to possess such nerve. He gave a short laugh, took the iron tag, glanced at it, and tossed it into a nearby iron bucket filled with junk. Then, using the back of his deboning knife, he patted Gu Fangchen on the shoulder with enough force to make the nearby Ma Dong's heart skip a beat. All right, you've got guts, the burly man grinned, revealing a row of teeth stained yellow by smoke. Since you're here voluntarily, I'll have to arrange some good work for you. He turned around and used his deboning knife to point toward the deepest part of the kitchen, a corner enclosed by iron bars where blood flowed freely. There, 5 or 6 massive exotic beasts with long black fur and protruding tusks were suspended by iron chains. Their bodies were covered in knife wounds and burn marks. They were clearly, severely wounded rejects just sent back from the front lines. Though they were on the verge of death, they still twitched occasionally and let out low growls. Those over there are black armored wild boars just sent back from the front today. They're half dead, which makes them perfect for you to practice on. They're all yours. The burly man's voice was filled with malicious mockery. Have them cleaned up before dark. Separate the meat from the bone, empty the organs, and don't let a single scrap of meat go to waste. Do a good job and you'll get extra meat tonight. If you don't, he brandished the deboning knife in his hand and sneered, the two of you will take the place of that pork. Having finished, he ignored the two of them and turned to shout at the others. What the hell are you looking at? Is your work done? Do you want a taste of the whip? The kitchen instantly returned to its noisy state. Ma Dong looked at the exotic beasts that still radiated a fierce aura despite being heavily injured, then at the thick layer of congealed blood on the floor. His legs went weak, and he nearly collapsed onto the ground. If he were asked to process the carcasses of dead exotic beasts, he could grit his teeth and do it. But this was asking him to deliver the finishing blow to beasts that weren't even dead yet. If one of those wild boars made a final desperate counterattack, it could bite off half his body in one go. He was finished. His life was completely over. However, when he looked despairingly at Gu Fangchen beside him, he discovered that his newly recognized big brother showed no fear or disgust. Instead, a fervent light he couldn't understand was flickering in his eyes. It was the ecstasy and excitement of a hungry wolf seeing a flock of sheep. Ma Dong's scalp tingled. This big brother, surely he doesn't have some kind of special fetish. Gu Fangchen completely ignored Ma Dong's near-collapsing mental state behind him. He walked straight to the tool rack, ignored the kitchen knives used for cooked food, and picked up the heaviest, crudest cleaver with a notched blade. He weighed it in his hand, the weight was just right. Then he walked toward the black armored wild boar closest to him, which was still letting out pained, low growls while suspended by chains. Big brother, what are you doing? Ma Dong's voice was trembling. Gu Fangchen didn't answer. He simply walked to the side of the wild boar, watching its chest heave from its heavy injuries, and feeling its weak, yet still violent life fluctuations. In the next second he moved. He gripped the cleaver with both hands, and suddenly poured his surging 231 points of blood chi into his arms. Without any wasted movement, he swung the blade down fiercely toward the boar's thick neck. Slash! The dull sound of metal entering flesh rang out. The heavy blade, empowered by immense strength, sliced through hard bone and tough flesh as easily as if it were cutting tofu. The head of the struggling wild boar flew into the air and rolled to the side, as foul-smelling blood erupted like a fountain, drenching Gu Fangchen. One strike, one kill. The entire slaughtering area fell into an eerie silence once again. Everyone was stunned by this clean, decisive, and even brutal scene. Gu Fangchen, however, seemed oblivious. Because, in his mind, a notification sound more beautiful than any other rang out. Ding, killed beast-level exotic beast, Black Armored Wild Boar 1-100. Plunder successful, blood chi +1. System prompt. Accumulate 100 kills of the same low-level exotic beast species to plunder that species' core talent. Blood chi, 232, +1/700 points. A weak but pure stream of heat surged through his limbs and bones once more. Though it was far less majestic than the surge from killing the shadow leopard, the tangible feeling of becoming stronger was still incredibly satisfying. More importantly, he could plunder a talent by killing 100 of them. There were 5 here right now. And from the front lines, a steady stream of heavily injured exotic beasts would be sent in every day. How was this a kitchen from hell? This was clearly a paradise tailor-made for him. An exclusive dungeon where he could mindlessly farm monsters and level up without any risk. At this thought, Gu Fangchen could no longer suppress his inner joy. Standing in that pool of blood, he actually began to laugh. Heh. The laughter wasn't loud, but it clearly reached the ears of everyone around him. It wasn't a crazed laugh, nor a bloodthirsty sneer, but a laugh from the bottom of his heart. Against the backdrop of this bloody and foul-smelling environment, this laugh was more hair-raising than any ghostly wail. Holy shit, damn, what a pee-pervert. Someone in the crowd muttered tremulously, instantly striking a chord with everyone else. Everyone's expression shifted from initial mockery to extreme terror. He killed an exotic beast, got drenched in blood, and he could still fucking laugh. This kid is definitely not right in the head. He's a complete lunatic. Even the burly man with the fleshy face no longer had a trace of mockery. It was replaced by a look of utter bewilderment and shock. He had worked in this kitchen for 5 years and had seen people cry from fear, piss themselves, or just grit their teeth and get through it. But someone like this handsome kid, who looked like he was enjoying himself and even laughed after getting sprayed in the face, he had never seen anything like it. 13. Super pervert. The burly man swallowed hard, desperately maintaining his authority as the boss as he stepped forward with a boning knife. What are you laughing at? Once you're done killing, deal with them quickly. He pointed at the wild boar's corpse and barked in a gruff voice. Start by cutting the belly, drain the blood completely, then pull out the organs. Watch closely. Cut from here and don't rupture the gallbladder, or the whole piece of meat will be ruined. As he spoke, he prepared to step in personally to demonstrate the correct processing procedure to this perverted newcomer. However, before he could finish his sentence, he saw Gu Fangchen's eyes suddenly light up. His face showed an expression of intense anticipation and impatience, and he even leaned in proactively, pointing at the boar's belly and asking, "Is it here? Then I just need to pull everything out from inside, right?" That gaze was as pure as a top student asking about a difficult problem. That tone was as excited as a child who had found a new toy. Ugh. All of the burly man's teaching lines were instantly stuck in his throat. He looked at Gu Fangchen's sparkling eyes, then at the dead boar's head on the ground with its eyes still wide open. A chill shot from his tailbone straight up to the top of his head. This kid is too damn creepy. The burly man subconsciously took a step back, distancing himself from this newcomer who radiated a perverted aura. He coughed twice, forcefully hiding his loss of composure and the chill rising from his heart, his large Adam's apple bobbing up and down. Fine, it seems you kid were born for this. He forced himself to define Gu Fangchen's perverted behavior as extraordinary talent, as if this would help him save some face. Since you already know how, then I'll leave these few to you. The burly man's eyes darted around, not daring to meet Gu Fangchen's gaze again. I need to go check on the soup stewing over there, don't want it to damn well burn. As he spoke, he turned and left as if he were avoiding a plague, even forgetting the demonstration. His steps were fast and urgent. Without looking back, he plunged into the crowd on the other side, shouting loudly as he went, as if to prove he was still the boss here. What the hell are you all looking at? Is your work finished? The surrounding handymen watching the commotion quickly ducked their heads and went back to work at his roar. But there were still countless fearful and curious gazes drifting toward the new, ruthless man in the slaughter area from time to time. In an instant, only Gu Fangchen and a completely petrified Ma Dong were left in the entire slaughter area. Ma Dong was dumbfounded. He stood there like a weathered statue, still clutching that cold iron plate in his hand. He looked at Gu Fangchen, who held a knife and was excitedly preparing to start on the second wild boar, then at the back of the burly man who was practically fleeing. His brain completely short-circuited. This script isn't right. What happened to the kitchen from hell? How could this boss, who could suppress everyone, be scared into running away with an excuse by his new big bro's single look and sentence? Just who is the boss here? Ma Dong felt his worldview being repeatedly crushed, reconstructed, and then crushed again within just a few minutes. What should he do now? Go up and help. Looking at the still-twitching wild boar and the floor covered in blood and offal, his stomach churned again. Or just stand here without moving. But seeing Big Bro's enthusiastic appearance, it didn't seem quite right to just be a spectator. While he was struggling with his internal conflict and feeling lost, Gu Fangchen had already raised his knife and brought it down, cleanly ending the life of the second black-armored wild boar. Ding, killed beast-level exotic beast black-armored wild boar, 2-100. Plunder successful, blood chi +1. Blood chi, 233, +1/700 points. Another warm current surged into his body, and Gu Fangchen groaned comfortably. Ah. But this sound directly silenced everyone. The entire floor. Is this guy even human? He's moaning while killing pigs. Are you kidding me? While everyone was dazed, Gu Fangchen turned his head and looked at Ma Dong, who was still standing blankly in place, his brow furrowing slightly. What are you still standing there for? Gu Fangchen's voice pulled Ma Dong back from his chaotic thoughts. Ma Dong stammered, not knowing what to say. Gu Fangchen pointed to another slightly smaller boning knife on the tool rack. Go grab that knife and cut open the belly of the one that just died. I'll teach you how to process it. His tone was as casual as saying, go wash that cabbage. Ma Dong shuddered. He looked at Gu Fangchen's face, which was splattered with blood but remained calm and handsome, then at those eyes that were clear and bright, yet seemed to hide an endless abyss. He knew he had no choice. Oh, okay, big bro. Ma Dong practically crawled to the tool rack with his eyes half closed, his hands trembling as he picked up the boning knife. When he gripped the cold handle, he felt like he wasn't holding a knife, but rather his own deed of sale, a deed leading to the unknown, the terrifying, yet seemingly exceptional. The next hour was a worldview-shattering live performance for everyone in the kitchen. Under Gu Fangchen's calm and efficient guidance, although Ma Dong's hands and feet were still weak, he managed to stumble through learning how to drain blood and cut open the belly. Meanwhile, Gu Fangchen was like an untiring machine. Every swing of the cleaver in his hand was precise and lethal. Finishing blows, draining blood, disemboweling, separating meat and bone. A series of processes that even veterans found quite laborious were handled by him with fluid grace, so fast it made one's eyes blur. In just over an hour, those 5 massive black-armored wild boars had been processed thoroughly. One pile of lean meat with traces of blood, one pile of snowy white skeletons, and another pile of organs neatly categorized. Everything was processed cleanly and arranged neatly. Even the most critical cook couldn't find a single flaw. The entire kitchen fell into a deathly silence once again. Everyone stopped their work, staring blankly at the 2 newcomers in the slaughter area and the slaughter results before them, which could be called works of art. If they thought Gu Fangchen was a pervert before, then now they felt Gu Fangchen was a super pervert who was highly skilled, incredibly efficient, and actually enjoyed it. He's too damn perverted. The crowd couldn't help but click their tongues in amazement. Gu Fangchen wiped the blood from his hands and let out a long breath of turbid air. Blood chi, 236 +3/700 points. Black armored wild boar kill progress, 5-100. 14 not enough to kill. To be honest, although the gains from killing low-level wild boars weren't much, but this feeling of steady improvement still fascinated Gu Fangchen immensely. He looked around. Those 5 wild boars clearly weren't enough to satisfy his appetite. His gaze bypassed the stunned crowd and precisely locked onto the burly man hiding behind the stove, pretending to be busy. Gu Fangchen walked over. With every step he took forward, the crowd subconsciously parted to both sides, like Moses parting the sea, voluntarily clearing a path for him. Sensing the movement, the burly man's body stiffened. He slowly turned around, squeezing out a smile that looked worse than crying. Little brother. Oh no, brother Gu, is the work finished? Thank you for your hard work, thank you. He had already started using honorifics. Gu Fangchen didn't mind the form of address. A bright and innocent smile appeared on his face as he asked curiously, brother, is there any more work? Huh? The burly man was stunned. I'm asking, are there any more half-dead exotic beasts? Gu Fangchen's smile widened, his tone full of anticipation. These few aren't quite enough to kill. Gulp. The burly man swallowed hard, feeling a chill surge from the soles of his feet straight to his head. Not enough to kill. Is that even something a human would say? Looking at Gu Fangchen's harmless-looking face, and recalling his brutal and efficient methods from earlier, he trembled all over in fear. After the initial shock, he hurriedly bowed and scraped, saying, yes, of course there are. He pointed toward a massive cold storage door behind the slaughtering area, his voice cracking slightly. There's another batch in the cold storage that the higher-up specifically ordered to be processed meticulously. There are about 20 more. 20. Hearing this number, Gu Fangchen's eyes instantly lit up. He smiled with satisfaction and patted the burly man's sturdy shoulder. Thanks for the hard work, brother. After saying that, he turned and instructed Ma Dong, who was still dazing not far away. Ma Dong. Ah, here, big brother. Ma Dong snapped out of it and immediately stood up straight. Go get a trailer and transport the wild boars from the cold storage over here. Gu Fangchen's tone left no room for argument. I'll handle the slaughtering. Hearing this, a look of ecstatic relief like surviving a disaster instantly broke out on Ma Dong's face. Just responsible for transport. No need to slaughter them personally. Holy shit. This is great. He couldn't wait to only be responsible for transport. Making him deliver the finishing blows to those still-breathing exotic beasts was practically worse than killing him. Sure thing, big brother. No problem, big brother. Mission guaranteed, big brother. Ma Dong nodded like a woodpecker. As if afraid Gu Fangchen would change his mind, he scrambled to the corner, grabbed a flatbed trailer used for transporting ingredients, and rushed toward the cold storage door as if escaping for his life, without looking back. Meanwhile, Gu Fangchen walked back to the blood-soaked slaughtering area, picked up the bone cleaver, and gave it 2 sharp strokes on the whetstone, producing a toothacheing sound. He stood there, waiting for the new ingredients to arrive, a comfortable smile on his face. Everyone present, every single utility worker and cook in the back kitchen, was completely dumbfounded. Is this even fucking humanly possible? Soon Ma Dong returned. Using every ounce of strength he used the trailer to transport the dying black-armored wild boars from the cold storage to the slaughtering area one by one. Every time he brought one, Gu Fangchen's hand would rise and the blade would fall, cleanly delivering the finishing blow. Then, while Ma Dong was getting the next one, Gu Fangchen would have already gutted the previous carcass and separated the meat from the bone. Their cooperation formed an eerie, yet efficient assembly line. One was responsible for transport and initial handling, while the other handled the coarse slaughtering and fine butchering. Gu Fangchen's movements became faster and more proficient. He didn't even need to look. The knife in his hand seemed to have eyes of its own, always finding the most effortless angle and the perfect cutting line. Blood pooled into a small stream at his feet, and the cleaned carcasses of the exotic beasts were neatly stacked to the side. The others in the back kitchen had long since stopped their work, gathering around the slaughtering area in silence to watch this one-man show. The expressions on their faces shifted from initial terror to numbness, and finally, even a hint of awe. Holy Mother of Zophirs! This was no longer just doing chores. It was an art. A bloody and violent art. By the time the last black-armored wild boar was perfectly butchered, the sky had turned completely dark. The searchlights of the shelter all lit up, illuminating the entire square like daylight and signaling the end of a day's hard labor. Ding, killed beast-level exotic beast black-armored wild boar, 25-100. Plunder successful, vitality plus 20. Host Gu Fangchen. Vitality, 256 plus 20/700 points. Talents or a sniffing shadow step. Cultivation method, none. Feeling the surge of power within him once again, Gu Fangchen put down the bone cleaver with satisfaction. In just one afternoon, his vitality had increased by 25 points. Compared to the terrifying gains he got from killing the shadow leopard previously, this number was a mere drop in the bucket. But Gu Fangchen was exceptionally excited, because he knew exactly what this meant. It meant he had found a perfect starter village, where he could grind attributes like crazy without any risk. Although the gains from killing calamity-ranked exotic beasts were high, they were earned through life-and-death situations and were full of uncertainty. But here, he could steadily harvest dozens of attribute points every day. Many a little makes a mickle, many grains of sand make a pagoda. It wouldn't be long before his strength underwent a qualitative leap. Thus, these seemingly insignificant 25 attribute points were, in his eyes, priceless. Besides, now that he had a system, if he still complained, it would feel like he was being ungrateful for his good fortune. It's fine, it's fine. As long as there's something, he wasn't picky. Thinking of this, he laughed out loud again, making everyone look at him like he was crazy. Just then, clang, clang, clang. A rapid ringing of a bell sounded. It was the signal for mealtime. Work's over. Everyone put down what you're doing and line up to get your food. The burly man's voice rang out again, but this time, his gaze drifted toward Gu Fangchen unconsciously, and his tone was less arrogant and more polite. He walked up to Gu Fangchen, looked at the mountain of meat and bones and forced a complex smile. Brother Gu, thank you for your hard work. Thanks to you today, otherwise, the brothers would have had to work overtime again tonight. It's nothing, just doing my part. Gu Fangchen waved his hand. He was in a very good mood. Come, let's go eat. I specifically saved the best meat for you and brother Ma. The burly man greeted them warmly, his attitude a complete 180 from the afternoon. Gu Fangchen nodded and said to Ma Dong, who was slumped on the ground, barely having the strength to breathe, "Let's go, time to eat." "Okay, big brother," Ma Dong responded weakly, feeling like he was half dead. 15. Blood and chi broth. Everyone filed into the back kitchen's canteen area, where several huge vats of steaming food had already been set out. The survivor's meal was simple, a paste-like synthetic nutrient gel served with a few slices of black bread. At that moment, the burly man himself walked over to a small pot under separate guard, bobbed his head obsequiously to the soldier on watch, and was only then allowed to lift the lid. An almost overwhelming meaty fragrance instantly wafted from the pot. The aroma was completely different from the synthetic smell of the cafeteria vats. It was wild, primal, the kind of scent that could awaken the deepest human appetite. It's blood boost broth. My God, that's something only warriors get to enjoy. The laborers queuing nearby went red-eyed in an instant, staring fixedly at the small pot, swallowing frantically, their gazes filled with unconcealed longing and envy. The flesh of mutant beasts contains faint energy. If ordinary people eat it over time, they can't become warriors, but it will strengthen the body and boost immunity. In every base, mutant beast meat is a strictly controlled strategic resource. Only the warriors who fight on the front lines and the base's top brass are entitled to it. Yet now the burly man personally ladled 2 full bowls of tender, fragrant mutant beast meat from that warrior special pot for Gu Fangchen and Ma Dong. This was no mere privilege. It was a badge of status, the highest respect for absolute strength. Those laborers who had earlier looked down on Gu Fangchen no longer dared even to feel jealous, only deep awe remained. They understood, this newcomer freak had already one true voice in the back kitchen with his unimaginable power. As for Ma Dong, his hands trembled as he held that bowl of immortal broth. Looking at the perfectly stewed, fat and lean mutant meat, tears streamed down his cheeks in a flash. This time the tears were genuine. In all his life, it was the first time he'd tasted anything of the sort. Back in other shelters, merely catching a whiff of it had counted as extraordinary luck, let alone eating it. "Boss, I." He was so excited he couldn't speak. The look he gave Gu Fangchen had shifted from opportunism to outright worship and fervor. Following Big Brother really does put meat on the table. Gu Fangchen found Ma Dong's lack of composure amusing, yet he felt no contempt. Just as Gu Fangchen was about to start eating, Ma Dong did something that even surprised him. With chopsticks shaking from excitement, Ma Dong carefully picked the biggest, fattest, most delicious-looking piece of meat from his own bowl and placed it into Gu Fangchen's. "Boss, you eat." His voice was thick with sobs, yet carried unquestionable sincerity. To someone starved for so long, that piece of meat might be worth more than life itself. Still, he gave it to Gu Fangchen without hesitation. Gu Fangchen glanced at the extra piece in his bowl, then at Ma Dong's snot and tear-streaked face, and something shifted in his eyes. This Ma Dong was smarter and more sensible than he'd thought. Without refusing or saying more, Gu Fangchen calmly lifted the meat and put it into his mouth. Only then did he look at Ma Dong and say evenly, "Eat." Just 2 simple words, yet they struck Ma Dong like a divine decree. Ma Dong jerked his head up, stared at Gu Fangchen's calm face, lips quivering, unable to utter a sound. He simply nodded hard, then buried his head and wolfed down the contents of his bowl. Seeing that, Gu Fangchen finally withdrew his gaze, picked up his own bowl and began eating in earnest. An afternoon of high-intensity labor had left him genuinely hungry. The warm broth slid down, turning into currents of heat that nourished his newly strengthened body, utterly comfortable. It was a thoroughly satisfying meal. The countless envious, jealous eyes around them proved the best seasoning. After eating, the burly man with the fierce face personally led Gu Fangchen and Ma Dong across the noisy square to the survivors' temporary dormitory area. The dorm was a long open bay, converted from a row of huge shipping containers. Dozens of bunk beds were packed inside. The air reeked of sweat, foot odor, and cheap disinfectant, a world apart from the alluring meat scents of the canteen. "Brother Gu, Brother Ma, the conditions are crude, please bear with it." Zhang Hu pointed to 2 relatively clean, empty bunks in the corner, smiling ingratiatingly. "I've spoken to the dorm chief, no one will dare take your spots." Before leaving, he solemnly cupped his fist toward Gu Fangchen. "My name is Zhang Hu. Back in the army, I was just a head cook. From now on, whatever you need in the back kitchen, just say the word. If old Zhang can do it, he won't shirk it." Those words amounted to handing over the back kitchen's voice outright. Zhang Hu knew all too well that in a place where human life was grass, a fearsome, unfathomable man like Gu Fangchen, one who acted so perversely, was absolutely not someone he could afford to offend. Better to surrender the initiative than wait to be replaced. Gu Fangchen gave a noncommittal nod, accepting it. Zhang Hu felt as if granted an amnesty. He exchanged a few more pleasantries and then left. Only after Zhang Hu's figure disappeared did Ma Dong excitedly grab Gu Fangchen's arm, face flushed with fervor. "Boss, you're seriously awesome." Gu Fangchen glanced at him, pulled his arm free and said flatly, "You reek of blood, go wash." On it, now utterly obedient, Ma Dong trotted after him toward the communal showers. Inside steam billowed and the place was packed. Gu Fangchen found a corner showerhead and peeled off the stiff shirt that had long been soaked in blood. The moment his bare upper body was exposed under the lights, the surrounding chatter dropped several decibels. His physique wasn't the exaggerated bulk of gym-built muscle men. Every line was smooth and defined, like a classical Greek sculpture. 8 perfect abdominal blocks lay flat on his stomach, the V-cut plunging toward his waist, raw sex appeal maxed out. Compared with the survivors around him, some emaciated, others bloated, the contrast couldn't be starker. Holy crap! Ma Dong had just dropped his pants, his eyeballs practically popping out. Pointing at Gu Fangchen he stammered, "B-boss, your body, it's incredible." 16. Cultivation. He remembered it clearly. When they first met, his big brother was wearing a school uniform. He looked like an ordinary student, even a bit thin. But how much time had passed since then? How did he look like a completely different person? And that part was a bit big. Could this be the legendary slim in clothes, muscular when stripped? Gu Fangchen ignored his fussing and simply stood calmly under the showerhead, letting the hot water wash away the bloodstains and fatigue. He could feel the changes in his body as well. The vitality plundered by the system hadn't just increased his inner strength, it was also subtly transforming his body into the perfect form for combat. This feeling was great. After showering, the two returned to the dormitory. Ma Dong had gone through many ups and downs today, and he was truly exhausted. Combined with being full of food and drink, he was snoring loudly within 3 minutes of hitting the pillow. Gu Fangchen, however, wasn't sleepy at all. He felt the surging vitality within him, his spirit more excited than ever before. Become stronger. These 2 words were all that filled his mind right now. He sat up silently from his bed and glanced at the searchlight beams from the patrolling soldiers outside the window. With a thought, he took out the thread-bound book Zia Liulai had given him from his inner pocket. Panchi Body Tempering Art. The dormitory was too crowded and public. It wasn't a place for cultivation. Gu Fangchen tucked the secret manual away again, his gaze sweeping across the noisy dormitory. In the next second, he activated his newly acquired talent. Shadow Step. His figure seemed to instantly merge into the shadows cast by the beds, making him as light as a civet cat. He got out of bed without a sound, moving like a ghost as he avoided the scattered smelly shoes and clutter on the floor, easily crossing the entire dormitory. The guard at the door was dozing against the doorframe, completely unaware that a dark shadow had already flashed past him. A few minutes later, Gu Fangchen arrived at a corner where discarded shipping containers were stacked. This was a blind spot for surveillance and patrols, secluded and deserted. He took a deep breath, took out the Panchi Body Tempering Art again, and flipped to the first page by the faint light of a distant searchlight. The pages of the ancient book were yellowed and rough to the touch. They weren't just filled with text, there were many complex diagrams of human meridians and various ancient, unadorned cultivation stances. An ordinary person would likely feel dizzy and confused just looking at it. But for Gu Fangchen, with his SSS-rank mental strength, these complex diagrams and obscure mantras were as clear as high-definition 3D models. So that's how it is. In just over 10 minutes, Gu Fangchen had memorized and mastered the first level's mental cultivation mantra and the 9 basic stances. His mental strength, far beyond that of a normal person, displayed a terrifying learning ability at this moment. This Panchi Body Tempering Art, just as Zia Liulai had said, did not have high talent requirements. It didn't require sensing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth or understanding profound concepts. Its core was simple: use one's own vitality as a hammer and one's muscles, bones, and skin as iron, repeatedly forging and tempering the physical body. Simple and crude, yet it pointed directly to the source of power. A sharp light flashed in Gu Fangchen's eyes. He no longer hesitated. He put away the manual, walked to an open space, spread his legs, lowered his waist and crossed his arms over his chest, assuming the basic stance from the first diagram, the bedrock stance. As soon as he took the stance, A strange tearing sensation came from deep within his muscles. Following the mental mantra, he began to adjust his breathing, attempting to guide the surging vitality within his body to circulate along a specific route. Thus Gu Fangchen let out a muffled groan, and a layer of fine sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. Pain. It was more painful than having his flesh torn open by the claws of a mutated beast. He could clearly feel that powerful force of vitality crashing through his meridians like a rampaging bull. The original host's meridians were already narrow and fragile. If it had been his previous self, his meridians would have shattered within 3 seconds, and he would have died on the spot. But now it was different. Gu Fangchen gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. He concentrated all of his powerful mental strength, turning it into an invisible giant hand that forcibly seized that violent vitality. He forced it into the circulation path of the Panchi body tempering art. Sizzle, crackle. Inside his body, there seemed to be a sound like a frozen river cracking. The blockages and barriers that had once obstructed his path were swept away by this overbearing power. Boom! When the first cycle was successfully completed, an unprecedented sense of relief surged from his tailbone and instantly spread throughout his body. The originally violent vitality became docile and heavy, like molten iron, tempering his bones, flesh, and skin over and over again. He could feel his muscles becoming tougher at a visible rate, his bone density increasing, and even his skin seemed to gain a solid texture. Time passed quietly in the interweaving of pain and pleasure. By the time Gu Fangchen finished the 4th stance and felt that half of his vitality had been consumed, he slowly ceased his practice and exhaled a long breath of turbid air with a faint fishy smell. He looked down at his hands and clenched them tightly. Crackling. A series of crisp bone-cracking sounds rang out, and a sense of power far exceeding before surged from his palms. Just half of the 1st level, and the effect was already this astounding. Gu Fangchen was shocked. He impatiently summoned his system panel. Host Gu Fangchen. Vitality, 256. Vitality is more condensed, explosive power increased, /700 points. Realm, early first order. Mental strength rating, SSS. Talents or a sniffing shadow step. Cultivation technique, Panchi body tempering art, 1st level 45%. Sure enough. Although the vitality value hadn't changed, a line of pale gold notes had appeared behind it, and the cultivation technique column clearly showed his progress. Although he still had 253 points of vitality, the power he could exert was definitely far beyond what he could do before cultivation. If the previous vitality was like loose sand, then now, it was like initially compacted cement. The total amount seemed unchanged, but the density and hardness were already incomparable. Good. Great. An unprecedented light erupted in Gu Fangchen's eyes. He suddenly clenched his fist, feeling the power surging within his body. Tomorrow, I'll go to the back kitchen and farm a full 100 black-armored wild boars. I'll get that talent first. Thinking this, he tidied up, activated Shadow Step again, returned silently to the dormitory, lay on his bed, and fell fast asleep. 17. Brother Gu is Brother Gu and you are you. The next day, the sky was just barely beginning to brighten. When the piercing morning bugle call sounded, Gu Fangchen had already opened his eyes. His gaze was clear, showing not a trace of drowsiness. After a night of cultivation and rest, he had not only replenished the vitality he'd consumed, but also felt brimming with energy, as if he had an inexhaustible supply of strength. Big brother morning. Ma Dong rubbed his bleary eyes, yawning as he climbed down from the upper bunk. When the two of them arrived at the back kitchen again, the atmosphere was completely different. Manager Zhang, who was waiting at the door early, as soon as he saw Gu Fangchen, he immediately greeted him with a face full of smiles. Brother Gu, morning. How did you rest last night? Breakfast is already prepared for you and Brother Ma. It's the martial artist's special vitality meat broth. The surrounding handymen looked at Gu Fangchen with eyes that had shifted from yesterday's terror to pure awe. In this place, strength was the best passport. Gu Fangchen didn't waste time on pleasantries. After finishing breakfast, he walked straight toward the bloody slaughter area. Brother Gu, there are over 70 more today, all in the cold storage, Zhang Hu reported proactively, following closely behind with a very humble posture. Understood. Gu Fangchen picked up that familiar thick-backed bone cleaver, giving only a faint 2-word reply. Soon, Ma Dong once again transformed into the transport captain, delivering the dying black-armored wild boars one by one. And Gu Fangchen began a new day of slaughter work. But with just the very first strike, the eyes of everyone watching instantly widened. Vast. Too fast. If yesterday's Gu Fangchen was merely a butcher with superb skills and amazing efficiency, Then today, the blade in his hand had transformed into a bolt of silver lightning. His figure moved between several wild boars. Every flick of his wrist and every fall of the blade was as precise as a textbook, without a single wasted movement. Pudge! A flash of blade light, and a wild boar's head went flying. Before the fountain of blood could even erupt, his figure had already appeared beside the next boar, a backhand stroke precisely slicing open its belly. The entire process was smooth and flowing, so fast it was dazzling. Zhang Hu and the group of cooks were all dumbfounded. They were all veterans who had been in this business for years, and considered themselves intimately familiar with a pig's anatomy. But they had never seen such terrifying knife skills. Yesterday, it took Gu Fangchen a minute or two to process a pig. But now, from the finishing blow to the separation of meat and bone, the entire process had been compressed by him into a mere 30 seconds. Efficiency had increased several times over. Ma Dong's transport speed couldn't even keep up with Gu Fangchen's slaughter speed anymore. Is this guy even fucking human? An old cook muttered to himself, his spatula falling to the ground with a clatter. Different every day. This kid is a monster. Fine beads of cold sweat broke out on Zhang Hu's forehead. He finally understood how wise his choice yesterday had been. With a character like this, let alone offending him, even being an errand boy under him was a stroke of immense luck. Meanwhile, Gu Fangchen was completely immersed in the pleasure of rapidly becoming stronger. The cultivation of the Panchi body tempering art had allowed his control over his own body to reach a brand new height. With every swing of the blade, he could feel that the efficiency of his power usage was more than a level higher than yesterday. Ding, killed beast-level exotic beast, black armored wild boar, 5100. Ding, killed beast-level exotic beast, black armored wild boar, 78100. Ding, killed beast-level exotic beast, black armored wild boar, 99100. The system notification tones kept flashing through his mind, and his vitality was steadily increasing. Finally, when a panting Ma Dong dragged the last black armored wild boar before him, Gu Fangchen took a deep breath, and a sharp light exploded in his eyes. This was the one. He didn't use any more fancy techniques, instead returning to basics. In the simplest, most direct manner, he slashed down. Pudge! Hand rose, blade fell. And at that very instant, a system notification tone that was completely different from before, sounding almost metallic, boomed in his mind. Ding! Cumulative kills of beast-level exotic beast, black armored wild boar, 100-100. Conditions met, beginning to plunder racial talent. Plunder successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the black armored wild boar racial core talent, savage physique. Boom! A torrent of power, completely different from before, suddenly emerged from the depths of his genes. This time, it was no longer a light energy, but a sensation that was incredibly heavy and filled with primal strength. He felt his bones creaking as their density increased frantically, and his muscle fibers became sturdier and tougher than ever before. A steady and heavy power took root and grew from the deepest parts of his body. Gu Fangchen immediately opened the system panel. Host Gu Fangchen. Vitality, 331 plus 75/700 points. Realm First Order Early Stage. Talents Aura Sniffing Shadow Step Savage Physique New. Savage Physique, Passive Talent, significantly increases the host's load-bearing capacity and core strength, while continuously enhancing muscle and bone density, improving endurance and strike resistance. It worked. And it was a passive skill. Compared to those combat skills that needed active activation and had costs and cooldowns, this kind of permanently active passive talent that comprehensively strengthened the body's foundation was far more valuable. What it brought was the purest and most fundamental enhancement of physical attributes. Greater strength, greater endurance, and greater strike resistance. Awesome! Standing in a pool of blood, Gu Fangchen slowly raised his head. Feeling the heavy and resilient power within him, his lips curled into a grim arc. That smile in the eyes of the others around him caused them to gasp in unison, their backs instantly drenched in cold sweat. Too fucking creepy. Gulp. Manager Zhang Hu swallowed hard, feeling his legs go a bit weak. Seeing that the surrounding handymen were already pale with fright and had even forgotten to do their work, he knew he had to do something. He steeled himself, forcing a smile onto his face that looked more painful than crying as he cautiously approached. Brother Gu, hard work, Zhang Hu bowed and scraped, his voice full of awe. Today's work, you've already exceeded the quota. How about you go rest over there first? We can handle the rest. He just wanted to get this god of slaughter away quickly. Otherwise his men probably wouldn't be able to work at all today. But Gu Fangchen seemed not to catch his drift. He just licked his lips as if wanting more, turned to him, and asked curiously. No more. Huh? Zhang Hu was stunned. I'm saying, Gu Fangchen twirled the bone cleaver in his hand, his tone carrying a hint of pure confusion. The live ones. Are there no more? No more, really no more. Zhang Hu was scared out of his wits by that movement. He waved his hands frantically, his voice changing pitch. This is all that was sent from the front line. The next batch won't arrive until tomorrow. Oh, I see. An imperceptible trace of disappointment appeared on Gu Fangchen's face. He casually stabbed the blood-stained bone cleaver into a pile of pork nearby. All right then, I'm heading out. Having said that, he ignored the crowd and turned to leave, walking leisurely out of the back kitchen, through a path the handyman cleared for him like the parting of the Red Sea. Seeing this, Ma Dong, who was tired as a dead dog but exceptionally excited mentally, immediately dropped his work and tried to follow with a flattering look. Big brother, wait for me. He had just taken a step when a large, fan-like hand slammed down onto his shoulder. Ma Dong looked back to see a dark-faced Zhang Hu. You brat, where do you think you're going? Zhang Hu's voice returned to its usual roughness and authority. I'm going to rest with Big Brother, Ma Dong said as if it were only natural. Zhang Hu snorted coldly, pointed at the mountain-like piles of meat and organs in the slaughter area, and barked irritably. Brother Gu is Brother Gu, you are you. He can leave, you can't. See that pile of stuff? If you don't finish processing it before dark, don't even think about eating dinner. The smile on Ma Dong's face instantly froze. He looked at Gu Fangchen's cool, departing figure, then looked at the sea of corpses before him, and wanted to cry but had no tears. 18. The second level of the rock-solid body refining technique. Gu Fangchen couldn't be bothered to pay attention to Ma Dong. Returning to the public bathhouse, he once again used hot water to wash away the blood and exhaustion covering his body. This time, he could feel more clearly that his muscles and bones had become heavier and more solid after being strengthened by savage physique. It was a power that brought a profound sense of security. Instead of returning to the dormitory, he made his way with practiced ease to that corner of the abandoned containers. Gu Fangchen took a deep breath and once again assumed the stance of the bedrock stance. Boom! As the mental cultivation method circulated, the 300+ points of vitality within his body surged like ignited lava. With the buff from the savage physique talent, the toughness of his meridians and his capacity to carry vitality had both been significantly enhanced. The cultivation process that had caused him agonizing pain just yesterday, while still painful now, was completely within his range of tolerance. Like a tireless stone sculpture, he continued practicing one stance after another. Sweat trickled from his forehead like a small stream, quickly soaking the ground. Finally, after perfectly executing the final stance of the first level, the mountain-suppressing form, the vitality within his body suddenly converged into a torrent, breaking through an invisible barrier. Buzz! A slight hum echoed from the depths of his bone marrow. Gu Fangchen felt his whole body shake, as an unprecedented sense of weight and power welled up within him. Ding! Cultivation of the Panchi body tempering art, successful, officially stepped into the second level. Host Gu Fangchen. Vitality, 331. Vitality is more condensed, explosive power increased. Physique strength significantly improved, /700 points. Realm, early stage of rank 1. Talents, aura sniffing, shadow step, savage physique. Cultivation method, Panchi body tempering art, level 2, 0%. Success. Feeling the power within his body that seemed capable of shaking mountains, a surge of heroic pride filled Gu Fangchen's heart. Just then, on the radar map in his mind with a 300-meter radius, a red dot representing hostility appeared without warning on the other side of the container stacks. Someone was watching. Gu Fangchen's pupils suddenly constricted, and he turned to look almost instinctively. Dozens of meters away, in the shadow of a container, a figure completely shrouded in black was staring at him motionlessly. That gaze was cold and filled with scrutiny. He had been spotted. The man in black clearly hadn't expected Gu Fangchen's perception to be so sharp. His body stiffened abruptly before he turned without hesitation, leaping like a civet cat to vanish into the complex maze of containers. Trying to run. A cold sneer curled the corner of Gu Fangchen's mouth. Shadow step activated successfully. He kicked off the ground violently, transforming into a blurry afterimage as he chased after him silently. The man in black was extremely fast, clearly possessing extraordinary skill, but before Gu Fangchen, he seemed like a slow-motion replay. In just a few breaths, Gu Fangchen had already caught up behind him, less than 3 meters away. Sensing the shadow-like pressure behind him, a hint of horror flashed in the black-clothed man's eyes. He knew he couldn't escape. The man in black spun around suddenly, a flash of cold light in his hand as a sharp short blade lunged fiercely toward Gu Fangchen's chest. This strike was fast and vicious, aiming straight for a vital spot. However, Gu Fangchen neither dodged nor avoided it, not even making a move to block. He simply watched coldly as the cold light enlarged in his pupils. Rip! The blade sliced through the cheap white tank top Gu Fangchen was wearing without any resistance. A glint of joy at his success flashed in the black-clothed man's eyes. But in the next second, his joy completely froze on his face, replaced by extreme horror and disbelief. Clang! A crisp sound of clashing metal rang out. The moment the sharp tip of the blade touched Gu Fangchen's skin, it was as if it had struck the hardest alloy steel plate, sending sparks flying. Only a faint white mark was left on Gu Fangchen's chest. Meanwhile, the steel short blade in the black-clothed man's hand snapped into two pieces with a crack under the massive countershock force. The man in black was completely stunned. He looked at the broken blade in his hand and then at Gu Fangchen's unharmed chest, his mind going blank. Is this guy even human? His body is harder than steel. In that 0.1 second lapse of concentration, Gu Fangchen moved. He grabbed the black-clothed man's knife-wielding wrist and squeezed hard. Crack! The sound of bones shattering was clearly audible. The man in black let out a scream of agony, and the broken blade fell from his hand. Gu Fangchen didn't give him any chance. His other hand gripped the man's throat like an iron pincer, slamming him fiercely against the container. Bang! With a loud bang, the container was dented inward by the impact. The man in black was left dazed and disoriented, instantly losing all ability to resist and passing out on the spot. Gu Fangchen skillfully searched his body. Soon, he pulled out a palm-sized hemp bag from the black-clothed man's chest. With a thought, Gu Fangchen extended his spiritual power into it, and its contents became clear at a glance. A blade technique manual titled Chasing Wind 3 Forms, a few pieces of black bread wrapped in oil paper, and a canteen filled with fresh water. Other than that, there was nothing else. No identification, no money, and certainly no mission tokens. He seemed like an impoverished lone martial artist. Gu Fangchen didn't think too much about it. In a place like this, there were all kinds of people. Carrying the hemp bag in one hand, he dragged the unconscious man in black like a dead dog with the other, turning toward the patrol team not far away. No matter who this guy was, or what his purpose might be, handing him over to the shelter's administrators was the easiest way to handle it for now. Soon, a team of patrol soldiers armed with assault rifles noticed the commotion and quickly surrounded them. "Halt, who goes there?" the leading captain asked. When they saw that the newcomer was a youth in a cheap tank top, dragging an unconscious man in black like a dead dog, everyone was stunned. "This guy was sneakily watching me, so I caught him," Gu Fangchen said flatly, casually tossing the man in black onto the ground. The patrol captain was an experienced veteran. He knelt down, tore off the man's mask, then looked at the broken short blade and the man's attire. His expression instantly turned incredibly ugly. "Damn it, it's those Waku again," he cursed under his breath, his eyes filled with disgust and wariness. 19 sharp. A young soldier nearby also leaned in, exclaiming in surprise, "Captain, you're right. Looking at this outfit, they're the same group that tried to infiltrate the medical area a few days ago." The patrol captain's gaze refocused on Gu Fangchen. This time his eyes were filled with scrutiny and astonishment. "You caught him alone?" "Yes," Gu Fangchen nodded. The patrol captain and his team members exchanged glances, all seeing a hint of shock in each other's eyes. They didn't know the strength of this man in black, but to be able to silently sneak into this area, he was certainly no ordinary person. Yet this young man before them, who looked no older than a high school student, had actually managed to subdue him single-handedly and remained completely unharmed. Impressive. However, despite their shock, they quickly calmed down. The shelter was a mixed bag of people. It wasn't surprising to find some low-level martial artists who happened to be stranded among them. "Student, are you a martial artist?" The captain's tone became much more polite. Yes, Gu Fangchen did not hide it. Upon receiving a positive answer, the captain understood. He nodded appreciatively and took a small medicine bottle with a military logo from his tactical vest pocket, handing it over. "Student, thank you very much for removing a hidden danger for the shelter. These are 3 mid-grade vitality pills, the standard reward from the military for martial artists who make a contribution. They should be helpful for your cultivation." Gu Fangchen took the medicine bottle. It felt slightly heavy in his hand. Vitality pill. The name instantly triggered the memories of the original host. He remembered that, when the original host's parents were still alive, They had spent all their savings to buy a few for him to cure his congenital vitality blockage. But the results were always like a stone sinking into the ocean. The massive medicinal power simply couldn't be absorbed by his fragile and blocked meridians, and was ultimately wasted. But now things were different. His meridians had long since been reshaped by the system and cultivation techniques, becoming tough and wide. These 3 mid-grade vitality pills were undoubtedly excellent supplements for him. Thanks, Gu Fangchen calmly put away the medicine bottle. Seeing him accept it, Wang Meng's expression became more solemn. He took out his portable data terminal and said officially, "All right, I am Wang Meng, the captain of Patrol Team 3. Student, please tell me your name so I can register it here." Gu Fangchen. Wang Meng nodded, quickly recorded it, then looked up at him and said seriously, "Student Gu, thank you again for removing a hidden danger for the shelter. According to wartime regulations, we will report your status as a martial artist. Currently, you can move freely within the shelter, but if the war becomes intense in the future, we have the right to conduct a mandatory conscription of all martial artists in the shelter. I hope you understand." "No problem," Gu Fangchen answered decisively. Wang Meng nodded and said no more, immediately ordering his subordinates to take away the unconscious Waku, and hurried to report to his superiors. Watching their departing backs, Gu Fangchen stood there, and instead of feeling any displeasure at being forced, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. There was nothing special in that burlap sack, so he wouldn't turn it in. As for mandatory conscription, I can't wait for you to come. His mind was clear. Although slaughtering pigs in the back kitchen was safe, the gains were getting lower and lower. He had already obtained the savage physique talent from the black armored wild boar. Continuing to kill them would only slowly increase some vitality, and the cost-performance ratio was too low. To grow stronger quickly, he had to hunt more and stronger exotic beasts and plunder more powerful talents. And the back kitchen clearly could no longer satisfy his appetite. Only a true battlefield was the place, with the highest efficiency and the fastest growth. In the following days, Gu Fangchen's life became exceptionally regular. During the day, he was still the awe-inspiring slaughter king of the back kitchen, cleaning the exotic beast carcasses brought in every day. Although there were no other exotic beasts here besides the wild boars, so he hadn't successfully plundered any other racial talents. However, he could still steadily increase his vitality by dozens of points every day. It was better than nothing. At night, he would punctually appear in that abandoned container corner to frantically practice the Panchi body tempering art. Following online tutorials, he divided the vitality pills into 3 uses. The original pain of cultivation was greatly alleviated, replaced by a warm and powerful current, causing his cultivation efficiency to skyrocket. A single pill provided him with nearly 100 points of vitality. Over the course of this month, he used up all 3 vitality pills. The pills alone brought him a terrifying increase of nearly 300 vitality points. At the same time, he also took out the Chasing Wind 3 forms he had seized from the man in black and began to study it. Since he didn't have a blade in his hand, he carved a handy tree branch to replace it. Chasing Wind 3 forms emphasized speed, precision, and ruthlessness. The moves were simple yet lethal, coinciding perfectly with his decisive personality. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. During this month, Gu Fangchen's strength underwent earth-shaking changes. Host Gu Fangchen. Vitality, 1015 plus 684/1200 points. Realm, First Order Early Stage, First Order Middle Stage, New. Talent, Aura Sniffing Shadow Step Savage Physique. Cultivation Technique, Panchi Body Tempering Art, 5th Layer 12%, Chasing Wind 3 Forms Perfection. In 1 month, his vitality had surged by nearly 700 points, successfully stepping over the threshold of a First Order Middle Stage martial artist. His vitality was only 185 points away from the 1200-point standard of a First Order Late Stage martial artist. As a basic body tempering technique, the Panchi body tempering art had 13 layers in total. The further one progressed, the more difficult it became. For him to break through to the 5th layer within a month was already considered lightning fast. Meanwhile, that Chasing Wind 3 forms, which could be considered the foundation of saber techniques with only 3 forms, had long been practiced to perfection and mastered thoroughly with the support of his powerful spirit. For now, he could be said to be invincible among his peers. This day was like any other. Gu Fangchen had just finished processing the day's exotic beasts in the back kitchen and was preparing to go to his usual spot to cultivate. Thud, thud, thud. A series of steady and powerful footsteps suddenly came from the entrance of the back kitchen. A team of fully armed soldiers wearing black special operations uniforms walked in with cold expressions. Leading them was an officer with the rank of second lieutenant on his shoulder. He had a tall, straight build and eyes as sharp as a hawk, with a temperament completely different from the ordinary soldiers responsible for maintaining order in the shelter. They were elites who had truly walked out of a sea of blood and mountains of corpses. "Survivors, please be quiet." The second lieutenant's voice wasn't loud, but it clearly suppressed the noise of the entire room. His gaze swept over the crowd, and he said in a deep voice, "On behalf of the Dragon Country Military Department, I officially announce to you all, the beast tide occupying this city has been completely wiped out. The crisis has been resolved." Dead silence. After a full 3 seconds of dead silence. Boom! Indescribable wild joy, like a volcanic eruption, instantly ignited the entire back kitchen. 20, it's over. We won, we won. Woo woo woo, finally, it's finally over. We can go home, we can go back to the base city. Countless people embraced and wept, throwing their kitchen utensils and iron basins into the sky, venting the excitement and joy of surviving a disaster to their heart's content. Even the usually steady Zhang, who had tears in his tiger eyes at this moment, excitedly patting the shoulders of those around him. Ma Dong, on the other hand, was in a state of wild joy. He suddenly grabbed Gu Fangchen's arm, hopping and jumping in excitement. "Big brother, this is great. The beast tide is over. We can leave this hellhole and go to the base city. With your skills, once we get there, you'll be living the high life." However, Gu Fangchen's brow furrowed imperceptibly. He didn't speak. Go to the base city. Without the exotic beasts, what use would his killing loot system be? Was he really going to do, as Zia Leoli said, take that astronomical sum of money and become a wealthy man waiting to die in the base city? No. That wasn't what he wanted. What he wanted was absolute power to control his own destiny. Thinking of this, Gu Fangchen's gaze instantly became incredibly firm. He gently pushed aside the still excited Ma Dong, and under a flurry of surprised looks, walked straight up to the second lieutenant. "Officer," Gu Fangchen's voice was calm but resonant, "I'd like to ask, are you still recruiting?" As soon as he said this, the surrounding cheers came to an abrupt halt. Everyone looked at Gu Fangchen, as if he were an idiot. Ma Dong's mouth instantly formed an O shape, his eyes bulging wide. He was completely stunned. "By big brother, you," he rushed forward, lowering his voice so anxious he was on the verge of tears. "Have you gone mad again? We finally survived. Why would you want to join the army? You'll have to go to the front lines and risk your life against exotic beasts. You'll die." He pointed to himself and advised with a face full of sincerity, "Big brother, really, don't be impulsive. I have a few distant relatives over at the base city who have some very wild connections. Based on our friendship over this past month, I'll introduce you to them to do some small business. I guarantee you'll never want for food or clothes. Why take that risk?" However, Gu Fangchen only gave him a calm glance and said nothing. It was that single glance that made all of Ma Dong's words get stuck in his throat. He understood this big brother's personality all too well. Once he made a decision, 10 bulls couldn't pull him back. Ma Dong let out a long sigh, deflated. The second lieutenant sized up Gu Fangchen with great interest. He stepped forward, reached out, and unceremoniously squeezed Gu Fangchen's arms and shoulders. To his touch, there was a solid sensation like steel. "He has talent." A flash of surprise crossed the second lieutenant's eyes. "Not bad, you're good material. Looking at your physique, are you a martial artist?" "Yes." "What's your name?" "Gu Fangchen." The moment those 3 words were spoken, the second lieutenant, as well as the several elite soldiers behind him, were visibly jolted. They quickly exchanged glances, their eyes filled with unbelievable shock, and spoke almost in unison. "You are the Gu Fangchen who, together with Miss Zia, slew the Calamity Rank Shadow Leopard." Boom! Ma Dong's brain felt as if it had been struck by a bolt of lightning, going completely blank. He didn't know what a shadow leopard was. But the words Calamity Rank rang in his ears like thunder. That was a terrifying existence that could easily destroy a small town. His big brother had actually slain such a monster. Meeting everyone's shocked gazes, Gu Fangchen nodded calmly. The expression on the second lieutenant's face instantly shifted from appreciation to solemn respect. He snapped his body straight and gave Gu Fangchen a standard military salute. "Mr. Gu, my apologies for the disrespect." He lowered his hand, his tone becoming extremely grave. "As it happens, tomorrow is squad recruitment day. Various squads on the front lines are looking for people. With your strength and achievements, you are absolutely qualified to participate in the selection. Please come with us. I will make arrangements for you immediately." With that, he prepared to personally lead Gu Fangchen away. "Big brother." Seeing this, Ma Dong felt a mix of emotions, but finally worked up the courage to call out to him. Under the surprised gazes of everyone, Ma Dong walked up to Gu Fangchen, fell to his knees with a thud, and gave him 3 solid kowtows. "Big brother," he looked up, his face covered in tears, his voice sobbing but full of sincerity. "I, Ma Dong, have a worthless life. In the past I was bullied in every shelter I stayed in. This past month, it was by following you that I finally lived like a human being. Not only did no one dare touch me, but I also had meat to eat every day. This kindness I, Ma Dong, will remember for a lifetime." He fished his old phone out of his pocket and opened his WeChat QR code. "Big brother, take care. When I go back to the base city, I'll definitely make something of myself. In the future, if you ever have a use for me, just say the word, and I'll go through fire and water without hesitation." Gu Fangchen looked at him, remained silent for a moment, then helped him up, patted his shoulder, and took out his phone to add him on WeChat. "You take care too." Leaving behind those 4 words, Gu Fangchen followed the second lieutenant and turned to leave. Kneeling on the ground, Ma Dong watched Gu Fangchen's tall back disappear through the doorway, a bitter smile appearing on his face. If only I were a martial artist too, how great that would be. I really want to keep following Big Brother. Gu Fangchen did not look back again. "Mr. Gu, your luggage," the second lieutenant asked politely. "In the dormitory," Gu Fangchen said succinctly. Returning to that communal bunk filled with the smell of sweat, Gu Fangchen's so-called luggage was actually pitifully sparse. Aside from a change of cheap clothes issued by the shelter, there were only the 2 books he already knew by heart, The Panchi Body Tempering Art and Chasing Wind 3 Forms, along with the black card representing immense wealth. He tucked these 3 items close to his body and simply abandoned the rest. Under the second lieutenant's guidance, Gu Fangchen boarded a pitch-black military armored off-road vehicle. Once the door closed, the outside clamor was instantly cut off. Inside the cabin, there was only the low roar of the engine and the steady breathing of the soldiers. The vehicle started and sped away from temporary shelter number 13. The scenery outside the window receded rapidly, from the temporary container square to the city ruins ravaged by war, and then to the gradual appearance of human engineering traces. Finally, a giant steel wall spanning between heaven and earth appeared at the end of the horizon. The giant wall towered into the clouds, covered with ferocious turrets and energy matrix nodes. In the afterglow of the setting sun, it cast a huge shadow, giving people an indescribable sense of both oppression and security. The off-road vehicle did not enter the actual interior of the base city, but stopped in front of a massive military fortress on the outskirts of the giant wall. This was the Dragon Country's Eastern Theater Command, Frontline Base Number 7, the Frontier Fortress. Towering watchtowers, armed personnel shuttling back and forth, fighter jets ready to go on the tarmac. Everything here was filled with an aura of killing and iron blood. The armored off-road vehicle came to a slow stop in front of a building marked Reception. "Mr. Gu, we've arrived." The second lieutenant opened the door for him and made a pleased gesture. This scene instantly attracted the attention of everyone around. 21, clearly visible, edited. At the fortress entrance and on the square, many soldiers and officers passing by subconsciously cast curious glances in this direction. When they saw that the person stepping out of the car was just a youth of about 18 or 19, wearing a cheap t-shirt, the curiosity in their eyes instantly turned into thick confusion and bewilderment. "Isn't that Second Lieutenant Lee from Team 3, opening the car door personally? Who is that kid? He doesn't look like the scion of some big shot. Wearing street stall clothes, could he be some high-level official's poor relative?" A few soldiers who were wiping their weapons couldn't help but whisper among themselves. In this place where hierarchy was strict, and everything was dictated by strength and military merit, it was truly a strange sight for an ordinary youth to receive such solemn treatment from a second lieutenant. Gu Fangchen acted as if he hadn't noticed the surrounding gazes, following the second lieutenant into the reception building with a calm expression. Passing through a solemn and spotless metal corridor, the second lieutenant stopped in front of a door and swiped his ID card to open it. "Mr. Gu, please." What met his eyes was a single dormitory of about 20 square meters. A neat single bed, a set of metal desk and chair, a laptop, and an independent bathroom. Although the furnishings were simple, in a frontline fortress where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold, having an independent dormitory like this was already extremely high-level treatment. "Mr. Gu, please rest first." The second lieutenant's posture remained respectful. "Dinner will be delivered to your room. I will come to pick you up at 7 tomorrow morning to go to the Central Martial Arts Arena." "Thank you for your trouble," Gu Fangchen nodded. The second lieutenant said no more. After giving a military salute, he turned and closed the door behind him. Gu Fangchen was left alone in the room. He walked to the window, looking at the majestic steel wall that stood like a mountain and the blood-colored sky under the distant setting sun. His heart filled with mixed emotions. He took a hot shower first. Then, bare-chested and drying his damp hair, Gu Fangchen walked to the brand-new laptop. He turned it on. The interface was a concise system exclusive to the military. Besides the necessary office software, there was an internal application named Military Merit Mall. Gu Fangchen's curiosity was piqued. He clicked on the mall, and a dazzling array of goods instantly filled the screen. From basic chi blood pills and healing potions to standard alloy battle sabers and combat suits, there were even cultivation manuals and high-tech weapons that required extremely high military merit to exchange. Items in the mall could be exchanged using money or military merit points. But without exception, the prices were extremely expensive. Gu Fangchen didn't get absorbed in it. After a brief glance, he exited. During that month in the shelter, he was either slaughtering pigs in the back kitchen or cultivating in a corner, having no time to worry about anything else. He hadn't even had the chance to confirm if the money had arrived in the black card Zia Leoli gave him. Now he finally had time. He should check this first. He was a bit curious. Thinking this, he carefully took out the pitch-black metal card from his inner pocket. Following the tutorial etched on the back of the card, he opened an encrypted financial portal on the military computer. He entered the card number. Then, the string of digits he had long since memorized, 71,124. Enter. After a period of buffering, a simple balance inquiry page popped up. A long, dizzying string of numbers appeared in the center of the screen. Gu Fangchen was stunned. He began to count them one by one. Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, 100,000s, millions, 10 millions. At the very front of the numbers was a clear 3. Behind it were exactly 7 zeros. 30 million. Even though Gu Fangchen had lived 2 lives, and his mindset was as firm as bedrock, his breathing couldn't help but quicken slightly at this moment. He knew that materials from calamity-ranked exotic beasts were worth a fortune, but he never imagined that just half of the proceeds would reach such a terrifying figure. With an excited heart, he clicked on the Military Merit Mall again. This time, he didn't just browse casually, but seriously studied the mall's exchange mechanism. The entire mall was clearly divided into 2 major sections, public trading area and military special supply area. At the same time, in the upper right corner of his personal information bar, there was a clear label, Permission Level, Level 0, Temporary Personnel. Goods in the public trading area could be purchased directly with Dragon Country coins, but since it was for external sales and anyone could buy from it, the prices were extremely exorbitant. The military special supply area was more mysterious. The items inside were much cheaper than outside. However, Gu Fangchen, who was currently not part of the military district, could not view them. They were all displayed in a gray locked state. Clicking on them would only pop up a line of cold text, insufficient permission, unable to view. Helplessly, he could only turn his gaze back to the public trading area. What he lacked most now was a handy weapon and a decent combat suit. He casually clicked on an E+ rank alloy battle saber called Black Edge that looked decent. The price tag below clearly stated. Price, 10 million Dragon Country coins. He glanced at an E+ rank Hound series combat suit next to it, and the price was as high as 15 million. Just this one saber and one suit would cost 25 million, incredibly expensive. And this was only the lowest E+ rank equipment in the public trading area. As expected of an area, specifically for non-military martial artists. The prices were outrageously high. There was no cost-performance ratio to speak of. It was purely a zone for suckers. It was as if it was telling you plainly. Want better equipment and the best prices? Then join the military district. He gave a bitter smile, but still somewhat unwilling to give up. He tried to scroll up to see the prices of equipment in the military special supply area. But warning, your permission level is insufficient. This item area requires permission level, level 2, non-commissioned officer, to view. Gu Fangchen didn't believe in bad luck and continued to scroll. Warning, your permission level is insufficient. This item area requires permission level, level 1, private, to view. Seeing this, Gu Fangchen let out a long breath and rubbed his brow. He finally understood. 30 million seemed like a huge sum. But if he didn't join the military district, what it could buy was merely the qualification for him to enter the door. A set of the most basic E-rank combat suit, an E-rank alloy saber, and perhaps some money left over to buy some ordinary chi blood pills. That was the full purchasing power of 30 million. And those treasures that could truly widen the gap between martial artists, such as higher-level cultivation manuals, various Dharma treasures and more powerful weapons. All of them were locked behind the two high walls of permission and military merit. It seemed he really had to join the military district. If he didn't join and bought equipment directly from the public trading area, he'd probably lose even his underwear. Then he wouldn't buy anything for now. He'd wait until after joining the military district. Gu Fangchen laughed at himself, but the fire in his eyes burned even brighter. To him, this system was not an obstacle but the clearest map. As long as he participated in tomorrow's selection and successfully joined a martial artist squad, he could obtain permission level 1. As long as he went to the battlefield and hunted exotic beasts, he could obtain military merit. Although this path was difficult, every step was clearly visible. The previous version of this chapter didn't express things well and caused misunderstandings. It has been modified, so some comments might not match. 22. Train. Thinking of this, Gu Fangchen felt the blood and energy within his body faintly boiling. Sitting idly and waiting was not his style. Tomorrow's selection would undoubtedly be a gathering of powerhouses. He needed a more intuitive understanding of his current strength. With that in mind, he pulled up the electronic map of the base fortress on the computer. Soon, a massive building marked as the Comprehensive Training Center caught his eye. This is the place. Without the slightest hesitation, Gu Fangchen changed into a set of clean, cheap sportswear he had received from the shelter and pushed open the door to head out. The night at the border fortress was not quiet. Patrolling soldiers and hurried martial artists could be seen everywhere. Following the map's guidance, he quickly found the Comprehensive Training Center. It was a vast domed building, its entire structure cast from alloy. Before he even got close, waves of dull impact sounds, the whistling of weapons slicing through the air, and the powerful shouts of martial artists penetrated the thick walls, rushing toward him. The moment he stepped through the main entrance, Gu Fangchen immediately became the focus of the entire room. The interior of the training center was astonishingly spacious and brightly lit. Hundreds of martial artists were sweating profusely in various areas, but without exception, they were all wearing standard-issue combat suits. Only Gu Fangchen, wearing a set of washed-out cheap sportswear, looked completely out of place, like a drop of ink on a white sheet of paper. Hey, who is that kid? How does he dare come here dressed like that? A newcomer, probably. Might be some poor, connected guy coming in just to see the world. He looks unfamiliar, probably a freelance martial artist coming for tomorrow's selection. Whispers came from all directions, and the looks cast his way carried scrutiny, curiosity, and a trace of subtle contempt. Gu Fangchen acted as if he hadn't heard them and walked straight to the front desk in the lobby. A young female soldier sat behind the desk, looking at a light screen out of boredom. Seeing Gu Fangchen, she only lazily lifted an eyelid and said flatly, "Can I help you?" "Hello, I want to use the testing equipment here. Is it available for outsiders?" Gu Fangchen asked. "Yes." The female soldier's attitude remained indifferent as she explained casually. "Tomorrow is the squad recruitment day, so it's open to all freelance martial artists coming for the selection these few days. The testing area costs 500 Dragon Country coins per hour. How will you pay?" Gu Fangchen thought for a moment and pulled the black card Zia Liulai had given him from his pocket, handing it over. Card. The moment that card appeared on the counter, the female soldier's movement stiffened abruptly, her lazy pupils suddenly constricted, and she stared fixedly at the card. At the same time, the noisy training center seemed to have been hit by a mute button. Drip. A drop of sweat fell from the forehead of a weightlifting martial artist, the sound exceptionally clear in the dead silent hall. Everyone, whether they were lifting weights or sparring, focused their gaze in unison on the front desk on that small card. Everyone's breathing stopped. A black card. It was actually a military-exclusive black card. That was a symbol of status provided exclusively by the Dragon Country military to those who had made immense contributions to the nation, or to big figures with heavenly backgrounds. In the entire No. 7 frontline base, there were no more than 10 people who possessed this card. Gulp. The female soldier at the front desk swallowed hard and stood up abruptly from her seat, her body ramrod straight, the lazy expression on her face long gone without a trace. In its place was extreme respect, and her voice even carried a hint of subtle trembling. Excellency, please wait a moment. I will process it for you immediately. You may use all facilities in the base for free." Her once lazy hands were now moving so fast on the console that they almost left afterimages. Retrieving highest authority, entering temporary information, authorizing. The series of operations was smooth as water, not daring to show the slightest negligence. Soon, a magnetic card with a faint platinum gold luster was produced. The female soldier held the magnetic card in both hands, bowed slightly, and respectfully presented it to Gu Fangchen. "Excellency, this is your temporary pass. Please keep it safe." Gu Fangchen was somewhat baffled. He just wanted to pay, so why was she acting like she'd seen a ghost? But he didn't think too much of it, assuming it was just the many rules of the military. He calmly took the platinum card, tucked it along with the black card into his pocket, and turned to walk toward the testing area. It wasn't until Gu Fangchen's back, clad in cheap sportswear, completely disappeared behind the doors of the testing area. Phew! The entire training hall finally erupted in sighs of relief. The deathly atmosphere was instantly broken, replaced by a mountain-shaking wave of discussion. Holy shit, who the hell was that? A black card. I've only seen them in internal military promotional videos. It said that only rank 5 generals and veterans who have performed great service for the Alliance are eligible to hold one. But he looks so young. Could he be the illegitimate son of some war god, here to experience life? Stop guessing, a martial artist who looked like a squad leader barked in a low voice. Are people who can hold that card someone we can gossip about? Did you see that look in his eyes just now? It was as calm as if he were looking at a dead person. He's definitely a ruthless character. True. Hearing this, everyone shut their mouths and went back to their own business. Gu Fangchen followed the signposts along the ground. Soon he passed an area semi-isolated by an energy shield, the advanced combat zone. The commotion coming from inside was clearly much more terrifying than the ordinary training area outside. His footsteps stopped subconsciously. Inside the zone, 2 martial artists in combat suits were sparring. However, their method of fighting had already completely exceeded Gu Fangchen's understanding. One of them shook his arms, and a layer of pale red, substance-like blood energy aura instantly enveloped his body, forming a tough protective astral chi. The other martial artist, holding a war saber, let out a sudden shout and slashed forward. Buzz! A half-meter-long, condensed red saber beam detached from the blade, tearing through the air with a piercing shriek and slamming hard against the other person's protective astral chi. Clang! The saber beam and astral chi collided violently, sparks flying, producing a piercing sound of clashing metal. The tough astral chi shook violently, nearly shattering, while the saber beam also dissipated. Failing with one strike, the saber-wielding martial artist retreated rapidly, while simultaneously delivering another slash. Another saber beam grazed the ground and struck a special alloy target over 10 meters away. With a screech, a terrifying gash several inches deep was left on the hard target. Gu Fangchen's pupils constricted suddenly. This seems to be a rank 2 martial artist. Blood energy qualitative change, breaking out from the body. External release of blood energy, condensing energy into astral chi, and slashing out saber beams. 23. Tortoiseshell Kung Fu. Gu Fangchen's pupils shook with shock. His current fighting style, no matter how strong his power or how tough his physique, still remained within the scope of close-quarters combat. Every punch had to hit flesh, and every blade had to draw blood. But a rank 2 martial artist could already extend their blood chi power outside their body, transforming it into a long-range, lethal means of attack. This was a leap from internal to external. It was a qualitative change in the level of existence. Inside the arena, those 2 rank 2 martial artists exchanged over a dozen more blows with hearty abandon. Blade glows and astral chi continuously collided, producing bursts of explosive booms. Finally, both seemed to have exhausted their strength. They simultaneously pulled back and stopped, gasping for breath. Damn it, Liu Meng, your mountain-splitting slash is getting more and more overbearing. The shield-bearing martial artist dissipated his protective astral chi, sat on the ground with a thud, and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Zhang Chengyu, isn't your tortoise-shell art the same? It's getting harder and harder. The blade-wielding martial artist called Liu Meng also sheathed his blade and cursed with a laugh. What the hell is tortoise-shell art? I call this protective astral chi. Zhang Chengyu laughed in exasperation, making a gesture as if to punch Liu Meng. Just as the two were preparing to rest, their gazes inadvertently swept over and saw Gu Fangchen standing by the edge of the arena, watching in fascination. Oh, Liu Meng spoke first. He seemed to have a rather cheerful personality and waved directly at Gu Fangchen. Hey brother, are you a newcomer? I haven't seen you before. The other martial artist, Zhang Chengyu, also looked over and chimed in. Looking at that frame, it's quite sturdy. He's probably a freelance martial artist here for tomorrow's squad selection, right? Facing the inquiries of the 2 rank 2 powerhouses, Gu Fangchen withdrew the shock in his heart and responded respectfully. Hello, officers. My name is Gu Fangchen, and I am indeed here for the selection. I was just watching you 2 practice and got lost in it for a moment. Sorry for the intrusion. Haha, it's fine, it's fine. Liu Meng laughed and waved his hand, It's good to watch more before the selection. Gu Fangchen nodded. Feeling it wasn't appropriate to keep watching, he prepared to turn and leave for the testing area. But just then, the martial artist named Zhang Chengyu suddenly spoke. "Little brother, looking at your eyes just now, you were quite serious. How about it? Do you want us to give you some pointers? We just finished fighting and are tired anyway, so we happen to have the time." Gu Fangchen's footsteps paused. Pointers? A rank 1 martial artist receiving guidance from 2 rank 2 powerhouses was an immense stroke of luck. He thought of his recently perfected chasing wind 3 forms. Although the moves were etched into his heart, it was ultimately just theoretical knowledge. He had never used them in actual combat. More importantly, he didn't have a clear concept of his current defensive power, the effect of the 5th layer of the Panchi body tempering art. This was an excellent opportunity. Thinking of this, Gu Fangchen turned around, a sharp light flashing in his eyes, and bowed slightly. "Then I shall trouble the 2 officers." "Good, straightforward." Liu Meng stood up and patted the dust off himself. "Let's go to the training room you opened. There's not enough space to move here." Gu Fangchen nodded and led the way in front. Zhang Chengyu and Liu Meng followed behind him, discussing with great interest which aspects they should guide this newcomer on later. However, when Gu Fangchen used that platinum pass to swipe open the door of a training room labeled War God No. 1, both of their footsteps instantly froze in place. The smiles on their faces also completely solidified. Is this fucking War God No. 1? Liu Meng's eyes nearly popped out of his head, and he stammered in shock. Am I seeing this right?" Zhang Chengyu was also horrified, rubbing his eyes vigorously. The training room before them was over 1,000 square meters. The floor and walls all exhibited a dark gold metallic luster that was Titan alloy, capable of withstanding a full force strike from a rank 4 martial artist. The room was not only equipped with a gravity system, adjustable up to 300 times. The walls were also embedded with holographic combat AI, capable of simulating various exotic beasts, and there was even a Shenwei data analyzer that could analyze a martial artist's blood chi flow and energy output in real time. There were only 3 such top-specification training rooms in the entire base, number 7. Usually, only those in the officer ranks or ace squads performing life-and-death missions were qualified to apply for their use. It could be said that they couldn't be opened even with money. Having been soldiers for so many years, they only dared to look at them greedily from the outside. Now this kid wearing cheap sportswear actually just swiped his card and walked in. "Brother, what's your background?" Zhang Chengyu and Liu Meng glanced at each other, both seeing deep horror in the other's eyes, and their tone became cautious. Gu Fangchen looked at their reaction with some confusion but still answered truthfully. "No background, just a refugee who just came from shelter number 13. Before, I was a pig butcher in the back kitchen." Zhang Chengyu and Liu Meng were completely dumbfounded. "Refugee? Pig butcher? Are you fucking kidding me? What pig butcher could open the War God No. 1 training room?" They felt their worldview had suffered an unprecedented impact, but looking at Gu Fangchen's face, which was too calm to be lying, they didn't know what to say for a moment. Finally, Liu Meng took a deep breath, forcibly suppressed the stormy waves in his heart, and waved his hand. "Forget it. If you don't want to say, don't say it. Come on, let us see what you've got." The 2 walked into the room, feeling the rich and pure energy environment inside, their hearts jolting once again. Liu Meng pointed to the open space in the center and said to Gu Fangchen, "Perform the set of moves you're most familiar with. Don't hold anything back so we can prescribe the right remedy and give you some pointers." Gu Fangchen nodded. He walked to a weapon rack on the side, where dozens of cold-glinting standard weapons were displayed. He casually picked up a most ordinary alloy long blade, weighed it, and found it just right. Then he walked to the center of the field and stood still. His eyes, which still had a bit of a student-like air, changed abruptly the moment he gripped the hilt. If he was like a piece of warm jade before, then at this moment, he was a peerless weapon of slaughter hidden in its sheath, a sharp yet restrained aura emanating from his body. Liu Meng and Zhang Chengyu's expressions also subconsciously became much more serious. In the next second, Gu Fangchen moved. Chasing wind 3 forms. First form, chasing wind. 24, 3 styles of chasing the wind. The next second, Gu Fangchen moved. His figure flickered as if wind was born beneath his feet. Like an arrow leaving a bowstring, he instantly closed the distance between himself and his imaginary enemy. The first form of the chasing wind 3 forms, wind chase. Before the momentum of the blade could fade, he flicked his wrist. The long blade in his hand transformed into a cold flash that chased the wind and followed the lightning. The tip of the blade tore through the air and pierced straight out, moving so fast it left only an afterimage. The second form, wind cleave. Immediately after, he withdrew his blade and retreated, but his momentum increased instead of diminishing as he took a sudden step forward. A heavy, downward vertical slash carrying the weight of 1,000 tons crashed down. The third form wind end. The blade edge came to a dead stop just millimeters from the ground, stirring up an airflow that caused visible ripples to spread across the floor. 3 moves executed in one breath, flowing like moving clouds in running water, fast, accurate, and ruthless. Liu Meng and Zhang Chengyu were completely dumbstruck. The two exchanged a glance, both seeing undisguised admiration in each other's eyes. Good, truly excellent. Liu Meng was the first to clap his hands in praise. A steady stance, decisive strikes, the power, speed, and angle are all impeccable. You've performed these basic chasing wind 3 forms with the presence of a grandmaster. He paused and asked in a matter-of-fact tone, "You've practiced this blade technique to perfection. Your mastery is very deep. You must have studied it for several years, right?" Hearing this, Gu Fangchen sheathed his blade, stood straight, and answered honestly, "Not that long. I've probably practiced it for about a month." The air seemed to freeze in that instant. The appreciative smiles on Liu Meng and Zhang Chengyu's faces instantly stiffened. "What did you say?" Liu Meng thought he was hallucinating, his voice suddenly jumping an octave. "Say that again." Beside him, Zhang Chengyu also wore an expression as if he'd seen a ghost. How long did you say you've been learning it?" Gu Fangchen looked at their ghost-stricken expressions with some confusion, but repeated himself anyway. "A month. I found this technique back at the shelter, and just practiced according to the instructions." Liu Meng opened his mouth wanting to say, "Are you playing us for fools?" But seeing Gu Fangchen's clear and calm eyes, he swallowed the words back down. That gaze was simply too sincere. So sincere it made him doubt his own life. On the side, Zhang Chengyu stared fixedly at Gu Fangchen. His gaze shifted from initial shock to a scrutiny mixed with horror and fanaticism. He suddenly slapped his thigh, as if he had figured out a key point. "Wait, old Liu," he stopped Liu Meng, who was about to say something more, and walked quickly to Gu Fangchen. "I understand, you kid. Your spirit must be outrageously strong." Hearing this, Liu Meng also seemed to realize something. "Right, it absolutely must be." Zhang Chengyu took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, and began to analyze. For us ordinary martial artists, even with decent talent, reaching the level of smooth mastery he just showed with the chasing wind 3 forms would take at least 3 to 5 years of hard work. Yet he only used a month. There's only one possibility: his talent in spirit is at an appalling level. At this point, Zhang Chengyu's tone became more serious, even carrying a hint of awe and yearning. In the path of martial arts, the first rank is body tempering, the second rank is qi gang, and the third rank is barrier breaking. When a martial artist breaks through to the 4th rank, they will undergo a qualitative change in spirit. At that time, martial artists with powerful talent can begin to use their spirit to interfere with reality, forming the invisible and intangible telekinesis. Controlling objects from a distance, manipulating flying daggers, and even condensing spiritual shocks to directly attack the enemy's soul. All of this can only be achieved by martial artists with top-tier spirit talent. "I'm envious, I'm so damn envious." The 3 were silent for a moment before Liu Meng took the initiative to speak. "Little brother, speaking of which, your blade technique is indeed impeccable, but what about other things? A martial artist cannot have only a spear and no shield. How is your defensive technique coming along?" Gu Fangchen replied, "I've practiced a body tempering technique, but I don't know how effective it is. I want to test my defense. Is there any relevant equipment?" "Of course." Zhang Chengyu pointed to a giant device resembling a mechanical iron fist on the other side of the training room. "Over there is the impact tester. It can simulate attacks from martial artists of different realms. Come, let's give it a try." The 3 arrived in front of the machine. Gu Fangchen stood on the testing platform, took a deep breath, and pushed the Panchi body tempering art to its limit. Start with the standard attack of a low-level 1st rank. Following Liu Meng's settings on the control panel, the giant mechanical iron fist suddenly shot out, slamming hard into Gu Fangchen's chest. Impact force, 200 kilograms. Gu Fangchen remained motionless. Continue. Impact force, 500 kilograms. Impact force, 1,000 kilograms. As the impact value soared all the way to 3,500 kilograms, which was equivalent to the full-strength strike of a peak 1st-rank martial artist, Gu Fangchen's body remained as steady as a bedrock rooted in the earth. The expressions on Liu Meng and Zhang Chengyu's faces had gradually shifted from casual to solemn. "Any higher and we're in the territory of the 2nd rank, Zhang Chengyu said in a low voice. "Simulate the standard attack of an early-stage 2nd-rank martial artist." Impact force, 6,000 kilograms. Boom! This time, the mechanical iron fist even carried a faint halo of energy. Bang! A dull roar like a heavy drum sounded. Gu Fangchen's figure shook violently. He stumbled back 3 consecutive steps before barely stabilizing himself, his blood and qi churning in his chest. Although he wasn't injured, it was clear that this was close to his current defensive limit. Impressive. Liu Ming's eyes were full of praise. For a first-rank martial artist to withstand a standard strike from a pseudo-second rank and only be forced back a few steps, your body tempering technique is exceptionally solid. 25. Genius. At this moment, Zhang Chengyu shook his head and stepped forward. It's solid but not skillful enough. Just now, you were purely using your physical body and blood energy to resist it head-on. Your power was too scattered. He extended a finger and tapped several key nodes on Gu Fangchen's chest, waist, and legs. The core of this technique lies in the word bedrock. It's about channeling the impact layer by layer and ultimately discharging it into the ground. Try to sink your blood energy into your lower body. Use your waist as an axis to neutralize 70% of the impact, and then use your physical body to withstand the remaining 30%. Liu Ming also added, right, don't just resist it head-on like a wooden stake. You have to learn to discharge and neutralize. The two of them spoke one after another, imparting the precious experience they had accumulated over years of combat to Gu Fangchen. And Gu Fangchen, relying on his SSS rank spirit, grasped the essence of it almost instantly. He closed his eyes and rapidly simulated it in his mind. After only a dozen seconds, he opened his eyes again, a sharp light flashing within them. Thank you for the guidance, officers. I'll try again. He stepped back onto the platform and adjusted his blood energy circulation and physical exertion techniques according to their instructions. Same intensity as before. Boom! The mechanical iron fist struck again, with the force of 10,000 caddies. This time, Gu Fangchen did not resist head-on. The moment the fist made contact with his body, his feet gripped the ground firmly like the roots of an old tree, and his waist twisted imperceptibly. Bang! That terrifying force, enough to punch through a steel plate, was actually discharged in a mysterious way through his spine, hips, and legs, layer by layer into the alloy floor beneath his feet. The alloy floor let out a groan of being overburdened. As for Gu Fangchen, his upper body merely swayed slightly before he regained his footing completely. Beneath his feet, he hadn't retreated an inch. Ding, under the guidance of 2 rank 2 warriors, your understanding of power has reached a higher level. Panchi body tempering art has broken through to the 6th layer. A powerful sense of strength surged from every part of his body. Liu Meng and Zhang Chengyu were completely dumbfounded. They stared blankly at Gu Fangchen, then at the buzzing alloy floor, feeling their worldview had suffered an unprecedented shock. We only gave you one piece of advice and you learned it. Zhang Chengyu's lips were trembling. How the hell is anyone supposed to compete with this? The two looked at each other, seeing the numbness and helplessness in each other's eyes. But immediately following that numbness turned into unprecedented excitement and fanaticism. Teaching an ordinary person is torture. Teaching a genius is a pleasure. Don't get cocky. This is just a basic force discharge technique. Zhang Chengyu suppressed the shock in his heart, a serious expression appearing on his face as he stepped forward again. Just knowing how to discharge force isn't enough. A true bedrock isn't a dead object, but a living thing that can take root in the earth. Your feet must grow roots, but your waist must be like water grass, swaying with the force to neutralize it into nothingness. Liu Meng also got excited and added, and breathing. The moment the impact hits you, inhale and retract your abdomen, power rising from the ground. The moment the impact is discharged, exhale and let out a sound, energy permeating the whole body. 1 inhale and 1 exhale is 1 cycle. Try again. Gu Fangchen committed these tips to memory one by one. In his mind, countless small figures were rapidly practicing, perfectly integrating these seemingly scattered techniques into the system of the Panchi body tempering art. He felt his understanding of this technique deepening at a terrifying speed. All right, that's enough for today. Zhang Chengyu saw that he was lost in thought and knew he shouldn't teach anymore, so he proactively called a halt. Biting off more than you can chew is no good. Go back and digest this yourself. Let's go. Liu Meng patted Gu Fangchen on the shoulder with a grin. No matter how much theory you talk about, it's useless. Actual combat is the only criterion for testing truth. I'll take you to play something interesting. Saying that, he led Gu Fangchen to the holographic combat AI in the corner of the training room. This is a virtual combat system that can simulate various exotic beasts, Liu Meng introduced. Although tomorrow is actual combat against real exotic beasts, this system can help you adapt to the battlefield in advance, like a mock exam. This system will score you based on your performance. There are 230 levels in total, and the difficulty increases with each level. Generally speaking, if you can break through to the 10th level, there won't be any problem even in actual combat tomorrow. You'll pass easily and can usually join an ordinary cleanup squad. Zhang Chengyu added, if you want to enter those elite squads, your score must be at least level 20 or higher. As for wanting to take first place and be scouted by those ace squads, don't even think about it without the strength of level 30. Gu Fangchen nodded, understood. After speaking, he walked to the control console and directly selected Start Challenge. Command confirmed, generating level 1 virtual battlefield. Light and shadow shifted, and Gu Fangchen was instantly placed in a grassland. A most ordinary beast-rank sharp-toothed rabbit spawned. Before it could even show its ferocity, a blade light flashed past. Instaco. Level 1 passed. Liu Meng and Zhang Chengyu looked at each other and smiled, thinking it was normal. But soon they couldn't smile anymore. Level 5 passed. Level 10 passed. The numbers on the screen kept jumping, as Gu Fangchen's figure flickered through various simulated scenes. Whether it was packs of wolf beasts or thick-skinned wild boars, nothing could stop him for even a second. His blade techniques were concise and efficient, and his defense was airtight. He was completely like a killing machine. When the number jumped to level 20, Gu Fangchen hadn't even broken a sweat. The smiles on Liu Meng and Zhang Chengyu's faces had completely vanished, replaced by a touch of solemnity. This kid, his foundation is too solid, isn't it? Liu Meng murmured. He's already surpassed most members of elite squads. Zhang Chengyu's eyes were filled with amazement. The challenge continued. Level 25. Level 30. When the level broke through the 30-mark threshold, mutant species, with special abilities, began to appear among the virtual exotic beasts. Gu Fangchen's expression finally turned serious. His speed was faster, his blade strikes more fierce. He utilized Shadow Step to its limit, turning into a phantom weaving through the beast horde. Every strike of his blade inevitably took a life. Liu Meng and Zhang Chengyu were completely speechless, just staring fixedly at the screen, their hearts racing along with the steadily climbing numbers. Level 35. Level 39. Level 40 passed. When this number popped up on the screen, Gu Fangchen's breathing was already slightly hurried. Command confirmed, generating level 41 virtual battlefield. The scene abruptly switched to a wasteland covered in thunderclouds. Roar! An exotic beast with its entire body wreathed in blue electrical arcs, looking much like a cheetah, appeared 100 meters away. It's a king-rank exotic beast, the lightning leopard, Zhang Chengyu cried out in shock. It can release lightning from a distance. Before his voice had even faded, the lightning leopard suddenly opened its mouth, and a blinding blue flash of lightning, like a sharp arrow tearing through the air, instantly shot toward Gu Fangchen. Gu Fangchen's pupils constricted, and he instinctively activated Shadow Step to dodge to the side. Sizzle! The lightning grazed his shoulder and exploded into a small charred pit on the ground, the air filling with the smell of ozone. Before he could even regain his footing, 3 more lightning bolts in a triangular formation blocked all his paths of retreat. Too fast. Relying on his extraordinary reflexes, Gu Fangchen narrowly avoided 2 of them, but the 3rd lightning bolt was ultimately a step faster and struck his left arm squarely. Zzzt. A strong sense of numbness and intense pain instantly spread through his entire body. Warning: suffered fatal attack, challenge failed. 26. 7 killing blades of the broken army. The scene before his eyes returned to normal. Gu Fangchen stood where he was, shaking his left arm which was still somewhat numb. Instead of frustration, his eyes were filled with a craving for even greater power. A king-rank exotic beast was equivalent to a second-tier martial artist. After battling the king-rank exotic beast, he clearly felt the massive chasm that existed between the first and second tiers. I'm still far off, Gu Fangchen shook his head. Phew! Beside him, Liu Meng and Zhang Chengyu let out long breaths of turbid air, as if they were the ones who had just gone through the battle. They looked at the bright red, eye-catching number on the control panel, 41. Then they looked at the youth calmly stretching his arm, and their minds went blank. 41st floor, Liu Meng's voice was a bit dry. Damn, in last year's base competition, the champion of the rookie group only reached the 43rd floor. Zhang Chengyu was also shocked beyond words. Just as he was about to say something, there were 2 soft knocks on the training room door. A young soldier on night duty poked his head in. Seeing the 3 people inside, especially Liu Meng and Zhang Chengyu, he immediately stood at attention and saluted, reminding them respectfully. 2 officers, Mr. Gu, sorry for the interruption. The training center is about to reach its 3 00 a.m. closing time. We need to perform equipment maintenance and clear the area. Closing. Liu Meng was stunned and instinctively glanced at the electronic clock on the wall. The numbers on it clearly displayed, 0255. Holy crap, Liu Meng couldn't help but curse, his face full of disbelief. It's already almost 3 in the morning. Zhang Chengyu was also filled with astonishment. He felt like he had only been guiding this kid for a short while. How had most of the night passed in the blink of an eye? Without realizing it, they had actually accompanied this monster in training from 9 at night until 3 in the morning. Gu Fangchen was also a bit surprised. He had been completely immersed in the pleasure of cultivation and combat, entirely unaware of the passage of time. The three didn't say much and walked out of the training room. Before leaving, Liu Meng seemed to remember something and proactively took out his phone. Brother, let's add each other on WeChat. If you need anything at the base in the future, you can look us up anytime. Gu Fangchen nodded and added both of them on WeChat. By the way, I still don't know your name, brother, Zhang Chengyu asked. Gu Fangchen. The moment those 3 words were spoken, Liu Meng and Zhang Chengyu's bodies jolted violently, as if struck by lightning. Their movements and expressions were exactly like those of the earlier second lieutenant. They stared fixedly at Gu Fangchen and said in unison, "You're that Gu Fangchen." Gu Fangchen was taken aback, feeling somewhat baffled. "Am I very famous?" "More than just famous." Liu Meng slapped his thigh and said excitedly, "After Miss Zia returned, she praised you to the heavens in the military meeting. She said you were calm under pressure, exceptionally courageous, and possessed a battlefield insight that was simply uncanny. She called you the most incredible tactical genius she's ever seen." Hearing this, Gu Fangchen finally understood why these people reacted so strongly upon hearing his name. It turned out Zia Liulai had been doing advertising for him. At that moment, Zhang Chengyu took out a brand new blade technique manual from his storage bag and handed it over solemnly. "Brother Gu, your chasing wind 3 forms has already reached perfection. That's just a common basic blade technique. There's little point in continuing to practice it. It's time for you to enter the next stage. This army-breaking 7 kills blade was rewarded to me by the military when I was still a first-tier martial artist. It has 7 forms in total, emphasizing no retreat once you advance, a kill with every strike. It's perfect for you at your current stage." With that, he stuffed the army-breaking 7 kills blade into Gu Fangchen's arms. "Take it." Hearing the name of this technique, Gu Fangchen's heart stirred slightly. He had an impression of this name. Just a few hours ago, he had seen this blade technique in the public trading area of the military merit mall. It was an advanced blade technique, specifically tailored for first-tier martial artists, known for being decisive and powerful, and was highly sought after by frontline soldiers. But its price was also extremely staggering. The selling price was as high as 12 million Dragon Country coins. It was nearly half of his 30 million coin fortune. "This is too valuable," Gu Fangchen wanted to refuse. "Take it." Liu Meng shoved the manual into his hands, his eyes widening as he said heartily, "Don't be so wishy-washy. Zhang Chengyu and I both use heavy weapons. This blade technique would just collect dust with us. Giving it to you is putting it to its best use." Zhang Chengyu also patted his shoulder, his eyes sincere. "Brother Gu, don't be polite with us. The 2 of us have been at base number 7 for nearly 5 years. We've seen many so-called geniuses, but none as freaky as you. We believe your future achievements will definitely be limitless. Consider this blade technique, a small early investment we're making in a future powerhouse." Since it had been put that way, if Gu Fangchen refused again, it would seem overly pretentious. He took a deep breath, tucked the heavy manual close to his person, and solemnly cupped his fists toward the 2 men. "Thank you, big brothers. I will remember this favor." "Haha, that's more like it." Liu Meng laughed and patted his back. "All right, go back and rest. Get enough sleep and perform well tomorrow." The 3 of them bid their farewells. Gu Fangchen walked alone along the cold and empty base roads at 3 in the morning. The night breeze blew, cooling down his excited brain considerably. Returning to his tidy single dormitory, he didn't rest immediately. Instead, he impatiently took out the army-breaking 7 kills blade. The 5 large characters on the cover, written with bold and powerful strokes, seemed to exude a sharp aura of slaughter that shook the soul. He opened the first page, and rows of concise yet overbearing mantras, along with simple but lethal blade form diagrams, came into view. With his SSS-grade spirit, Gu Fangchen's memory and comprehension had reached a terrifying level. In less than half an hour, he had completely imprinted the essentials of the 7 blade forms and the blood qi circulation routes into his mind, and he already had a preliminary understanding of them. A fine blade technique. He put the manual away again, then sat cross-legged on the bed, closing his eyes to focus. He began to regulate his breathing to recover the blood qi and energy he had consumed tonight. 27. Shanghai Base City. Nighttime Madu Base City, Central District. Inside a penthouse apartment, with the best night view of the entire city. Zia Leoli had just finished a day of meditation and cultivation, walking barefoot on the warm, jade-like floor. Wearing a loose silk bathrobe, she had shed her daytime military uniform and icy demeanor, revealing her cold and exquisitely beautiful face. Her high ponytail was undone, and her waterfall-like black hair cascaded over her shoulders, making her look less valiant and more languid and soft. However, the loose bathrobe could not hide the nearly perfect, explosive figure beneath it. As she moved, the thin silk occasionally clung to her body, tracing breathtaking curves. Her slender waist was so narrow it could be held in one hand, forming a perfect golden ratio with her firm, perky hips. Beneath the hem of her robe, a pair of straight, long and flawless jade-like legs were faintly visible. Buzz! Just then, the holographic communication console in the center of the living room suddenly lit up, emitting a faint hum. An encrypted communication request arrived from the front line's base number 7. Zia Leoli walked to the console and tapped it. Second Lieutenant Lee's slightly respectful face immediately appeared before her as a 3D projection. Good evening, Miss Zia. Second Lieutenant Lee stood ramrod straight. Even through the screen, his solemnity was palpable. Pardon the intrusion, but there is something I must report to you personally. Speak, Zia Leoli said coldly and concisely. Yes, the individual you previously paid special attention to, Gu Fangchen, arrived at base number 7 today. It has been confirmed that he will participate in tomorrow's martial artist squad selection. Zia Leoli picked up a glass of warm water from the table, her movement pausing slightly as she was about to take a sip. A clear trace of doubt flashed in her cold phoenix eyes. He didn't choose to go to a base city. No, Second Lieutenant Lee replied truthfully. After the Beast Tide crisis was resolved, he was the first survivor to voluntarily apply to join the military. Zia Leoli fell silent. She had thought that with Gu Fangchen's innate blood qi blockage constitution, he would choose to live out the rest of his life comfortably in a base city after receiving such a massive sum of money. For an ordinary person, this was undoubtedly the best outcome. But she never expected that instead of leaving, he would proactively sign up for military selection. He wants to become a martial artist. He wants to take this most difficult and dangerous path. But I've checked his records, Zia Leoli's voice carried a hint of inquiry. Innate blood qi blockage. It's almost impossible for him to become a martial artist. On what basis is he participating in the selection? Hearing this, a trace of confusion appeared on Second Lieutenant Lee's face, but he still respectfully replied, Miss Zia, this is exactly what I wanted to report to you. According to the patrol team's report, Mr. Gu personally subdued an infiltrating Waku in the shelter 1 month ago. At that time, Patrol Captain Wang Meng judged that he already possessed the strength of a martial artist and rewarded him with 3 mid-grade blood qi pills. And today, when I personally interacted with him, although I didn't deliberately probe, I could clearly feel that his blood qi is steady, his breathing is deep, and his foundation is solid. He doesn't seem like someone with blocked blood qi at all. Even, Second Lieutenant Lee hesitated before adding, the feeling he gives me is even more restrained and dangerous than many veterans who have served in the military for years. Zia Leoli set down her water glass, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. 1 month in just 1 month. A youth judged to be a martial arts waste not only gained the strength of a martial artist, but could also make a battle-hardened second lieutenant feel dangerous. Was it because of those 3 blood qi pills? How could that be? A mere 3 mid-grade blood qi pills could never produce such a transformative effect. At this moment, mystery after mystery shrouded the youth. A strong sense of curiosity grew wildly in her heart like a vine. She remained silent for a long time, then looked at the projection of Second Lieutenant Lee and issued a brief command. Understood, I will be present for tomorrow's selection. Yes, Second Lieutenant Lee snapped to attention, and the communication was cut. Zia Leoli was left alone in the empty room. She walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the brilliantly lit city below that looked like a sea of stars. A trace of indescribable complexity flashed in her cold eyes. Meanwhile, inside a single dormitory at base number 7, Gu Fangchen sat cross-legged on the bed, eyes closed, regulating his breathing. He was repeatedly deducing and integrating the insights from tonight's sparring with Liu and Zhang, as well as the essentials of the army-breaking 7 kills blade in his mind. Buzz, buzz. The old mobile phone on the nightstand suddenly vibrated twice. Gu Fangchen slowly opened his eyes and picked up the phone. On the screen was a WeChat message from Ma Dong. Big brother, are you asleep? I've arrived in Madu Base City. This place is so damn prosperous. I found a temporary place to stay and finally settled in. Just letting you know I'm safe. Then came the second, third, fourth, fifth. Big brother, I'm a bit lost. My relatives don't seem willing to help me out. Everyone here is so impressive. Someone like me with no strength or background seems to have no way out except for manual labor. You're so capable, could you point me in the right direction? I Ma Dong don't want to be a piece of mud stepped on by others for the rest of my life. Between the lines, it was filled with the panic of entering a big city for the first time and uncertainty about the future. Gu Fangchen looked at these messages and fell into a moment of contemplation. Ma Dong was slippery and clever, but not bad at heart. More importantly, he knew how to read the situation and was grateful for favors. Wouldn't it be a complete waste for someone like him to do manual labor? Thinking of this, Gu Fangchen no longer hesitated, his fingertips quickly typing a line on the screen and sending it. In this world, besides a martial artist's own strength, what do you think is the most valuable? Almost as soon as the message was sent, Ma Dong replied instantly. Money, power, or divine weapons. Gu Fangchen smiled and continued typing. It's information. What do martial artists need? Techniques, pills, weapons, and exotic beast materials. Where do these things come from? From battlefields, ruins, and secret realms. When are high-value missions posted? Which squad is recruiting newcomers? Which exotic beast materials price has recently skyrocketed? All of these are information. Your biggest advantage isn't strength, but your eyes and your legs. You mock yourself as a jinx, who runs into trouble wherever you go, but that is precisely your greatest asset. Because you've seen more people from all walks of life than anyone else. Don't always think about doing manual labor. Go to mercenary guilds, martial arts halls, bars, and trading markets. Listen more, see more, and remember more. Collect those scattered pieces of information that others look down on. Organize, filter, and verify them, then sell them to the people who need them most. Start by running errands and delivering messages for low-level martial artists, and slowly build your network and reputation. When everyone knows that by going to Ma Dong, they can get the fastest and most accurate news, you will no longer be mud. 28. The selection is about to begin. After sending those few lines, Gu Fangchen set his phone aside and closed his eyes again. He had already pointed Ma Dong in the right direction. How far he could go now depended on his own luck. 100 miles away, in a cramped, damp rental room inside Madu Base City. Ma Dong stared blankly at the lines on his phone screen. It felt as if lightning had struck the top of his skull, leaving him utterly stunned. Information, of course. It was information. He slapped his thigh hard, eyes blazing with a light he had never shown before. All his confusion and dread vanished in an instant. It was as though he had found the purpose of his life. Muttering to himself, his gaze grew brighter and more resolute. Big brother, you're the greatest blessing of my life. He read the lines Gu Fangchen had sent, word by word, 10 times over, then, trembling with excitement, his fingers flew across the screen as he messaged Gu Fangchen again. Big brother, I get it. I totally get it. Don't worry, if I Ma Dong can't make something of myself, I'll bring you my head. I don't know how to repay this kindness. Moments after the message was sent, Gu Fangchen's reply popped up, as concise and calm as ever. No need for repayment. Living well is the best thanks you can give me. Reading that reply, Ma Dong felt his eyes burn. He drew a deep breath and answered solemnly. Yes, big brother, get some rest. I wish you smooth sailing in tomorrow's selection. May you soar to the heavens. Gu Fangchen answered. You rest too. With that, he set his phone aside and closed his eyes. The next morning, when the military bugle sounded on schedule, Gu Fangchen slowly opened his eyes, perfectly clear. After a night of meditation, he had returned to peak condition. Today the border fortress felt noticeably more charged than usual. In the square, free cultivators from various shelters and nearby base cities clustered in small groups, all heading toward the central arena. They were the warriors here to take part in today's squad selection. Gu Fangchen changed into a clean tracksuit and blended into the flow of people, inconspicuous. Alone in a corner of the cafeteria, he silently ate a simple breakfast. Just then, a small commotion broke out near the entrance. The second Lieutenant Lee, who had received him yesterday, now in a crisp officer's uniform, strode into the cafeteria flanked by elite soldiers. His sharp gaze swept the room, ignoring the hopeful warriors who tried to approach. Finally, he locked eyes on Gu Fangchen in the corner. Murmurs erupted around them. Isn't that second Lieutenant Lee in charge of elite recruitment? Why come to the cafeteria himself? Looks like he's here to pick up someone important. Under puzzled stares, Second Lieutenant Li crossed the room and halted in front of Gu Fangchen's table, snapping into a crisp salute. "Mr. Gu, it's almost time. I'm under orders to escort you to the central arena." That respectful Mr. Gu quieted the noisy cafeteria for a second. Every eye swiveled to the teenager in cheap sportswear slowly sipping milk. "Mr. Who is that kid? Since when does Second Lieutenant Li use an honorific for him? Some commander's nephew here to pad his resume." Stares full of suspicion, envy and confusion pinned Gu Fangchen like searchlights. Gu Fangchen seemed oblivious. He set down the milk, dabbed his mouth with a napkin and rose calmly. "Thanks for the trouble." With that, he followed Second Lieutenant Li out of the cafeteria, under the complicated gazes of the warriors. Outside, a black military off-roader waited. It started up and sped toward the central arena. The place was already roaring with activity. Hundreds of cultivators milled outside the huge domed building, eager and restless. When the black off-roader with special plates stopped at the entrance, every gaze snapped toward it. The door opened and Gu Fangchen, still in cheap sportswear, stepped out. The crowd fell silent, then buzzed with whispers. Second Lieutenant Li climbed out behind him, hurried forward and bowed deeply. "Mr. Gu, my task is complete. I wish you success and victory in the selection. I have other duties and must take my leave." Gu Fangchen nodded. Only then did Second Lieutenant Li turn, hop back in and drive away. His departure left Gu Fangchen alone, under hundreds of inquisitive eyes. What's with the show? Thought it'd be some big shot, but it's just this guy. Right, wearing street market clothes and still getting salutes. Who's he performing for? A few season-free cultivators, sour and scornful, mocked openly. "Forget that clown," one of them said, nodding toward a figure surrounded by flatterers. "There's the real VIP. Zhao Tianhao, young master of the Zhao conglomerate." Everyone looked over. A tall, handsome youth stood amid an entourage. He wore the latest Azure Dragon combat suit, deep blue and clearly worth a fortune. "I hear the young master's set on joining the Azure Wolf Special Squad." "Of course. He's close to Tier 1 high rank, and with the Zhao family's backing, a top-tier squad is guaranteed." Basking in the praise, Zhao Tianhao smiled smugly. His gaze drifted to Gu Fangchen standing alone, and a disdainful smirk curled his lips. These days, every wannabe thinks a bit of string pulling will shoot them to the top. He spoke just loudly enough for the circle to hear. In front of real power, all flashy tricks are a joke. The remark was obviously aimed at Gu Fangchen. Gu Fangchen didn't even lift an eyelid. He found a corner, leaned against the wall and rested with eyes closed. To Zhao Tianhao, that calm look reeked of guilt and impotent rage. Suddenly, "Look over at the entrance." A sharp cry of surprise rippled through the crowd. The noisy field fell silent, every head turned toward the gate. The crowd parted like the Red Sea. A figure in flaming red, flanked by bodyguards, walked in slowly. Her innate, overwhelming presence and icy, stunning face, cold enough to freeze the air, made her a blazing sun in the night, snatching every gaze. It's the Crimson Flame Dragon Spear, Xia Liulai. 29, you haven't eaten. Heavens, why would she come to our recruit selection site? Holy crap, she's 10,000 times more beautiful in person than in the videos. Mom. The entire venue was completely boiling with excitement. All the martial artists, regardless of gender, watched the slowly approaching figure with gazes bordering on fanaticism and worship. Zhao Tianhao's breathing also suddenly hitched. Immediately following that, an unprecedented wave of ecstasy and excitement erupted within him. He hurriedly straightened his expensive combat suit, puffed out his chest, and struck what he considered to be his most charming and confident smile. Under everyone's shocked gazes, Xia Liulai's cold phoenix eyes swept across the venue. Ultimately, she walked straight toward Zhao Tianhao's direction, step by step. Holy crap, Miss Xia is heading for young Master Zhao. As expected, only a favored son of heaven like young Master Zhao is worthy of Miss Xia. A talented man and a beautiful woman, truly a match made in heaven. Among the crowd, discussions filled with extreme envy broke out once again. Zhao Tianhao's heart was beating so hard it felt like it would jump out of his chest. Looking at the stunning figure getting closer and closer, his heart was filled with unparalleled pride and arrogance. So beautiful. She's walking toward me. He had even prepared his opening line, ready to welcome this most dazzling pearl of Madu-based city with his most perfect posture. As he thought this, Xia Liulai's footsteps finally stopped in front of him. A brilliant smile, which Zhao Tianhao believed could charm thousands of girls, blossomed on his face. He was just about to speak. "Miss Xia." But what answered him was not the goddess's favor, but a red afterimage that was fast to the extreme. Slap. A crisp slap that made everyone's scalp tingle exploded loudly. Under everyone's horrified gazes, Zhao Tianhao's handsome face instantly twisted and deformed. He was sent spinning through the air like he had been hit head-on by a high-speed heavy truck. Boom! He crashed miserably into the crowd over 10 meters away, knocking several spectating martial artists over in a heap. After hitting the ground, he rolled several times before stopping. Half of his face swelled up at a visible speed, and a bright red 5-finger print was clearly branded onto his left cheek. The entire venue fell into a dead silence. One could hear a pin drop. Everyone was stunned, staring blankly at the beautiful figure who still maintained her hand-swinging posture, their minds going completely blank. Zhao Tianhao was also completely dazed. He struggled to get up, spitting out a mouthful of bloody foam mixed with teeth, his face full of pain and disbelief. Miss Zia, you. He wanted to ask why, he couldn't figure it out, and he wanted to be angry. But before he could finish, Zia Lialai's cold figure appeared before him again like a ghost. Still, not a single word was spoken. Zia Lialai's straight and slender jade-like legs suddenly rose, carving a sharp arc in the air. It turned into a heavy whip kick that slammed fiercely into the other side of Zhao Tianhao's face. Bang! The dull, heavy thud made everyone's hearts twitch violently. Zhao Tianhao was sent flying once again. This time he couldn't even stand up. He lay on the ground, seeing stars, completely beaten into a stupor. Before he could react to the intense pain and dizziness, a foot wearing a fiery red combat boot stepped mercilessly onto his chest, pinning him firmly to the ground. Immediately after, Zia Lialai leaned down, grabbed the collar of his expensive combat suit, and dragged him along the ground like a dead dog, leaving a long trail behind. Under the gazes of hundreds of people who looked as if they had seen a ghost, she forcibly dragged the insufferably arrogant young Master Zhao to the most inconspicuous corner of the martial arts arena. She dragged him right in front of the youth in the cheap tracksuit, who hadn't even lifted an eyelid from beginning to end. Thud! With a casual toss, Zia Lialai threw the now delirious Zhao Tianhao at Gu Fangchen's feet. Then her cold phoenix eyes, burning with rage, stared fixedly at Zhao Tianhao on the ground. Her voice, bone-chillingly cold, echoed through the venue. Apologize to him. Boom! The entire venue completely exploded. Everyone looked at the youth, still leaning against the wall, with his eyes closed as if they were witnessing a miracle, their hearts churning with massive waves. Who the hell is this guy? That's the young master of the Zhao group, Zhao Tianhao. Zia Lialai actually, for him, beat Zhao Tianhao into a dead dog in public and even forced him to apologize. Zhao Tianhao, on the ground, finally recovered from his stupor. Boundless humiliation and anger flooded his heart. He was the eldest young master of the Zhao family. Since he was a child, when had he ever been treated like this? Zia Lialai, he gritted his teeth, squeezing words out from his swollen lips, his gaze venomous. Don't go too far, my Zhao family. Before he could finish, several black-clothed Zhao family bodyguards who had been on standby also reacted. They immediately stepped forward, their blood chi surging as they tried to protect Zhao Tianhao behind them. But as soon as they moved, the personal guards behind Zia Lialai blocked them like they had teleported. Buzz! A blood chi pressure far exceeding theirs, heavy as a mountain, suddenly descended. The bodyguards' faces turned pale instantly. They felt their legs go weak, and they could barely even stand, let alone step forward. They recognized them. These were the Zia family's ace personal guards, the Crimson Flame Guards. Every single one was a battle-hardened peak Tier 2 martial artist. They were not someone Tier 1 martial artists like them could contend with. Miss Zia is handling business. Bystanders, back off, one of the Crimson Flame Guards said, his voice cold and devoid of emotion. The bodyguards were instantly drenched in cold sweat, not daring to move an inch. Seeing this, Zia Lialai once again cast her cold gaze on Zhao Tianhao on the ground, her face showing no emotion. She slowly raised her long, beautiful leg and delivered another merciless kick, slamming it into Zhao Tianhao's abdomen. Bang! Zhao Tianhao let out a muffled groan of pain, his body curling up like a shrimp, nearly vomiting up his dinner from the night before. I'll say it one more time, Zia Lialai looked down at him, her voice filled with an absolute authority that brooked no argument. I'm not discussing this with you. It's an order. Apologize. Zhao Tianhao's entire body was in agonizing pain, looking at the face before him, breathtakingly beautiful yet heart-stoppingly cold, and then at his bodyguards who were suppressed and unable to move. All the pride and anger in his heart were finally replaced by endless fear. He knew that if he didn't bow his head today, he might really be beaten to death right here. Trembling and humiliated, he squeezed 3 words through the gaps in his teeth. I'm sorry. His voice was as small as a mosquito's buzz, filled with endless venom and resentment. But Zia Lialai acted as if she hadn't heard him. She simply tilted her head slightly, looking at him with those cold phoenix eyes, her tone indifferent. Your voice is so small, didn't you fucking eat? 30, I said I couldn't hear you. The entire field was dead silent. Everyone could see that Zia Liulai had no intention of letting Zhao Tianhao off the hook. She seemed determined today to grind his face into the dirt and rub it in repeatedly. Zhao Tianhao's face instantly turned the color of pig liver, and tears of humiliation welled in his eyes. He clenched his fists suddenly, his nails digging deep into the flesh of his palms. Seeing that he still wouldn't speak, Zia Liulai increased the pressure under her foot, the heel of her combat boot slowly grinding into his ribs. Crack! The faint sound of a bone fracturing could be heard. Ugh! Zhao Tianhao let out an uncontrollable groan of pain, as pea-sized beads of cold sweat rolled down his forehead. I can't hear you, I said I can't hear you. Are you deaf? Zia Liulai's voice remained cold without a single trace of emotion. Under the dual torture of intense pain and fear, Zhao Tianhao's psychological defenses completely collapsed. He no longer dared to harbor any malice or hope for luck, and used every ounce of his strength to roar out. I'm sorry. This shout resounded across the field, filled with despair and pleading. Oh, I heard it this time. Zia Liulai nodded in satisfaction, but the coldness on her face didn't thaw in the slightest. This scene led everyone present to believe that this disturbance should end here. But Zia Liulai's next move left everyone stunned once again. Zia Liulai simply waved a hand toward the guards behind her. Drag this person out. Yes, a crimson flame guard immediately stepped forward and hoisted Zhao Tianhao off the ground. Notify the selection office, Zia Liulai added. Zhao Tianhao is permanently disqualified from joining the Dragon Country military region. What? The crowd was shocked once again. Zhao Tianhao was also dazed. He roared in disbelief. Hey, what do you mean? On what grounds are you disqualifying me? Zia Liulai clearly had no intention of giving him an explanation. She didn't give Zhao Tianhao the time of day. She simply raised her gaze slowly, her sharp phoenix eyes sweeping over the crowd. Finally, her gaze landed on the few independent martial artists who had just been mocking Gu Fangchen and flattering Zhao Tianhao. She raised a slender finger and pointed them out one by one. And you, and you. The martial artists who were pointed out felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Their faces turned pale, and their bodies shook like sieves. Zia Liulai slowly spat out a single word. Scram! As soon as she spoke, the crimson flame guards behind her moved. Their figures turned into several blurry afterimages, instantly rushing into the crowd. Before those pointed out martial artists could react, they felt a chill on their necks, and they were instantly hoisted up. The crimson flame guards didn't bother talking to them. They grabbed two each like picking up chicks, plucked them from the crowd, and threw them unceremoniously next to Zhao Tianhao like trash. The whole process took no more than 3 seconds. Clean and efficient, without a hint of hesitation. Having finished this, the crimson flame guards returned behind Zia Liulai like phantoms, standing tall as if nothing had happened. Outside the entire central martial arts arena, it was dead silent. Hundreds of martial artists were now as quiet as cicadas in winter, heads bowed, not even daring to breathe loudly for fear of being the next one dealt with. Those who were previously watching the fun, gossiping, or feeling jealous now had nothing but endless fear in their hearts. They finally understood that this crimson flame dragon spear was not just breathtakingly beautiful, but also despairingly strong and unreasonably overbearing. In front of her, let alone the third young master of the Zhao family, even the king of heaven himself would have to think twice. Zhao Tianhao, who had been thrown to the entrance, watched Zia Liulai's back with eyes full of resentment. Zia Liulai. You just wait. The malice and resentment in Zhao Tianhao's heart reached its peak. But he didn't dare vent it to Zia Liulai's face. So he cast his venomous gaze toward that corner where someone hadn't looked at him, even once from start to finish. He didn't know the name or background of that kid wearing street stall clothes. But he knew that all the humiliation he suffered today was because of him. Damn it. Fuck. I'll make sure he pays for this. Let's go, Zhao Tianhao said to the bodyguards who had just been thrown out with him. Then he struggled to crawl up from the ground, turned around, and led his equally disheveled subordinates as they fled the arena. Although Zhao Tianhao's group had left, the atmosphere outside the arena didn't relax. Instead, it fell into an even more eerie silence. Zia Liulai's cold gaze swept across the field, her dark brows furrowing slightly as she barked. What are you looking at? Nothing to do. Do you want to be thrown out like them? This shout was like an icy wind in midwinter, making everyone shudder and instantly snap out of their daze. We wouldn't dare. Miss Zia, please calm your anger. Hundreds of martial artists instantly scattered like birds and beasts, no longer daring to linger, and poured into the central martial arts arena to wait in line obediently. In an instant, the previously bustling area outside was left with only Xia Liulai, her personal guards, and Gu Fangchen, who had seemed detached from everything from beginning to end. After clearing the area, Xia Liulai finally stepped forward with her long legs and walked straight up to Gu Fangchen. "Why are you here?" Her voice carried a hint of curiosity that she hadn't even noticed herself. Gu Fangchen met her searching phoenix eyes and asked back calmly, "Can't I be here?" Xia Liulai was choked by his indifferent attitude. Her beautiful eyebrows twitched and her lips curled. She didn't bother with any more nonsense and reached out her slender finger, pressing it against Gu Fangchen's chest and arm without hesitation. A surge of pure blood and chi power entered his body, quickly probing his physical condition. In the next second, a flash of unconcealed surprise crossed Xia Liulai's eyes. His blood and chi was thick, his foundation solid, and the density of his muscles and bones was even more powerful than many body-tempering martial artists of the same rank. This body contained explosive power. She withdrew her hand, her cold eyes staring intently at Gu Fangchen. "Your meridians, they're open." Gu Fangchen nodded. "How did they open?" Xia Liulai pressed. This was what she was most curious about. How did a martial arts waste, judged to have naturally blocked meridians, actually change his fate against the heavens? 31 Gifted. Gu Fangchen met her gaze, a calm smile appearing on his face. "Then I should thank you for the Panchi body tempering art you sent." Panchi body tempering art? Xia Liulai was stunned, her face filled with disbelief. That thing can actually clear meridians. It was just the lowest level, most common body tempering technique. Its only advantage was that it didn't require much talent. Even those who weren't martial artists could practice it. How could it possibly have such a miraculous effect? Gu Fangchen shrugged noncommittally. "Who knows, maybe I'm exceptionally gifted." Xia Liulai. She felt so choked up that she was rendered speechless. For a moment, things became a bit awkward. She took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the turmoil in her heart, and changed the subject in an attempt to regain the initiative. "Then, how's your practice going? Which layer have you reached?" In her view, it would already be a miracle if Gu Fangchen could get started and master the first layer within a month. Gu Fangchen thought for a moment and answered truthfully. "The 6th layer." The words fell. Xia Liulai froze on the spot, as if she had been struck by lightning from the 9 heavens. Not just her, even the crimson flame guards behind her, who had maintained icy expressions, suddenly jolted. Although their heads were bowed, their slightly trembling eyelids and suddenly constricted pupils completely betrayed the stormy waves in their hearts. As Xia Liulai's personal guards, they knew better than anyone what the 6th layer of the Panchi body tempering art meant. On Xia Liulai's usually ice-cold, beautiful face, her clear phoenix eyes widened, her red lips parted slightly, and she couldn't close them for a long time. What? Her voice even trembled slightly due to extreme shock. "The 6th layer? How is that possible?" She, Xia Liulai, possessed spirit that was recognized by the military as top tier, and was hailed as a martial arts prodigy rarely seen in a century in Magic City. Yet even for her, when she practiced this technique back then, it took a full 2 months to go from starting to breaking through to the 6th layer. And this guy in front of her was actually twice as fast as her. Xia Liulai's first reaction was disbelief. Her sharp phoenix eyes narrowed instantly, her gaze filled with scrutiny and doubt. This guy is bragging, right? To verify her thoughts, she reached out again. This time without any reservation. A surge of blood chi energy far purer and more massive than before slammed into Gu Fangchen's body. She wanted to personally investigate the level of his technique's operation and make his clumsy lie have nowhere to hide. However, in the next second, Xia Liulai's expression changed from scrutiny to astonishment. From astonishment to alarm. Finally, it completely froze into an expression of unbelievable dullness. Her blood chi energy circulated through Gu Fangchen's meridians. At the same time, she could clearly sense that the blood chi, as heavy as a mountain, was perfectly circulating along the root of the 6th layer in an incredibly skilled and smooth manner. Even the smoothness of the operation and the control over the power were a notch above her own back then. It really was the 6th layer. And it was a 6th layer with an incredibly solid foundation. Xia Liulai felt her mind go blank, as if she had been hit hard by something, and she was completely dazed. She jerked her hand back like she'd been electrocuted, and subconsciously took half a step back. In those usually cold and confident phoenix eyes, there was now only endless confusion and self-doubt. To the side, the crimson flame guards, who had remained expressionless, guessed what had happened when they saw their young mistress's uncharacteristic loss of composure. They exchanged horrified looks, seeing the intense fluctuations of an earthquake in each other's pupils. Just then, a taller middle-aged man with a steady temperament, and the rank of captain on his shoulders, walked over quickly. He was the captain of the Crimson Flame Guards, Chen Feng. "Miss Zia." Chen Feng walked to Zia Liulai's side, gave a respectful salute, then glanced at Gu Fangchen and reported, "The selection is about to begin. According to the regulations, Mr. Gu needs to enter and register immediately, otherwise he will be considered absent." Hearing this, Zia Liulai finally snapped out of her massive shock. She took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the stormy waves in her heart, and regained a hint of her coldness. She nodded and said to Gu Fangchen, "Go ahead." A smile appeared on Gu Fangchen's face, and he nodded to her and Chen Feng, "Goodbye." Watching his retreating figure, Zia Liulai subconsciously replied, "Goodbye." Seeing Gu Fangchen's figure disappear into the entrance of the martial arts arena, Zia Liulai also started walking, intending to follow him in and check the situation from the observation platform. "Miss Zia, please wait." The guard captain Chen Feng suddenly called out to her. Zia Liulai stopped and looked back at him with an inquiring look. A look of difficulty appeared on Chen Feng's face, but he gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "Miss Zia, news just came from headquarters. Regarding the marriage alliance between you and the Yi family, the old master hopes you can provide a clear answer as soon as possible." "The Yi family?" Zia Liulai's face instantly turned cold. In her phoenix eyes, which had just regained their calm, cold disgust and anger instantly flared up, and her voice sounded as if it came from the depths of the underworld. "Since when is it your place to meddle in my affairs? Get out." Chen Feng stiffened all over, terrified by this sudden outburst of anger, and his mind went blank. He had been by Zia Liulai's side for many years, and knew her temperament well. Although she was cold, she was always clear about rewards and punishments for her own people, and never lost her temper without reason. Today, what was wrong? Before he could figure it out, Zia Liulai had already brushed past him and walked toward the exclusive passage to the observation platform without looking back, leaving only a cold and determined silhouette. Chen Feng stood there in a daze, completely dumbfounded. "Did I say something wrong?" He looked at the two subordinates next to him in confusion. "Miss Zia has never lost her temper with me before." One of the Crimson Flame Guards hesitated, stepped forward and whispered in his ear in a dreamlike tone, "Captain, Miss Zia is probably feeling a bit frustrated, because, just now, that Gu Fangchen." "What about him?" The Crimson Flame Guard swallowed hard, his voice trembling. He practiced the Panchi body tempering art for only 1 month and broke through to the 6th layer. Chen Feng was stunned at first, then acted as if he had heard some huge joke. But when he saw the scene a ghost expression on his subordinate's face, the doubt on his face instantly froze. "Wait, are you serious?" 32. Embroidered pillow. At the same time, Gu Fangchen passed through the heavy alloy gates and stepped into the interior of the Central Martial Arts Arena. The view ahead suddenly opened up. It was a massive circular coliseum capable of holding thousands of people, surrounded by tiered seating, while in the center were hundreds of independent assessment areas separated by energy shields. At this moment, hundreds of first-rank martial artists waiting for their assessment had already gathered in the arena, congregating in small groups, their noisy voices blending into a constant hum. When Gu Fangchen appeared at the entrance, the surrounding clamor centered around him instantly fell silent. Everyone's gazes focused on him in unison. Those looks were filled with complex emotions. There was fear, awe, and even more intense curiosity. Now, everyone present knew that this harmless-looking youth in cheap sportswear was the mysterious existence who had caused the young master of the Zhao family to lose face and prompted the Crimson Flame Dragon Spear to lash out in public. For a moment, no one dared to approach him, let alone gossip. Gu Fangchen acted as if he hadn't noticed the eerie atmosphere, walking straight toward the registration area in the distance. A long line had already formed there. But what happened next allowed everyone to witness once again what deterrence truly meant. As Gu Fangchen's footsteps approached the dragon-like queue, several martial artists at the back of the line, as if seeing some terrifying creature, changed expression and immediately stepped aside, voluntarily clearing a path. This reaction then spread forward like a row of dominoes. People in the middle of the line turned aside and lowered their heads, not daring to meet his eyes. Finally, when Gu Fangchen reached the very front of the line, the arrogant-looking burly man who was originally first saw Gu Fangchen, and his arrogance vanished without a trace. Squeezing out a smile that looked worse than crying, he took a step back and made a please gesture toward Gu Fangchen with a bow. "Be big brother, you go first." Under the gaze of hundreds of complex eyes, Gu Fangchen didn't stand on ceremony and walked directly to the registration desk. The officer in charge of registration looked up at him, his eyes also holding a trace of awe. He quickly operated the terminal and handed Gu Fangchen a metal number plate. Examinee Gu Fangchen, number 39. Gu Fangchen took the number plate, glanced at the number on it, and without a second thought, walked straight to the nearby waiting area. As soon as he sat down, several martial artists who were already seated jumped up as if they had springs on their buttocks, voluntarily distancing themselves by several seats, fearing they might offend this great deity. Gu Fangchen was happy for the peace and quiet, closing his eyes again to begin practicing the army-breaking 7 kills blade in his mind. For him, waiting time was also part of cultivation. After an unknown amount of time. At the moment his understanding of the first blade technique finally clicked, from form to intent, and finally to spirit. Ding, relying on your SSS grade spirit, you have completed tens of thousands of drills in your mental world, successfully grasping the murderous essence of the army-breaking 7 kills blade. Army-breaking 7 kills blade has successfully reached the entry level. You have comprehended the first kill, array breaking. As the system notification faded, Gu Fangchen slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was still calm. But deep within, there was an extra hint of cold and domineering murderous intent, as if a peerless weapon of slaughter that had just tasted blood was quietly awakening. He even had a strong premonition. As long as he picked up a blade now, he could effortlessly strike with that first style filled with the aura of destruction. Just then, zzzt. Above the martial arts arena, a burst of static came from the massive loudspeakers. Following that, a cold and solemn female voice echoed throughout the entire venue. Attention all examinees. The selection for the martial artist squads of Frontline Base number 7 for the year 2310 officially begins now. First assessment, Vitality Quality Test. Examinees number 1 to number 20, please enter testing area number 1 immediately. Repeating, examinees number 1 to number 20, please enter testing area number 1 immediately. Examinees number 20 to number 40, please enter testing area number 2 immediately. Repeating, examinees number 20 to number 40, please enter testing area number 2 immediately. Testing area number 2. Gu Fangchen didn't overthink it and walked toward testing area number 2. Meanwhile, on the circular observation platform at the highest point of the central martial arts arena, the atmosphere was equally lively. Here, the captains of various A squads from base number 7 and the recruitment officers had gathered. They were monitoring the dynamics of every assessment area below in real time through holographic screens, looking for promising talents worth recruiting. What's the background of that kid named Gu Fangchen? Have you found out? To think Miss Zia would personally stand up for him and even have Zhao Tianhao crippled. One captain spoke first, his tone full of curiosity. Who knows? The file is S-rank encrypted. It's impossible to check. Another skinny captain with sharp eyes shook his head. In my opinion, this kid is definitely going to make a big splash today. With Miss Zia personally backing him, even if his strength is average, those who want to curry favor with the Zia family will still scramble to have him join their squad. He's a total dark horse. That's true. Another captain with a scorpion totem tattoo nodded in agreement. A big figure like that isn't someone we can compete for. Besides, who knows if he's just an embroidered pillow, good-looking but useless, relying purely on his background. So let's be more pragmatic and look at the others. Exactly. I heard there's one named Yu Wenton this time whose defensive techniques are quite good. Several heavy armor squads have their eyes on him. And a girl named Sume. Her movement techniques are uncanny, and she's an expert with daggers. Everyone discussed fervently. Clearly, because of Zia Liulai, they had already treated Gu Fangchen as a connected person, with a heavenly background but unknown strength. Although no one dared to provoke him, most held a wait-and-see or even skeptical attitude toward his strength. In the corner, Zhang Chengyu, clad in heavy armor, listened to the discussion, a playful arc curling at the corner of his mouth. He was actually a squad captain as well. He had intentionally not told Gu Fangchen yesterday, purely wanting to see the kid's stunned expression upon learning his identity. As for being an embroidered pillow, if these guys knew that the kid was a monster who had pushed the Panchi body tempering art to the 6th layer in just 1 month, who knows what their expressions would be. Since Liu Meng didn't come today due to some business, Zhang Chengyu could only chuckle to himself, picking up his teacup and leisurely watching the show. Just then, the door to the observation platform's exclusive passage slid open silently. A fiery red figure stepped inside. Swishing. All the squad captains present who had been sitting comfortably, no matter how senior or arrogant, stood up from their seats at this instant and gave a standard military salute toward that figure. Miss Zia. Facing the salutes of the battle-hardened captains, Zia Leoli only calmly raised her hand in a casual gesture that nonetheless carried an unquestionable authority. Everyone be seated. Her voice was cold, as if carrying ice crystals, clearly reaching everyone's ears. Yes. Only then did the captains sit down in unison, but the atmosphere of the entire observation platform became even more solemn and oppressive due to her arrival. Zia Leoli ignored everyone and walked straight to the very center of the observation platform, taking the seat with the best view, the one no one had dared to sit in, and sat down gracefully. Her cold phoenix eyes swept lightly over the dozens of assessment areas below. Finally, they stopped at a certain corner of testing area number 2. There, a youth in cheap sportswear was waiting quietly. 33. Assessment begins. Inside the Central Martial Arts Arena, the atmosphere was solemn. A cold-faced chief examiner wearing a military uniform stepped onto the high platform. His sharp gaze swept across the field as he said in a deep voice, "Candidates, welcome to the base number 7 martial artist selection. This selection will consist of 3 rounds, and we will admit the best. To motivate you all, the base has specially prepared rewards." The chief examiner's voice spread throughout the arena via the amplification device, clear and powerful. The first place winner in final total score will receive 3,000 military merit points and a cash reward of 5 million Dragon Country coins. Second place will be rewarded with 2,000 military merit points and 3 million in cash. Third place will be rewarded with 1,000 military merit points and 1 million in cash. As soon as these words were spoken, an uproar broke out below the stage. The eyes of all the martial artists burned with a fervent fire. Holy crap, 3,000 military merit points. How many exotic beasts would you have to kill to save up that much? 5 million in cash. That's enough to buy a set of entry-level E-rank equipment. I'm going all out. I have to get a ranking this time. The chief examiner nodded with satisfaction and waved his large hand. Without further ado, the first assessment begins now. As his voice fell, all the examinees immediately entered their designated testing areas according to their numbers. In testing area number 2, where Gu Fangchen was located, 20 martial artists lined up. In front of each person stood a half-person high metal pillar, with a fist-sized, pitch-black crystal ball embedded at the top. This was the blood chi quality tester. It did not detect the total amount of blood chi, but only the condensation level and purity of the blood chi. This was the best standard for measuring whether a martial artist's foundation was solid. Blood chi quality test officially begins. The cold electronic voice rang out again. All the martial artists present, including Gu Fangchen, took a deep breath and pressed their palms onto the cold crystal balls. In the next second, everyone activated the blood chi in their bodies and poured it into the crystal balls. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the center of the martial arts arena, a giant holographic screen instantly lit up. The numbers and names of hundreds of examinees refreshed like a waterfall, forming a real-time leaderboard. Everyone's scores were jumping rapidly. On the observation platform, the squad captains also perked up. Their eyes were like torches as they stared intently at the screen, for fear of missing any good potential recruits. Watch closely, there are several tough ones this time. Just as the words were spoken, the leaderboard on the screen jolted violently. A name instantly soared from the middle of the list, all the way to the top. First place, Yu Wenton blood chi quality rating, 81 points. When this score appeared, it caused a small commotion on the observation platform. Not bad, getting over 80 points right at the start. This Yu Wenton indeed has a solid foundation. It looks like the heavy armor squad will be fighting over him again this year. In the testing area below, a burly man as sturdy as an iron tower with bronze-colored skin looked at his score, his face showing unconcealed pride. He was none other than Yu Wenton. He withdrew his hand and looked around at the scores that were far lower than his, a sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. Heh, a bunch of rabble. However, the pride on his face didn't even last 3 seconds. The leaderboard changed drastically again. Another name, like an unsheathed sword, surpassed him instantly with an even sharper momentum. First place, Sume blood chi quality rating, 83 points. Holy crap, it's that girl who uses daggers. Amazing. Her movement techniques are eerie. I didn't expect her blood chi foundation to be so stable. The smile on Yu Wenton's face instantly froze. He snapped his head around to look at a woman not far away wearing black tight-fitting leather clothes. She had a hot figure and a playful smile on her face. Sume felt his gaze and withdrew her slender hand from the crystal ball. She looked at Yu Wenton, her red lips parting slightly as she spoke in a low but mocking voice. Is this the Yu family's earth elephant art? I thought it was supposed to be tough, but it turns out it's just like this, soft and weak. Yu Wenton's face darkened, and he was about to lash out. But just then, buzz! The entire leaderboard erupted with a blinding glare without any warning. Under everyone's horrified gazes, a name climbed frantically from the bottom of the leaderboard in a completely unreasonable manner. 85-19-95. With a crushing momentum, it instantly broke through the 90-point mark, leaving Su Mei and Yu Wenton far behind. And the momentum didn't slow down at all. Finally, amidst a deathly silence throughout the arena, the name settled at the top of the list. First place, Gu Fangchen blood chi quality rating, 100 points. A perfect score. It was actually the theoretical perfect score. In the testing area, the anger on Yu Wenton's face froze, and the mockery at the corners of Su Mei's mouth stiffened. The two of them were like they had been hit by a freezing spell, staring blankly at that number, their minds a complete blank. On the observation platform, the originally noisy discussions came to an abrupt halt. All the captains subconsciously leaned forward, staring intently at the glaring 100 on the screen, their eyes filled with disbelief. A perfect score. Is the equipment broken? One captain muttered to himself. His blood chi, it's as condensed as mercury and as pure as if there isn't a single impurity. This foundation, it's simply a piece of perfect raw jade, another sharp-eyed officer exclaimed in shock. Holy crap, it turns out he's not some useless pretty boy at all. The captains were all dumbfounded. In the corner, Zhang Chengyu put down his teacup. Looking at that name, a just as I expected smile appeared on his face. In the very center, no expression could be seen on Zia Lialai's icy, beautiful face. However, the corner of her mouth curled into a faint, almost imperceptible arc. After a brief dead silence, the arena instantly erupted into chaos. Big brother, you're awesome. A martial artist standing closest to him subconsciously shouted out, his tone filled with the purest admiration. Immediately after, the martial artists who had previously deliberately kept their distance from Gu Fangchen now swarmed around him like sharks smelling blood, their faces covered in enthusiastic smiles. Brother Gu, your foundation is too solid. You're simply a role model for our generation. Really damn, you're also quite the handsome talent. Just then a beautiful figure squeezed through the crowd. It was Su Mei, who had just been mocking Yu Wenton. At this moment, there wasn't a hint of arrogance left on her face, replaced instead by a smile that was charming to the bone. She leaned close to Gu Fangchen and breathed like an orchid, little handsome guy, you're really amazing. When the selection is over later, are you interested in having a drink together? I know a good place. Gu Fangchen didn't open his eyes. He just gave a faint me from his nose as a response to the surrounding flattery, and then said nothing more. The smile on Su Mei's face stiffened, but she didn't dare to get angry and could only retreat to the side dejectedly. On the other side, Yu Wenton's face was so dark it looked like it was about to drip water. He snorted coldly and did not step forward. What's the use of having high blood chi quality? It's just for show, he thought disdainfully. A martial artist relies on solid offense and defense. During the defense test later, I'll let him know what a real bronze wall and iron bastion is. Just then, the broadcast sounded again. The first assessment has ended. Data has been recorded. Now beginning the second assessment, defense pressure test. All examinees, please enter the designated area according to the guidance. 34. Defense assessment. The second test measured pure defensive ability. At the center of the field, several hundred huge mechanical impact devices rose up. Each candidate had to stand on a platform and endure strikes from mechanical iron fists. The machine would assign a final score based on the highest force withstood. Following their numbers, all candidates stepped onto their respective platforms. Defense pressure test officially begins. The moment the electronic voice fell, every iron fist in front of the platforms rumbled, starting at the lowest impact and escalating, smashing the martial artists on the platforms. Scores on the holographic screen jumped wildly. Roared. Yu Wenton roared, pushing his clan's elephant ground art to the limit. A thick earthen halo cloaked him, fusing man and earth. As the blows grew stronger, his face flushed and veins bulged, yet his feet stayed planted like an elephant's, never retreating. Boom! After a final violent strike, he bellowed in exhaustion, staggered 5 or 6 steps back, and barely steadied himself. On the big screen, his score locked in place. Yu Wenton defense evaluation, 92 points. Great, worthy of the Yu family's elephant ground art. Among first-rank martial artists, that defense is absolutely top tier. The observation platform burst into praise. Hearing the exclamations, Yu Wenton smiled smugly. His gaze swept over Su Mei's meager 75 points, and his grin widened. HMPH women. First place this round is in the bag. He instinctively looked toward the figure in the corner, eyes full of provocation. But just as he gloated, the data bar for Gu Fangchen on the big screen kept climbing steadily, unstoppably. On the platform, Gu Fangchen neither roared nor produced dazzling effects. He simply inhaled, feet apart, settling into the simplest horse stance. Boom, boom, boom. The impact force soared past 92 points, yet the youth stood like an eternal statue, clothes unruffled. Watching Gu Fangchen's back, Yu Wenton's smile vanished, replaced by ashen despair. At last the machine's energy dial maxed out, emitting an overloaded alarm. Warning, impact force has reached this zone's test limit. On the big screen, next to Gu Fangchen's name, a number that stole everyone's breath appeared. Gu Fangchen defense evaluation, 100 points. Another perfect score. Another crushing victory. Staring at the glaring 100, Yu Wenton felt the world spin. His pride, the famed absolute defense of the elephant ground art, became a complete joke before this mysterious youth. He hadn't even merited a glance from the other. Crack. His heart shattered. Second test concluded, data recorded. Third and final test beginning, comprehensive combat ability. All candidates proceed to the designated area as directed. At the order, the arena floor split open, and a massive steel gate lifted, revealing a dark passage beyond. From the high platform, the chief examiner announced the rules in an icy voice. The final arena, codename Meat Grinder, is a ruined battlefield covering 100 square kilometers. Inside, 3,000 beast-level exotic beasts have been released. You will use standard-issue weapons for 1 hour of free hunting. Final ranking will be based on kill count and weighted at 40% of your total score. Security officers inside will rescue you from lethal danger, but doing so ends your test and nullifies your score. Go to the armory for gear. The test begins in 5 minutes. The concise speech instantly ignited everyone's fighting spirit. Especially those with low scores in the first 2 rounds, their eyes now gleamed bloodthirsty. This was their only chance to turn the tables. The armory doors opened, and hundreds of martial artists rushed in, scrambling for their favorite weapons. This black-edged saber feels balanced. Get lost, I saw it first. For a moment chaos reigned. Gu Fangchen didn't jostle, he walked over only after the crowd thinned. He stepped straight to the saber rack, and casually lifted a standard alloy longsword. The blade felt slightly heavy, its chill seeping through his palm, making his blood tingle with anticipation. At last, finally I can kill exotic beasts, Gu Fangchen trembled with excitement. 5 minutes later. All candidates, fully armed, gathered before the huge steel gate of the battlefield. Room. Above the gate, a giant red countdown light activated. 10, 9, 8. Everyone's breathing quickened, weapons clenched, muscles taut like leopards ready to spring. Gu Fangchen stood at the rear, fingers lightly brushing the blade, his gaze calm as an abyssal pool. 3, 2, 1. Rumbled. The instant the countdown hit 0, the 100-ton steel gate thundered upward. A desolate scent of rust and dust swept over them. Kill! Someone roared, and hundreds of martial artists shot forward like uncaged beasts, racing into the vast ruined battlefield. Some formed temporary squads of 3 or 5. Others, confident in their skill, went solo, vanishing into the crisscrossing streets and high-rise ruins. In the blink of an eye, only Gu Fangchen remained at the entrance. He didn't rush in, instead he closed his eyes where he stood. Aura sniffing, activate. Instantly, a 3-dimensional radar with a 300-meter radius formed clearly in his mind. Hundreds of blue dots representing other candidates scattered at high speed. In the shadows of the ruins, red dots denoting exotic beasts radiated savage, bloodthirsty auras, like fireflies in the night, nowhere to hide. A cold arc curved on Gu Fangchen's lips. In this test, he was the only player with a full map cheat. He flickered, activating Shadow Step, and soundlessly melted into the roadside shadows, skirting every candidate and heading toward the densest cluster of red dots. Others were searching for prey. He was walking toward his dinner plate. In his eyes there was no tension, only wolf-like hunger and excitement at the sight of a flock of sheep. 35. Mountains of corpses and seas of blood. On the ruined battlefield, inside a destroyed commercial street. Roar! Yu Wenton let out a furious roar, his heavy shield slamming into the cheek of a rock-skinned boar and sending it staggering. Seizing the chance, the battle axe in his other hand traced a heavy arc. With all his strength, he finally heard a crack and barely split the boar's hard skull. Huff, huff. After dispatching this most ordinary beast-level exotic beast, Yu Wenton was already gasping for breath, sweat beading on his forehead. On the observation platform, Several squad leaders were watching his sector's live feed in real time. That kid Gu Fangchen's defense is solid, but his offense is too one-note, slow efficiency. Solid foundation but short on flair. A decent heavy shield bearer, never a spearhead. They chatted idly, eyes shifting to another screen. On the screen, Su Mei's silhouette flickered like a ghost. The twin daggers in her hands traced fatal arcs through the beast horde, reaping lives in silence, clearly far more efficient than Gu Fangchen. In the center, Xia Liuli sat quietly, the tea before her untouched. Her cool phoenix eyes merely swept across the flickering monitors, no emotion showing. To her, the so-called dark horses of this test were no different from stray dogs by the roadside. At that moment, the director in charge of the broadcast apparently found the scene too dull. He flicked through the feeds at lightning speed, hunting for something more explosive. Suddenly his fingers froze. He pulled up the solo feed of examinee number 39, Gu Fangchen. Everyone on the platform, Xia Liuli included, instinctively looked over. One glance, and the entire place sank into dead silence. On the screen, Gu Fangchen looked like a death god walking out of hell. Instead of cautiously picking off stragglers like the others, he directly leapt, blade in hand, into a pack of over a dozen Gale wolves. The instant he landed, instead of retreating, he advanced. His alloy longsword turned into a silver bolt, sweeping forward with the most savage, domineering stance imaginable. Army breaking 7 kills blade, form 1 break the line. Where the blade passed, 2 Gale wolves didn't even have time to howl before they were cut clean in half. Scalding blood and shredded organs burst out, splattering Gu Fangchen from head to toe. Yet he acted as if he felt nothing. Standing in that pool of blood, not a trace of fear showed on his face. Instead, he flashed an utterly brilliant, utterly delighted smile. He was smiling. What the? Was he actually smiling? WTF? Why? Enjoying the slaughter. Everyone on the platform was dumbstruck. A chill shot straight from their tailbones to their skulls. Even Xia Liuli's usually calm phoenix eyes widened a fraction. Inside the battlefield, a sweet notification rang in Gu Fangchen's mind. Ding, slain beast level exotic beast Gale wolf, 1-100, plunder successful, vitality +5. Ding, slain beast level exotic beast Gale wolf, 2-100, plunder successful, vitality +5. Ding, slain beast level exotic beast Gale wolf, 3-100, plunder successful, vitality +5. Vitality, 1030 +15, /1,200 points. Feeling the far purer, far richer warmth flooding into him than when slaughtering pigs, Gu Fangchen's eyes lit up. As expected. +5. 5 times more than killing a boar. Was it because these exotic beasts were alive and kicking, unlike those half-dead things in the back kitchen? So the vitality he could plunder was far greater. The idea sparked like a flame, instantly setting the prairie of desire in his heart ablaze. He went on a wilder killing spree. Ow! The scent of blood enraged the surrounding Gale wolves. They pounced from every direction, fangs and claws carving lethal arcs through the air. Gu Fangchen's gaze turned cold. Activating Shadow Step beneath his feet, his figure blurred into an afterimage, strolling leisurely through the wolves' siege. Every dodge was timed to perfection, avoiding fatal strikes. In his hands, the blade became the most efficient scythe of death. SHK. A Gale wolf tried to ambush from behind. Without even looking back, he reversed his grip and drove the blade up through the beast's lower jaw and out the top of its skull, perfectly precise. The moment the edge pulled free, a gush of hot brain matter sprayed out. He didn't spare it a glance. Stepping forward, he spun and delivered a mighty chop. Crack! Another pouncing wolf was split cleanly in two from crown to crotch. Its sturdy spine under his blade might as well have been rotten wood. The crisp crack of bone mixed with the dull thud of steel and flesh composed the rawest, bloodiest symphony of death. He no longer clung to forms. Every slash, every thrust was the simplest, most efficient kill. In less than a minute, the wolf pack that would spell doom for most first-rank warriors became a pile of mangled corpses. Ding, slain beast-level exotic beast Gale wolf, 16-100, plunder successful, vitality +5. Ding, slain beast-level exotic beast Gale wolf, 17-100, plunder successful, vitality +5. Ding, slain beast-level exotic beast Gale wolf, 18-100, plunder successful, vitality +5. Vitality, 1105 +75, /1,200 points. Gu Fangchen stood at the center of the mountain of corpses and sea of blood, feeling the warmth flood in, so exhilarating his scalp tingled. He slowly lifted his head, flicked the last drop of blood from the blade, and gazed past the ruins toward the distance. On his radar, more red dots were converging. He bared his teeth, the crimson blood making them look deathly white, and smiled again. The broadcast lens captured every second of it, sending shivers through the squad leaders. 36, they've gone berserk. On the ceremonial platform, a deathly silence reigned. Gulp. Someone swallowed hard, shattering the stillness. Is that kid even human? A squad leader's scalp tingled. Everyone else is scared stiff or grimacing in terror when they fight exotic beasts. He's grinning. He's enjoying it. Look at you, went over in Zone 4, another captain said, pointing at a split screen. He just barely took down a boar and's dog-tired, while this kid mowed through a pack of Gale wolves and is still smiling. And a third captain shot to his feet, eyes glued to the monitor. Check the slash he just made. That's the first move of Army Breaking 7 Kills Blade, Formation Breaker. I swear I'm not wrong. At those words, everyone rewound the footage and studied it frame by frame. In the corner, Zhang Chengyu's teacup cracked with a snap as his grip tightened involuntarily. His face wasn't merely shocked, it was utter disbelief and dumbfounded horror. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He'd only handed the boy the Army Breaking 7 Kills Blade manual at 3 a.m. last night. A few hours had passed since then. Not only had the kid learned it, he was already executing it so smoothly in live combat. For real. Don't tell me you've awakened a system, kid. At the very center of the platform, Zia Leoli's cold phoenix eyes were locked on the screen. Even on her eternally frosty, peerless face, a flicker of emotion showed. He actually, inside the ruins, Gu Fangchen drew a deep breath, feeling the vitality in his body soar again. Then, blade in hand, he flashed once more into the ruins' shadows. Guided by the radar map, he quickly found new prey. A herd of 7 or 8 hulking beasts, iron-skinned rhinoceroses, covered in iron-gray keratin like moving hills. Moo! Noticing the blood-scented intruder, they locked on with scarlet eyes, hooves gouging the earth as they charged in formation. Rumbled. The ground shook. Any normal examinee would dodge such a barrage capable of turning an armored car to scrap. Yet Gu Fangchen only bared a grim smile. Instead of retreating, he dragged his blade behind him and rushed head-on at the thundering tide of steel. Boom! He collided head-first with the lead rhino. The dull boom made every spectator's heart skip a beat. But the expected sight of the boy sent flying never came. Gu Fangchen's feet stood like bedrock, shoulders braced, stopping the multi-ton iron-skinned rhinoceros dead. Its terrifying momentum crashed into him and vanished like a mud cow into the sea. He didn't budge half a step. Eyes sharp, Gu Fangchen's arm muscles bulged. He pushed Panchi body tempering art and savage physique to their absolute limit. His alloy warblade, wrapped in mountain-shattering force, rose high and hacked straight down onto the rhino's skull. Crack! A bone-grating shriek rang out. The beast's crown, tough enough to survive a truck crash, split like paper under that brute power. The blade sank to the hilt. Ding, beast-level exotic beast iron-skinned rhinoceros slain, 1-100. Plunder successful, vitality +8. Vitality, 1113, +8/1-200. One strike instant kill. He wrenched the blade free, ignoring the collapsing corpse, and spun into a sweeping slash. The wet thud of hide parting and the crack of bone snapped almost together. A second rhino charging from the side had 2/3 of its neck severed. Its massive head flopped as momentum sent it tumbling. Ding, beast-level exotic beast iron-skinned rhinoceros slain, 2-100. Plunder successful, vitality +8. Vitality, 1121, +8/1-200. He'd gone slaughter crazy. Gu Fangchen was completely slaughter crazy. Like a black cyclone of death, he wove through the heavy rhinos. One slash, front legs gone, balance lost. One stomp, skull caved, crimson and white spraying. Scalding blood poured over him like rain, turning him into a fiend freshly crawled from a mountain of corpses. Barely half a minute later, the fight was over. Ding, beast-level exotic beast iron-skinned rhinoceros slain, 18-100. Plunder successful, vitality +8. Ding, beast-level exotic beast iron-skinned rhinoceros slain, 19-100. Plunder successful, vitality +8. Ding, beast-level exotic beast iron-skinned rhinoceros slain, 2100. Plunder successful, vitality +8. Vitality, 1265, +144/2,000. Stage, first rank mid to first rank late new. As the system chime faded, Gu Fangchen's body shuddered. Boom! An unprecedented torrent of vitality erupted inside him like a bursting dam. Already broad, tough meridians widened again. It felt like a roaring river scouring his frame. Every bone, every fiber thrilled beneath that new power. This was first rank late stage. Gu Fangchen clenched his fist, scalp tingling as the explosive strength nearly overflowed. He turned back to the panel. Ding, beast-level exotic beast iron-skinned rhinoceros slain, 2100. Plunder successful, vitality +8. Only now did he notice, each rhino granted 8 vitality. The earlier Gale wolves had given 5. So that's how it is. Even among beast-level exotic beasts, strength varies. The mightier the beast, the richer the vitality reward. Perfectly reasonable. He swept his gaze across the interface again. Gale wolf kill count, 18,100. Iron-skinned rhinoceros kill count, 2,100. He still had a long way to go to plunder both species' talents. From here on, he'd focus fire until those 2 talents were his. Just as Gu Fangchen mapped out his next grinding route. BZZ crackle. Over the ruined battlefield, the giant loudspeakers crackled to life. The head examiner's cold, solemn voice rolled across the entire meat grinder arena. Attention all examinees, real-time hunt leaderboard now released. First place, number 39 Gu Fangchen 38 kills. Second place, number 21 Sume 8 kills. Third place, number 7 Yu Wenton 5 kills. The whole field was stunned. 37, brutal, absolutely brutal. The announcement detonated like a blockbuster in every candidate's mind. Beside a collapsed building, several martial artists who had just finished off an exotic beast were catching their breath when the broadcast froze the smiles on their faces. Did I hear that right? First place, 38 kills. Are you kidding me? Our 5-man team nearly died taking down 3, and he soloed 38. Damn it, is Gu Fangchen even human? Crushing the first 2 tests wasn't enough. His combat score is this insane. How did he find so many exotic beasts? It makes no sense. For a moment, every candidate across the battlefield who heard the broadcast was stupefied. Before that unreachable number, all their fighting spirit and wishful thinking were ground to dust, leaving only shock and helplessness. At the far end of the ruined battlefield, beneath the shadow of a high-rise, a man cloaked entirely in black stood silently. When the broadcast sounded, no ripple crossed the face hidden inside his hood. With a ghost-like flicker, he slipped through the shadows of the rubble. Moments later, he reached an area boxed in by the wreckage of 3 buildings. It was the dead zone, where the battlefield surveillance net was weakest. After confirming no one was nearby, the black-robed man slowly crouched. He drew a pouch of unknown beast hide and poured out black powder that exuded a sinister aura. Fingers stained with the powder sketched rapidly across the ground. Soon an array of countless twisted runes took shape. When he finished, he produced 3 more items from the pouch. A pitch-black broken bone, a shriveled yet still throbbing heart, and a tuft of hair matted with dark gold blood. Carefully, he placed each one on a core node of the array. Hum! The formation flared with an eerie bloodlight. The runes seemed to writhe alive. An invisible, violent, summoning pulse quietly spread from the array toward some unknown corner of the ruins. The black-robed man nodded in satisfaction and rose. He lifted his left wrist. The unremarkable tactical watch lit up at once. Target locked, number 39 Gu Fangchen. Signal source confirmed. Calculating optimal route. On the screen, a scarlet dot marking Gu Fangchen's position blinked rapidly. After a glance at the map to fix his direction, his silhouette blurred into an almost undetectable shadow and sped silently toward Gu Fangchen. Not the faintest whisper of wind betrayed him. Like the night's deadliest assassin, intent hidden, target locked, meanwhile, at a flat, open plaza elsewhere in the ruins. Ow! Mournful wolf howls battered the air. Nearly 100 Gale wolves packed the square. They ringed the blood-soaked figure in the center, so tightly no water could escape. Yet Gu Fangchen's face showed not a trace of tension. He merely licked his lips, eyes blazing with a hunger crueler and hotter than the wolf's own. He stamped his foot. Like a shell fired point-blank, he charged straight into the forest of fangs and claws. The alloy combat blade in his hand came alive, a silver whirlwind of death. After the boost of savage physique, his body was practically the strongest defense in his tier. Against ordinary Gale wolves, he didn't even bother dodging. He plunged in and let 3 of them rake him with their claws. Clang! The screech of metal on metal couldn't leave a single white scratch. Tough. Just too tough. At the same instant, his blade in a savage arc sent several wolf heads spinning sky-high. Ding, beast-level exotic beast Gale wolf slain, 31,100. Plunder successful, vitality +5. Ding, beast-level exotic beast Gale wolf slain, 32,100. Plunder successful, vitality +5. Ding, beast-level exotic beast Gale wolf slain, 33,100. Plunder successful, vitality +5. Vitality, 1340 +75/2000. Fresh power surged, his momentum only grew. Abandoning all defense, he carved a bloody swathe through the pack in the rawest, most violent way imaginable. One Gale wolf leapt high, trying to rip out his neck from behind. Without looking back, Gu Fangchen shot his left hand rearward and clamped the wolf's throat like a vice. Then midair he crushed. Crack! Neck shattered. Using the still warm corpse as a flail, he smashed it into wolves charging from the other side. Thud thud. 2 wolves were sent flying with broken bones. Before they hit the ground, Gu Fangchen was already there, blade flashing. 2 huge wolf heads tumbled through the air. The entire plaza had become a meat grinder of flesh and blood. Limbs flew, carcasses spun, wolf howls and crimson spray filled the sky. That black figure danced madly amid the mountain of corpses. Every slash spilled scalding blood. Every step crushed a defiant skull. Brutal. Way too brutal. 38, light body. Finally, as the last Gale wolf let out a desperate wail and was pinned to the ground by Gu Fangchen's blade piercing its throat, the entire square fell into complete silence. The corpses of nearly 100 exotic beasts formed a perfect circle around him, as if they were believers performing a most devout pilgrimage to him. Warm blood gathered into streams, staining the ground beneath his feet a shocking dark red. Ding, killed beast-level exotic beast Gale wolf, 98-100, plunder successful, vitality +5. Ding, killed beast-level exotic beast Gale wolf, 99-100, plunder successful, vitality +5. Ding, killed beast-level exotic beast Gale wolf, 100-100, plunder successful, vitality +5. Vitality, 1675 plus 375, / 2000 points. Ding, cumulative kills of beast-level exotic beast Gale wolf, 100-100. Conditions met, beginning to plunder racial talent. Boom! A power completely different from the heavy feeling of savage physique, suddenly surged from his nerve endings. It was a feeling of being light, swift, as if breaking free from some kind of shackle. He felt his body become unprecedentedly light at this moment. His control over every joint and every muscle bundle reached a subtle, effortless level of mastery. Plunder successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Gale wolf racial core talent, lightness of body. Lightness of body, passive talent, permanently increases the host's neural reaction speed and body coordination, reduces physical consumption during high-speed movement and evasion, making you as light as a swallow in battle. Gu Fangchen slowly lifted his foot and hopped from side to side. If his movements while dodging were somewhat clumsy before, then now he was as light as if he were treading on clouds. Smooth. Too smooth. Gu Fangchen was very satisfied. He tried rotating his wrist again, and the alloy battle blade in his hand seemed to become an extension of his arm, light as nothing yet under perfect control. Good. Excellent. If savage physique gave him indestructible strength and defense, then lightness of body gave him the ultimate technique and agility to wield that power. Hardness and softness complemented each other perfectly. He was now a heavy tank with the handling system of a supercar. On the viewing platform, there had long been a dead silence. All the captains stared at the main screen, watching a scene comparable to a top-tier Hollywood special effects blockbuster. Their minds were blank, and they even forgot to breathe. He killed them all. One person killed an entire wolf pack. One captain's voice sounded like a sleep talker's. Did you notice? Another captain's face was equally grave. From beginning to end, his breathing rhythm barely faltered. His stamina is simply a bottomless pit. It's not just stamina. Another captain shook his head, his eyes full of incomprehensible confusion. The most shocking thing should be his efficiency. Look at the replay. Every move he made, every swing of his blade didn't have a single redundant motion. It's too incredible. In the center, Zia Leoli's cold phoenix eyes were fixed unblinkingly on the blood-soaked figure on the screen. Her long, fair fingers unconsciously tapped lightly on the armrest, making a rhythmic soft sound. For the first time, she felt a sense of being unable to see through appear. Gu Fangchen. Her red lips parted slightly as she silently mouthed the name, a look of unprecedented brilliance deep in her eyes. Just as Gu Fangchen was immersed in the pleasure of his exploding strength, his brow suddenly furrowed. Something was wrong. On the radar map in his mind with a 300-meter radius, at the edge of the square, a deep red light dot, larger and more dazzling than all the previous red dots combined, appeared without warning. That massive and evil aura was violent, bloodthirsty, and filled with a desire for destruction. A king-rank exotic beast. Gu Fangchen's pupils suddenly constricted. Almost at the same time, with a sizzle, the broadcast in the ruined battlefield sounded again. But this time, the chief examiner's voice carried an unprecedented gravity and urgency. Emergency notice, emergency notice. An unexpected situation has occurred in the examination grounds. A king-rank exotic beast, the Utahraptor, has accidentally intruded. All examinees please remain calm and do not panic. After an emergency discussion by the examiner group, the final assessment content has changed. We will dispatch a third-rank martial artist into the examination grounds to beat this king-rank exotic beast into a heavily injured and dying state. On this basis, all examinees will have the opportunity to deliver the final killing blow. The one who successfully lands the kill will directly receive a 500-point reward. Repeat, 500 points. Boom! This news was like a nuclear bomb dropped into a calm lake, instantly detonating the entire battlefield. 500 points. That was equivalent to hunting exactly 500 beast-level exotic beasts. Holy crap, 500 points. Isn't that basically a free first-place finish? Damn it, I'm going for it. If I snatch this kill, I win. Go quick to the assembly point. After a brief moment of shock, all the examinees' eyes erupted with unparalleled greed and fanaticism. They no longer cared about hunting those scattered beast-level exotic beasts and turned around one after another, like sharks smelling blood, frantically rushing toward the coordinates announced in the broadcast. In the north district of the battlefield, on an open, abandoned highway. Roared. A terrifying creature, 3 stories tall and looking like a Tyrannosaurus rex, but with forelimbs evolved into 2 massive claws sharp as sides, was roaring at the sky. With every step it took, the hard highway was crushed into spider web-like cracks. That terrifying pressure belonging to a king-rank exotic beast made the surrounding air thick and oppressive. And above it, a figure was stepping on a silver hoverboard, agilely dodging and weaving. It was a young martial artist wearing a standard combat suit, with a cold face and steady eyes. A third-rank martial artist. When the other examinees arrived panting and saw this scene, they all let out cries of awe. It's a hoverboard. That's unique equipment for a third-rank martial artist. Is this a third-rank powerhouse? What terrifying pressure. 39. Deinonychus. In the air, the third-rank martial artist's every slash of his battle blade sent out a condensed arc of light that struck the Utahraptor's thick scales, spraying glaring sparks. He wasn't using his full strength. With effortless ease, he kept draining the colossal beast's stamina. However, he was getting irritated. Damn it, controlling my force is too hard. He cursed inwardly. The order from above was to blood control this king-rank exotic beast, beat it to the brink of death without crippling it, so the rookies below would still find it challenging, yet not impossible. That was way more troublesome than simply one-shotting it. Forget it. Let's do it this way. With that thought, he shook both arms. Vast blood chi gushed out of his body, turning into a visible shockwave that slammed into the Utahraptor's chest. Banged. The Utahraptor let out a pained roar, its huge frame staggering back. The scales on its chest cracked in a wide area and blood poured out. That should do. The young martial artist sheathed his blade and hovered in midair, looking down at the examinees below, who were now burning with fervor, and said coldly, "It's grievously wounded, now it's your turn. Whoever claims its head will be the champion of this assessment." His words acted like the strongest stimulant, instantly igniting every candidate's greed. Screw it, let's go. The champion is mine. Charge together, grind it to death. Yu went and roared and rushed in first, hefting a heavy shield to draw the Utahraptor's attention. Sumei's silhouette turned into a black bolt of lightning, flanking from the side, her twin daggers aimed straight at the beast's wounded hind leg. The other 100+ martial artists, as if injected with chicken blood, yelled and launched an all-out assault from every direction. But they had underestimated the terror of a king-rank exotic beast. Roared. Even grievously wounded, the Utahraptor's might hadn't diminished in the least. It whipped its tail like a gigantic steel flail. Bang, bang, bang. Several vanguard warriors were sent flying before they could react, bones shattered, collapsing like torn sacks and instantly losing combat ability. Then its 2 side-like claws slashed wildly through the crowd. Rip! Yu Wenton's prideful heavy shield was as fragile as paper before the claws, torn apart in an instant. He himself was swatted by an irresistible force, coughed a mouthful of blood, and crashed into distant rubble, unconscious. Screams and wails filled the air. The once ferocious assault formation collapsed in moments. In midair, the third-rank martial artist frowned deeply. Trash. All trash. I beat it to the state, and they still get steamrolled. He cursed inwardly, then sighed. Well, most real talents were snapped up early by well-paying clans and dojos that don't send them to fight beasts every day. Who in their right mind would join the army and live a life on the knife's edge? With that, he turned to the approaching safety officers. "Watch them, don't let anyone die." "Roger," the safety officers nodded. On the grandstand, the squad leaders shook their heads. "Sigh, their quality drops every year. At this rate, they'll be lucky not to get wiped out, let alone finish the beast. Looks like victory won't be decided for a while." On the main screen, the brutal siege was being broadcast live. Everyone's attention was locked on the Utoraptor running amok. Yet several kilometers away, on a street corner, Gu Fangchen suddenly halted his dash. On his radar, a red dot was racing straight toward him at extreme speed. Closer, closer. He glanced at the alley beside him. A black-robed man holding a dagger burst out and thrust straight at him. The instant they met, eyes both froze. Not an exotic beast. Gu Fangchen's eyes widened. The black-robed man looked equally shocked. How did he spot me? I already suppressed my killing intent, but the arrows on the string must let it fly. With no hesitation, the black-robed man lunged, poisoned dagger aimed at Gu Fangchen's throat. Fast, precise, ruthless. Facing the fatal ambush, Gu Fangchen reacted even faster. He tilted slightly. The talent lightness of body let him dodge the vicious edge by a hair's breadth. Almost simultaneously, he shot out a hand like iron pincers toward the black-robed man's dagger wrist. So fast. The black-robed man's pupils shrank. He hadn't expected Gu Fangchen's reflexes and strength to exceed his estimates so much. With a sharp jolt, he released a strange vibrating force, forcibly breaking free of the grab, flipped back and landed steadily. 5 meters apart, they faced off again. Without a word, the fight exploded anew. The black-robed man flickered into several afterimages, attacking Gu Fangchen from every angle. His poisoned dagger became a skyfall of starlight, sealing every escape route. Gu Fangchen neither flinched nor dodged. He rammed his long blade into the ground. Clang! Crossing his arms before him, he pushed the panchy body tempering art to its peak. Ding ding dang dang. A dense rain of metal rang out. The poisoned dagger that could pierce steel only sparked against his arms, not leaving even a white scratch. A flash of terror crossed the black-robed man's eyes. He tried to retreat. Gu Fangchen seized the instant of his stiffness and swept a leg like a battle axe. Unable to dodge, the black-robed man crossed arms to block. Banged! With a dull thud, the black-robed man was sent tumbling twice across the ground. Meanwhile, on the grandstand. "Hey, look, something's wrong with Examinee 39's feed." A sharp-eyed captain pointed at a sub-screen. The director switched the feed to the main screen at once. When everyone saw Gu Fangchen locked in a life-and-death fight with a mysterious black-robed figure, the whole venue erupted. It's the Woku, same group that infiltrated the shelter last time. Damn their guts, attacking right at the selection site. Zia Leoli's Phoenix eyes instantly turned icy. The chief examiner's face went livid. He slammed the table and roared into the comm. "Security Team 3, move to Sector D7 immediately. Target, Examinee 39's location. Capture the assassin alive." 40 thick black smoke. Inside the arena. Seeing his strike miss, the man in black robe knew he'd been exposed. If he couldn't finish his opponent quickly, staying any longer was pointless. With that thought, he pulled 3 black metal spheres from his robe and hurled them at Gu Fangchen. Boom, boom, boom. The spheres exploded midair, and thick black smoke swallowed the entire street. Inside the smoke, visibility dropped to less than half a meter, cutting off most sensory probes. The man in black robe vanished into the haze. Trying to run. Gu Fangchen's eyes narrowed. Against someone with aura sniffing, this kind of cover was meaningless. On the mental radar in his mind, the red hostile dot was sprinting toward the ruins at top speed. Gu Fangchen yanked his long blade from the ground, and like an arrow loosed from a bow, chased into the smoke without hesitation. Tap, tap, tap. At that moment, a squad of fully armed security officers arrived on the scene. "Report, the assassin has entered the smoke zone," the squad leader reported into his comm. The instant his voice fell. Thud! A black shadow flew out of the smoke and crashed in front of them. It was the black-robed assassin. An alloy war blade was buried in his chest, the tip jutting from his back. Blood gurgled out, he was barely breathing. Gu Fangchen stepped slowly out of the smoke. Ignoring the stunned officers, he expressionlessly planted a foot on the assassin's skull. Crack! A soft sound. Red and white splattered everywhere. Silence gripped the street. The officers and every captain on the grandstand stared, minds blank. Clean. Decisive. Too strong. While they reeled in shock, Gu Fangchen remained calm. He pulled his blade from the corpse, wiped it on the black robe, then used the tip to fish a small storage pouch from the headless body. He opened the pouch and glanced inside. A few pill bottles, and an obviously old technique manual. A tidy little windfall. Gu Fangchen smiled in satisfaction. His laughter rang eerily through the silent street. For some reason, the nearby officers felt their scalps tingle, and all shivered in unison. Gu Fangchen looked up at the petrified officers and asked calmly. "These are my spoils, correct? May I take them?" The leading officer finally snapped out of his daze. Swallowing hard, he forced himself to stay calm, stepped forward and took the pouch from Gu Fangchen. After a quick check to confirm it held no military secrets or marked items, he requested instructions over the comm. Seconds later, he received a reply. Mr. Gu, he said, respectfully handing the pouch back, awe in his voice, orders from above. Under wartime regulations, your kill entitles you to these spoils. Thank you. Gu Fangchen pocketed the pouch. Then he bent down and plucked a dagger, coated in eerie blue poison from the assassin's hand. Noticing the strange blue gleam, he spotted a matching beast hide sheath strapped to the corpse's thigh. He ripped it free. With a soft sheeting, the poison blade slid home, a perfect fit. He strapped this unexpected prize to his own thigh, nice and secure. Done, he nodded to the officers in farewell. Without another pause, he blurred into a streak, speeding toward the king-rank exotic beast in the distance. The officers were left staring at the headless corpse and the ever-widening crimson pool. Then at Gu Fangchen's, silhouette fading into the ruins. An icy chill inexplicably shot from their souls to their scalps. Meanwhile, the north battlefield was already a cauldron of chaos. Roared. Each roar from the Utahraptor whipped up fierce gales that sent examinees sprawling. Its two scythe-like claws tore deep furrows into the ground with every swing, sending chips of stone and broken weapons flying. The whole scene was a wretched mess. Su Mei's figure flickered like a ghost. Using her nimble footwork, she repeatedly darted behind the Utahraptor, aiming for the weak joints. Even at full strength, she could only leave shallow scratches on its tough hide, no real damage. The Utahraptor, annoyed by this buzzing fly, suddenly whipped its tail. Banged! Su Mei felt an irresistible force. She was flung through the air, tumbling across the ground before barely stopping, a trickle of blood at her lips. Many others couldn't even get close. The beast's violent pressure turned their limbs to jelly. They could only hurl weapons from afar, not even tickling the monster. High above, the third-rank martial artist hovered lazily, watching the headless chicken-like examinees with impatience written on his face. Bunch of trash. He cursed under his breath. This was a waste of his time. On the grandstand, the squad captains lost interest, lifting teacups and chatting. They'd given up on the fiasco below. Right then, a figure appeared. He didn't run like the others. He strode forward with steady steps, heading straight for the chaotic battlefield. Covered in blood yet showing no sign of distress, his eyes were as calm as deep water, a still-dripping long blade in hand. Wherever he passed, the roaring examinees unconsciously halted, as if cowed by an invisible aura, parting to give him a clear path. Soon, Gu Fangchen reached the front line of the melee. He glanced at the rampaging Utahraptor, then at the surrounding examinees whose faces mingled fear and greed, unable to advance or retreat. He spoke slowly. Step aside. The simple two words stunned everyone. A martial artist who'd just been swatted aside by the Utahraptor, dizzy and bruised, scrambled up and roared instinctively. Who the hell do you think you are? Get lost. But when he recognized the face, he froze. Grab. Gu Fangchen. Better move. His expression flipped 180 degrees in an instant. From fury to fawning awe in a heartbeat. Ignoring his injuries, he kipped up and waved frantically, shouting louder than anyone. Crap, what are you all waiting for? Didn't you hear Brother Gu? Clear the way, make room for Brother Gu. His roar made everyone spin around. The moment they saw it was Gu Fangchen. Swishing. All examinees, like mice spotting a cat, paled in horror and scrambled aside. In an instant, a huge fan-shaped clearing opened up. Under hundreds of stunned, fearful, and bewildered eyes, Gu Fangchen stepped, blade in hand, into the death zone dominated by the Utahraptor's pressure. High above, the bored third-rank martial artist perked up instantly. On the grandstand, the captains set down their teacups in unison, leaning forward reflexively. Oh, that kid. This is getting interesting. Does he plan to solo a king-rank exotic beast? Even heavily wounded, that raptor's no match for a mere first-rank martial artist, right? Let's see, this kid's got something weird about him. Zhang Chengyu's lips curved in amusement. At the same time, anticipation flashed in Zia Liulai's eyes. 41 perfect breakthrough. On the battlefield, the Utahraptor's massive single eye locked dead on the tiny human who dared challenge it alone. Roared. It bellowed sky-shakingly, its colossal frame lunging forward. A scythe-like claw ripped the air, smashing straight at Gu Fangchen's head. A single blow that could flatten a tank into scrap metal. Yet faced with this thunderous strike, Gu Fangchen's figure blurred the instant the claw came down. Shadow step. He became a wisp of afterimage, slipping past the savage clawwind at an angle that defied physics. Boom! The claw cratered the spot he'd just occupied, pulverizing the hardened road and sending rubble flying. Missing its target, the Utahraptor went berserk, whipping its other claw in a sweeping arc. Instead of retreating, Gu Fangchen tapped the ground and drifted upward like a weightless leaf, riding the clawwind to alight on the beast's thick forearm. He sprinted along the armor-scaled limb as if on level ground, lightning bolting toward the wound on its chest. The spectators in the stands were stunned speechless. Damn that footwork, he's really just a first-rank martial artist. The Utahraptor clearly hadn't expected this human to be so troublesome. It thrashed wildly, trying to fling the ant off. But Gu Fangchen's feet were rooted, no amount of rolling could dislodge him. At that moment, his left hand flashed with cold light. The poisoned dagger he'd taken from the assassin now rested in his grip. He locked onto the cracked scale seam on the beast's chest, left by a third-rank martial artist, and focused. His right-hand saber slashed upward in the domineering army-breaking 7 kills blade, aiming for the Utahraptor's jaw and forcing its head back. Now, the chest's weak point lay fully exposed. Gu Fangchen dived. The poisoned dagger flashed like lightning into the bone-deep wound the third rank had opened. Schluck. Blade met flesh. Arrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr toxin flooded its blood and nerves through the wound. Its huge frame shuddered, its once frenzied movements visibly slowed and stiffened. Success. Gu Fangchen gave it no chance to breathe. Using the dagger's recoil, he vaulted skyward, flipped midair, and landed steadily atop the beast's broad back. Then, he gripped his saber with both hands, channeling every ounce of surging vitality into the blade. When the charge peaked, he hacked down at the thick cervical spine in a mountain-splitting arc. Crack! A sickening, bone-shattering blast rang out across the field. The supposedly unbreakable neck snapped clean under the strike. The Utahraptor's roar cut short, its massive head drooped. Crimson beast-light faded rapidly from its eyes. Finally, with a thunderous boom, its mountain-like body crashed to the earth, kicking up clouds of dust, forever silent. Ding! King rank exotic beast Utahraptor slain 1-1. Plunder successful, vitality plus 150. Vitality, 1825 plus 150/2000. Plunder successful. Host has gained the Utahraptor's core racial talent, Tyrant's Wrath. Tyrant's Wrath, active talent. After activation, host enters Berserk state for 10s, strength and damage resistance plus 30%. Berserk, Gu Fangchen remained calm. Right then, another panel appeared. Tier 2, breakthrough conditions met. At first rank peak, you may choose a breakthrough method and advance directly to early Tier 2, success rate 100%. For future breakthroughs between Tier 3 and Tier 6, success rate remains 100%. Common breakthrough, King rank exotic beast slain 1-1. Elite breakthrough, King rank exotic beast slain 1-3. Perfect breakthrough, King rank exotic beast slain 1-5. Breakthrough. Reading the panel, Gu Fangchen instantly recalled the data he'd checked yesterday on the military terminal. According to what he'd found, every major realm of martial artists is divided into 4 minor stages: early, middle, late, and peak. Once a martial artist's vitality cultivation reaches peak of the current realm, an invisible barrier blocks any further progress. To keep growing stronger, one must break through into the next major realm. And this breakthrough is the terrifying chasm that traps countless martial artists for life. Taking Tier 1 to Tier 2 as an example. Ordinarily, a martial artist must prepare the extremely precious heart blood of a king rank beast, plus assorted heavenly materials, to refine a realm-breaking pill. Only by guiding that violent beast energy to scour one's meridians can a leap in life echelon occur. Based on the rarity and quantity of materials used, there are 3 recognized methods. Common breakthrough uses heart blood from one ordinary king rank beast, lowest risk, highest success rate. But the resulting foundation is unstable, vitality impure, combat strength bottom tier for the rank, and future breakthroughs become far harder. This path is labeled lower second tier. Elite breakthrough uses heart blood from 3 king rank beasts of differing attributes, balanced risk and reward, the choice of most martial artists. After breakthrough, the foundation is solid, strength respectable, called middle second tier. Perfect breakthrough uses heart blood from 5 top tier king rank beasts plus legendary spiritual items, extremely high risk, success rate under 10%. Failure cripples the meridians at best, or detonates the body on the spot. But success forges the perfect Dao foundation, power far above peers, and an open road for future martial arts. Such rarities are labeled high-grade second tier. Moreover, once chosen, there's no turning back. For instance, picking common breakthrough means every future breakthrough, tier 2 to tier 3, tier 3 to tier 4, must also be common, unless one cripples their cultivation and starts over. The same applies to elite and perfect. Once chosen, you walk that road to the end. Gu Fangchen remembered the files specifically mentioning that Zia Liulai was one of the few upper third tier martial artists in the military's younger generation who had advanced via perfect breakthrough. At this moment, staring at his system panel, Gu Fangchen's mind became crystal clear. He finally understood the most heaven-defying aspect of his Slaughter and Plunder system. Namely, it skips all tedious material gathering and pill refining, while erasing that terrifying sub-10% failure chance. Success rate, 100%. In other words, the path deemed near certain death, tread only by the chosen elite, becomes a broad, level highway before him. Was there even a choice? Even a dog would pick perfect breakthrough. In his mind, he made the only possible decision. So, only 4 more king-rank beasts to go. 42, the undisputed top scorer. The entire venue fell into a dead silence. One could hear a pin drop. Everyone stared blankly at the center of the dust-filled battlefield. Gu Fangchen slowly stepped down from the massive corpse, blade in hand and bathed in blood, looking like a demon god. Clap! Clap clap! Someone, snapping out of their extreme shock, began to clap instinctively. This applause, like a pebble thrown into a lake, instantly rippled outwards. Clap 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 clap. Thunderous applause erupted. Every examinee present, whether it was Yu Wenton, who had been jealous before, or Su Mei. At this moment, they all gave the young man before them their warmest applause from the bottom of their hearts. In their eyes, jealousy and calculation had vanished, replaced only by the purest awe and submission toward an absolute powerhouse. At this moment, Gu Fangchen had conquered everyone present with his overwhelming strength. In midair, the third-rank martial artist also slowly descended. He put away his hoverboard and strode over to Gu Fangchen. The irritation and disdain on his face were long gone, replaced by heartfelt appreciation and admiration. Beautiful, that was played beautifully. He was generous with his praise, reaching out with a hearty smile. I'm Lin Feng, captain of the Breaking Dawn Special Ops Squad. It's a pleasure to meet you, Gu Fangchen. Hello, Gu Fangchen replied, shaking his hand. Lin Feng patted his shoulder firmly, his eyes full of admiration but also a hint of regret. It's a shame. My Breaking Dawn squad just filled its roster recently. Otherwise, I'd have invited you no matter what. Gu Fangchen gave an awkward laugh and didn't say much. Lin Feng suddenly thought of something and added, Don't worry, you killed this Utoraptor with your own skill, so the spoils naturally belong to you. The Dragon Country military region never requires you to hand over extra materials, aside from items necessary for the mission. I'll have the security officers help you harvest the materials later and store them in the base's temporary warehouse. Saying this, he took out a metal card engraved with special patterns and handed it over. This is a temporary access card for the warehouse. The address is on the back. You can go pick them up yourself when the time comes. Gu Fangchen took the card, feeling a bit surprised. He had thought the military would use various excuses to confiscate the materials from this king-rank exotic beast. He hadn't expected them to handle it so straightforwardly. This actually increased his favorable impression of the military. Just then, the broadcast rang out again, and the chief examiner's voice spread throughout the venue. The final assessment has ended. The champion has been decided. Due to the appearance of Waku assassins in the testing grounds, this selection is ending early to ensure everyone's safety and to investigate the cause of the king-rank exotic beast's appearance. Final scores will be based on the current hunting leaderboard. First place, number 39 Gu Fangchen, total points, 638. Second place, number 21 Su Mei, total points, 68. Third place, number 7 Yu Wenton, total points, 53. All examinees, please return to the Central Martial Arts Arena immediately. As the announcement ended, Lin Feng immediately directed the arriving security officers to begin skillfully butchering the Utoraptor's corpse for Gu Fangchen. Meanwhile, the other examinees began their return under the escort of several security officers. On the way back, the atmosphere was completely different from when they arrived. The examinees who had previously kept a respectful distance from Gu Fangchen now swarmed around him, their faces filled with enthusiastic smiles. Brother Gu, that strike of yours just now was so cool. You're practically my idol. Really, you've got both looks and strength. Brother Gu, do you need a lackey? The kind that serves tea and pours water. Gu Fangchen was somewhat between laughter and tears at this sudden enthusiasm, and could only respond with smiles. Soon, everyone returned to the central martial arts arena. As soon as he stepped out of the tunnel, Gu Fangchen saw that the high platform ahead was already crowded with people. Dozens of squad captains with powerful auras and sharp eyes stood there in a row, staring at him with burning gazes, like a pack of hungry wolves spotting a peerless treasure. Brother Gu. A captain with a scorpion tattoo skidded to a halt in front of him, out of breath, but with a face full of incredibly enthusiastic smiles. This was the same captain who had previously asserted that Gu Fangchen might just be a showy but useless pillow. Brother, join our scorpion squad. All resources will be prioritized for you. Before he could finish, people behind him pushed forward. Don't listen to him. The scorpion squad sleeps in the wild every day. Join our thunderstorm squad. We have the best logistical support. Brother Gu, although our Iron Wall squad isn't very famous, the benefits we offer are definitely the highest. In an instant, Gu Fangchen was surrounded so tightly not even water could leak through, his ears filled with all sorts of jaw-droppingly generous offers. Just then, the cold and solemn broadcast rang out across the venue again, instantly drowning out all the noise. Assessment complete, final results have been evaluated. Everyone instinctively stopped what they were doing and looked up at the large screen. Examining Gu Fangchen. First item, blood chi quality evaluation, 100 points. Second item, defensive pressure resistance evaluation, 100 points. Third item, comprehensive combat evaluation, 638 points. When this series of near-perfect scores was listed, the entire venue fell into a dead silence once more. The cold electronic voice paused, then announced the final result in a tone devoid of emotion, yet filled with absolute authority. Total score first place, Gu Fangchen. Reward, 3,000 military merit points, 5 million Dragon Country coins. Boom! The entire venue completely erupted. And the captains surrounding Gu Fangchen, after a brief moment of shock, looked at him with even more fanatical eyes. The well-deserved top scholar. A crushing victory. The eyes of the entire audience focused on him once again, waiting for his choice. On the observation platform, Zia Leoli rested her cheek on one hand, a hint of curiosity appearing in her cold phoenix eyes. She also wanted to know what kind of choice Gu Fangchen would make. Would he join Thunderstorm with the most abundant resources? Or Azure Wolf with the most illustrious military achievements? Under everyone's expectant gaze, Gu Fangchen finally moved. Ignoring the captains arguing until they were red in the face, he calmly raised his head, his gaze sweeping across the observation platform before finally landing on Zhang Chengyu, who had just come down from the stage. He raised his hand and pointed from afar. I choose him. Those 3 words clearly reached everyone's ears. The noisy venue once again fell into an eerie silence. All the captains froze, looking in the direction he was pointing, their faces filled with confusion. Even Zhang Chengyu himself was completely stunned. He stood there blankly, pointing at himself with a look of disbelief. How does he know I'm a captain? I clearly didn't say anything. This kid, Brother Gu, you're not joking, are you? The captain with the scorpion tattoo was the first to react, his voice full of bewilderment. You're choosing Zhang Chengyu. Another captain also hurriedly advised, Brother Gu, you have to think this through. Zhang Chengyu's Pathfinder squad isn't an ordinary combat squad. They're a bunch of madmen who specialize in tackling the toughest challenges. What? Many of the new martial artists around them cried out in surprise. That's right, the captain explained with a pained expression. Their mission is specifically to clear out the densest and largest beast tides. They are the Sharp Blade, the Vanguard, and also the team with the highest casualty rate. They are almost never off duty. They're either in a beast tide or on their way to one. Although they earn a lot of military merit points, they don't have the life to spend them. A genius like you should concentrate on cultivation. Carrying out missions all day is simply a waste of talent. For a moment, everyone looked at Gu Fangchen with eyes full of regret. But facing everyone's persuasion, not only did Gu Fangchen's face show no sign of wavering, he even laughed. Then that's perfect. The entire venue. 43, awesome. Everyone was completely dumbfounded. They wanted to try persuading him further, but Gu Fangchen was dead set on his decision. In the end, Gu Fangchen joined Zhang Chengyu's Yama squad, drawing wails and chest thumping from the captains on the scene. After the selection ended, Gu Fangchen and Zhang Chengyu walked toward the rewards exchange office. Zhang Chengyu still hadn't quite processed what had happened. He turned his head to look at Gu Fangchen and couldn't help but ask, Wait, brother, can I ask, how did you know I was a captain? I guessed, Gu Fangchen replied succinctly. Yesterday in the training room, you and Liu Meng were clearly much stronger than the others. You also knew the base inside out and were very concerned about the newcomer selection. What else could you be if not a captain? I'm not an idiot. Zhang Chengyu was choked up, rubbing his nose and muttering to himself. If that's the case, doesn't that make me the idiot? The two of them soon arrived at the rewards exchange office. A young and beautiful female clerk sat at the front desk. Seeing Zhang Chengyu, she immediately stood up and saluted. Hello, Captain Zhang. Zhang Chengyu nodded, pointing to Gu Fangchen beside him. Process his rewards for him. Gu Fangchen handed over the red identity card that symbolized first place. As soon as the clerk saw the bright red first place mark on the card, her expression instantly changed, filling with respect. When she looked up and saw Gu Fangchen's handsome, refined face, she froze completely, and her cheeks flushed red in an instant. So handsome. She quickly lowered her head to hide her flustered state, her hands moving busily over the terminal. Mr. Gu, your 3,000 military merit points have been successfully recorded in your identity card. Her voice trembled slightly. May I ask if you have a designated bank account for the 5 million cash reward? If not, we can deposit it directly into this red identity card. Gu Fangchen thought for a moment, took the pitch-black metal card from his pocket and placed it on the counter. Can you help me transfer the money into this card? The counter area instantly fell into a deathly silence. Zhang Chengyu and the clerk's eyes were like magnets, glued to that black card. Holy crap, the black card. Zhang Chengyu cried out in shock, while the clerk practically sprang from her seat, taking the card with both hands, her whole body shaking uncontrollably. Why yes, of course. With a near-reverent posture, she carefully placed the black card on the reader, her movements so gentle as if she were afraid of breaking it. Zhang Chengyu looked at Gu Fangchen in shock. Yesterday, you used this card to open the War God No. 1 training room. Gu Fangchen nodded. Yeah, Xia Liulai gave it to me. Xia Liulai, Zhang Chengyu's eyes nearly popped out. Is that quiet girl the type to just hand out a black card like that? Just as he finished speaking, the clerk's trembling voice came through. It's all process, Mr. Gu. Gu Fangchen took the black card and the red card and put them away. Zhang Chengyu subconsciously turned around to say something else, but his voice instantly caught in his throat. Because, not far behind them, Xia Liulai was standing there elegantly with two guards, her hands behind her back. Those cold phoenix eyes were staring at him fixedly, her expression unreadable. Zhang Chengyu felt a chill run down his back, a cold shiver shooting from his tailbone straight to the top of his head. It gave Zhang Chengyu a violent start. I'm dead. Caught red-handed talking behind someone's back. Zhang Chengyu's body froze instantly. A smile more painful than crying appeared on his face as he began calculating whether to apologize first or just kneel and beg for mercy. But Xia Liulai didn't even bother to give him a second glance. As if she hadn't heard a word, she strode forward with her long legs, passing him and coming to a stop in front of Gu Fangchen. Under the shocked gazes of Zhang Chengyu and the two Crimson Flame guards, a faint, almost imperceptible smile actually appeared on Xia Liulai's icy, beautiful face. She looked at Gu Fangchen. Her voice was still cold, but it seemed to lack its usual distant frostiness. Keep it up. Two simple words, yet they exploded like heavy bombs in the hearts of Zhang Chengyu and the Crimson Flame guards. The few of them were instantly petrified on the spot. Keep it up. Miss Xia, she actually said keep it up. They had been in the military for years and knew better than anyone that the phrase, keep it up, simply didn't exist in Xia Liulai's dictionary. Because in her view, the strong didn't need encouragement, and the weak didn't deserve it. Therefore, hearing those words from her mouth was more unbelievable than seeing the sun rise from the west. After saying that, Xia Liulai smiled. With a thought, she took out 3 bottles of high-grade qi and blood pills from her storage ring and gave them to Gu Fangchen. For you. Everyone. Miss Xia is actually giving a gift. And to a man. Someone her own age. Gu Fangchen didn't hesitate, he took them and put them away. Thanks. Seeing this, Xia Liulai didn't say much else. She simply put her hands behind her back and turned to leave like a queen inspecting her territory, carrying a cold and haughty aura, leaving only a sharp and cool silhouette. Not until her figure completely disappeared at the end of the corridor did Zhang Chengyu let out a long breath as if he had been granted a grand pardon, feeling his back completely soaked in cold sweat. He felt like he had just taken a walk past the gates of hell. And the usually expressionless Crimson Flame guards following Xia Liulai looked at each other, seeing deep shock in each other's eyes. Incredible, Xia Liulai didn't stop and left the base directly. As soon as she stepped out, a harsh clamor reached her ears. Zia Leali looked up, her dark eyebrows furrowing instantly. Not far ahead, next to an eye-catchingly luxurious sports car, a figure that caused her physiological disgust was holding a bouquet of flowers, walking quickly toward her with a face full of hypocritical smiles. Yi Liang, Zia Leali's brow furrowed tightly. Leali. Just as Yi Liang's self-proclaimed gentle voice rang out. Zia Leali's gaze instantly turned cold. Don't call me by that disgusting name. The smile on Yi Liang's face faltered, but he still held out the bright bouquet of flowers. Leali, don't be angry, I just wanted to. Before he could finish, a flash of undisguised violence crossed Zia Leali's eyes. Without the slightest hesitation, she reached out and snatched the bouquet. Then, under the horrified gazes of Yi Liang and everyone around, she suddenly crushed it with one hand. CRRRK. The priceless bouquet of ice crystal roses was instantly crushed and torn apart in her hand. Petals flew everywhere like broken butterflies. She ruthlessly snapped the fragile stems and tossed them onto the ground. Get lost. The smile on Yi Liang's face froze completely. A hint of malice flashed deep in his eyes, but he forced himself to say, Leali, why must you be like this? The engagement between our two families was set by the old masters. Engagement. Zia Leali acted as if she had heard the world's biggest joke. She took a step forward and looked down at Yi Liang, her cold phoenix eyes filled with extreme contempt and disdain. You think you're worthy. Having said that, she didn't bother to look at him again, simply kicking the crushed petals on the ground aside with her toe. Then she turned and left. But just after Zia Leali's figure completely disappeared around the corner, Yi Liang's gentle and refined smiling face gradually darkened. In those originally gentle and affectionate peach blossom eyes, all warmth faded, leaving only a cold, snake-like possessiveness. He slowly raised the tip of his tongue and lightly licked his lips. A meaningful smile appeared on his face. 44, I've struck gold. Inside the base cafeteria, Gu Fangchen and Zhang Chengyu were getting food together. The food here was clearly more than a level above that of the shelter. Not only were there large chunks of exotic beast meat, but there were also fresh vegetables and various staple foods. While picking up food, Gu Fangchen asked casually, Brother Zhang, where is Brother Liu Meng? Why don't I see him? Oh, you mean old Liu? Zhang Chengyu smiled and explained. He's not from our base number 7. He's the captain of the Lone Wolf Squad from the neighboring fortress number 3. He was just bored yesterday and happened to be passing by, so he specifically came to find me for a sparring match. Gu Fangchen nodded in understanding. After the two of them finished getting their food, Gu Fangchen was about to take out his ID card to swipe and pay. However, a large hand like a cattail fan suddenly pressed down on his hand. My treat. Zhang Chengyu brooked no argument, stepping forward to swipe his card on the sensor. Beep. Thanks, Captain. Gu Fangchen didn't stand on ceremony. Hey, no need to be polite, Zhang Chengyu laughed heartily. Carrying his tray, he led Gu Fangchen to a window seat and sat down. From now on, we're brothers eating from the same pot. Not long after they sat down, several squad captains from the surrounding area walked over with their trays, faces full of smiles. Old Zhang, congratulations, you've picked up a treasure. Not bad, you. You managed to snatch away this year's top scholar without a word. You must treat us tonight. Brother Gu, when we're on the front lines in the future, we'll have to look out for each other. Zhang Chengyu's face was beaming with joy as he stood up to respond to each of them, enjoying the feeling of being the center of attention. After chatting for quite a while, those captains finally dispersed. Only then did Zhang Chengyu sit down and say to Gu Fangchen, after we finish eating, go back to your dorm first to pack your things. I'll take you to our Yama squad's dormitory and introduce you to our partners while I'm at it. Gu Fangchen thought for a moment. Before we go there, I want to go to the warehouse and take a look first. Oh, is it for those king-rank exotic beast materials? Are you planning to have someone forge them into a weapon? Zhang Chengyu inquired. Yes, that's right, Gu Fangchen replied. All right, no problem. I'll accompany you to the warehouse first then. Good. Just as the atmosphere in the cafeteria was peaceful and harmonious. At the entrance, a group of people suddenly walked in. Leading them was a lean young officer with a faint smile that always seemed to hang at the corner of his mouth. Behind him followed several team members with similarly steady auras. The way they looked at Zhang Chengyu held a trace of imperceptible provocation. Yo, isn't this our King Yama, Captain Zhang? The leading young officer ignored everyone else and walked straight to Gu Fangchen's table. He first sized Gu Fangchen up from head to toe, a seemingly kind smile appearing on his face. This must be the top scholar of this selection, Brother Gu Fangchen, right? He proactively extended his hand. I am Wang Wu, captain of the Grey Eagle Squad. I have long heard of your great name. Gu Fangchen raised his eyelids and glanced at him. Sensing that the newcomer had ill intentions, he didn't reach out, merely giving a feint. The smile on Wang Wu's face froze, but it quickly returned to normal. He calmly withdrew his hand and turned his gaze toward Zhang Chengyu. In that seemingly kind smile, there was now a sharp hint of mockery. "Old Zhang, congratulations. I heard you're planning to recruit a few more newcomers to fill the pits this year." He patted Zhang Chengyu's shoulder, his tone sarcastic. "But I must remind you, don't lead our top scholar into a ditch. He's a genius with a limitless future, unlike us rough men whose lives aren't worth much." As soon as he finished speaking, clatter, the chopsticks in Zhang Chengyu's hand were slammed heavily onto the table. He slowly raised his head. That face, which had been full of smiles just a moment ago, was now as cold as frost, his eyes suppressed with rage. "Wang Wu, what do you mean by that?" The cafeteria, which had been lively with conversation, instantly dropped to a freezing point. Everyone felt the tension in the air and shut their mouths one after another, even stopping their movements to eat. As for Gu Fangchen, he didn't even look up at Wang Wu once. He just slowly and methodically put down his bowl and chopsticks. His eyes were calm, yet they made the surrounding air feel as if it had become thick and viscous. Seeing this, the smile on Wang Wu's face grew even wider. This was exactly the effect he wanted. "I don't mean anything, I just feel pity for Brother Gu, that's all." Wang Wu spread his hands with an innocent look. "Let's go, brothers, don't disturb the top scholar's meal." With that, he didn't linger, leading his group of equally mocking team members as they turned and walked away. Only when their backs had completely disappeared did the oppressive atmosphere in the cafeteria ease slightly. Gu Fangchen looked up at Zhang Chengyu, whose face was still dark, and asked, "Who is he?" Zhang Chengyu took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the anger in his chest. He grabbed the water cup on the table and took a large gulp before saying in a low voice, "A fly that has been fighting with me since we were kids. I've known him for almost 10 years. We used to have a good relationship. But since," Zhang Chengyu paused, seemingly remembering something, a self-deprecating curve hooking his lips. "Since the day the person he liked confessed to me, he's held a grudge until now." Gu Fangchen was stunned. The person he liked. Upon hearing this, the dark expression on Zhang Chengyu's face vanished, replaced by a gentle smile. He looked at Gu Fangchen and grinned. "Yeah. Strictly speaking, she's your sister-in-law." Gu Fangchen was stunned again, and then he couldn't help but laugh as well. "All right, let's not talk about these unhappy things." Zhang Chengyu picked up his chopsticks again and shoveled food into his mouth, returning to his hearty self. "Eat. After we finish eating, I'll take you to the warehouse." Gu Fangchen nodded. Having eaten and drunk their fill, the two of them walked out of the cafeteria side by side. The roads in the base were wide and flat. From time to time, armored patrol vehicles and hurried warrior squads passed by. Along the way, any warrior who saw Zhang Chengyu and Gu Fangchen, whether they knew them or not, would subconsciously stop and proactively nod to them, their eyes filled with unconcealed awe. "Captain Zhang, congratulations. Brother Gu, you were so awesome in the selection trials." Zhang Chengyu's back was ramrod straight, and his face was glowing. He smiled and waved back to each one, enjoying this unprecedented glory. He leaned over and winked at Gu Fangchen, lowering his voice to say triumphantly, "How about it, brother? Following me, isn't the prestige quite something? This must be your first time, right?" Gu Fangchen gave a faint non-committally. Zhang Chengyu didn't mind. He was so happy he felt like he was about to fly. Think about it. Old Zhang had been struggling in base number 7 for so many years, although his Yama squad had achieved great military exploits. Because the casualty rate was too high, many people privately called it the short-lived ghost concentration camp. Usually, people would point and whisper wherever they went. This was the first time he had ever enjoyed such star-studded treatment. And all of this was thanks to the brother beside him. The more he looked at Gu Fangchen, the more he liked him. He couldn't help but pat his shoulder again. Just then, a 4-person squad approached from the opposite direction. They were also wearing standard combat uniforms and were in a hurry, seemingly heading for a mission assembly point. The mission target this time is the rotten swamp crocodile. That thing has thick skin and is poisonous. I don't know what old demon was thinking, sending just the 4 of us. In the team, a young warrior was complaining loudly. Beside him, a female warrior with a hot figure was boredly playing with a dagger at her waist, her gaze wandering around the surroundings. Suddenly, her gaze froze, falling on Gu Fangchen, who was walking side by side with Zhang Chengyu not far away. "They." The female warrior's movements came to a sudden halt. She subconsciously rubbed her eyes, somewhat unable to believe it. "What's wrong, Zioya?" The tall captain leading the group noticed her abnormality and asked. Zioya pointed her finger at Gu Fangchen in the distance, her tone full of uncertainty. Captain, look at that person. Doesn't he look a bit familiar? Why do I think he looks so much like that student we rescued in the low-rent housing back then? As soon as these words were spoken, the other three also looked over in unison. It really is him. The captain was also stunned, his face written with surprise. How could he be here? 45. Kayan League. As soon as these words were spoken, the other two team members also looked over in unison. It really is him. The captain was also stunned, his face filled with surprise. What is he doing here? That's impossible, right? A Feng who was standing to the side frowned and took a closer look, then shook his head dismissively. Captain, you must be mistaken. I remember that kid clearly. He's just a liberal arts student with naturally blocked blood chi who doesn't even have the qualifications to become a martial artist. How could he possibly appear at a frontline base? As he spoke, he glanced at his watch and urged, all right, stop looking. He probably just looks similar. The assembly time is almost here. If we're late, the old devil will scold us until our heads spin. At the mention of the old devil, both the captain and Zio's faces showed a hint of trepidation. Zioya wanted to take another look, but she found that Gu Fangchen and Zhang Chengyu had already turned a corner and entered a massive storage building. Let's go, the mission is more important, the captain patted her shoulder and said in a deep voice. Zioya had no choice but to give up. She nodded and followed the team's footsteps. The four-person team passed by Gu Fangchen, Strategic Materials, Warehouse Number 1. As soon as they stepped through the main gate, a unique scent, a mixture of metal, energy crystals, and various materials from exotic beasts, hit them. Inside the warehouse, the space was terrifyingly large. Rows of shelves dozens of meters high reached straight to the dome, stacked with various supplies sealed in special containers. Various small hovering transport vehicles shuttled back and forth through the aisles, making buzzing sounds, a scene of bustling activity. Gu Fangchen and Zhang Chengyu's appearance instantly drew the gaze of everyone around them. It's Captain Zhang from Yanluo. The one next to him. Isn't that the top scholar of this selection, Gu Fangchen? Holy crap, it really is him, he's so handsome. Under the reverent gazes of the staff, the two went straight to the service desk ahead. Hello, I'm here to pick up some items. Gu Fangchen handed over the temporary pass Lin Feng had given him. The receptionist took the card and swiped it on the reader. Beep. Seeing the highest priority prompt pop up on the terminal, the staff member's expression changed instantly, and he stood up abruptly from his seat. Not daring to be slow, he picked up the walkie-talkie on the desk and reported in an extremely respectful tone, Manager, a top-tier VIP has arrived at warehouse number 1. Please come and receive them immediately. Just as he finished speaking, the door of a nearby office was pushed open. A middle-aged man in a neat uniform, looking like the warehouse manager, came jogging over with a professional, warm smile. Captain Zhang, what wind blew you here? The manager first greeted Zhang Chengyu warmly. Then his gaze fell on Gu Fangchen and the bright red, first place, mark on the pass in his hand. When he saw the temporary pass Gu Fangchen casually handed over, which represented the Utoraptor materials, the smile on his face instantly became incredibly radiant, even carrying a hint of sycophancy. This must be the top scholar of this selection, Mr. Gu Fangchen, right? I've heard so much about you. The manager bowed repeatedly, keeping his posture very low. Please, both of you, please follow me. Your spoils of war have been separately stored for you in the constant temperature cold storage, guarded by specialized personnel. As he spoke, he personally led the way, taking them through the busy transport aisles to a massive cold storage door made of heavy alloy that required triple password verification to open. Beep authentication passed. As the door slid open silently, a blast of cold air mixed with ice crystals hit them, making Gu Fangchen feel refreshed. Inside, it was completely different from the bustle outside. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Rows of constant temperature cabinets made of special energy crystals were neatly arranged, containing various rare materials emitting powerful energy fluctuations. Even the air was filled with a refreshing fragrance of energy. The manager led them straight to the very back, in front of an independent storage cabinet that was clearly several sizes larger than the surrounding ones. Through the translucent cabinet door, one could clearly see the most essential parts of that Utoraptor, perfectly butchered and sealed. Two giant claws like black scythes glinted with a chilling light. Several pieces of the hardest chest scales were stacked together like a small mountain. And the longest, thickest back tendon, which possessed incredible elasticity, had been completely stripped and coiled on a special stand, still emitting a faint pressure. Mr. Gu, all your spoils are here, the manager introduced with a smile. The harvesting process was personally handled by our warehouse's top material processor, ensuring not a single bit was wasted. Gu Fangchen nodded and got straight to the point. I want to use these materials to forge a weapon. No problem, of course no problem. Hearing this, the manager's smile grew even wider. Mr. Gu, you've really come to the right place. Our Divine Workshop is the largest military contracted custom weapon provider in the entire base, number 7. The master smiths we work with are all top tier in the industry. This way please, I'll take you to see our masters. The manager led the two to an independent building next to the warehouse, the reception area of the Divine Workshop. He pulled up a light screen, and the portraits and profiles of several master smiths immediately appeared. Mr. Gu, please take a look. The manager straightened his back, his face filled with pride. In a tone bordering on an aria, he pointed at the light screen and began to boast. These few are all master smiths who are well known throughout the entire Eastern Theater Command. Being able to invite them is the greatest pride of our Divine Workshop. He pointed to the portrait of a ruddy-faced old man at the very top. This is Master Li Tiangong, our base number 7's famous Hand of Blazing Flames. The number of grade weapons that have come from his hands is at least 80 or 100. The teams wanting to commission him are lined up all the way outside the base gates. He then swiped to the next portrait, a serious-looking middle-aged man. And this is Master Wang Pan. Have you heard of the title Immovable Mountain? That's him. He specializes in forging heavy armor and shields. The life-saving gear of several generals in the military came from his hands. Of course, the manager's tone shifted, his smile full of confidence. These masters are all eccentric big shots, but as long as it's at our Divine Workshop. As long as you say the word, we guarantee we can get everything settled for you. Hearing this, Zhang Chengyu leaned over and pointed out in a low voice, Brother Gu, don't listen to his nonsense. That Master Li is a hopeless alcoholic. 8 out of 10 times his work is absolute trash. Master Wang's craftsmanship is decent, but he's too slow. If you ask him to forge a blade for you, don't even think about getting it for half a year. His finger finally landed on the most inconspicuous, even somewhat scruffy portrait of an old man in the corner. This one Master Kayan, Zhang Chengyu's tone carried a hint of respect. We all call him Old Freak Kayan. He has a foul temper and high fees. But his workmanship is universally recognized as the best in the entire base. Especially when it comes to processing materials from high-level exotic beasts, no one is more skilled than him. Gu Fangchen didn't hesitate, he's the one. 46. Longbow. A few minutes later, in an independent forging room filled with high temperatures and the sound of clanging metal at the deepest part of the Divine Workshop, they met this old freak Kayan. The old man had a mess of white hair and was bare-chested, his muscles knotted and his skin tanned dark by the furnace fire. He was currently clanging away as he hammered a piece of glowing red metal. When the supervisor handed him the Utoraptor's material list, he only glanced at it impatiently and said casually, What do you want to make? A long saber, Gu Fangchen replied. Hearing this, old freak Kayan's movements paused. He finally looked up, using those cloudy yet eagle-sharp eyes to size Gu Fangchen up from head to toe. He took another look at the material list on the light screen, especially that intact raptor mane tendon. Then he shook his head bluntly. What a waste of God-given gifts. He put down the hammer in his hand and said in a raspy voice, The essence of this Utoraptor is not in its bones, but in its tendons. Although its claw bones are hard, they lack toughness. If forged into a saber, it will have plenty of ferocity but lack versatility. At most, it would be a decent C-rank weapon. But this main tendon integrates strength and elasticity. It is the best material for making a powerful bow. An obsessive light flickered in old freak Kayan's eyes. Use its claw bones for the bow limbs, the main tendon for the bowstring, and then pair it with several arrows ground from its phalanges. This old man is confident that I can create a killing weapon that will allow you, at the late stage of rank 1, to threaten a rank 2 initial stage martial artist. Choose for yourself. A longbow. Gu Fangchen's heart stirred slightly upon hearing this. His current combat style, whether it was the bedrock body tempering art or the army-breaking 7 kills blade, leaned toward close-quarters combat and was incomparably fierce. But this also meant he extremely lacked long-range attack methods. Just like when he faced that lightning leopard in the simulated battle, if he had a powerful bow then, the situation might have been completely different. Combining long and short range is the true king's way. Thinking of this, Gu Fangchen no longer hesitated. Fine, I'll listen to the master, forge a longbow. Decisive, a hint of approval appeared in old freak Kayan's eyes. A deposit of 5 million, come pick it up in a week. Without a word, Gu Fangchen swiped his card and paid. Then the remaining materials. The supervisor on the side took the opportunity to ask with a face full of smiles, Mr. Gu, are you planning to store them with us, or sell them to our Divine Workshop? We guarantee to give you the highest market price. Sell them then. Gu Fangchen was just about to agree. Wait. Zhang Chenyu grabbed him, dragged him to the side and whispered, "Brother, don't sell to them. The Divine Workshop is an outsourced company. They only give you money. If you sell these materials directly to the base's logistics department, the price is about the same. But the most critical thing is that you can get an extra amount of military merit points." He pointed at the empty scabbard at Gu Fangchen's waist and reminded him, "Aren't you still lacking a good saber? The good stuff in the military merit mall can only be discounted using military merit points. That stuff is much more precious than money." Gu Fangchen understood instantly. He turned around and smiled apologetically at the expectant supervisor. "Sorry, I plan to sell the remaining materials to the military." The smile on the supervisor's face clearly stiffened for a moment. But his years of experience in hospitality allowed him to quickly adjust his expression. He sighed somewhat helplessly, then waved his hand as his face returned to a professional smile. "Sigh, I knew it would be like this." It's fine, Mr. Gu, we understand. Being able to serve a genius like you is already an honor for our Divine Workshop." He stepped aside and respectfully made a pleased gesture. "Then we won't take up any more of your time. Take care." These words were spoken flawlessly, expressing regret without causing any offense. Gu Fangchen and Zhang Chenyu nodded to him and turned to walk out of the Divine Workshop. Under Zhang Chenyu's lead, the two passed through several heavily guarded corridors and soon arrived at the material recycling center of the base's logistics department. The atmosphere here was completely different from the commercial air of the Divine Workshop. It was filled with military solemnity and efficiency. An officer with the rank of lieutenant on his shoulders received them. Without unnecessary pleasantries, the officer directly summoned professional appraisers to conduct a rapid and precise evaluation of the Utoraptor materials Gu Fangchen brought out. A few minutes later, the final result came out. "Comrade Gu Fangchen." The lieutenant looked at the data on the terminal, a hint of admiration appearing on his face. "After evaluation, the total value of this batch of king-rank exotic beast materials you submitted is 10 million Dragon Country coins and 1,000 military merit points. Do you confirm the sale?" "Confirm," Gu Fangchen answered crisply. "All right." The lieutenant immediately operated the terminal. With a soft beep, the transaction was completed. Gu Fangchen's old phone vibrated, and a bank notification SMS popped up. He looked down and quickly calculated in his heart. The black card originally had 30 million given by Zia Liulai. The prize money for the selection trial was 5 million, and forging the longbow just now cost exactly 5 million, which meant no net change. Now, selling the materials brought in another 10 million. In other words, the total amount in his card had reached 40 million. And his military merit points had also changed from the initial 3,000 to a brand new number, 4,000 points. 40 million in cash, 4,000 military merit points. Even with Gu Fangchen's steady temperament, looking at these two numbers at this moment, he couldn't help but fall into a brief daze. He felt like all of this was an unreal dream. During those few seconds he was spacing out. A hand as large as a cattail fan suddenly slapped his shoulder, pulling him back from his thoughts. "Hey, what are you thinking about, kid?" Zhang Chenyu hooked an arm around his neck, a hearty smile on his face as he winked. "Are you stunned by this long string of zeros? No ambition. This little bit of money. If you follow me in the future, there will be plenty of chances to earn it." He looked at Gu Fangchen's still somewhat dazed expression and laughed loudly, pulling him along as they walked out. "Let's go, back to the dorm first. I'll show you where it is and explain to you properly how to use these military merit points. This stuff is the foundation of our survival on the front lines." 47, Squad Dormitory. "Oh." Gu Fangchen nodded. Then, returning to the single room, he gathered his pitifully scant luggage and followed Zhang Chenyu toward the living quarters deep inside the base. Yet the farther they walked, the more remote it became, gradually leaving behind the standardized officer apartments and soldier dormitories. They arrived at a secluded area, shaded by green trees and quiet surroundings. Finally, Zhang Chenyu stopped in front of a 3-story building with its own garden and fountain. "We're here, this is our squad's dorm." Gu Fangchen stared at the building, more a luxury villa than any dorm. A flicker of undisguised shock flashed in his eyes. "This big?" Gu Fangchen couldn't help asking. "Of course it's big." Zhang Chenyu thumped his chest, pride on his face. "Warriors handpicked by an ace squad aren't your everyday soldiers. We're the elite of the elite. The base gives us the best resources to grow." He led Gu Fangchen inside and continued. "Our Yama squad is a heavy assault unit, always assigned the toughest missions. Not long ago, we lost a brother on the front line, so the team's been under strength. At that, his expression dimmed for a moment, but he quickly rallied and clapped Gu Fangchen's shoulder. We happen to need a strong vice attacker. Your arrival fills the gap perfectly, tailor-made. Counting you and me, the squad's now 4 in total. As he spoke, he pushed open the heavy oak door. I'm back, brought a new brother. In the spacious, bright living room sat a man and a woman. Hearing the shout, the girl looked up first, her eyes instantly lighting up. She had dazzling golden hair tied in playful twin tails and a radiant smile, bright as a little sun and brimming with energy. Wow, Captain, you actually abducted this year's top scholar. In a few hops she bounded to Gu Fangchen and looked him up and down without restraint, her large eyes full of curiosity. Hi, newcomer. I'm Lin Keek, the team's main attacker. Nice to meet you. In stark contrast to her enthusiasm, the man on the sofa was lean, cold-faced, and gave off a clear stay-away aura. He merely glanced at Gu Fangchen before lowering his head back to the cultivation manual, indifferent to the new teammate. Hey, Gao Yizhu, manners. Zhang Chengyu frowned at the man on the sofa. New brothers here, come say hello. Only after the captain spoke did Gao Yizhu reluctantly set the book down, stand, walk over and offer a hand. Gao Yizhu. After a brief handshake, he returned to the sofa and resumed reading. The atmosphere turned awkward for a moment. Lin Keek quickly stepped in with a laugh. She leaned to Gu Fangchen's ear and whispered, Don't mind him, he's Gao Yizhu, our shield guardian. He's not targeting you, it's just, we lost a brother in battle recently. That was his best friend, so he's been in a bad mood. Hearing that, Gu Fangchen glanced at the solitary figure on the sofa, understanding in his eyes, and calmly nodded. It's fine, I understand. His composed reaction raised the esteem both Lin Keek and Zhang Chengyu held for him. Come on, let me show you the rooms. Zhang Chengyu said no more, and led Gu Fangchen on a tour of the luxury villa. Just then, on the sofa, Gao Yizhu, half hidden behind his book, stiffened imperceptibly at Gu Fangchen's calm I understand. He'd expected this newly arrived top scholar genius either to bristle with resentment or to sneer in disdain. Yet the man did neither. Instead, with utter calmness, he expressed understanding. A twinge of guilt sprouted in Gao Yizhu. His earlier cold shoulder seemed a bit too much. As Zhang Chengyu was about to take Gu Fangchen upstairs, Gao Yizhu finally set his book down, stood, and called out. Wait! Everyone turned in surprise. Though Gao Yizhu's face was still expressionless, his eyes were sincerer and his voice softer. Sorry, my attitude earlier was poor, I was in a bad mood, my apologies. Gu Fangchen looked at him, smiled faintly and shook his head. It's all right. Gao Yizhu, unused to such moments, was flustered by the gentle smile. He merely grunted while the tips of his ears quietly reddened. Lin Keek stifled a giggle beside them, nudging Gao Yizhu with an elbow. Oh my, our big iceberg can actually get shy, a rare sight. Gao Yizhu's face grew even redder. He shot Lin Keek a glare, muttered noisy, and sat back down, hiding behind his book again. Haha, ignore him, he's just a block of wood, Zhang Chengyu said with a laugh, then turned to Gu Fangchen. Come, let me show you the rooms. With that, he led Gu Fangchen on a tour of the luxury villa. First floor, living room, kitchen, tactical analysis room. Basement has a dedicated training hall and medical pod. Second and third floors are bedrooms. Lin Keek added with a hint of pride, how's that for squad treatment? Pretty great, huh? Gu Fangchen smiled and nodded. The three of them soon reached the second floor. Zhang Chengyu pointed to the best-lit room at the corridor's end. That one's yours, mine's right next door, come to me anytime. Come on, let's look inside. He opened the door. The room was spacious and bright. Besides standard furniture, the most eye-catching item was a high-performance computer connected to the military intranet. This computer lets you log straight into the military merit mall to buy gear and supplies. A mechanical butler will deliver them. Very convenient, Zhang Chengyu explained. Only then did Zhang Chengyu and Lin Keek notice Gu Fangchen's washed-out cheap sportswear and the tiny, almost negligible travel bag in his hand. Right, Lin Keek blinked her large golden eyes. You don't have any equipment of your own yet, do you? Gu Fangchen nodded. Perfect, Zhang Chengyu slapped his thigh. Come sit down and let's take a look, we'll give you some advice. Yeah, Lin Keek eagerly bounced over. A newcomer's first set of gear is super important, can't buy blindly, let us help. All right, Gu Fangchen agreed. Great, Lin Keek was first to respond, pulling over a chair and deftly powering on the computer. Don't browse yet, let me check your clearance level first. As she spoke, she inserted Gu Fangchen's ID card into the computer's slot. 48, selecting equipment. With a beep, Gu Fangchen's personal information page popped up. Military rank, 6 class private military merit points, 4,000. Special honor, 2310 selection champion, the badge is a golden dragon shape, shining brightly. Lin Keek pointed at the shining golden dragon badge on the screen, her eyes widening as she exclaimed. Wow, is this the top scholar's champion badge? It's so cool. 4,000 military merit points. Every 1,000 points adds 1 rank. Let's see, 9th, 8th, 7th, 6th. You're already a 6th class private. That's amazing. Zhang Chengyu leaned over to take a look of approval on his face as he explained to Gu Fangchen, Kid, look closely. This is your military rank. It's directly linked to your military merit points and serves as a symbol of your status and position within the base. He pointed at the rank list on the screen and said solemnly, military ranks are divided into 5 major tiers, and each tier is divided into 9 classes. 9th class is the lowest, and 1st class is the highest. Military merit points are the sole standard for promotion. Private rank, reach 1,000 military merit points. Non-commissioned officer rank, reach 10,000 military merit points. Junior officer rank, reach 100,000 military merit points. Senior officer rank, reach 1 million military merit points. General rank, reach 10 million military merit points. Lin Keek added from the side. The higher your rank, the bigger the discount you get in the mall and the more permissions and good stuff you can unlock. Gao Yizhu and I have been working hard for nearly 2 years, and we've only just managed to reach 7th class non-commissioned officer. You're lucky. You start as a 6th class private, skipping the rookie stage entirely and saving at least half a year of effort. Zhang Chengyu nodded and continued. There aren't many ways to earn military merit. The main way is by hunting exotic beasts and selling their spirit cores and rare materials to the military. They buy them back at the fairest prices in the entire dragon country. Not only can you make money, but you also gain military merit. Of course, if you don't want to sell the materials or treasures you obtain, you don't have to hand them over. It's not forced. The military is quite flexible in this regard. Secondly, you can earn military merit rewards by completing various missions issued by the base. Finally, like you, taking first place in the selection will earn you an exceptional reward from the base. As for the rank, the military only calculates your total historical military merit points. So, feel free to spend your points in the mall without worry. Taking the private rank as an example, once your historical points reach 1,000, you're a 9th class private. At 2,000, you're an 8th class private. At 3,000, you're 7th class. And at 4,000, you're 6th class. And so on. After reaching non-commissioned officer, 10,000 points makes you a 9th class non-commissioned officer, and 20,000 makes you an 8th class. This should be easy to understand. Gu Fangchen nodded. Having finished explaining the mechanics, Lin Keek excitedly opened the military merit mall. All right, back to business. Let's see what kind of luxury equipment a top scholar with 4,000 merit points can get. She clicked on the military special supply area. At the same time, a clear permission notification box popped up on the screen. Military rank, 6th class private. Current benefits, 15% discount on C rank and below equipment. Unlocked, D rank equipment zone, C rank equipment zone. Locked, B rank equipment zone, requires non-commissioned officer rank. Look, Lin Keek said to Gu Fangchen, pointing at the notification box, this is the benefit of rank. You unlock the C rank equipment zone right away. Unlike when we first arrived, we could only scavenge for treasures in the E and F rank zones. Her large eyes scanned the screen quickly, then lit up as she pointed directly at a set of sleek, jet black light armor. This is it, the Shadow Leopard Cat series. It's top tier among C-rank equipment. This combat suit is made from mutated shadow cat leather mixed with memory fibers. It's lightweight and tough. Most importantly, it fits the body perfectly without hindering any high-speed maneuvers. It's excellent. She pointed at the price and said to Gu Fangchen, the listed price is 8 million, but since you're a 6th class private, you get a 15% discount. You can get it for just 6.8 million. That saves you over $1 million. Gu Fangchen understood and nodded. It truly was the military special supply area. It was indeed impressive. The prices were much cheaper than in the public trading area. 6.8 million. He had looked before. In the public trading area, even an E+ rank combat suit cost 15 million. Comparing it like this, joining the military district was definitely the right choice. I'll take this one. Without any hesitation, he confirmed the purchase on the screen. Payment successful. Dragon Country coins. Current balance, 33,200,000. As the cold electronic voice sounded, Lin Keek watched from the side with her mouth slightly open and her eyes wide. Wow, 6.8 million, you just bought it without even blinking. And how many zeros are in that balance? Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, 100,000s, millions, 10 millions. You have over 30 million. Wasn't your top scholar bonus only 5 million? Gu Fangchen looked at her shocked expression and explained calmly. Oh, that money is from the share I got after killing a shadow leopard earlier. Shadow leopard? Lin Keek was stunned for a moment, then her eyes bulged. Wait, the shadow leopard you mentioned, it couldn't be. It couldn't be that calamity rank shadow leopard, could it? Meeting her horrified gaze, Gu Fangchen nodded calmly. Boom! Lin Keek felt her mind go blank, as if she had been struck by a bolt from the blue. She froze on the spot, her brain seemingly short-circuiting. It took her several seconds to recover. The way she looked at Gu Fangchen had completely changed, from curiosity and admiration to extreme awe and disbelief. I'm sorry. Her tone instantly became incredibly respectful, even carrying a hint of caution. The captain, he only told me you were this year's top scholar, but he didn't mention your specific name. May I ask, what is your honorable name? 49, you are that. Gu Fangchen. Lin Keek subconsciously repeated the name to herself. Immediately after, she jumped up from her chair like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, her voice so sharp it almost pierced the ceiling. You are that Gu Fangchen who joined forces with the young lady Zia Leoli to slay the calamity rank shadow leopard. Her scream was so loud that it instantly echoed throughout the entire villa. In the living room downstairs, Gao Yizhu, who had been shielding his face with a book and isolating himself from the world, suddenly jolted. He also clearly heard the keywords calamity rank shadow leopard and Gu Fangchen, and a storm of shock surged in his normally calm eyes. He slowly lowered the book in his hand, his gaze involuntarily drifting toward the second floor again and again. Beside him, Zhang Chengyu leaned against the doorframe with his arms crossed, a smug smile on his face, as if his plan had succeeded. He had intentionally withheld Gu Fangchen's full name, just to see their shocked expressions. Looking at them now, the effect was surprisingly good, hee. Before Gu Fangchen could even react, Lin Keek had already lunged forward, gripping his hand tightly and shaking it up and down vigorously, her large eyes filled with small stars of admiration. I've heard of your great name for a long time. My God, I didn't expect the real person to be right before my eyes. Even more so, I didn't expect you to actually join our Yama squad. This is just like a dream. Being shaken like that, Gu Fangchen was completely dazed. He looked at the blonde girl, who was being a bit overly enthusiastic, and thought back to the shocked reactions of the captains and officers when they heard his name before, feeling quite puzzled. What exactly did Zia Leoli write in that military report back then? Haha, all right, Keek, tone it down a bit. Don't scare our hero away. Zhang Chengyu laughed as he stepped forward, pulling the still excited Lin Keek away with a wry smile. After a brief exchange of pleasantries and excitement, the three of them finally turned their attention back to the computer screen to continue looking at equipment. Several of them kept browsing through the weapons section. Suddenly Zhang Chengyu asked Gu Fangchen, by the way, Zio Gu, you're practicing the army-breaking 7 kills blade right now, right? Yes. You reached entry level in one night. Yes. Zhang Chengyu and Lin Keek. Zhang Chengyu took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the shock in his heart as his expression became more solemn. Since you're practicing the army-breaking 7 kills blade, the requirements for your weapon are even higher. This blade technique is peerlessly domineering. Ordinary alloy blades simply cannot withstand the full eruption of your vitality. They would chip or even snap on the spot after just a few uses. He quickly filtered through the armory, and finally pointed to a long saber that was pitch black and covered in fine scale patterns. Black Scale Battle Saber, a C+ rank weapon, forged from black iron or mixed with Earth Dragon Scale powder. Its durability and sharpness are both top-notch. The price is 15 million, which is perfect for your current use. Gu Fangchen nodded, preparing to place the order. However, Zhang Chengyu's gaze was drawn to an inconspicuous custom upgrade option at the bottom of the product page. As if possessed, he clicked on it. An upgrade list popped up. C+ rank Black Scale Battle Saber, price 15 million. Hilt upgrade, inlaid with energy gathering crystal, increases vitality conduction efficiency by 5%. Price 2 million. Blade upgrade, replaced with Starfall Dark Iron, sharpness plus 30%, toughness plus 50%, comes with armor piercing attribute. Price 15 million. After the price, there was a line of small text. Military merit points can be used for deduction. Every 1 point of military merit can deduct 2,000 Dragon Country coins. Total upgrade price 32 million. Note, this product can only be deducted up to a maximum of 20 million Dragon Country coins. Seeing the Starfall Dark Iron option, Zhang Chengyu's breath hitched. Captain, don't even think about it. Seeing his expression, Lin Keek immediately grabbed his arm and whispered, just upgrading the blade costs 15 million. 30 million. That's enough to buy an ordinary B-rank weapon. It's too extravagant. Why don't we just use your account to buy him a B rank 1? What do you know? It's not the same. Zhang Chengyu shook his head without a second thought, his eyes incredibly solemn as he quickly explained. The equipment in the military merit mall isn't something you can just buy and use. Each rank of weapon is designed according to the vitality strength and output frequency of different tiers of martial artists. B-rank weapons are built for second-tier martial artists. Their vitality conduction circuits and energy resonance frequencies are completely different from a private's first-tier weapon. He pointed at the screen, his tone urgent and serious. Forcing Xiao Gu to use a B-rank weapon now would be like asking a child to wield a 100-pound sledgehammer. Not only would he be unable to unleash its power, but he would also get half the result with twice the effort due to poor vitality output, and it might even backlash against him at a critical moment. This would be harming him. But this black-scale battle saber is different, his eyes gleamed. Its foundation is C+ rank, which perfectly matches his current strength. We are just replacing its blade with the B rank, Starfall Dark Iron. This is equivalent to installing a nuclear-powered engine that can only fully unleash its power in the future onto a sports car that suits him best. Perfect synchronization in the early stages, and boundless potential in the later stages. This is the most suitable growth-type weapon for him. That's true, Lin Keek was convinced. But Xiao Gu doesn't have enough money for the upgrade, and there's other equipment to buy too. Beside them, Zhang Chengyu crossed his arms and thought seriously. He knew that with Gu Fangchen's terrifying growth speed, an ordinary C+ rank, black-scale battle saber would be obsolete in no time. But if the blade could be upgraded to Starfall Dark Iron, the quality of this saber would soar directly to B rank. It would be enough to support him until the peak of the second tier. A good blade on the battlefield is a life. Thinking of this, Zhang Chengyu no longer hesitated. Under everyone's stunned gazes, he took out his identity card and swiped it heavily on the computer's sensor area. "Captain, are you crazy?" Lin Keek cried out in shock. Zhang Chengyu's personal account page popped up. His rank was impressively that of a first-class non-commissioned officer, far higher than Lin Keek and Gao Yizhu. The military merit points he had painstakingly accumulated for over a year also totaled more than 36,000 points. Military merit points can be earned again later, but if we miss an ace who can shoulder the future of the team, he'll be gone. With that thought, he chose military merit deduction, without hesitation. The payment details immediately popped up on the screen. Black-scale battle saber base price, 15 million Dragon Country coins. Upgrade blade Starfall Dark Iron, 15 million Dragon Country coins. Total, 30 million Dragon Country coins. Damn it, let's just get it all done in one go. Zhang Chengyu gritted his teeth and also checked the hilt upgrade option. Upgrade hilt energy gathering crystal, 2 million Dragon Country coins. Total, 32 million Dragon Country coins. Then, looking at the military merit points in his account, he directly allocated a full 10,000 points to deduct from the amount. 10,000 military merit points have been deducted, converted to 20 million Dragon Country coins. Remaining fee, 12 million Dragon Country coins. Would you like to continue with the payment? Looking at the remaining 12 million on the screen, Zhang Chengyu was about to use his own savings. A hand reached out and lightly placed that black card, representing immense wealth, onto the computer's sensor area. It was Gu Fangchen. "Captain, I'll remember this favor," Gu Fangchen said, looking at Zhang Chengyu with an incredibly serious gaze. "I'll take care of the rest." He didn't stand on ceremony or refuse. Because he knew this was the greatest recognition from his captain and the team. What he could do was calmly accept this investment, and then repay it with a 100-fold increase in battle merits in the future. Payment successful. Dragon Country coins, minus 12 million. Current balance, 21,200,000 Dragon Country coins. 50. The 9-turn Dragon Elephant formula. Lin Keek and Zhang Chengyu praised Gu Fangchen for a while and chatted casually to get to know each other better. Seeing that it was getting late, Zhang Chengyu and Lin Keek each returned to their rooms to rest. Meanwhile, Gu Fangchen took off his combat suit and closed his door, not feeling the slightest bit sleepy. The captain had said that the war on the front lines was stable recently, and there was a high probability that there would be no missions for the next half-month. He couldn't come into contact with exotic beasts, but his cultivation couldn't stop. Since he couldn't level up quickly through the system, he would rely on himself. Thinking this, he opened the military merit mall again and searched directly in the cultivation technique section for the 9 Revolutions Dragon Elephant art, which was known as the best vitality cultivation method for a first-rank martial artist. When he saw the price tag of 25 million, Gu Fangchen couldn't help but click his tongue. So expensive. He glanced at his balance, Only 21,200,000 remained, which wasn't enough at all. Fortunately, this cultivation technique could also be discounted using military merit points. The exchange rate was also 1:2,000. As a 6th class private, he could enjoy a 15% discount, bringing the price down to 21,250,000. Cultivation technique, 9 revolutions dragon elephant art, price, 25 million dragon country coins. Military rank, 6th class private grade C area discount, 15% off. Discounted price, 21,250,000 dragon country coins. Military merit point deduction ratio, 1 point equals 2,000 dragon country coins. Gu Fangchen looked at his remaining military merit points, 4,000, and selected maximize deduction. 4,000 military merit points have been deducted, converted to 8 million dragon country coins. Remaining payment amount, 13,250,000 dragon country coins. Looking at this number, Gu Fangchen breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I have enough money. Without any hesitation, he confirmed the payment. Payment successful. Dragon country coins minus 13,250,000. Military merit points minus 4,000. Watching the 13,250,000 coins and 4,000 military merit points instantly evaporate from his bank card, Gu Fangchen felt the sting, but his heart remained incredibly firm. Although martial artists spend money like water on weapons and techniques, they can earn money just as quickly after hunting powerful exotic beasts in the future. This bit of investment could save his life. It was completely worth it. Soon, the cultivation manual was delivered via drone. Gu Fangchen picked up this heavy ancient book and immediately sat cross-legged, beginning his tireless cultivation. Name Gu Fangchen. Military rank, 6th class private military merit points, 0. Dragon country coin balance, 7,950,000 yuan. Meanwhile, inside a private manor outside base number 7. Zhao Tianhao sat on the sofa with a gloomy expression. Although the swelling on his face had subsided, the resentment in his eyes grew even more intense. A bodyguard in black walked in quickly and knelt respectfully on one knee. Young master, I've found it. Speaker. The kid's name is Gu Fangchen. He's the top scholar of this selection and has just joined Zhang Chengyu's Yama squad. Yama squad, top scholar. This guy is actually the top scholar. The ruthlessness in Zhao Tianhao's eyes intensified. He stood up, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, and watched the blood-red sunset outside, his voice cold and devoid of emotion. Very well, keep a close eye on them. When he goes on his first mission, I want to know all his routes of action. Go contact the people from Bedrock, and tell them I have a big piece of business for them. I want that kid named Gu Fangchen to die without a grave. Time flew by, and half a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this half-month, Gu Fangchen completely immersed himself in cultivation, and his strength reached another leap forward. Host Gu Fangchen. Vitality, 2,000 points. Realm, late first rank to peak first rank, new, pending breakthrough. Cultivation techniques, Panchi body tempering art, 8th level 30%, army breaking 7 kills blade, 3rd kill, heart severance, 9 revolutions dragon elephant art, no realm max level. During these 15 days when he couldn't encounter exotic beasts, he had been cultivating through the 9 revolutions dragon elephant art. As for the high-grade chi and blood pill Zia Lialai had given him, he hadn't used it. After all, he was close to the peak of the first rank at that time. If he used it, he might hit a bottleneck, causing his body to be unable to absorb it and wasting most of the medicinal effect. He wasn't the type of person to be wasteful. Therefore, those 3 chi and blood pills were kept carefully, intended for use after he broke through to the 2nd rank. At the same time, his body tempering technique and saber technique had also made significant progress. In half a month, both had broken through another 2 levels. Just then, ding dong. The crisp sound of the doorbell interrupted Gu Fangchen's contemplation. He opened the door to find a small hovering drone floating quietly at the entrance. The mechanical arm beneath its belly was holding a long, black metal box. The box was pitch black with a matte texture, and the words "Divine Work" were branded on it. Gu Fangchen took the box, and the drone automatically turned and left. Closing the door, he placed the metal box on the carpet in the center of the room. With a click, the latches on both sides of the box popped open. As the lid slowly rose, a unique scent, a mixture of cold metal and a faint hint of blood, wafted toward him. Inside the box, lined with a thick layer of black velvet, a strangely shaped weapon lay quietly. It was a compound bow. It was currently in its storage form, so its appearance as a bow wasn't obvious. It looked more like a piece of art composed of countless precision parts, filled with a violent aesthetic. The bow limbs were polished from the hardest claw bones of a Utahraptor, presenting a deep bone-white color, with the surface covered in natural, lightning-like dark gold patterns. The grip was wrapped in a layer of unknown black soft material, which felt warm to the touch and fit the hand perfectly. Even with Gu Fangchen's steady temperament, a flash of heat couldn't help but flicker in his eyes at this moment. He reached out and picked up this yet-to-be-awakened killing machine from the box. It felt slightly heavy in his hand, the weight being just right. He followed the instructions and gave his wrist a sudden flick. Clang! A crisp mechanical snap rang out. The bow limbs in storage mode instantly popped out to both sides, unfolding and locking firmly into place. At the same time, the dark gold bowstring made of raptor mane tendon automatically tightened, emitting a low hum like a dragon's roar. A compound warbow, ferocious yet beautiful, filled with primitive wildness and a sense of future technology, had taken shape. On the other side of the metal box, 20 honeycomb-style black arrow quivers were neatly arranged, each filled with bone arrows polished from Utahraptor toe bones. The arrows were pure white, the arrowheads glimmered with a cold light, and the fletching was made of an unknown black feather, light and stable. 50 arrows per quiver, totaling 1,000 arrows. This was an extra gift from old freak Kyan. Gu Fangchen nodded with satisfaction. He really wanted to experience this new great killing machine. Thinking this, he didn't hesitate to pick up the war bow and arrow quivers and headed straight for the private training room in the basement. 51. Target practice. Unlike the huge public training hall in War God No. 1, last time, there were 4 training rooms in the dorm, just enough for the 4 squad members to each have a private one. The private training room wasn't large, about 200 square meters. But it held every basic facility he needed, more than enough for solo use. He walked to the firing zone and activated the hollow range ahead of him. Mode select, static target / moving target / live fire simulation. Gu Fangchen chose the most basic option, moving target. 100 meters away, a crimson bullseye flickered into the air and began drifting at a steady, random trajectory. Gu Fangchen drew a deep breath, gripped the bow in his left hand, and pulled a bone arrow from the quiver with his right, knocking it to the string. Zing. He powered his arms and slowly drew the bow. An astonishing toughness and force surged from limbs and string, enough to make any ordinary first-rank martial artist balk. Yet to Gu Fangchen, fortified by savage physique and the 9 revolutions dragon elephant art, it felt effortless. The bow curved to a perfect full moon. His gaze sharpened, every shred of focus funneled into the single line linking bow, arrow, and target. Time itself seemed to slow. He sensed the flow of air and predicted where the bullseye would drift the next second. Now. Release. Swish. A shrill whistle split the air. The white bone shaft turned into a streak of light, nearly invisible to the naked eye, carving a flawless straight line through the sky. The next instant. Bang! 100 meters out, the errant crimson target exploded into a shower of sparks, hit dead center. Bullseye. Nailed it. A spark of delight flashed in Gu Fangchen's eyes. Without pause he knocked another arrow, drew, aimed, and loosed. Swish bang. Swish bang. The whistle of shafts and crackle of shattering targets echoed through the room, weaving a lethal symphony. His motions grew faster, smoother. He shifted from stationary shots to firing on the move. Activating lightness of body, he sprinted and weaved across the floor, yet the war bow in his hand stayed steady as bedrock. Every arrow struck true. Gradually, he no longer aimed with his eyes. Relying only on aura sniffing and battle instinct etched into his marrow, he fired at will. And still. Arrow loosed, target shattered. Not a single miss. At this moment, he was a mobile fortress of lethality. Just then crisp applause rang out behind him. Clap, clap, clap. Unhurried, unabashed admiration in every beat. Gu Fangchen froze, bow hand tensing as he spun around. In the doorway Lin Keek leaned against the frame, arms folded. Her large golden eyes brimmed with shock and disbelief. Good grief, Xiao Gu, you're a monster. She hopped over, circled him twice, and clicked her tongue in awe. Incredible accuracy, simply incredible. I swear the top snipers in the base, even with 8 power scopes and state-of-the-art ballistics, couldn't match your point and hit rate. Her big eyes blinked as she stared at his legs. And that footwork, fast and light like a ghost, how are you this good? Faced with her rapid-fire praise, Gu Fangchen only gave a calm shake of the head. Just luck, a bit of casual practice. He flicked the war bow shut and asked, what brings you here? I came to train, saw your lights on and got curious. Lin Keek stuck out her tongue, grinning playfully. Who knew I'd walk into a god-tier shooting show, mind blown. Gu Fangchen smiled without reply, stepped forward, and began pulling the bone arrows embedded in the wall's target backing. "Hey, Gu." Watching his back, Lin Keek started to say something more. But her words barely left her lips when "Brrring." A sharp assembly bell blared through the dormitory. Lin Keek's playful smile froze, replaced by alarm. "Emergency muster." "Looks like it." Gu Fangchen's brows drew together, yet his gaze stayed calm. He glanced at the arrows still lodged in the wall. "Go on ahead, I'll finish collecting these." "All right." Though unsure what was happening, seeing his composure made Lin Keek nod instinctively. He was right. "Hurry up then." With that she spun, and sprinted out of the training room toward the lounge upstairs. Gu Fangchen walked unhurriedly to the target backing, gripped each arrow, and with soft pops pulled the shafts free of the special alloy, swift and efficient. After stowing bow and arrows into the case, he turned and climbed quickly toward the lounge. He had just reached the top step when Lin Keek's voice drifted from the living room. "Scared me, I thought something awful happened." She patted her chest in relief. Before her words faded, Zhang Chengyu spotted Gu Fangchen entering. His sharp eyes swept over Gu Fangchen. The usually steady face was instantly replaced by sheer shock. "Gu, you've hit peak first rank." At those words Lin Keek nodded vigorously, staring at Gu Fangchen in disbelief. "I noticed it too. But he was so focused I didn't want to interrupt this speed, only half a month." 52, what are you doing here?" As she spoke, Lin Keek stepped forward and reached out her slender fingers, unceremoniously poking Gu Fangchen's chest, which was significantly firmer than before, and then squeezing the muscles on his arms that felt as if they were cast from steel. Her large eyes were filled with undisguised surprise and admiration. "Moreover, I feel like his whole body has gotten a bit sturdier and—" She leaned in closer, a mischievous smile appearing on her face. "It seems like he's even more handsome than before. This is bad. I'm afraid the girls at the base will have their eyes glued to you from now on." "Ahem." Over by the sofa, Gao Yizhu, who had been silently reading, suddenly let out 2 soft coughs. He put down his book and slowly made a joke. "He was already handsome enough. If he's even more so now, how can we cope? In the future, won't all the girls at the base be swept away by Gu alone? What are we supposed to do then?" After speaking, a very faint curve actually appeared on his usually cold face. Looking at Gao Yizhu, Gu Fangchen couldn't help but smile as well. As it turned out, what Gao Yizhu had said about being in a bad mood that day was indeed true. Since they had become familiar, although this guy still didn't talk much, that initial icy, keep-away aura had long since vanished. He would take the initiative to joke and chat, and even more so during training, he wouldn't hesitate to teach his most precious power exertion techniques without holding anything back. It could be said that his current rapid improvement was inseparable from the help of these family members in the Yama squad. All right, that's enough joking around." Zhang Chengyu watched the harmonious scene among his team members with a gratified smile, then clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention back, his expression turning serious. "Back to business," he said in a deep voice. "I just received an emergency mission from headquarters. A small-scale beast tide has broken out at the Black Stone mining area 30 kilometers outside the city, and we need to head there immediately to clear it out." Hearing this, Lin Keek frowned. "Black Stone mining area? Isn't that place already abandoned? Why would a beast tide suddenly break out there?" "I'm not sure," Zhang Chengyu shook his head, "but according to the intelligence sent back by the frontline scouts, although the scale of this beast tide isn't large, the types of exotic beasts are very mixed and we won't be acting alone this time." He paused, his gaze becoming somewhat subtle. "Headquarters has requested that we travel and operate in coordination with another squad." "Another squad?" Gao Yizhu looked up and asked, "Who is it?" Zhang Chengyu slowly spoke a name that was unfamiliar to everyone. "It's the Blood Wolf squad." "Blood Wolf?" Lin Keek blinked her large golden eyes, her face full of confusion. "Never heard of them." On the sofa, Gao Yizhu also slowly shook his head, saying succinctly, "Don't know them." "It's fine if you don't know them," Zhang Chengyu grinned. "Once we've completed a mission together, won't we be acquainted?" He suddenly clapped his hands and roared with full vigor. "All right, stop dawdling. Assemble here in 5 minutes, fully armed. Move out." "Yes, Captain." Everyone responded in unison, and immediately sprang into action. Lin Keek put away her playful smile, and skillfully tucked her 2 short blades back into the sheaths on her thighs, then checked the flying daggers at her waist once more. Gao Yizhu shouldered that C+ grade tower shield, which was thicker than a door, and his entire presence instantly became as steady as a mountain. Gu Fangchen also quickly donned his brand new shadow, leopard cat combat suit. Then, he hung the upgraded black scale battle saber at his waist, and picked up the black metal case containing the composite battle bow. With a click, the case opened. Without the slightest hesitation, he slung the battle bow, which was in its storage form, diagonally across his back using a specialized tactical strap. Next, he took out 2 honeycomb-style black arrow quivers from the case, and nimbly clipped them onto the tactical attachment points on both sides of his combat suit's belt. One on the left and one on the right, they were easy to access without hindering his movement. Now, with a long saber hanging at his waist, a battle bow on his back, and a poisoned dagger strapped to his outer thigh, he looked like a mobile armory armed to the teeth. The eyes of Zhang Chengyu, Lin Keek and Gao Yizhu lit up, and they showed undisguised approval. Feeling the cold touch of the divine weapons on his body, Gu Fangchen felt his battle intent surging. Finally, he could kill exotic beasts again. The Slaughter and Plunder system in his mind, which had been silent for half a month, seemed to sense its master's desire and began to hum faintly. Next, all that was left was the breakthrough. Perfect breakthrough. Kill king-rank exotic beasts 1-5. He hoped to encounter a few more king-rank exotic beasts during this mission. That way, he could break through to the second tier. At that moment, Zhang Chengyu clapped his hands with satisfaction. Is everyone ready? Ready. All said. The 3 of them responded in unison. Good. Zhang Chengyu's eyes instantly became sharp, and the iron-blooded aura belonging to an A squad captain burst forth. Yama squad all present. Target Blackstone mining area. Move out. Carrying their respective tactical backpacks, the 4 of them walked out of the villa. Outside, a black, menacing, modified military Humvee was already waiting quietly like a steel beast. Get in. At Zhang Chengyu's command, the 4 entered one by one. The Humvee's engine let out a low roar, kicking up a cloud of dust as it sped toward the wilderness outside the base. The vehicle traveled for about half an hour. The scenery outside the window had long since changed from steel ramparts to a desolate and dilapidated desert. Finally, the Humvee slowly came to a stop in an area filled with jagged rocks and abandoned mine shafts. They had arrived at the Blackstone mining area. In the distance, another modified off-road vehicle was already waiting. Leaning against the vehicle were 4 figures, 3 men and 1 woman. They wore uniform wolf-gray combat suits, and their entire bodies exuded the rugged aura of battle-hardened veterans. We're here, get out. Zhang Chengyu was the first to push open the door and jump down. He waved heartily to the tall man leading the opposite group and strode forward to meet him. Old Wolf, long time no see, your team arrived quite early. Hearing this, the opposing captain also smiled, preparing to respond. But just then, Gu Fangchen, Lin Keek, and Gao Yizhu also stepped out of the vehicle one after another. The moment Gu Fangchen's clean, yet cold face, was fully revealed to the 4 members of the Blood Wolf squad. Time seemed to have been pressed on a pause button. The bodies of the 3 men and 1 woman opposite them suddenly stiffened. The smile on the female member's face, which had originally been charming, instantly froze. Her red lips parted slightly, and her beautiful eyes widened in circles. The slightly younger male member next to her looked as if he had seen a ghost, pointing at Gu Fangchen with a mouth wide enough to fit an egg. Even the 4th person, who had been leaning against the car with eyes closed while holding a sniper rifle, suddenly snapped their eyes open, their body tensing instantly. They looked at the youth dressed in a pitch-black combat suit, fully armed and with a steady, restrained aura, and their minds went blank. Almost in unison, the 4 of them cried out in voices filled with shock, horror, and profound disbelief. It's you. Why are you here? 53, are you kidding me? This sudden exclamation caused Zhang Chengyu, who was about to step forward to exchange pleasantries, to pause. A look of clear astonishment appeared on his face. He looked at his own Gu Fangchen, then at the 4 members of the Blood Wolf squad across from them, who looked as if they had seen a ghost, their faces plastered with the word shocked. He was completely baffled. What was going on? As for Gu Fangchen, he finally looked up upon hearing that familiar voice. His gaze calmly swept over the 4 people opposite him. Those faces, both familiar and somewhat distant, instantly overlapped with his memories of that bloody escape more than a month ago. He recognized them. The captain leading them was steady and decisive. He had been the backbone back then. The female member with the hot figure and a face full of shock was the female martial artist named Xiao Ya, who had teased him and asked for his contact information. The loud-mouthed young male member beside her was a Feng, who had initially complained about him being in the way but was later scared out of his wits. As for the last one holding the sniper rifle, that should be the sniper who had provided fire support from the shadows. It was this very squad. In that initial, low-rent apartment building, they had rescued him from the claws of the mutated beasts. He hadn't expected to reunite with them here, in this manner. God. Lin Keek looked at the expressionless Gu Fangchen on her side, then at the 4 members of the Blood Wolf squad whose expressions were as colorful as a palette. Her curiosity instantly exploded. She leaned toward Zhang Chengyu and asked in a low voice, "Captain, what's the situation? Do they know Fangchen?" Zhang Chengyu was also completely confused. He shook his head and could only take a step forward, asking the captain of the Blood Wolf squad tentatively, "I say, Old Wolf, do you know each other?" The captain of the Blood Wolf squad, known as Old Wolf, finally snapped out of his massive shock. He swallowed hard, his gaze sweeping over Gu Fangchen's high-quality combat suit and the black-scale battle saber at his waist. His expression was complicated to the extreme. He didn't answer Zhang Chengyu but instead stared fixedly at Gu Fangchen, asking in a dry voice, Little brother, is it really you? How could you?" "It's me," Gu Fangchen nodded calmly as a greeting. "Long time no see, everyone." His indifferent attitude caused even greater waves of shock in the hearts of the 4 Blood Wolf squad members. Was this still the ordinary student who had been pushed to a dead end by a single black-scaled hyena and needed them to save him? How long had it been? Just over a month. And wasn't his blood chi blocked back then? Wasn't he just an ordinary person? How could he appear here? When they looked down and saw the golden badge pinned to his combat suit, their brains stopped thinking entirely. Wait, that's the top scholar badge. That was the proof of being the top scholar. Not only had he joined the Yama squad, but he had also become this year's top scholar. Holy shit. Even web novels wouldn't dare to be written like this, right? Could it be that he awakened a system? No, it's you. A Feng's mouth hung open wide enough to fit an egg. He pointed at Gu Fangchen and stammered, "Aren't you that liberal arts student with blocked blood chi? How could you possibly become a martial artist, and even become the top scholar and wear the Yama uniform? This isn't right, is it?" A Feng's face was full of absurdity as he looked at his teammates. A month ago, he couldn't even handle the weakest black-scaled hyena. "A Feng, shut up," Old Wolf barked at him in a low voice, but his own voice was also trembling slightly. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, and looked at Gu Fangchen again with an incredibly solemn gaze. "Brother Gu, what exactly is going on? Your meridians." "I had some good luck, encountered a bit of an opportunity, and cleared them." Gu Fangchen's explanation was as light as a breeze. But these words, in the ears of the Blood Wolf squad, were no different from a fairy tale. An opportunity. What kind of opportunity could allow a martial arts trash to be reborn within a month, and even take the top scholar spot in base number 7's highest casualty and most difficult selection trial? "Are you kidding me?" "Zio, you suddenly remembered something." She looked at Gu Fangchen and recalled that fiery red figure that had descended like a deity outside the low-rent apartment that day. Could it be Miss Zia? Didn't Miss Zia keep praising him after she returned? Did she give him a hand? She guessed subconsciously. Only a powerful figure with such immense influence would have the means to turn something rotten into something magical, right? Hearing this, Gu Fangchen simply smiled, neither confirming nor denying it. The more he acted like this, the more the 4 members of the Blood Wolf squad felt their guess was correct. Their gaze toward Gu Fangchen instantly changed from pure shock to a complex mix of awe and inquiry. Holy crap! He actually managed to latch onto Miss Zia. His background is sky-high. Thinking of this, A Feng's face turned red in an instant, all the way to the tips of his ears. He remembered his impatient attitude toward Gu Fangchen back in the low-rent apartment. He remembered the nonsense he had said to him out of fear, and his face felt hot, making him wish he could find a hole to crawl into. Under everyone's subtle gaze, A Feng hesitated for a long time before finally gathering the courage to walk up to Gu Fangchen. He lowered his head, not daring to look Gu Fangchen in the eye. His voice was as small as a mosquito's, but it was filled with sincere apology. Brother Gu, I'm sorry before I was blind and didn't recognize your greatness. I said some stupid things, please don't take it to heart." After saying that, he bowed deeply to Gu Fangchen. This scene made Zhang Chengyu feel secretly delighted. This A Feng was notoriously sharp-tongued. He hadn't expected to see him like this in his lifetime. Thinking this, the corners of Zhang Chengyu's mouth were harder to suppress than an AK's recoil. Meanwhile, Old Wolf and Zio, you looked at each other helplessly and sighed. Gu Fangchen looked at the blushing young man in front of him and said calmly, "It's all in the past." He wasn't one to hold grudges. Furthermore, if they hadn't appeared in time back then, he probably would have died under the hyena's teeth long ago. There was no reason to be angry with his lifesavers. All right, we're all brothers here, no need for such formalities." Zhang Chengyu stepped forward, smiling to smooth things over. He patted Old Wolf's shoulder. "Since you all know each other, the operation later will be more convenient. Come, let's talk about the mission first." Old Wolf finally came to his senses and nodded, leading everyone to the vehicle and opening the holographic map. According to the intelligence, the core area of the beast tide is in the abandoned mine 3 kilometers ahead. Our mission is to cooperate in clearing all the mutated beasts, with the focus on finding the source of the beast tide outbreak. Zhang Chengyu looked at the map and said in a deep voice, "All right, then our Yama will be responsible for the frontal assault, and you Blood Wolf will support from the flanks and provide long-range fire cover. How about it?" "No problem," Old Wolf agreed immediately. The 2 squads quickly completed their tactical deployment. Then, one after the other, they stealthily moved toward the mining area that reeked of blood. 54. Battle preparations begin. The Blackstone mining area was rugged. Abandoned rails and overturned mine carts littered the ground, and the air reeked of rust and dust. Every member of both squads was a battle-hardened veteran, moving across the terrain as nimbly and silently as ghosts. The mission was extermination, not emergency rescue, so the atmosphere stayed relatively relaxed. Walking in the middle of the column, Blood Wolf Squad's captain, Cheng Yi, alias Old Wolf, finally couldn't contain the storm inside him. He sidled up to Zhang Chengyu, lowered his voice, and kept glancing toward the rear where Gu Fangchen was pulling rearguard duty. "Old Zhang, I still can't believe it." His voice sounded like a dream. "About Brother Gu, our briefing said he and Miss Zia teamed up to kill a calamity rank shadow leopard." He paused, giving a wry smile. "We figured Command hyped it up a bit, to build a hero. We thought he'd take that fortune and live as a rich man in some big city." "Who'd have guessed?" Cheng Yi's gaze flicked toward Gu Fangchen again, eyes unreadable. He not only came to base number 7 but also became the top scholar. At that, Feng and Zioya beside him nodded repeatedly, faces full of the same shock. They'd personally seen how weak Gu Fangchen had once been. A nobody who could be cornered by the lowest-level hyena mutant beast had, in just over a month, transformed beyond what most warriors achieve in a lifetime. This wasn't genius, this was a miracle. Listening to his old friend's sighs, Zhang Chengyu grinned proudly. He thumped his chest and whispered, "Of course, whose brother do you think he is? Our Zio Ogu's a monster among monsters." "Top scholar, big deal," Lin Keek chimed in. Her big eyes sparkled with adoration. "You didn't see him in the selections, it was a total dimensional crush. First 2 tests, perfect scores, final live fire, he killed more beasts than the remaining hundreds combined. Along the way he offed a pirate, and finished off the half-dead king-rank Utoraptor no one else could handle." Hiss. All 4 Blood Wolf members sucked in a cold breath, scalps tingling. The way they looked at Gu Fangchen had completely changed. From stunned to pure reverence. Speaking of monsters, Zioya suddenly remembered something. She blinked her pretty eyes, longing and admiration mingling, and whispered mysteriously, "Have you heard the latest about Miss Zia?" "Miss Zia," Zhang Chengyu and Cheng Yi blinked. "What about her?" Zioya took a breath and, in a near-trance tone, delivered news that could shake the entire Eastern Theater Command. "A friend in High Command says, Miss Zia's in closed-door training, preparing to break through to 4th tier." Boom! The words detonated like thunder in their minds. 4th tier, Zhang Chengyu's eyes bulged. "She's only just 18 and already aiming for 4th tier. That's insane," Cheng Yi exclaimed. "The higher you go on the martial path, the harder each step becomes. 3rd to 4th tier is a chasm, a qualitative leap of life level. Countless dazzling geniuses remain stuck at 3rd tier peak for life. And Zia Liolai is challenging that chasm before 20. That's not even the scariest part." Seeing their shock, Zioya gave a bitter smile, voice quivering with awe. "Don't forget, Miss Zia chose the near-certain death path of perfect breakthrough." She drew a shaky breath. "Perfect breakthrough from 3rd to 4th tier. They say it's over 100 times harder than a normal breakthrough. In the past century, only a handful in all of Dragon Country have succeeded. If she makes it..." Zioya's eyes burned with fanatical worship. "She'll become the youngest in our nation's history. Upper-grade 4th-tier warrior." Silence fell like death. Even Gu Fangchen, trailing at the rear and seemingly indifferent, faltered for a fraction of a step at the words upper-grade 4th tier. "Upper grade," a rare ripple crossed Gao Yizhu's usually cold face. He murmured, "That's already the realm of legends." "My God," Lin Keek covered her mouth, fangirl fervor written all over her. "Upper-grade 4th tier. Doesn't that mean she could single-handedly stop a calamity-level beast horde, 1 rank above calamity rank?" A Feng stared blankly, mind blank, muttering, Too awesome, is she even human?" The shock in everyone's hearts was beyond words. Only Gu Fangchen, after a brief jolt, felt a fiercer fighting spirit and longing surge within him. Perfect breakthrough, He recalled the option on his system panel. A path of thorns and near certain death to others was an open road to him. Zia Leoli, he silently repeated the name, fists clenching unnoticed. One day I'll stand at that height too. While they were still reeling, Zhang Chengyu's voice snapped them back to reality. All right, stay sharp. He pointed at a huge black opening not far ahead, eyes turning razor sharp. We're here. Chit-chat's over, gear up and move out. 55 I came alone. At those words everyone immediately collected themselves. The relaxed looks on their faces vanished, replaced by pure, cold killing intent. The two squads advanced in alternating cover, battle-ready, cautiously entering the bottomless mine. The tunnel was dank and frigid, the air thick with the stench of blood and rot. Underfoot lay the shattered bones of nameless exotic beasts. This place has probably turned into a beast nest, Cheng Yi muttered, tightening his grip on his combat blade. After squeezing through a narrow passage, the view suddenly opened up. They stood at the lip of a vast underground fault. Below yawned a natural cavern 100 meters deep, like an asteroid crater. The sight at the bottom made everyone suck in a sharp breath. Countless exotic beasts writhed like an ant colony, packing the entire pit. A quick estimate put their number at well over 300. Among them were thick-hided iron-skinned rhinoceroses, venomous earth dragons skittering along the rock walls, and ghost-faced blood bats dangling from the ceiling, shrieking. It was a mixed horde of several beast-level species. Damn, we're in trouble, Zhang Chengyu scowled. With numbers like these, even if we win, someone's getting hurt. We'll use the old method, Cheng Yi said, pointing to several narrow side tunnels. Split the squads, pull them out in batches, whittle them down. It was clearly the safest tactic available. Yet just as everyone nodded and prepared to split up, Gu Fangchen, standing at the fault's edge and gazing down at the swarm, saw molten fire flash in his normally calm eyes. EXP sacks. A whole field of EXP sacks. His heart blazed. Though his vitality meter was full, and killing beasts could no longer raise his total for now. His plunder talent progress never stopped. Iron-skinned rhinoceros kill progress, 2100. During the last selection, he'd nearly finished harvesting the rhino's talent. And down there happened to be a whole herd of them. Could it be any more perfect? Those venomous earth dragons and ghost-faced blood bats obviously carried agility and toxin-type talents. A danger zone. This was a heaven-tier dungeon tailor-made for him. Captain, Gu Fangchen cut in as the others discussed tactics. I have a suggestion. Zhang Chengyu turned, spit it out. Still staring at the surging horde below, Gu Fangchen licked his lips and said in a calm, chilling tone. Can I handle this swarm alone? The air seemed to freeze. At the cliff edge, a pin drop could be heard. Everyone stood rooted, wondering if their ears had betrayed them. Lin Keek was first to react, frowning as she nudged him. Xiao Gu, what kind of joke is that? Alone. There are over 300 beasts down there. This isn't funny. Kid, this isn't the time to play hero. Cheng Yi frowned as well, voice heavy. I know you're strong, but numbers can grind down even a second-tier martial artist. A Feng, Xiaoya, Gao Yizhu and the rest stared, dumbstruck. Yet Gu Fangchen offered no argument. He simply turned and met Zhang Chengyu's gaze. His eyes were perfectly calm. Zhang Chengyu held that gaze. He saw no trace of arrogance or recklessness in those deep pupils. Only pure hunger for battle and absolute confidence in his own strength. He recalled the selection tournament, the figure strolling through mountains of corpses, laughing. He recalled that impossible perfect score. At last Zhang Chengyu drew a long breath and made a decision that left everyone gaping. He nodded firmly at Gu Fangchen. All right, I trust you. Captain, Lin Keek and Gao Yizhu cried in unison. Cheng Yi gaped, Zhang, have you lost it? Zhang Chengyu raised a hand, silencing them. His gaze on Gu Fangchen was grave, but we'll be watching from up here. The instant anything goes wrong, we move in to support, no arguments. That's my bottom line. Fine, Gu Fangchen's reply was as brief as ever. He knew this was the greatest concession and protection the captain could offer while still trusting him. Cheng Yi opened his mouth, then sighed in resignation. Glancing at his own dumbfounded teammates, he shook his head. Fine, if your captains agreed, we've got nothing more to say. Truth be told, the Blood Wolf squad was curious too. They'd once rescued this liberal arts kid. Now they wanted to see just how strong Gu Fangchen had become. Everyone held their breath, eyes fixed on him. With permission granted, Gu Fangchen flashed a bright grin. He turned toward the abyss, rolled his wrists, cracked his neck. Then, under every stare, he stepped to the very lip of the fault. Without the slightest hesitation, he stepped forward. And plummeted like a stone, cast into the dark sea of fangs and claws below. 56 kill. Xiao Gu. Lin Keek's heart instantly leaped to her throat, and she instinctively moved to rush forward. But at this very moment, the falling Gu Fangchen moved. In midair, he forcefully twisted his body into an unbelievable posture, and the ferocious battle bow, which was in its stored form behind him, was instantly grasped in his left hand. Clang! With a crisp click of the mechanism, the battle bow suddenly unfolded. Immediately after, his right hand swept across the quiver at his waist like a phantom, and a gleaming bone arrow was already knocked onto the bowstring made of Tyrannosaurus Rex main tendon. The bow was drawn to full moon. The entire movement flowed smoothly in a state of weightlessness, without the slightest pause. Below, the beast horde, which had fallen into a commotion due to the intrusion of this uninvited guest, also raised their ferocious heads. From the cave ceiling, a dozen ghost-faced bloodbats let out piercing screeches, flying first towards the falling Gu Fangchen and launching an attack on him. But they were fast. Gu Fangchen's arrows were faster. Whoosh! The bowstring vibrated, like a dragon's roar tearing through the air. That white bone arrow transformed into a stream of deathly light, almost imperceptible to the naked eye, arriving later but striking first. Ufda! The ghost-faced bloodbat at the very front didn't even have time to let out a cry before its massive head was pierced through and exploded with a bang. Gu Fangchen's movements didn't stop for a moment. His fingers on the bowstring were so fast that they almost left afterimages. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows in quick succession. 3 white streams of light, arranged in a pin character formation, blocked all evasion routes for the bloodbat horde. Another 3 heads exploded in midair, turning into a sky full of blood mist. Ding, killed beast-level exotic beast ghost-faced bloodbat. 100, plunder successful, vitality +3. Ding, killed beast-level exotic beast ghost-faced bloodbat. 100, plunder successful, vitality +3. Ding, killed beast-level exotic beast ghost-faced bloodbat. 100, plunder successful, vitality +3. As the host's vitality has reached the current realm's limit, excess vitality will automatically convert into pure energy to temper the body. His falling figure at this moment seemed to have transformed into a mobile, a ERI, a L Chinese letter. Every time the bowstring vibrated, an exotic beast would inevitably fall. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In just a few seconds of falling, nearly half of the terrifying bloodbat horde on the cave ceiling was cleared by him, a single man with a single bow. Ding, killed beast-level exotic beast ghost-faced bloodbat. 100, plunder successful, vitality +3. And at this moment, his feet finally touched the ground. Boom! A dull drum-like roar. He slightly bent his knees, channeling the terrifying impact force of falling from 100 meters high entirely into the rocky ground beneath his feet. Spiderweb-like cracks spread wildly, centered around him. Around him, the closest exotic beasts even staggered from the shockwave. Above the fault line, the 4 members of the Blood Wolf squad were completely dumbfounded. This, what the hell? A Feng's mouth was wide enough to fit an egg, his mind blank. Cheng Yi, Zioya, and the sniper were also filled with horror. They asked themselves if they could ever achieve such precise and efficient long-range sniping, while rapidly descending 100 meters. Was he really that liberal arts student with blocked vitality? Roar! After a brief silence, there was a deafening roar of beasts. On the ground, hundreds of thoroughly enraged exotic beasts surged like a black tide from all directions, rushing towards the human who dared to challenge their authority alone. Claws, fangs, venom, sharp horns. Various attacks formed an impenetrable net of death, intending to tear that tiny figure to shreds. But Gu Fangchen smiled. He slowly straightened up, swung the battle bow behind him, and gripped the hilt of the saber at his waist. Clang! A clear ringing saber cry. The black-scale battle saber, entirely black with a blade covered in fine-scale patterns, finally left its sheath. A cold and domineering killing intent erupted with a roar. His eyes turned cold. Instead of retreating, he stomped his foot, and his entire being transformed into a black lightning bolt, actively charging towards that surging steel torrent. His first target was the iron-skinned rhinoceros, with their thick hides. Army breaking 7 kills blades first form, array breaking. The black-scale battle saber in his hand transformed into a black streak of light capable of splitting mountains, brutally hacking into the rhinoceros herd with an utterly unreasonable and savage posture. Bang! Where the blade passed, flesh and blood flew. The hard keratin layer of the 2 iron-skinned rhinoceros at the forefront, strong enough to withstand cannon fire, was as fragile as tofu under his blade. 2 massive heads soared into the sky, and hot blood spurted out like fountains. Ding, killed beast-level exotic beast iron-skinned rhinoceros. 21,100, plunder successful, vitality +8. Ding, killed beast-level exotic beast iron-skinned rhinoceros. 22,100, plunder successful, vitality +8. The power of a single strike was terrifying. Gu Fangchen had gone completely berserk with killing. He completely abandoned all evasion, pushing the panchy body tempering art and savage physique to their limits, allowing the claws and fangs of the exotic beasts to savagely attack his body. Clang clang clang. A venomous earth dragon pounced from the nearby rock wall, its venom-covered claws fiercely raking his back. A piercing clang of metal on metal rang out, but not even a white mark was left on the shadow leopard cat combat suit. Gu Fangchen didn't even turn his head. He extended his left hand, gripped the opponent's throat, then swung it to the ground. Bang! Then a backhand saber strike, directly cleaving the earth dragon's head. Bang! Ding, killed beast-level exotic beast venomous earth dragon. 1,100, plunder successful, vitality +6. Immediately after, he stepped forward, spun around, and delivered an incomparably domineering horizontal sweep, directly severing the panel that had just appeared before his eyes. Whoosh! The blade tore through the air, creating a piercing shriek, directly slicing 3 iron-skinned rhinoceros that had charged from the front in half. Ding, killed beast-level exotic beast iron-skinned rhinoceros. 23,100, plunder successful, vitality +8. Ding, killed beast-level exotic beast iron-skinned rhinoceros. 24,100, plunder successful, vitality +8. Ding, killed beast-level exotic beast iron-skinned rhinoceros. 25,100, plunder successful, vitality +8. Dismembered limbs mixed with shattered organs flew everywhere. The entire bottom of The Chinese letter had completely transformed into a bloody Usra field. Gu Fangchen's figure moved wildly through the mountain of corpses and sea of blood. The saber in his hand was the most efficient Grim Reaper scythe. Every swing inevitably brought forth a spray of hot blood, reaping several lives. Sometimes he fought with broad, sweeping movements, his saber like a dragon, slicing apart swathes of exotic beasts. Other times, he would take the battle bow from his back and, from an unbelievable angle, shoot down the ghost-faced blood bats and venomous earth dragons attempting to ambush him from a distance, one by one. Combining long-range and close-quarters combat, offense and defense integrated. At this moment, he was a tireless, flawless killing machine. At the bottom of the cave, in that meat grinder paved with severed limbs and remains. As Gu Fangchen kept killing, he couldn't hold back and let out a hearty, unrestrained laugh. The laughter was wild, unrestrained, filled with the most primal enjoyment and fanaticism for killing. Hot blood dripped from his hair, making his handsome, delicate face appear like an Usra who had emerged from hell. He was drenched in blood, his combat suit long since dyed an unfathomable dark red. Only his eyes shone terrifyingly bright, burning with battle intent hotter than magma. Above the fault line, Zhang Chengyu and the others were already gaping, their scalps tingling, their minds blank. This scene, comparable to a demon god descending, completely overturned their understanding of combat, of geniuses, and even of humans as a species. He's crazy. A Feng's voice trembled, his face filled with extreme fear, gone mad with killing. Mad? Zioya's beautiful eyes were also filled with horror, but more so, a kind of almost obsessive shock. No, look at his eyes, he's perfectly lucid. He's enjoying all of this. 57 kill. Below, Gu Fangchen's laughter became the final death knell for the exotic beasts. He completely abandoned all redundant defenses, savage physique, and the 8th level of the panchy body tempering art. With the dual stacking of his defensive talent and cultivation technique, he became a walking fortress of slaughter in the mortal realm. Clang clang clang. Over a dozen venomous earth dragons lunged down from the rock walls in all directions. Their venom-coated claws tore frantically at his body, but they only produced a series of blinding sparks, unable to even tear the fibers of his combat suit. Gu Fangchen's eyes turned cold. His left hand moved like lightning, grabbing the neck of an earth dragon that lunged at his face, the muscles in his arm suddenly bulging. Crack! The neck bone shattered. Then, he tightened his left hand's grip. He actually used the earth dragon carcass, which weighed several hundred pounds, as a giant humanoid spiked mace, swinging it violently and sweeping it toward the surrounding herd with unreasonable force. Bang bang bang. Dull impact sounds echoed continuously as 3 exotic beasts were smashed by this corpse warhammer, their bones breaking and tendons snapping as they were sent flying. Ding, killed beast-level exotic beast venomous earth dragon. 15,100, plunder successful, vitality +6. Ding, killed beast-level exotic beast venomous earth dragon, 16,100, plunder successful, vitality +6. Ding, killed beast-level exotic beast venomous earth dragon, 17,100, plunder successful, vitality +6. At the same time, his right hand wasn't idle either. His 5 fingers formed a claw, suddenly grabbing toward the skull of another earth dragon. Pudge! His fingertips easily pierced through the hard skull, sending red and white matter splashing everywhere. He casually tossed the warm corpse aside. Next, he swung the black scale battle saber in his right hand. Banged, directly splitting the earth dragon in two. Then, his figure blurred as he charged once more into the densest part of the beast herd. Ding, killed beast-level exotic beast venomous earth dragon, 18,100, plunder successful, vitality +6. Ding, killed beast-level exotic beast venomous earth dragon, 19,100, plunder successful, vitality +6. Ding, killed beast-level exotic beast venomous earth dragon, 2,100, plunder successful, vitality +6. His vitality had long ago reached the 2,000-point limit of the peak first rank, unable to advance even a fraction further. However, the energy plundered by the system was not wasted. Instead, it turned into the purest nourishment, continuously nourishing and tempering every cell in his body, making his stamina seem infinite. Roar! Just then the leader of this beast herd, a massive ironhide rhinoceros king, suddenly let out a furious roar. Its crimson single eye locked onto Gu Fangchen. Its 4 hooves pawed the ground, and carrying the momentum of 10,000 tons, it prepared to charge at him. That aura was like an out-of-control heavy armored train, threatening to grind everything in its path into powder. Faced with this terrifying charge that could collapse a city wall, not a trace of fear could be seen on Gu Fangchen's face. Not only did he not dodge, but a grim, wild curve curled at the corner of his mouth. He advanced instead of retreating, stomping his foot down. His entire person was like a black cannonball rising against the current, charging head-on into that stampeding torrent of steel. Is he crazy? He's going head-to-head. Above the ledge, a Fang screamed in shock, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Clang! In the next second, the black blade collided violently with the Rhinoceros King's hideous single horn, which was strong enough to smash mountain rocks. The ear-piercing sound of clashing metal exploded like thunder throughout the cavern, making everyone's eardrums buzz. A violent airwave swept out from the point of impact, blowing away all the surrounding gravel and exotic beast carcasses. But the expected bloody scene of a person being sent flying did not occur. Gu Fangchen's feet seemed to have taken 10,000-meter deep roots into the ground, as he forcibly forced that charging Rhinoceros King to a dead stop on the spot. The black scale battle saber in his hand pressed firmly against the indestructible single horn, sparks flying everywhere as neither could overcome the other. Buzz! Gu Fangchen's eyes were bloodshot, as he poured the overflowing 2,000 points of vitality within his body into his arms without reservation. The profound power of the 8th level of the Panchi body tempering art. The primitive brute force of savage physique. At this moment they fused perfectly. Crack! Just then, a clear crack split open on the single horn that the ironhide Rhinoceros King was so proud of. Moo! The intense pain caused it to let out a cry of agony. But before it could retreat, Gu Fangchen's attack descended like a torrential storm. He gave the Rhinoceros King no room to breathe. The black scale battle saber in his hand turned into thousands of black lightning bolts that the naked eye couldn't catch, hacking frantically at the Rhinoceros King's head with extreme frequency. Keng 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 keng. The sounds of the strikes, dense as raindrops, merged into a single ear-piercing metallic storm. Above the ledge, everyone was dumbfounded. I can't see his blade anymore. Zioya's beautiful eyes were filled with horror. She could only see a blurred black blade shadow, like a tornado of death, completely enveloping the massive Rhinoceros King. He's suppressing and beating a king-rank exotic beast. Cheng Yi's mouth hung open wide enough to fit an egg, his brain completely short-circuiting. Are you kidding me? That's a king-rank exotic beast. Even if it's the lowest level early king rank, it's not something a first-rank martial artist can face head-on. But now, this ironhide Rhinoceros King, known for its defense and strength, was being beaten into continuous retreat by Gu Fangchen's unreasonable and violent blade momentum, unable to fight back. Its proud, hard skull continuously split into new wounds under the relentless hacking, as dark red blood mixed with brain matter splashed everywhere. Roar, roar, roar. The Rhinoceros King let out painful and helpless roars. It shook its head frantically, trying to throw off this hateful ant on its body. But Gu Fangchen's blade was like a maggot on a bone. No matter how it struggled, it remained stuck to its vital points. Vast. Too fast. The talent lightness of body allowed Gu Fangchen's physical coordination to reach an inconceivable level. Every time he struck, it was accompanied by subtle adjustments of his footsteps, perfectly neutralizing the Rhinoceros King's counterattacks. Kill, 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 kill. In the midst of such high frequency, frenzied hacking, Gu Fangchen felt his entire body's vitality boiling. The saber in his hand seemed to have become a part of his body. Every movement followed his will, smooth and effortless. In his mind, the first three forms of the army-breaking 7 kills blade constantly flashed, merged and evolved. He felt as if he had touched an invisible barrier, a barrier to a higher realm of the Tao of the blade. Just a little bit more, just that final step of realization. It's done. An unprecedented light erupted in Gu Fangchen's eyes. He took a sudden deep breath, throwing all the complex moves to the back of his mind. At this moment, thousands of blade intents converged into a single point. The black-scale battle saber in his hand no longer sought speed, but instead rose high in a posture of returning to simplicity. All his power, all his killing intent, and all his insights condensed onto that pitch-black blade. This strike seemed to drain all the surrounding light and sound. Buzz. The black-scale battle saber let out a groan of being overburdened. On the blade's surface, a visible layer of black energy rippled like water. This was a power different from the blade aura of a second-tier martial artist. It was a phenomenon caused by power condensing to the extreme, triggering a spatial resonance. Ding, relying on SSS rank spirit, you have gained sudden enlightenment during slaughter. Army-breaking 7 kills blade has broken through. Learn the 4th kill, soul sever. Gu Fangchen's eyes turned cold. This strike was unleashed with a posture that seemed to split heaven and earth. Crack! A terrifying sound of bones exploding, enough to make anyone's teeth ache, rang through the area. The iron-hide Rhinoceros King's skull, already covered in cracks, was like glass hit head-on by a battering ram under this strike. It could no longer withstand it and burst apart. The blade sank in up to the hilt. A blade intent filled with the aura of destruction erupted along the blade, instantly crushing its internal organs and even its soul's will. Moo! The Rhinoceros King's cry stopped abruptly, and the light in its crimson beast eyes quickly faded. Its mountain-like massive body was split in two, crashing heavily to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust, completely silenced. Ding killed King rank exotic beast Ironhide Rhinoceros King. 1-1, plunder successful, vitality plus 200. Since the host's vitality has reached the current realm's upper limit, excess vitality will automatically be converted into pure energy to temper the physical body. Plunder successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Ironhide Rhinoceros King's racial core talent, Savage King Charge. Savage King Charge, active talent. After activation, the host can burst with triple the impact speed over a short distance, increasing impact power by 100% and adding a brief stun effect. Cooldown, 1 minute. Perfect breakthrough. King rank exotic beast 2, plus 1/5. 58 kill. Another active skill. Gu Fangchen felt the new talent inside him, his heart burning with excitement. On the ledge above, Zhang Chengyu and the other 6 were completely numb. They stared at the steaming, bisected corpse of the king rank exotic beast below, at the youth standing with his blade in hand like a demon god. Their throats felt parched, they couldn't force out a single syllable. Inside the cavern, the remaining 100+ exotic beasts, having witnessed the horrific death of their big brother, finally broke down completely. Fear spread like a plague, instantly overwhelming their bloodthirsty instincts. Awu! Hiss! They let out shrill, warped cries, abandoned the siege, and like ants whose nest had been kicked, wheeled toward the cavern's only exit, fleeing for their lives. The dark tide of beasts became a surging, chaotic flood desperate to escape this slaughterhouse of terror. Want to run? Gu Fangchen slowly lifted his head, battle fire blazed in his eyes, a cold sneer flashing within them. Did I say you could leave? His voice wasn't loud, yet like a demon's tone from the ninth abyss, it reached every beast's ear with perfect clarity. The next second he moved. Shadow step. Lightness of body. 2 speed-related talents activated at once. His figure became an afterimage the naked eye could barely track, shooting toward the passage mouth. But the beasts were simply too numerous. Packed together, they were about to plunge into the tunnel ahead of him. Gu Fangchen's eyes glinted icily. The new talent he'd just obtained burst forth without hesitation. Bull rush. Boom. His body sank, leg muscles swelling to their limit, and he turned into a siege cannonball, his speed tripling on top of what it had been. Skimming the ground, he carved a straight line of devastation, smashing into the fleeing herd's flank with brute, unreasonable force. Bang, 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 bang. A rapid, teeth-grating drumbeat of shattering bones exploded outward. It looked like a heavy truck, out of control, plowing through a flock of sheep. The dozens of beasts in his path, whether the thick-hided iron-skinned rhinoceros or the agile venomous earth dragon, had no time even to scream before the 300% impact power slammed them into exploding mists of blood. Sturdy bones turned to powder, organs mixed with blood, forming gruesome red clouds. Ding, slain beast-level exotic beast, iron-skinned rhinoceros, 46-100. Ding, slain beast-level exotic beast, venomous earth dragon, 21-100. Ding, slain beast-level exotic beast, iron-skinned rhinoceros, 47-100. Ding, slain beast-level exotic beast, venomous earth dragon, 22-100. A string of system notifications scrolled frantically through his mind. The tremendous momentum tore a death path of flesh and shattered bones straight through the packed herd. At last, with a thunderous crash, Gu Fangchen landed squarely in front of the narrow tunnel exit, a gate god from hell blocking the beast's only escape. One man guards the pass, 10,000 cannot break through. Seeing the blood-soaked figure ahead, the fleeing beast's eyes filled with utter despair. A killing god barred the way in front, no road of retreat behind. Survival instinct drove them into final madness. Howling and crowding, they tried to swamp this seemingly tiny defense with sheer numbers. Watching the tide of beast-level exotic beasts surge toward him, Gu Fangchen tilted his head, blade in right hand, left hand brushing aside the bangs that blocked his view. He bared a grin, teeth startlingly white against the blood. Tyrant's Wrath activate. 59 kill 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 kill. Roared. A suffocated, primordial roar of a tyrant exploded from Gu Fangchen's throat. Boom! A visible, dark crimson storm of blood chi erupted outward, centered on him. Every inch of his muscles ballooned and knotted, thick veins coiled like horned dragons. The once delicate face was now crisscrossed with savage crimson patterns. Those pitch-black pupils were replaced by pure, violent scarlet. A tyrannical, destructive aura shot skyward. On the ledge, Zhang Chengyu and the other 6 turned deathly pale. What in the world? Lin Keek shrieked, her soul shivering. Below, the already terrified exotic beasts collapsed under that apex predator pressure. They shrieked, trampled one another, desperate to flee the Reaper at the center. But the narrow passage became an uncrossable chasm. Gu Fangchen's figure flickered. In the next second, he plunged into the panicked herd. The single exit became the perfect meat grinder. And he was its coldest core blade. Thud thud thud. Under Tyrant's Wrath's 30% power boost, his black scale battle saber reached a ridiculous level. Technique was pointless, one horizontal sweep sufficed. 3 iron-skinned rhinoceroses were bisected like paper, shells and all. Scalding blood and shredded organs painted the passage in sticky crimson. Ding, beast-level exotic beast iron-skinned rhinoceros slain, 61-100. Ding, beast-level exotic beast iron-skinned rhinoceros slain, 62-100. Ding, beast-level exotic beast iron-skinned rhinoceros slain, 63-100. One saber 3 kills. Eche. Wild laughter echoed through the cavern. He was addicted to the explosive rush of power. A venomous earth dragon shot from a crevice, aiming for his flank. Without looking, Gu Fangchen's left hand lashed out and grabbed its slimy head first. Then fingers tightened, crush. Banged. The skull burst like a walnut under a press. Ding, beast-level exotic beast venomous earth dragon slain, 23-100. He flung the headless corpse into another dragon. His right hand saber flashed upward. Rip. Both bodies split in half. Ding, beast-level exotic beast venomous earth dragon slain, 24-100. Savage. Bloody. Unreasonable. On the ledge everyone stared, minds blank at the R-rated massacre. Gulp. Zhang Chengyu swallowed, heart pounding out of his chest. This is way beyond the selection trials. Miss Zia called Gu Fangchen the greatest tactical genius she'd ever seen. What exactly is a tactical genius? This is a tactical genius. Inside the passage, the slaughter reached fever pitch. Gu Fangchen danced madly in the cramped space. Every saber swing summoned a bloodstorm. Every step crushed a skull beneath his heel. Finding the blade too slow, he went barehanded. A left hook caved an iron-skinned rhinoceros's chest. Ribs snapped and pierced its heart. A right kick blasted 3 beasts, shattering their spines. He grabbed one beast by the leg and swung it like a flail, pulping its kin. He leapt high and drove both knees down, ramming a skull into its own chest. Flesh met fist. Blood flew everywhere. This was no fight, it was primal violence unleashed. Every blow carried ruinous beauty. Tyrant's wrath had long expired. Yet Gu Fangchen remained lost in killing frenzy. A war machine that knew no fatigue, no pain, only one word, kill. 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 At last the final ghost-faced bloodbat shrieked, was yanked from the air and cleaved in two. The cavern fell silent. The passage was choked with broken beast corpses. Dark blood trickled from the mound, forming a thick red stream. Atop the mountain of corpses Gu Fangchen heaved for breath. The crimson aura faded, his scarlet eyes regained clarity. Ding, beast-level exotic beast iron-skinned rhinoceros slain, 100-100. Ding, beast-level exotic beast venomous earth dragon slain, 100-100. Ding, beast-level exotic beast ghost-faced blood bat slain, 100-100. Requirements met, beginning racial talent plunder. Plunder successful. Host has gained iron-skinned rhinoceros core racial talent, bedrock. Bedrock, passive. Greatly boosts stability and impact resistance, rooting you like bedrock and making you hard to knock down. Plunder successful. Host has gained venomous earth dragon core racial talent, toxin resistance. Toxin resistance, passive. Vastly increases resistance to common biotoxins, chemical agents and corrosive fluids. Plunder successful. Host has gained ghost-faced bloodbat core racial talent, ultrasound. Ultrasound, active. Emit inaudible infrasound as a mental shock causing brief stun and psychic trauma. Cooldown 30s. He exhaled a bloody breath and grinned up at the 7 statues on the ledge. Done. Help me loot. 60, that's bullshit. Gu Fangchen's voice wasn't loud, yet it felt like a boulder hurled into a still lake, jolting the 7 souls who had been utterly stunned on the cliff back to consciousness. Huh, oh right, okay Xiao Gu. Zhang Chengyu was the first to react. He answered instinctively, but his movements were still stiff. He stared blankly at the Yama squad and Blood Wolf squad members beside him, equally frozen. Lin Keek and Gao Yizhu were pinching their thighs hard, as if checking whether they were dreaming. Cheng Yi's brows knitted, mouth half open, his brain short-circuited on the spot. Xiaoya's eyes blinked nonstop, almost 20 times in a second. A Feng kept scratching his scalp tingling from sheer shock. So did the sniper. Even his brain had stopped thinking. Right then. Hey, everyone back to work, back to work. Zhang Chengyu's roar finally snapped everyone out of it. My God, it's over, he really wiped them out. Lin Keek patted her heaving chest, gasping for breath. Her big golden eyes were still filled with dreamlike disbelief. He actually slaughtered an entire beast nest alone. Is this for real? Blood Wolf Captain Cheng Yi's voice was hoarse. He felt the shock he'd received today surpassed the total of the past 10 years. The crew hastily pulled high-strength alloy rope ladders from their packs and anchored them to the cliff edge. One by one, they slid carefully down to the cavern floor that looked like a painting of hell. When their boots finally pressed onto the carpet of sticky blood and shredded flesh, the thick, nauseating stench of gore instantly filled their noses. Even these battle-hardened veterans couldn't help frowning. But when their eyes fixed again on the youth atop the mountain of corpses, calmly wiping his blade with a scrap of cloth, all discomfort was replaced by a stronger emotion. Reverence. Utter, soul-deep reverence. Freaking insane. He's practically inhuman. Xiao Gu. Zhang Chengyu walked to Gu Fangchen's side, looked at that blood-stained yet eerily calm face, and opened his mouth. Thousands of words finally condensed into one heartfelt exclamation. You little monster, damn, you're a freak. Captain, you flatter me. Gu Fangchen smiled and slowly sheathed the now clean black scale battle saber. Flatter, Lin Keek came over too. Her gaze had turned into starstruck adoration. That's not flattery. When you blocked the entrance and kept killing, that was insanely cool. I almost knelt for you. Gao Yizhu also walked up. Even his perennial iceberg face showed rare, mixed admiration. He nodded solemnly at Gu Fangchen. Too strong, bro. You've stolen all the girls' hearts. On the other side, the 4 Blood Wolf members crowded in, their expressions a riot. A Feng looked at Gu Fangchen, tongue-tied. Pure worship on his face. Brother Gu, freaking awesome. So fierce. Even the usually taciturn sniper couldn't help rasping, respect for the strong written in his eyes. Xiaoya's beautiful eyes sparkled. She stepped up, exhaled like perfume and teased. Little handsome, now big sister believes. Back in that low-rent flat, we didn't save you. You just couldn't be bothered to act and gave us a chance to show off right. Cheng Yi listened to his teammates' praises and nodded deeply in agreement. He came forward, slapped Gu Fangchen's shoulder, sincerity in his eyes. Brother Gu, today you broadened our horizons. With strength like yours, not just in base number 7, but across the whole Eastern Theater Command, no one in First Order can stand above you. Heck, personally, I think even Miss Zia in First Order couldn't match you. Hearing that, everyone nodded. Zhang Chengyu laughed. Better not let Miss Zia hear that she holds grudges. The group couldn't hold back their laughter. Facing the unstinting praise, Gu Fangchen merely smiled calmly and waved it off. All right, enough. Keep praising me and I'll float away. He pointed at the mountain of beast corpses. There's plenty of loot, let's handle business first. Right, business first. Everyone moved at once, pulling out professional dissecting tools and deftly harvesting the most valuable materials from the beasts. Extracting crystal cores, cutting scales, drawing sinews. 8 people working in concert, lightning fast. Watching the busy crew, Gu Fangchen considered and said, there's too much loot for me to process alone. Here's the deal. The king-rank exotic beast materials and half of the ordinary beast materials are mine. The rest we split evenly between our 2 squads as payment for your trouble. The moment he said it, everyone's hands froze. Zhang Chengyu shook his head first. His expression was stern. No, absolutely not. Xiao Gu, we're a team. Helping you process spoils is expected. How can we take your things? Cheng Yi immediately voiced agreement. Resolve written on his face. Exactly, Brother Gu, what you said is treating us like outsiders. From beginning to end, this battle was your feat. We just watched the show from above without lifting a finger. If we still took a share, how's that different from looting? Once word gets out, will our blood wolf name mean anything? Exactly, Afeng and Xiao chimed in. Brother Gu, these are your rightful kills, they all belong to you. Helping out is already our honor. Seeing their firm attitude, Gu Fangchen felt warmth in his heart. He knew they genuinely had his back, not eyeing petty gains. He relented and nodded. All right, then I owe you one. Only then did everyone grin and dive back in with even greater gusto. Meanwhile, several kilometers from the black stone mining area, in a hidden mountain hollow, 4 figures in earth yellow camo crouched around a portable hollow monitor, faces grave. They were the bounty hunter squad Bedrock, hired at steep cost by Zhao Tianhao, known in the demon capital, composed of 1 lower second-order mid-stage martial artist and 3 lower second-order early-stage martial artists. On the screen replayed the heart-stopping massacre that had just unfolded in the cave. This footage had been captured by micro-drones they'd secretly deployed days earlier, after learning the Yama squad's mission details. Their captain was a burly man, with a savage scar across his face. He was Shijian, captain of the Bedrock squad. Right now he stared fixedly at the blood-soaked, demon-like figure on the screen, cold sweat beading on his forehead, his canteen creaking under his grip. See, Captain, what do we do? A skinny man beside him stammered, terror written across his face. This guy's a freaking hard target. Young Master Zhao's intel was dead wrong. This is no green rookie. Are you kidding me? 61 outsmart. At the same time, the team's only woman, Alan, looked equally pale. She swallowed hard as she watched Gu Fangchen on the screen trading blows with the Rhinoceros King. His body strength is probably already on par with an early mid-grade second-rank martial artist. And look at his speed and reflexes, if we really fight. Blood Wolf and the rest of the Yama squad will definitely help. They outnumber us, we'll probably lose. Besides, the team's 4th member, a reticent man responsible for rear security, finally spoke up Iron Bull. His voice was low, full of shock. This kid actually smiles while killing exotic beasts. I've never seen anyone like him. The entire squad fell into deathly silence. In their eyes, hunting a newly debuted top scholar, a slightly impressive first-rank martial artist, had been a simple task. It should have been effortless. But reality had slapped them hard across the face. This wasn't a hunt. It was suicide. After a long silence, Captain Shijian slowly exhaled, cruelty and greed flashing in his eyes. True, a direct charge is a dead end. His voice was low and hoarse, but young Master Zhao is paying big this time, 300 million. If we bring that kid's head back, we'll never have to risk our necks again for the rest of our lives. But Captain, the skinny man tried to object. No buts, Shijian slammed the table, his gaze turning icy. Since we can't match him head-on, we'll outwit him. He stared at the holographic map, where the dots representing Gu Fangchen's group moved, a cruel smile tugging at his lips. Inside the mine the terrain is too messy, we can't strike there. But they have to come out eventually, have to return. His finger slid slowly across the map. Finally, it stopped on a red-marked abandoned city zone between the mining area and the base. This is their only way home. Crazy light danced in Shijian's eyes. We won't lift a finger, the exotic beasts will do it for us. Monkey, he said to the skinny man, head east to the rotten swamp right now. Use the pheromones we got last time and lure an entire herd of rotten swamp crocodiles. The more the merrier. Alan, he turned to the woman. Go north to Windhowl Canyon and draw the two-headed wind demon wolf pack here. Iron Bull, he looked at the burly man. Go south to the megalith array and lead the stone-armored giant lizards over. After hearing the assignments, Monkey, Alan and Iron Bull exchanged glances. Then Monkey hesitantly asked, Captain, what about you? Shijian's lips curled into a confident smirk, as if every outcome was already in his grasp. He shook his head slowly, voice hoarse and certain. Beast-level exotic beasts are just the appetizer, to drain their stamina and break their formation. Only a king rank can kill that kid. His finger stabbed the holographic map, landing precisely on the center of the abandoned city, a half-collapsed clock tower. You three only need to drive those 3 beast tides to the outskirts of this city and form a huge encirclement, trap them inside. Then, Shijian's eyes gleamed like a hunter's. Of the 4 of us, my movement skill is the best and my speed the fastest. I'll personally lure the 3 herd kings, Swamp Croc King, two-headed wind demon wolf king and giant rock lizard king, over here. I'll bring them right beneath this clock tower. That place will be the carefully prepared burial ground for that kid named Gu Fangchen. As for the rest of Yama and Blood Wolf squads, kill them if we can, if not, forget it. Hearing their captain's insane plan, the 3 teammates froze for a second, then burst into wild, fervent conviction. The captain himself would lure 3 king-rank beasts. Now that's a grand move. This is the style of Bedrock Squad. Understood. Roger. Mission guaranteed. The 3 hesitated no longer. They each pulled a fiendish mask from their tactical packs and pulled them on, erasing every identifying feature. They nodded firmly to Shijian. Then, like 3 ghosts merging into the wilderness, they sped off in different directions. Only Shijian remained in the hollow. He shut down the surveillance gear, rose slowly, and gazed toward the distant black stone mining area, a cruel smile playing on his lips. Top scholar, so what if you're a genius? Let's see if you 2 squads can still smile when you're besieged by 3 king-rank beasts, plus 3 waves of beast-level tides. With that he too donned an identical fiend mask, and vanished among the jagged rocks. Inside the cavern the harvesting continued. Though the exotic beasts were numerous, the 8 martial artists worked together with high efficiency. Soon every valuable material, including the rhinoceros king carcass, had been cut, processed, and sorted into special high-strength tactical packs. Looking at the dozen or so huge mountain-like packs, Gu Fangchen stepped forward to carry a few himself. But the moment he reached out, a fan-sized hand clamped down on his shoulder. Zio Gu, what are you doing? Zhang Chengyu frowned, his face stern and brooking no argument. Heavy lifting isn't your job. But Gu Fangchen tried to protest. But nothing. Lin Keek planted her hands on her hips, cheeks puffed in mock anger. You're our ace, our blade, our nuke. Who ever heard of making the nuke carry its own launch rack around? She pointed at Gao Yizhu, who had already slung the 2 largest packs onto his back. Carrying weight is what us supports and tanks are for. Your job is to stay in peak condition, and be ready to stab the enemy in the heart. On the other side, Blood Wolf squad chimed in. Brother Gu, Sis Coco's right, Cheng Yi laughed, flinging a pack over his shoulder. You're the main DPS, we're the tools, clear division, heaven's law. Yeah, A Feng nodded frantically, fawning. Brother Gu, just relax, we've got this covered. Seeing their firm resolve, Gu Fangchen felt a warm current in his heart. Further refusal would only seem fake. He gave a helpless smile and nodded. All right, thanks everyone. Thus a strange scene unfolded. The strongest fighter in the team, Gu Fangchen, walked empty-handed and relaxed at the front. Behind him, Zhang Chengyu, Gao Yizhu, Cheng Yi and the other 6 each bore hill-sized packs, 7 tireless worker ants closely following their queen. All right, intel says there are still a few scattered herds deep in the mine. Zhang Chengyu opened the tactical map and checked their route. Let's wipe them out in one go and head home early. Yeah. The group answered in unison, morale sky-high. 62, prepare for battle. Under Gu Fangchen's aura sniffing, which was practically a full map cheat, they took almost no detours and quickly located the remaining waves of beast swarms. Unfortunately, the rest were just insignificant small fries. The first wave consisted of over 20 ghost-faced blood bats. Before they could even get close, Gu Fangchen used his warbow to riddle them with holes midair. The second wave was a nest of over 30 venomous earth dragons. Gu Fangchen didn't even bother to act himself. He directly commanded the 2 squads to use the terrain to their advantage, conducting a beautiful battle of annihilation that gave everyone a chance to enjoy themselves. The final wave consisted of over 40 iron-skinned rhinoceroses. He had already obtained the traits of the iron-skinned rhinoceros. Therefore, killing more of them felt dull and tasteless. Soon, under the pincer attack of the 2 squads, they were successfully wiped out. Iron-skinned rhinoceros kill progress, 100-100. Venomous earth dragon kill progress, 100-100. Ghost-faced blood bat kill progress, 100-100. Looking at the progress bars that had long been completed on the system panel, Gu Fangchen sheathed his blade with little interest. These ordinary beast-level exotic beasts could no longer provide him with new talents. Continuing to kill them was merely manual labor. Sigh, how boring, he couldn't help but mutter softly. This sentence happened to be overheard by Lin Keek, who was standing beside him. Lin Keek. She looked at the rhinoceros corpses covering the ground, then at Gu Fangchen's "today's work is a bit tedious" expression, feeling as if her worldview had suffered an unprecedented shock. How could the gap between people be this large? After clearing out all the exotic beasts and confirming there were no more threats in the mining area, the group returned the way they came. They climbed up the fault line one by one using rope ladders and returned to the surface. The sun was setting, painting the entire wilderness with the blood-colored afterglow of twilight. The group returned to the two Humvees, stuffed the mountain-like pile of loot into the trunks and back seats, and finally got into the vehicles with satisfaction. Home, let's get drinks. Zhang Chengyu stomped on the gas, and the Humvee of his Yama squad let out a roar, taking the lead and racing toward base number 7. Following behind was the Blood Wolf squad's Humvee, driven by Cheng Yi. Inside the vehicles, the atmosphere was relaxed and lively, as everyone bragged and chatted through the car communicators. But after the two Humvees had traveled for about half an hour, and entered an abandoned urban area one after the other, Gu Fangchen, who had been resting with his eyes closed in the lead car, suddenly furrowed his brows and snapped his eyes open. Something was wrong. The radar in his mind clearly perceived it. In this seemingly dead ruin, 3 massive and chaotic torrents of energy were rapidly closing in on their position from 3 different directions. Captain, stop the car. Gu Fangchen's voice instantly shattered the relaxed atmosphere in the car. Although Zhang Chengyu didn't know what was happening, out of his absolute trust in Gu Fangchen, without even thinking, he slammed on the brakes. Screech! The Humvee left 2 long tire marks on the ground, coming to a halt within the abandoned urban area, right beneath a clock tower that had halfway collapsed. What's wrong, Xiao Gu? Zhang Chengyu's expression instantly turned serious. Everyone in the car fell silent, their eyes snapping toward Gu Fangchen. Seeing the lead car brake suddenly, Cheng Yi of the Blood Wolf squad behind them reacted immediately, spinning the steering wheel and bringing the vehicle to a steady stop 10 meters away. Old Zhang, what's the situation? Cheng Yi asked urgently through the communicator. Gu Fangchen didn't answer immediately. He slowly rolled down the window, his dark eyes scanning the surrounding dilapidated buildings that cast giant shadows in the sunset like a precision radar. There's an ambush. He slowly uttered those 3 words. His voice wasn't loud, but it caused everyone's hearts to sink. Ambush? Zhang Chengyu and Cheng Yi were both stunned, immediately gripping the weapons beside them as their gazes turned vigilant. Just then, Gu Fangchen's expression changed again. Because on his radar map, behind where they had parked, the road they had just come from, a 4th, even more massive and chaotic torrent of energy had appeared without warning. And it was flanking them at an extremely high speed. 3 king-rank exotic beasts. And they were king-rank exotic beasts, at least 1 level stronger than the Ironhide Rhinoceros King. They should all be mid-stage king rank. Damn, we're surrounded. Gu Fangchen's voice turned cold instantly. Beast tides are coming from all directions, they're coming for us, and there are 3 king-rank exotic beasts, king ranks even stronger than the Ironhide Rhinoceros King. What? Everyone's faces changed drastically. Zhang Chengyu slammed the steering wheel and roared, reverse, break out. However, it was already too late. They couldn't get out. Roared. Hiss. Deafening beast roars sounded from 4 directions simultaneously, growing louder as they rapidly approached. The ground began to tremble violently. The surrounding buildings, already teetering, groaned under the strain of the vibrations, and large chunks of concrete and rebar fell from high above. The group's expressions were grim to the extreme. Something's not right, Cheng Yi was experienced. He looked at the 4 beast tides in the distance kicking up clouds of dust, a thick sense of confusion flashing in his eyes. These beast tides are too focused. It's like they were deliberately guided here. As soon as he finished speaking, whoosh 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 whoosh, 4 sharp whistling sounds of something cutting through the air suddenly rang out from above them. The group snapped their heads up to see the top of the dilapidated clock tower and the rooftops of several surrounding high-rises. At some point, 4 mysterious figures had appeared, clad in earth-yellow combat suits and wearing hideous ghost masks. In their hands, they held devices resembling grenade launchers. 4 special warheads trailing crimson flames streaked across the sky, passed over their heads, and landed precisely in 4 directions around their vehicles. Bang, 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 bang. The warheads landed, but no explosion occurred. Instead, they instantly burst open. Then, a crimson mist, filled with a thick, bloody and pungent odor, billowed out. Its exotic beast attractant. Zhang Chengyu's eyes nearly split with rage when he saw the crimson mist. Damn it, someone's trying to kill us. Roared. As expected, the 4 beast tides that had been somewhat hesitant, merely lingering on the periphery, fell into a complete frenzy the moment they smelled this scent. All reason faded from their crimson eyes, leaving only the most primal craving for blood. Discarding all caution, they launched a suicidal charge toward the 4 sources of the attractant, the location of the 2 Humvees, like 4 black waves of death. Atop the high-rises, the 4 mysterious people in ghost masks didn't linger for a second after completing their deployment. They glanced down at the 2 Humvees, about to be swallowed by the beast tide. The leader let out a silent sneer and gestured to the others. The next second, the 4 of them simultaneously raised their grappling hook guns and fired at a distant building. Swishing. The 4 figures, like agile apes, leaped between buildings and quickly vanished into the shadows of the ruins, hiding their identity and deeds. Bastards! Zhang Chengyu watched the 4 receding figures, so enraged that his eyes nearly split, and he slammed his fist into the steering wheel. Who exactly is it? Why would they use such methods against us? Cheng Yi's face was so dark it looked like it could drip ink. It's useless to talk about this now. Gu Fangchen's voice was cold and calm, pulling everyone back to reality from their anger. Prepare for battle. Rumble. Before his voice could fade, the beast tide from the east, composed of hundreds of rotten swamp crocodiles, had already charged to the front. 63, Mud Monkey. Rumble. Before the words had even faded, the beast tide to the east, composed of hundreds of rotten swamp crocodiles, had already charged to the front. These exotic beasts were massive, their bodies covered in dark green, tough carapaces, and they emitted a nauseating, fishy stench. They moved with heavy steps, cracking the already dilapidated highway inch by inch, pressing down like a moving city wall. In the backseat of the lead car, there wasn't a hint of panic in Gu Fangchen's eyes. He kicked the car door open with a bang, and at the same time, his left hand gripped the ferocious composite battle bow behind him. Clang! The crisp mechanical sound of the battle bow unfolding was exceptionally clear amidst the earth-shaking beast roars. He didn't even get out of the car. He just sat inside, leaning half his body out. His right hand blurred across the arrow quiver at his waist, and a snow-bright bone arrow was already notched on the bowstring. The bow was drawn like a full moon. Swoosh! A sharp sound of breaking air rang out. That white bone arrow turned into a stream of deathly light, drawing a perfect straight line in the air as it accurately shot toward the largest rotten swamp crocodile leading the charge. Pache! The hard skull that the rotten swamp crocodile was so proud of was as fragile as paper before this arrow, which was infused with Gu Fangchen's terrifying power. The bone arrow entered through its eye socket, and the massive kinetic energy directly blew its entire head to pieces. Red and white matter mixed with dark green blood exploded outward. Driven by inertia, the massive body charged forward a few more steps before hitting the ground with a heavy thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. 1 arrow, 1 kill. Ding, killed beast-level exotic beast rotten swamp crocodile, 1/100. This clean and efficient arrow instantly bought everyone a precious moment to breathe. Get out of the car, form up, Zhang Chengyu and Cheng Yi roared simultaneously. The two had perfect chemistry, kicking open their respective car doors and jumping out at almost the exact same time. Gu Fangchen didn't linger in the fight either. With a flick of his hand, he stowed the battle bow, drew the black scale battle saber at his waist, and likewise jumped out of the Humvee, landing steadily. Without the slightest hesitation, facing the stinking gale, he proactively charged into the sea of crocodiles that was already close at hand. Pache pache! Blade light flashed, and the heads of 2 rotten swamp crocodiles flew off in response. Ding, killed beast-level exotic beast rotten swamp crocodile, 2/100. Ding, killed beast-level exotic beast rotten swamp crocodile, 3/100. Meanwhile, the others also got out of their cars one after another, quickly using the 2 sturdy Humvees as cover to set up a defensive formation. Boom! Gao Yizhu roared, slamming that tower shield, which was thicker than a door, heavily onto the ground. He stood like a mountain nailed to the earth, firmly holding the very front of the formation. Bang bang! 2 rotten swamp crocodiles slammed hard against his tower shield, producing a series of dull thuds, but they only caused his figure to sway slightly. They failed to shake him in the slightest. Courting death. Gao Yizhu's eyes narrowed, and he shoved the tower shield forward. A burst of violent power erupted, actually pushing those two behemoths back into a stumble, exposing a massive opening. Kika. Coming. Lin Keek's figure was like golden lightning as she lunged out from behind Gao Yizhu. The twin blades in her hands turned into two deadly streaks of cold light, accurately slicing across the soft necks of those two rotten swamp crocodiles. Two massive heads soared into the sky. On the other side, the coordination of the Blood Wolf squad was equally seamless. A Feng left flank. At Cheng Yi's command, A Feng immediately raised the Gauss rifle in his hand and fired wildly at the beast swarm charging from the left. Rat-tat-tat. Although the high-energy bullets couldn't deal fatal damage to the rotten swamp crocodiles, the powerful impact effectively delayed their charge. Zhao Ya's figure was like a ghost, her twin daggers tracing deadly arcs through the beast swarm, specifically attacking the weakly defended joints and bellies of the rotten swamp crocodiles, constantly inflicting wounds. And their squad sniper provided fire support from the side. The center of the battlefield was the performance time for the two second-tier martial artists, Zhang Chengyu and Cheng Yi. "Get the hell away from me," Zhang Chengyu roared. A layer of crimson blood-chi flames suddenly ignited on the giant axe in his hand. Then, a step forward. A forward cleave. A condensed axe light several meters long shot directly from the axe body like a grim reaper's scythe, slashing fiercely into the beast swarm. Pache. Everywhere the axe light passed, the hard carapaces of 3 or 4 rotten swamp crocodiles were as fragile as paper, instantly split in two. This was a second-tier martial artist. This was the power of externalized blood chi. Cheng Yi was not to be outdone either. His battle saber vibrated, and a layer of pale green blood chi astral energy instantly enveloped his entire body, parrying all incoming attacks. 2 well-coordinated ace squads, plus the presence of Gu Fangchen, who was practically a bug, actually managed to hold off the first wave of the frenzied beast tide's impact. However, there wasn't the slightest bit of relief on anyone's face. Because they knew this was only the beginning. Roared. Sure enough, the beast tides from the other 3 directions had also roared into range. To the north were hundreds of agile 2-headed wind demon wolves that came and went like the wind. To the east were stone-armored giant lizards, covered in rock armor with incredible defensive power. And from behind them came 3 terrifying pressures belonging to king-rank exotic beasts that made their scalps tingle. Attacked from both front and back. Besieged on all sides. Meanwhile, on top of a tall building 100 meters away from the battlefield, Wang Wu, who had a grudge against Zhang Chengyu because his goddess had been stolen and had mocked him in the cafeteria, was leading his Grey Eagle squad, leisurely enjoying the tragic, bloody battle below. "Captain, it looks like they're about to fail to hold on," one team member said gloatingly. Another female team member giggled even more. "Wasn't that little girl Lin Keek usually pretty arrogant? Now she looks like a mud monkey, how pathetic." "Should we go down and help?" a yellow-haired man in the team asked. Help? Hearing this, Wang Wu slowly lowered his binoculars and turned his head. "Help with what?" "Zhang Chengyu, that idiot, dared to steal my woman. Falling to this state now is exactly what he deserves." His gaze turned back to the chaotic battlefield below, his eyes filled with a morbid pleasure. "Die, all of you die," he muttered to himself, as if he could already see the scene of Zhang Chengyu being torn to pieces by the exotic beasts. "Don't worry, Zhang Chengyu. When you're dead, I'll take good care of that beautiful wife of yours for you." 64, son of a bitch. Wang Wu's vicious words, and the undisguised glee in them, were caught word for word by the second-tier martial artist's keen hearing on the battlefield below, Zhang Chengyu, Cheng Yi, and the rest who were barely holding on. "Wang Wu, are you even human?" Zhang Chengyu's eyes nearly split from rage. With a mighty swing he axed a rotten swamp crocodile, then roared toward the high-rise building in fury. Cheng Yi was shaking with anger too. "You watch us die and do nothing. Aren't you afraid of a court-martial Grey Eagle squad?" High above, Wang Wu heard the roars from below, and his grin only widened. He dug a finger in his ear, feigned sudden realization, and shouted down, "Oh dear, we were just passing by and only now saw you. So you need help, why didn't you say so earlier? My memory kept cheering you on instead." The sultry female teammate beside him let out a shrill giggle. "Exactly, Captain Zhang, you're all so mighty we thought you were enjoying the fight, silly us." Fine, for old time's sake how could we stand by?" Wang Wu nodded with sincerity. Then a mocking chill flashed in his eyes. "Boys, ready your toys, let's help them." "You got it, Captain." The teammates behind Wang Wu answered with nasty laughs, unslung their long-range weapons. Some carried compound war bows, others Gauss energy rifles. Below, Zhang Chengyu's team saw this, and the tiny hope that had just flared was snuffed out at once. They knew Wang Wu, he'd never be this kind. And sure enough, the next second, all 4 of Wang Wu's squad opened fire. Yet their targets were not the surging exotic beasts at all. SSS-level. 2 arrows like viper fangs ripped through the air, not toward a single beast. Instead they streaked at a cunning angle, straight at Gao Yizhu who was holding back the herd. Thud! Gao Yizhu, straining with his tower shield against 3 rotten swamp crocodiles, had no chance to defend. Both arrows buried themselves in the gap of his left thigh armor. NGH. He grunted, face paling, left leg buckling, almost kneeling. Yizhu, Lin Keek screamed, spinning to steady him. Boom boom. At the same time 2 scorching Gauss beams whizzed past Zhang Chengyu's scalp, blasted the ground before him into 2 black craters. Flying gravel stung his cheeks. Wang Wu, screw your mother. Zhang Chengyu went berserk, eyes blood-red, looking demented. This wasn't help. It was kicking them when they were down, looting the burning house, trying to wipe them out. High on the building, Wang Wu watched the battlefield turn even messier thanks to his help, and a blissful smile spread across his face. He even put on a show, shouting down in tones of regret and self-blame. Oops, sorry, slip of the hand. Captain Zhang, you know how it is. The beasts charge so fast our long-range shots might hit you by mistake. Bear with us, huh? The woman beside him laughed so hard her branches shook. Captain Zhang, you've got to hang in there. We're still cheering you on. Tui. Zhang Chengyu nearly coughed up blood from sheer rage. Of course he knew Wang Wu's bunch of bastards did it on purpose. This was an abandoned district. The surveillance grid had long since failed. No footage existed. Afterwards they could claim it was friendly fire on the battlefield. Dead men tell no tales. Besides, Wang Wu himself was a mid-rank late third-tier powerhouse. With his strength, if he truly meant to help, let alone these few hundred beast-level exotic beasts, even the 3 king-level beasts behind could be erased with a snap of his fingers. So they plainly refused to help. They plainly wanted to watch Zhang's group torn to shreds by the tide of beasts. Just as Zhang Chengyu's mind reeled, and he lost focus for a second. SSS-level. On the rooftop, the yellow-haired guy in Wang Wu's squad drew his bow again. This time his target was Zhang Chengyu's heart. The arrow even shimmered with faint blood energy, clearly a killing move. Captain Zhang, watch out. Chengyu's eyes nearly split, but 3 stone-armored giant lizards pinned him. He couldn't break free. The lethal shaft was about to pierce Zhang Chengyu's chest. Clang! A black saber flash like lightning sliced from the void, arrived first. At the crucial instant it split the arrowhead dead center. Sparks flew. The blood-empowered arrow was cleaved clean in half. Gu Fangchen. He had somehow stepped in front of Zhang Chengyu. The black-scale battle saber still hummed. He lifted his head slowly. Those dark eyes, across the chaotic field in the smoke, locked onto the stunned yellow-haired man on the rooftop. And on Wang Wu beside him, whose grin was freezing. No anger showed on Gu Fangchen's face. He spoke quietly. Yet every fighter heard him clearly. I've memorized you. When I reach 3rd tier, every one of you will die. All of you. Silence. Dead silence. Up on the building, the 4-man Grey Eagle squad froze at those icy words. Then, as if they'd heard the grandest joke, they burst into wild, unbridled laughter. Head of the Hafa. Wang Wu doubled over, tears nearly spilling. Pointing at Gu Fangchen, he yelled in pity and mockery. Little Gu, sure, you're the perfect score top scholar, awesome. But, are you sleep-talking? I looked into your background. Parents dead young, raised in welfare, your only backing might be Miss Zia. Everyone thinks you're close to Zia Liulai, but my info says otherwise. Turns out you've met her exactly twice. Not even ordinary friends. And, wait till you hit 3rd tier. Do you know how many geniuses are stuck at 1st tier peak their whole lives? Even with heaven-defying talent, by the time you crawl to 3rd tier will be old men. A background-less little top scholar wants to kill me. Keep dreaming your sweet spring and autumn dream. The yellow-haired thug chimed in with a nauseating whine. Yeah, you think we'll stand still while you train, little Gu. By the time you reach 3rd tier our captain might be near 4th. Crushing you'll still be easier than squashing an ant. Can you catch his speed? Hilarious. Wang Wu's grin slowly faded, replaced by cold cruelty. Looking down at the battered team, he shook his head in fake pity. Besides, surviving today is already a question for you. Forget it, judging by the look of things, you don't need our help. He spread his hands in helpless surrender. We've got other missions, we won't disturb you further. Everyone best of luck. With that he spun around, waved to the 3 behind him. The four turned together, like victorious eagles, leapt twice, thrice, and vanished into the ruined shadows as if they'd never been there. Bastards, animals. Zhang Chengyu and Cheng Yi watched their receding figures, trembling with rage yet utterly helpless. 65, the only way. On another high-rise nearby, the four members of Bedrock Squad had watched everything unfold with crystal clarity. "See, Captain, isn't that Wang Wu from Grey Eagle, a mid-grade third-tier mid-stage powerhouse? What's he doing here?" Monkey's face was a knot of disbelief. "I thought our plan was finished." Alan still clutched her chest in relief. Captain Shijian stared at Wang Wu's retreating back, the savage scar on his cheek twitching. Thank heavens, Wang Wu left. All four of them were merely low-grade second-tier martial artists. If they'd really fought a mid-grade third-tier Wang Wu, they'd have been insta-killed. The thought drew a cruel grin across his face. Looks like even the heavens are on our side. He rose slowly, Hunter's light flickering in his eyes, voice hoarse with excitement. "I was worried they'd ruin things. Who'd have thought Wang Wu, this third-tier powerhouse, has a private grudge against Zhang Chengyu? Ha 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 ha. He not only didn't help, he even softened them up for us. Fantastic, this is a God-sent chance." Iron Ox rumbled, wild joy on his face. "Exactly," Shijian nodded heavily. He glanced at the map. The three huge red dots marking king-rank beasts were almost on top of them. He licked his dry lips, bloodlust blazing in his eyes, and gave the order. "All units attention. The fish are in the net, already bitten, at their weakest now. Time to haul it in. Proceed as planned." "Sir." "You bastards, animals." Zhang Chengyu and Cheng Yi watched their backs disappear, trembling with rage yet powerless. Enemy treachery plus ally betrayal turned an already shaky battle into an icy nightmare. Gao Yizhu seized the moment a rotten swamp crocodile lunged, yanking 2 arrows from his thigh in a spray of blood. Seeing no eerie poison sheen on the heads, he exhaled in relief. Damn, just flesh wounds. If they'd been poisoned, I'd be toast today. Teeth clenched, cold sweat dripping, his left leg slowed noticeably. Yet he didn't retreat a step, tower shield locked before him, carving space for Lin Keek behind. "Yezhu." Zhang Chengyu's eyes nearly split. He started to rush over. "Captain, forget me," Gao Yizhu roared. "Hold the line." Right then, a black bolt of lightning flanked them. Blades flashed. 3 rotten swamp crocodiles trying to burst through Gao Yizhu's gap were beheaded in one clean sweep. It was Gu Fangchen. Ding, slain beast-level exotic beast, rotten swamp crocodile, 26-100. Ding, slain beast-level exotic beast, rotten swamp crocodile, 27-100. Ding, slain beast-level exotic beast, rotten swamp crocodile, 28-100. "You okay?" Gu Fangchen reached him, frowning at the thigh wound. "Line was too tight, couldn't block that arrow for you." "No worries, brother, not your fault." Gao Yizhu grinned through the pain, struggling up to pull a bandage from his tack vest. He wound it fast and neat. "I'm fine, tip-top, little scratch, 300 more rounds to go." Gu Fangchen nodded, saying no more. He knew chatter could wait. He swept a glance around, his brows locked tight. The battle had completely collapsed. Those stray shots from Wang Wu's squad had seemed minor, yet precisely shattered their once steady formation. With Gao Yizhu wounded, the front cracked. Zhang Chengyu and Cheng Yi, distracted and fuming, burned stamina faster. Their assaults lost edge. The rest were already isolated, swamped by endless beasts, stamina bleeding away. Then, roared. A roar far more terrifying and oppressive than any before erupted behind them. Everyone spun, pupils shrinking to pinpoints. At the blood sunset entrance of the ruins, 3 titanic presences, like moving mountain ranges, advanced side by side. On the far left, a monster 3 times a normal rotten swamp crocodile, venomous slime dripping from its jaws. Swamp Crocodile King. Center, a colossal 2-headed wolf. 2-headed wind demon wolf king. Far right, a giant lizard armored in obsidian plates, vicious bone spines ridging its back. Giant rock lizard king. 3 genuine mid-stage king-rank beasts. Each aura dwarfing the ironhide rhinoceros king Gu Fangchen had slain earlier. Behind them, a 4th black tide of beasts sealed the last escape. "We're finished." A Feng stared at the 3 mountain-like horrors, face draining of color, Gao's rifle nearly slipping from his grip. Despair. Boundless despair, cold as seawater, drowned them all. Beasts ahead on 3 fronts, the 3 kings charging from behind. No longer a hard fight, a death sentence. "Screw it, fight them." Zhang Chengyu's eyes blazed crimson, all restraint gone, chi erupting for a last stand. Yet while everyone sank into hopelessness, Gu Fangchen slowly closed his eyes. Perfect breakthrough, king-rank exotic beasts 2-5. 3 more, he felt the peak first-tier torrent inside him, unable to advance another inch. A single, wild yet crystal-clear thought surged up. To win, to survive, the only way, right here. Right now. Immediate. Breakthrough. Forge the perfect foundation of high-grade second tier. 66. Take a gamble. At this thought, Gu Fangchen slowly opened his eyes. All despair and terror had vanished from those pitch-black pupils. Only a calm, abyssal madness remained. He turned to look at Zhang Chengyu and Cheng Yi, already set to risk everything, and spoke, his quiet voice cutting cleanly through the beast's roars. Captain Zhang, Captain Cheng, do me a favor. Zhang Chengyu froze and glanced back. What? Gu Fangchen's gaze drifted toward the 3 king-rank exotic beasts, exuding an aura of devastation in the distance. We're going to kill those 3 kings. The air seemed to solidify in that instant. Zhang Chengyu and Cheng Yi stared at Gu Fangchen, wondering if blood loss had made them hallucinate. Why, you said what? Cheng Yi's voice trembled. After cleaving 2 stone-armored giant lizards in half, he continued, kill them, all 3. They're standing together, how do we even fight? He looked at Gu Fangchen as if he were mad. Brother Gu, I know you're fierce, but those are 3 mid-stage king ranks and none of them are pushovers. Forget our current state. Even at full strength, if our 2 squads ganged up on the trio, wiping out 2 would already be a miracle. Not all at once, Gu Fangchen said, eyes gleaming like a hunter's. We split them up and take them out one by one. You 2 plus me, we form the hunting team. Everyone else forms a defensive line. Don't aim to kill, aim to delay. Draw and pin down the other 2 kings while buying us time. Then we kill the isolated king as fast as possible. After that, we return to the line and finish off the remaining 2, one by one. Hearing the plan, Zhang Chengyu rejected it without hesitation. He pointed at the tide of beasts surging around them and at their battered teammates, his expression grave. No way. If the 3 of us leave to hunt kings, what happens to them? They're only late-stage first-rank martial artists. The beast tide alone will tear them apart. Right, Brother Gu, the risk is too great, Cheng Yi urged. Just then, a steady voice sounded from behind them. Do it. Everyone spun around. Gao Yizhu was limping toward them, leaning on his tower shield. His usually cold face now bore unquestionable resolve. Listen to Xiao Gu. He met the 2 captains' stunned looks, exhaled a long, ragged breath, and curled his lips in a self-mocking smile. We're already dancing on the edge of death anyway. Roll the dice and we might live. Refuse and we die for sure. Gao Yizhu's words struck like a hammer against everyone's hearts. Yes. Death was certain either way, why not gamble? I'm in, Lin Keek stepped forward first. Her twin blades tightened in her grip, golden eyes blazing with battle fervor. I believe in Xiao Gu. We agree too, Xiao Ya, a Feng, and the sniper voiced their support without hesitation. They had all personally witnessed Gu Fangchen perform miracles. Finally, Zhang Chengyu and Cheng Yi exchanged glances and saw identical resolve in each other's eyes. Fine, Zhang Chengyu slapped his thigh, bloodlust flaring. Damn it, I'll go crazy with you, kid. Say it, how do we fight? Cheng Yi asked grimly. Admiration flashed in Gu Fangchen's eyes. Without wasting a word, his mind raced, forging a near-flawless battle plan in seconds. The Swamp Crocodile King is slowest and least dangerous, kill it first. His finger stabbed toward the rear of the battlefield. Gao Yizhu, a Feng, Lin Keek, Xiao Ya. You 4 form the front defensive line around the Humvee. Don't seek kills, delay. Hold back the 3-pronged beast charge, and do everything to pin down the 2-headed Wind Demon Wolf King, and the Giant Rock Lizard King. At the assignment, Gao Yizhu and the others paled. 4 first-rank warriors against an endless tide, and 2 kings on top of that. Though fear not at them, they roared in unison, yes sir. Next, Gu Fangchen turned to the Blood Wolf Squad sniper. Sniper, his voice was calm and commanding, secure high ground now. Your mission isn't to kill, it's to suppress. Use your sniper rifle to precisely strike the beasts leading the tide, cover both flanks of the defense line, keep those 2 king rank locked on, focus fire on their eyes and joints, and ease the pressure on the defense squad. Hearing this, the sniper's eyes flashed. Without hesitation, he gave Gu Fangchen a firm nod. With a flicker, he shot his grappling gun, and, nimble as an ape, scaled a distant ruined high-rise. Captain Zhang, Captain Cheng, Gu Fangchen finally turned to the 2 second-rank powerhouses. The 3 of us will form the hunt squad. Target Swamp Crocodile King, we finish this fast. Got it, Zhang Chengyu and Cheng Yi roared in unison. Move out. At the command, the 8 split into 2 surging currents. Roar. Gao Yizhu's group had barely regrouped by the Humvee when the Giant Rock Lizard King charged with a thunderous bellow. Its colossal body curled into a boulder and slammed into the line like a meteor. Hold, Gao Yizhu roared, planting his tower shield and taking the terrifying impact head-on. The blow numbed his arms and split his palms. Meanwhile, the two-headed wind demon wolf king struck, hurling cyan-white wind blades in a storm toward Lin Keek and Xiaoya. The pair blurred into mirages, weaving through the lethal gaps and carving shallow cuts with their twin sabers to draw aggro. Banged! High above, the sniper was in position. A crisp shot rang out, and an armor-piercing round punched into the giant rock lizard king's eye socket. Though it caused no serious wound, the beast roared in pain and its onslaught slowed. The defense line plunged into a bitter fight, danger at every turn. Every second danced on the razor edge of death. Yet Gu Fangchen, Zhang Chengyu and Cheng Yi seized the precious time bought with lives and advanced to meet the swamp crocodile king. Zhang Chengyu took the lead. Vital energy blazed along his giant axe, and a several-meter condensed blade cleaved onto the swamp crocodile king's carapace with mountain-splitting force. Clang! Sparks flew. The hard shell split open in a deep, bone-bearing wound and dark purple blood gushed out. Cheng Yi followed close behind. He spun into an azure whirlwind, blades weaving a net of light that rained upon the beast's vulnerable joints and belly like clinging maggots. Rip, rip. Flesh flew. Roared. Racked with pain, the swamp crocodile king howled and whipped its steel-like tail in a sweeping arc at the two men. But at that instant, Gu Fangchen ghosted onto the monster's head. Ultrasonic. An invisible psychic blast erupted from his eyes and smashed into the crocodile's massive skull. Bzz. The beast froze, crimson pupils glazing with confusion and vertigo. Cheng Yi and Zhang Chengyu stared. What was that? Gu Fangchen offered no explanation. Now, the gaping wounds dealt by the two second-rank warriors, plus that moment of dizziness, created a once-in-a-lifetime kill window. Die! Gu Fangchen's eyes turned icy. His black scale battle saber became a black lightning bolt that drove hilt deep into the wound Zhang Chengyu had opened. Thud! The blade pierced the heart. The swamp crocodile king's huge frame convulsed twice, its crimson eyes dimmed. With a crash it toppled lifeless. Ding! King rank exotic beast swamp crocodile king slain, 1-1. Plunder successful. Host has gained swamp crocodile king's core racial talent, corrosive blood. Corrosive blood, active talent. After learning external vital energy release, you may activate it so your saber aura deals continuous corrosive damage. No cooldown. Perfect breakthrough. King rank exotic beast 3 plus 1/5. 67. Wind affinity. Looking at the panel in front of him, Gu Fangchen froze. After chi and blood are released externally, they can inflict persistent corrosion damage, meaning it can only be used at second tier. Fine. He didn't dwell on it, and prepared to return and reinforce the defense line. Right at that moment. Swish, swish, swish. 3 sharp, piercing whistles burst from the shadows of a ruined high-rise in the distance. 3 entirely black crossbow bolts, arrowheads gleaming with eerie blue poison light, formed a triangular pattern, sealing every escape route for Gu Fangchen and aiming straight for the 3 vitals, his head, heart, and dantian. Xiao Gu, watch out. Zhang Chengyu's eyes nearly split open. He wanted to help, but it was too late. The ambushers were precisely the bedrock squad. They had been waiting for this exact moment, when Gu Fangchen's mind was most relaxed. The 3 lethal poison arrows were about to pierce him. Yet Gu Fangchen's face showed no panic. A cold, mocking glint flashed in his dark eyes. Finally willing to show yourselves, huh? His aura sniffing had long since locked onto these rats hiding high above. His earlier focus-killing appearance had been a deliberate bait to draw the snake out. Shadow step. His figure blurred, leaving only an afterimage in place. The 3 poison arrows passed straight through the afterimage and sank deep into the ground behind, corroding 3 sizzling black holes. Damn it, how did he dodge? From afar Shi Jian watched, his face instantly turning ugly. He never imagined that, after such a high-intensity fight, the guy still had the stamina to pull off such an inconceivable evasion. Meanwhile, Gu Fangchen's true form had already ghosted 10 meters away. He didn't chase the ambushers. 2 reasons. First, his teammates. Gao Yizhu and the others were barely holding their line. Everyone was buying time with their lives. If he abandoned dealing with the 2 king-rank exotic beasts to chase the ambushers, facing 2 king-rank exotic beasts plus 4 waves of beast tide, the defense line would collapse in an instant. Everyone would die. Second, on his aura-sniffing radar, those 4 rats were now mixed among the vast red dots of the beast tide, constantly shifting positions, impossible to lock onto precisely. But once every exotic beast on this battlefield was cleared away, Those 4 rats would have nowhere to hide on this open ruin. By then, having broken through to high-grade second tier, crushing those flies would be easier than breathing. No rush, Gu Fangchen's gaze turned cold. Let them live a little longer. With that thought, he ignored the hidden threat. Instead, he turned his icy, piercing gaze toward the next target, the 2-headed wind demon wolf king that the defense line was barely holding back. He jerked his head and roared at the 2 second-tier experts. Captain Zhang, switch positions with me, kill that wolf king first. Got it. The 2 second-tier experts didn't hesitate. Shooting off like arrows, they followed Gu Fangchen and charged the wolf king that was madly slamming the defense line. Roar! Gao Yizhu watched the 3 murderous backs, then looked at the giant rock lizard king already right in front of him, eyes blood-red. He slammed his tower shield into the ground and roared at the exhausted Lin Keek and the others behind him. Buy them time. Hold to the death. Understood. On the other side, Gu Fangchen's trio stabbed into the wolf pack like 3 daggers. Zhang Chengyu took the lead, blood energy rising from his giant axe. A mountain-splitting crescent of axe light swept out, carving a bloody path through the dense wolves. Chengyi followed right after, his protective astral chi at full power, saber dancing so tightly no wolf slipped through. Gu Fangchen behind them unfolded his savage compound warbow, arrows like lightning, sniping any beasts attempting side ambushes. The 3 worked like a seamless killing machine, unstoppably closing in on the 2-headed wind demon wolf king. Only 50 meters left to the wolf king. At that instant, swish, swish, swish. Again 3 poison bolts tore through the air, this time at an even nastier angle, aiming for the charging Zhang Chengyu's back heart, knee, and neck. Old Zhang, watch out, Chengyu's eyes nearly burst. Zhang Chengyu was in full burst, old force spent, new force not yet born, he couldn't defend at all. But in that hair-thin moment, a black figure ghosted in behind him. Gu Fangchen again. Moving faster than the eye, he used his own back to take those 3 lethal arrows for Zhang Chengyu. Clang, clang, clang. The steel-piercing poison bolt struck his shadow leopard cat combat suit, only throwing off dazzling sparks, no scratch left. The brains of Shi Jian's 4-man team imploded on the spot. What the hell? Isn't that suit only C+ grade? Since when did the quality get this good? Bastard, Zhang Chengyu cursed under his breath. But he didn't let rage swallow him. Calming down, he poured every ounce of fury into the wolf king before him. Roared. The 2-headed wind demon wolf king sensed the trio's intent. Both wolf maws gaped wide. The left head spat dozens of cyan wind blades. The right head shot a white ice sphere the size of a human head. Wind and ice combo sealed every route of attack. Old wolf. On it. Chengyi roared, pushing his protective astral chi to the limit, charging straight into the tempest of blades to buy the other 2 half a second. Screech, screech, screech. Countless wind blades slashed his chi shield, grating shrilly, the shield thinning and dimming by the second. Now, Zhang Chengyu and Gu Fangchen flanked left and right, dodging the lethal ice sphere. Axe and saber erupted in blazing light. But just as victory was within reach, high above, a cruel sneer flashed across Shi Jian's eyes. Move. Swish, 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 swish. This time it wasn't 3 bolts. It was 12. From 4 directions, forming an inescapable net aimed at both Gu Fangchen and Zhang Chengyu. The vicious angles and timing were clearly meant to kill the 2 men and the wolf king together. Damn it, Zhang Chengyu's eyes nearly split. He wanted to defend, but his momentum was spent. He couldn't change stance. Gu Fangchen merely clicked his tongue and activated both active talents at once. Ultrasound. Tyrant's Wrath. An invisible psychic blast fused with an ancient tyrant's roar and erupted outward. Bizzy. The attacking wolf king's brain shuddered. Both heads sank into brief vertigo. At the same time, Gu Fangchen's dark red aura flared wildly. Instead of defending, he funneled that berserk power into his black-scale battle saber. 4th form of army-breaking 7 kills blade, soul severing. He spun in a whirl, his saber becoming a black crescent that tore space itself. In one stroke, he lopped off both dazed heads of the wolf king. And with brute, unreasonable force shattered all 12 incoming poison bolts, clang 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 clang, reducing them to splinters. 1/3 kills. Thud. 2 huge wolf heads, along with a rain of broken arrows, rolled across the ground. Ding, king rank exotic beast, 2-headed wind demon wolf king slain, 1-1. Plunder successful. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the wolf king's core racial talent, Wind Affinity. Wind Affinity, passive talent, permanently increases host's attack speed. Perfect breakthrough. King rank exotic beasts 4 + 1/5. 68, violence begets violence. Gu Fangchen ignored those few rats. His scarlet eyes, burning with dark red vital energy, turned towards the last king-rank exotic beast on the battlefield. The giant rock lizard king that was forcing Gao Yizhu and the others to retreat. Captain Zhang, Captain Cheng. Gu Fangchen's voice was cold and calm. The last one, kill it and we go home. Good. The two second-rank experts, already ignited by frustration and rage, roared in unison upon hearing this. The three of them no longer held back, transforming into 3 arrows released from a bowstring, forming a triangular formation as they charged fiercely towards the last behemoth. Roar! The giant rock lizard king evidently sensed these 3 fatal threats. It abruptly abandoned the easily obtainable prey in front of it, instead locking its lava-like beast eyes onto Gu Fangchen, who was charging at the very front. Then, its massive body suddenly contracted, transforming into a giant rolling rock ball covered in ferocious bone spurs, and with the force of a landslide, it slammed towards him. Zhang Chengyu's expression changed. Be careful, this guy's defense is even stronger than that Rhino King. But Gu Fangchen's face showed no trace of fear. He suddenly took a deep breath, and the muscles in his legs instantly bulged to their limit. Savage bull charge. Boom! His figure at this moment transformed into a human-shaped siege cannon, its speed skyrocketing again on top of its original velocity. He directly and actively met the rock battle chariot that could crush everything. Point against point. Violence for violence. Rumble. A deafening, terrifying roar, powerful enough to make mountains pale, exploded. The violent shockwave was like a Category 12 hurricane, sending all the surrounding beast corpses flying. Zhang Chengyu and Cheng Yi were shaken back repeatedly. And the people on the defensive line and the exotic beasts, who were struggling to hold on in the distance, were even more swayed by this surge of air. At the dusty impact center, the huge rolling rock ball was actually forced to a halt. And on its indestructible rock armor, horrifying, spider-web-like massive cracks spread out from the impact point. As the dust settled, Gu Fangchen's figure was revealed. He was kneeling on one knee, his arms crossed in front of him, and the road beneath his feet had already turned to dust, forming a deep pit several meters in diameter. He had by himself directly withstood and blocked the full charge of a mid-stage king-rank exotic beast. Although a trace of blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth, his eyes, burning with dark red vital energy, shone terrifyingly bright. Captain Zhang, Captain Cheng. He suddenly looked up and roared. Kill! Zhang Chengyu and Cheng Yi, who had long been prepared, seized this once-in-a-lifetime opening, their figures transforming into 2 streaks of light. The giant axe and battle saber in their hands simultaneously burst forth with the most brilliant vital energy glow, fiercely striking the shattered rock armor. Crack! The rock armor shattered. Roar! The giant rock lizard king let out a painful roar, its massive body forcibly knocked out of its rolling form. But before it could counterattack, a black figure like a maggot attached to bone had already closed in. It was Gu Fangchen. The black scale battle saber in his hand transformed into a death lightning bolt that tore through space, plunging hilt deep without hesitation into the crack of the shattered armor. Oofda! The blade precisely pierced the giant rock lizard king's heart. Time at this moment stood still. The light in the giant rock lizard king's lava-like beast eyes rapidly dimmed. Finally, with a boom, it heavily crashed to the ground, bringing an end to its sinful life. Ding! Killed king-rank exotic beast giant rock lizard king. 1-1. Plunder successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the giant rock lizard king's racial core talent, rock armor body. Rock armor body, active talent. When activated, a layer of hard rock armor can be condensed on the body surface, significantly increasing physical defense for 30 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Perfect breakthrough. King rank exotic beast 5-5. Conditions met. Perfect breakthrough can be performed at any time. Looking at the golden prompt on the system panel, Gu Fangchen slowly exhaled a mouthful of bloody, turbid air. He slowly raised his head, his scarlet eyes piercing through the smoke-filled battlefield, locking onto the 4 figures on the distant tall building, trembling like sieves from endless fear. This silent threat directly penetrated hundreds of meters, branding itself deep into the souls of Bedrock and his team. Their position had been discovered. Captain, Monkey's voice trembled, his hand gripping the crossbow shaking uncontrollably. He seems, not right. Shijian was about to order a retreat. But before he could speak, in the center of the battlefield, Gu Fangchen had already made up his mind. Breakthrough. Ding. Breaking through. The moment the system panel appeared, a fierce wind without warning swept out from Gu Fangchen's center. The wind carried an indescribable sense of weight and coercion, making it impossible for people to open their eyes. Crushed stones and dust were swept high into the sky, forming a slowly rotating gray vortex. The sky at some unknown point had darkened, with dark clouds obscuring the sun. What is this? On the tall building, the faces of the 4 members of the Bedrock Squad changed dramatically. This is a high-grade second-tier breakthrough phenomenon. Shi Jian's voice was trembling, his eyes filled with extreme horror and disbelief. How can this be? Who the hell would break through in a place like this? Below, Gao Yizhu and the others had just dealt with a few pouncing exotic beasts, and were about to catch their breath after all the king-rank exotic beasts had fallen, when they were sent sprawling by the sudden fierce wind. What's happening? Lin Keek exclaimed, looking up at the sky with a bewildered expression. Cheng Yi and Zhang Chengyu were also completely puzzled. They could feel that this phenomenon contained a terrifying energy that made even them feel a sense of dread. Even the frenzied exotic beasts at this moment seemed to sense a deep-seated fear in their bloodlines. Their offensive slowed, and they restlessly pawed their hooves, letting out low whimpers. Just then, everyone saw the sky-filling vortex madly, converging towards the blood-soaked figure in the center of the battlefield. It's Xiao Gu, Zhang Chengyu cried out in surprise. Ah, no way, buddy, is this how one breaks through? Cheng Yi's eyes were practically popping out. On the tall building, after a brief moment of shock, Shi Jian finally reacted. He looked at the figure enveloped by the gray vortex below, and an unprecedented fear surged within him. Monster! This guy was absolutely a complete monster. Retreat! Shi Jian no longer held any trace of luck or greed, roaring at his 3 completely stunned teammates behind him. Quickly retreat, before he finishes breaking through. Run! Yeah. At the same time, tens of kilometers away in base number 7. Several staff officers on duty in the watchtower also noticed the unusual phenomenon in the distant sky. What is that? Such strong energy fluctuations. Judging by these signs, someone is breaking through to second tier. An experienced old staff officer's expression was grave. No, another young staff officer holding high-powered binoculars, his voice trembling, said, This pressure, this scale of mobilizing heaven and earth power, it's high-grade second tier, absolutely high-grade second tier. What? Base number 7, in the highest command tower. A middle-aged man with the rank of 9th grade staff officer, his face stern, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, silently gazing out of the enormous floor-to-ceiling window. His gaze pierced through tens of kilometers, landing precisely on the gray vortex that rose into the sky. A rare ripple appeared in his otherwise placid eyes. A high-grade second-tier breakthrough phenomenon. He murmured in a low, steady voice. Interesting. How long has it been since our barren war zone of base number 7 produced such a promising talent? Go investigate, he calmly ordered the air. I need to know who he is. Yes. A respectful voice came from the shadows behind him. Meanwhile, several kilometers away, at the other end of the ruined city, Wang Wu was leading his Gray Eagle squad, moving rapidly between buildings, a gloating, triumphant smile still on his face. But just then, an indescribably terrifying pressure came from behind, without warning. The sky darkened at a visible speed. At the same time, strong winds stirred up dust, as if the end of the world had arrived. Captain WH, what is that? In the team, the yellow-haired man looked back in horror, instantly so scared his voice trembled. Wang Wu sharply turned his head, his pupils suddenly contracting. He stared fixedly at the distant gray vortex connecting heaven and earth, his triumphant smile instantly freezing, replaced by extreme shock. It's a breakthrough phenomenon. It's a heaven and earth phenomenon that only appears during a high-grade breakthrough. It's high-grade second tier. High-grade second tier. The alluring female team member beside him also shrieked. Who would choose to break through in this godforsaken place? The yellow-haired man's face instantly turned incredibly grim. He remembered the direction they had just come from and stammered. That direction. It seems to be where Zhang Chengyu and the others are. Impossible. Wang Wu flatly denied it without thinking, his tone filled with disdain and contempt. How many years have those 2 useless Zhang Chengyu and Cheng Yi been stuck at mid-stage second tier? It can't be them. As for the rest of them, he scoffed, mocking, they're just a bunch of late-stage first-tier trash, even less likely. The female team member, hearing this, covered her mouth and giggled, her eyes full of scorn. Captain is right, it's probably a disciple of some old monster who just happened to choose this broken place for seclusion. HMPH, Wang Wu said with disdain. Then, without looking back, he led his team onward towards their mission objective. On the battlefield, Gu Fangchen's body was completely enveloped by the gray vortex, so dense it was almost tangible. He could clearly feel his bones shattering and reorganizing, his meridians widening and strengthening. Every inch of his flesh and blood was undergoing a transformative change under the cleansing of this massive energy. Boom! Finally, as the last trace of energy merged into his body, the gray vortex suddenly contracted inwards, then exploded with a roar. A visible shockwave swept out, sending all the surrounding exotic beasts flying. As the dust settled, a brand new figure appeared before everyone. Gu Fangchen slowly opened his eyes. His dark eyes at this moment were as deep as the starry sky. A majestic pressure, far exceeding his previous state and belonging to a second-rank expert, emanated from his body. Realm, first tier peak to second tier initial, new. Grade, none to high grade, max level, new. Vitality, 2001 3500 points. This. Zhang Chengyu and the others were stunned, their minds blank. What happened? 69, soul-shattering. Gu Fangchen felt the new power surging through his body like a rushing river, and a surge of lofty pride welled up in his heart. He turned his head to look at Zhang Chengyu and Cheng Yi, who were already dumbfounded with fright, and asked curiously. Captain Zhang, Captain Cheng, how do I use vitality projection? The two of them snapped back to their senses from their shock upon being questioned by him. Zhang Chengyu explained subconsciously, it's just about condensing your blood chi energy and then conducting it out through your weapon. Oh, I see. Gu Fangchen nodded. Then he pulled out the black scale battle saber that was stuck in the ground. With a thought, he poured that new power within his body toward the blade. Buzz! The black scale battle saber let out a mournful cry, as if it were overwhelmed. The next moment, a 30-meter-long dark red saber beam, condensed as if it were solid, instantly extended from the tip of the blade, shooting straight into the sky. The saber beam was so brilliant that it even reflected an eerie blood-red color onto the dim yellow sky around them. The entire scene fell into a dead silence once again. Everyone stared blankly at that terrifying saber beam piercing through heaven and earth, their brains completely short-circuited. Let's not even mention why Gu Fangchen could suddenly break through to high-grade second tier while just standing there. Nor why Gu Fangchen could learn vitality projection just from Captain Zhang's casual explanation. Just this saber beam, which was 10 times longer than that of an average second-tier martial artist, was enough to leave the 7 of them completely bewildered. Zhang Chengyu and Cheng Yi looked as if they had seen a ghost. They looked at Gu Fangchen's terrifying 30-meter saber beam, then at their own little toothpicks that were only 3 or 4 meters long even when they exerted all their strength. A deep sense of powerlessness and frustration welled up in their hearts. The two exchanged a glance, both seeing the same bitterness in each other's eyes. No man, Zhang Chengyu's voice was trembling, why is it so much bigger than ours? Is this the difference between high grade and mid grade? Just as everyone was still immersed in this shock that was enough to overturn their worldview, the 4 members of the Bedrock Squad, who were fleeing for their lives atop a distant tall building, also subconsciously looked back. Just one look made their souls almost leap out of their bodies. That 30-meter blood-red saber beam piercing the sky was like a sword of Damocles hanging over their heads, emitting a destructive aura that made their very souls tremble. Holy shit! Tainyu, who was responsible for the rear, felt his legs go weak and almost peed himself on the spot. He used all his strength to let out a distorted roar. Run fast, holy shit, damn it, don't look back, whatever you do, don't look back. The captain Shijian felt his scalp tingle and his courage shatter. He no longer held any illusions, only one thought remained in his mind: flee. Flee fast, god damn it. The further away from this monster, the better. But in the center of the battlefield, Gu Fangchen didn't even give them a second glance. His deep eyes calmly swept across the vast beast tied ahead, which had fallen into chaos due to the death of the 3 kings, but was still enormous in number. Then he slowly raised his head and spoke calmly to his teammates, who were already completely petrified. Everyone get down. Zhang Chengyu and the others were stunned for a moment. But out of absolute trust in Gu Fangchen, almost instantly, they all dropped to the ground, pressing their bodies tightly against the floor. In the very next second after they dropped, Gu Fangchen moved. He gripped the saber with both hands, slowly holding the terrifying 30-meter saber beam across his chest. The body of the black scale battle saber began to let out a mournful cry, unable to withstand this massive energy far exceeding its grade, as fine cracks spread frantically across the blade. But Gu Fangchen acted as if he hadn't heard. A flash of cold determination passed through his calm eyes. He unreservedly fused the intent of the 4th kill of the army-breaking 7 kills blade, soul-severing, into this world-destroying strike. Then he slashed down toward the dense black beast tied ahead. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no deafening roar. The world seemed to have been put on mute at this moment. A pure, red and black crescent-shaped energy blade that seemed capable of swallowing all light silently detached from the tip of the saber and swept across the torrent of over 1,000 exotic beasts. Wherever that black crescent passed, time seemed to freeze. The movements of all the exotic beasts abruptly stiffened in place. Whether they were fleeing or roaring, they were all like sculptures instantly frozen in ice. Immediately after, SSH, a faint sound almost inaudible. The bodies of over 1,000 exotic beasts were cleanly severed into two halves at the waist. The cuts were as smooth as a mirror, without a single drop of blood splashing out. Their upper bodies still maintained their final postures from when they were alive, while their lower halves crashed to the ground because they had lost support. Silence. After a full 3 seconds of dead silence. Crack. The black scale battle saber in his hand, having completed this world-destroying strike, finally reached its limit and shattered inch by inch, turning into iron filings that filled the air. Then, rumble. Hot blood and shattered internal organs, then erupted from those 1,000+ severed corpses like a flood breaking through a dam. A rainstorm of flesh and blood fell over the entire abandoned urban area. One strike. Cleared the field. Ding, killed beast-level exotic beast rotten swamp crocodile, 100-100, plundering successful. Ding, killed beast-level exotic beast two-headed wind demon wolf, 100-100, plundering successful. Ding, killed beast-level exotic beast stone armor giant lizard, 100-100, plundering successful. Ding, 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 ding. Summarizing. Ding, plundering successful. A total of 1038 beast-level exotic beasts killed, 3 species of exotic beasts, a total of 5190 vitality points plundered. Plundering successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Rotten Swamp Crocodile Racial Core Talent, Breath of the Rotten Swamp. Plundering successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Two-Headed Wind Demon Wolf Racial Core Talent, Double Strike. Plundering successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Stone Armored Giant Lizard Racial Core Talent, Earth Power. A series of system notification sounds, dense as raindrops, flashed frantically through his mind. Streams of massive and pure energy, like hundreds of rivers returning to the sea, surged frantically into his limbs and bones. Then, his vitality exploded at a visible and terrifying speed. Before him, the translucent blue panel flashed frantically. Vitality, 2001 3,500 points. This number only stayed for less than 1/10 of a second. In the next instant, it soared upward in an entirely unreasonable manner, as if it were riding a rocket. 2,500. 3,000. 3,500. Boom. It broke directly through an invisible barrier. Realm, early second tier to mid-second tier, new. Vitality, 3,506,000 points. But this was only the beginning. That torrent of energy showed no sign of weakening. Instead, it became even more surging. 4,000. 5,000. 6,000. Another boom from the depths of his soul. Realm, mid-second tier to late second tier, new. The climb in vitality finally began to slow down. 6,500. 7,000. 7,191. Gu Fangchen slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was still calm, but those deep eyes seemed to contain a sea of stars. He could clearly feel that he had established an unprecedentedly close connection with this world. Every breath could draw in the surrounding energy particles. This was the power of high-grade second tier. Host Gu Fangchen. Realm, early second tier to late second tier, new. Vitality, 7,191, plus 5,190, / 9,999 points. Grade high grade. Talents new, Breath of the Rotten Swamp active, Double Strike active, Earth Power passive. Breath of the Rotten Swamp, active talent. When activated, an invisible corrosive aura will continuously emanate around the host, causing a continuous defense reduction effect on enemies within range. No cooldown. Double Strike, active talent. Within 0.5 seconds after any attack hits a target, a follow-up attack that ignores defense can be launched, dealing 30% of the original attack's damage. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Earth Power, passive talent. When the host's feet are on the ground, strength and defense will receive a 10% bonus increase, and lower body stability is significantly enhanced. 70, one strike clears the field. Fuck, Zhang Chengyu's lips trembled as he managed to squeeze out 2 words after a long silence. One strike. Just one strike. The field was cleared. Beside him was Cheng Yi. This veteran expert, also at the middle stage of the second rank, was in no better state at this moment. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down. His throat felt so dry it was as if it were on fire, yet he couldn't utter a single word. He could understand externalizing blood chi, and he could understand blade glows. But he just couldn't fucking understand. Why did Gu Fangchen suddenly break through? Nor could he understand why a martial artist who had just broken through to the second rank could unleash a 30-meter blade glow that seemed capable of splitting the sky. Is this a joke? Lin Keek, Gao Yizhu, and everyone else in the Blood Wolf squad were still lying prone on the ground, motionless. It wasn't that they didn't want to get up. It was that their bodies had been so intimidated by that world-ending strike that they had lost all strength. Their minds were blank, completely unable to process the surreal information before them. The entire world seemed to consist only of the drizzling rain of blood, and the figure standing atop the mountain of corpses like a god or demon. Feeling the unprecedented, majestic power within his body, Gu Fangchen let out a long breath of turbid air. He slowly turned around and looked at his 7 teammates lying motionless on the ground, breathing a sigh of relief. Everyone get up. His voice was calm yet carried an unquestionable power, instantly snapping everyone out of their daze. There are still a few rats left to clean up. Rats? Zhang Chengyu and the others were taken aback. Then they immediately realized. It was those bastards who had shot arrows from the shadows and lured the beast tide earlier. They struggled to their feet, their faces all burning with towering rage. But at the thought of the enemy's elusive movement techniques and tricky hidden arrows, their hearts sank again. The terrain of this ruined urban area was complex, with broken walls and debris everywhere. If the opponents were determined to flee, this group of primarily melee martial artists wouldn't be able to catch them at all. Just as everyone was at a loss, Gu Fangchen stepped forward and walked straight to the building where the Blood Wolf squad sniper was stationed. The sniper's eyes were dull as he looked down, clearly not having recovered from the shock of that strike. "Sniper, let me borrow your grappling hook gun for a moment," Gu Fangchen's voice rang out from below. "Huh." The sniper jerked, finally snapping out of it. He looked at the blood-soaked youth below whose aura was as steady as a mountain and deep as an abyss, his mind still struggling to keep up. He blankly glanced at the sophisticated tactical grappling hook gun on his waist, then at Gu Fangchen and stammered, "Oh, okay brother Gu." He first used the grappling hook gun to rappel down to the ground, then hurriedly unfastened it and handed it to Gu Fangchen with both hands. But just as Gu Fangchen was about to take it, he realized belatedly that he hadn't introduced himself to this great god at all. This was so rude. The other person didn't even know his name. That's why he could only call him Sniper. "I've been a bit inconsiderate." The sniper's face turned red instantly. He straightened his back abruptly and said nervously to Gu Fangchen in a tone almost like a formal report. Reporting, Brother Gu. My name is Lin Mo, the Blood Wolf squad spotter and sniper." Seeing him so nervous he was almost tripping over himself, Gu Fangchen couldn't help but smile. He reached out to take the heavy grappling hook gun and nodded at Lin Mo. That smile was like a spring breeze, instantly dispelling the tension in Lin Mo's heart. "Lin Mo, I'll remember that." 6 simple words, yet they sent a warm current through Lin Mo's heart. He felt all his nervousness and awe transform into pure honor at that moment. He hurriedly stepped forward, pointing to the complex trigger and pressure valve on the grappling hook gun, preparing to explain the operational essentials to Gu Fangchen. "Brother Gu, this gun is a bit complicated to operate. Its ejection force and rope retraction speed are both adjustable. You need to make predictions based on distance and angle, especially when turning." Before he could finish, Gu Fangchen already had the grappling hook gun in his hand and gave it a casual toss. His deep eyes merely glanced over the complex structure. With his SSS rank spirit, the equipment was instantly deconstructed into countless parts in his eyes. Its working principle, mechanical structure, and even the optimal way to operate it. In less than a second, he had completely understood and mastered it. Under Lin Mo's dumbfounded gaze, Gu Fangchen raised his arm and casually pulled the trigger toward the roof of a dilapidated building 100 meters away. Swoosh! With a soft sound, a blast of compressed air erupted from the muzzle. The alloy hook turned into a bolt of silver lightning, tracing a perfect parabola in the air and biting onto the edge of the roof with pinpoint accuracy. Immediately after, Gu Fangchen flicked his wrist and pressed the retract button. Whoosh! The powerful motor started instantly, and a massive pulling force came through, nearly lifting him off the ground. But his feet remained rooted to the earth, unmoving. He felt the pull, tried adjusting the pressure valve, retracted the hook and nodded. "I've learned it." Lin Mo, Zhang Chengyu, Cheng Yi and the others, watching Gu Fangchen's So it's that simple expression, they felt their brains go numb. To learn this thing, a normal person would need at least a month of training. Gu Fangchen hung the grappling hook gun on his waist and turned to the group. You guys take the loot back to base first. I'll be back after I deal with those rats. Zio Gu Zhang Chengyu was about to say, we'll go with you. But Gu Fangchen waved his hand, cutting him off. His gaze swept over the various injuries on everyone and their weary expressions. His tone was calm, but carried an unquestionable command. Your condition isn't suitable for a pursuit and Yizhu is injured. You should head back and rest first. Wait for me to come back for drinks. Hearing this, a warmth filled their hearts, and all their protests got stuck in their throats. They knew this was Gu Fangchen's way of protecting them. All right, Zhang Chengyu took a deep breath and nodded heavily. You, be extremely careful. Gu Fangchen said no more, and nodded with a smile. He slowly closed his eyes. Aura sniffing activated. Instantly, 4 red dots representing hostility appeared clearly on the radar map in his mind. At this moment, they were fleeing for their lives toward the depths of the ruins like startled birds. He snapped his eyes open, a flash of cold killing intent crossing his dark pupils. The next second, he raised the grappling hook gun in his hand, aimed at a distant tall building and fired. Whoosh! A powerful pulling force came through. His figure soared into the sky like a hunting falcon in the night. With a few leaps between buildings, he quickly disappeared from everyone's shocked view. 71. Final destination. On the other end of the abandoned city area, inside a hidden underground parking lot. The 4 members of the Bedrock squad were leaning against a cracked load-bearing pillar, panting heavily, their faces filled with the terror of having just survived a disaster. Captain, we should have lost him, right? Monkey's voice trembled as he looked around in terror, afraid that demon god-like figure would suddenly emerge from some corner. Captain Shijian's expression was also ugly to the extreme. He leaned against the wall, his chest heaving violently, the ruthlessness in his eyes long since replaced by endless fear. He didn't answer his subordinate's words. Instead, with trembling hands, he took out an encrypted satellite phone from his coat and dialed the number he least wanted to contact right now. The phone rang for a long time before it was finally picked up. Hello? Zhao Tianhao's voice, carrying a hint of impatience and laziness, came through the receiver. How's it going? Where's that kid's head? When Shijian heard this voice, he felt a surge of nameless anger rush to the top of his head. But he still forced down the anger and fear in his heart, saying in a hoarse voice, Young Master Zhao, the mission failed. Failed? On the other end of the phone, Zhao Tianhao's voice instantly turned cold. Shijian, I already sent you the deposit. I asked you to kill a rookie idiot and you're telling me you failed. Are you fucking playing me? No, young Master Zhao, let me explain. Shijian's voice became sharp with agitation. The intelligence you gave was completely wrong. That kid isn't fucking human. He's a monster, a complete and utter monster. As if venting all the fear in his heart, he roared incoherently. He was alone. He slaughtered the entire beast nest. There were 3 king-rank exotic beasts. In less than 10 minutes, he killed them all by himself. No, it wasn't just him, but it was pretty much the same. Mainly he also broke through, right in front of us suddenly, it was sudden. From the first tier peak he broke through to high-grade 2nd tier. Then with his blood chi released, the saber beam he condensed. That saber beam was over fucking 30 meters long. Then he took another swing, just one fucking swing. He insta-killed all the remaining 1,000+ exotic beasts, insta-killed them. Shijian was so shocked that he was somewhat incoherent. But the general situation was conveyed to Zhao Tianhao. The other end of the phone fell into a deathly silence. Listening to Shijian's madman-like roars and incoherent words, Zhao Tianhao was completely stunned. What the hell? One person slaughtered a beast nest. Killed 3 king ranks in less than 10 minutes. Insta-killed over 1,000 with one swing. Broke through to high-grade 2nd tier on the spot. A 30-meter-long saber beam. Zhao Tianhao's brow furrowed tightly, his face filled with absurdity and confusion. Shijian, has your fucking brain been gnawed by an exotic beast? What nonsense are you talking? If you failed the mission, just say so. There's no need to make up such bullshit lies to trick me, right? Do you think I'm a fucking idiot? I'm not talking nonsense, and I'm not lying to you. Everything I said is true. Shijian roared in despair. Young Master Zhao, we can't do this job. We'll refund the money. His words were not yet finished. Swoosh clang. A sharp sound, like a reaper's scythe slicing through the air, abruptly rang out from the entrance of the parking lot. The bodies of Shijian and his 3 companions suddenly stiffened. They mechanically turned their heads, inch by inch, toward the direction of the sound. At the entrance of the parking lot, a slender figure was standing there quietly. Moonlight spilled down from behind him, stretching his shadow very long. In his hand, he was holding a grappling hook gun that was still vibrating slightly. Those pitch-black eyes in the darkness were like 2 points of burning ghost fire, locked onto them without moving. He's here, he's here. The satellite phone in Shi Jian's hand fell to the ground with a clack. On the other end of the line, Zhao Tianhao only heard a burst of rapid breathing, and Shi Jian's dreamlike murmur, filled with endless fear. Who's here? Zhao Tianhao asked instinctively. But the response he got was a bone-chillingly cold voice. Come out, no need to hide anymore. The 4 members of Shi Jian's squad trembled all over, like prisoners who had been sentenced to death. They looked at each other, and all saw endless fear and despair in each other's eyes. Finally, Shi Jian was the first to put down his weapon, raising his hands high as he stepped out from the shadow of the load-bearing pillar. We surrender. Seeing this, the other 3 followed suit, walking out tremblingly with their hands over their heads, not even daring to breathe loudly. Gu Fangchen's gaze swept calmly across the faces of the 4 people. He glanced at the satellite phone on the ground that was still in a call, then looked at Shi Jian, the leader, and already had a judgment in his heart. The one on the phone is the boss. His gaze then fell on the other 3 team members, who were already pale with fright and shaking like sieves. And, in his heart, Gu Fangchen gave the coldest evaluation. By Big Brother, spare our lives. The thin man named Monkey was the first to break under the deathly pressure. His knees buckled, and he fell to the ground with a thud, tears and snot streaming down his face. We were just doing it for the money. Before he could finish, a bolt of black lightning suddenly shot out from beside Gu Fangchen's leg. It was that dagger gleaming with poisonous light. The black-scale battle saber was already broken. At this moment, this captured poison blade had become the only sharp weapon in his hand. Gu Fangchen pulled out the dagger with a reverse grip, released his blood chi, and condensed a saber beam. Then, a horizontal slash. A condensed saber beam, dozens of meters long, flashed past. Pache, pache, pache. 3 uniform soft sounds. Monkey, Elan, and Iron Bull. Their expressions of pleading and terror instantly froze on their faces. A faint line of blood appeared simultaneously on their necks. Following that, 3 fine heads soared into the sky, drawing 3 bloody parabolas in the air before rolling to the side. Thud, thud, thud. 3 headless corpses crashed to the ground. And in Stockhill. Then crack. That poisoned dagger, which was never designed to withstand such violent power, finally reached its limit after completing this fatal strike, shattering inch by inch into powder that filled the air. Gu Fangchen looked at the 3 corpses before him with a calm face. I don't give a damn if you were just doing it for the money. You fucking had killing intent toward me and my teammates just now. So you die. 72, congratulations, Zhao Tianhao. Shi Jian stared blankly at the bloody scene before him, at the 3 companions still gushing blood, his mind utterly blank. He hadn't even seen how the other party had struck. The next second, endless fear flooded over him like icy tidewaters. Oh yeah. He let out a shrill scream that hardly sounded human, spun around and tried to run. On the other end of the call, Zhao Tianhao clawed at the air in panic at the sudden shriek. Hey, Shi Jian, what happened? Talk to me. How could Shi Jian spare him a thought right now? He just ran. But the instant he took a step, a black silhouette flashed ghost-like in front of him. Gu Fangchen had no melee weapon left. So he simply calmly raised his fist. A punch fired out. Banged. Shi Jian felt an irresistible force smash into his face. The next moment, his whole body was flung backward, slammed into a load-bearing pillar behind him, cracking the hard concrete like a spiderweb. Then a salty taste filled his mouth, several teeth mixed with bloody foam flew out. Agony and humiliation ignited the last spark of fight in his heart. Damn it, don't look down on me. Shi Jian scrambled up from the ground, eyes blood-red, looking deranged. I'll fight you to the death. He yanked a heavy alloy shield from behind and held it in front of him. With his other hand, he drew the combat blade at his waist, roared, and charged at Gu Fangchen. But what answered him was still that simple, direct, devastating fist. Tyrant's Wrath, Savage Bull Charge, Power of the Earth. 3 strength-type talents stacked. Rumble. Gu Fangchen's fist collided head-on with the heavy alloy shield. Crack. A grating sound of fracture rang out. The B-rank alloy shield, sturdy enough to block a king-rank exotic beast's onslaught, proved as fragile as glass before late-stay, high-grade second-tier Gu Fangchen. In that instant of impact, it cracked inch by inch from the center and exploded apart. Countless shards of metal shot out like shrapnel, riddling the surrounding walls. Shi Jian was dumbstruck. He stared blankly at the half-broken grip left in his hand, mind blank again. Before he could react, a hand like iron pincers clamped onto the blade of his combat knife. Immovable as a mountain, rock armor body. A faint rocky luster surfaced over Gu Fangchen's palm. Shijian instinctively tried to pull the blade back, but the knife felt welded in place, not budging at all. Refusing to believe it, he gripped the hilt, mustered all his strength and pressed down hard, trying to slice open the other's palm with the sharp edge. But a blade that could sever steel. In the center of the man's palm. Actually, couldn't even leave a white scratch. Shijian. What the hell? Is this guy even human? Shijian completely broke down. Looking at Gu Fangchen's eerily calm face, he felt a chill shoot from his tailbone to the top of his skull. Under that terrifying grip, the combat blade was twisted into a corkscrew. In the end, bang! It turned into a puff of fine dust. And burst apart. Thud! Shijian's legs buckled in terror. He collapsed, every trace of ferocity gone, only boundless fear left on his face. He crawled backward on hands and feet, babbling in panic. Don't kill me. I was wrong. I'll tell you everything. Please spare me. His begging had only just begun, when a foot mercilessly stamped on his face. Banged. Shijian's nose broke with a snap. The back of his head cracked against the floor and bounced up again, blood gushing like a spring and covering his face. On the phone, Zhao Tianhao listened to the endless screams and dull thuds, utterly dumbfounded. What the hell is happening? Shijian, say something, damn it. F***CK. Right then, the chaotic noises cut off abruptly. A hand picked up the satellite phone from the ground. Gu Fangchen, expression indifferent, put the phone to his ear. Looking down at the half-dead Shijian, he asked in a calm, emotionless voice. Who sent you? Shijian shuddered. Survival instinct made him pour everything out without hiding a thing. It's the West Madu Zhao family. Zhao Tianhao ordered us here. Oh, Gu Fangchen tilted his head, his tone betraying neither joy nor anger. Evidence. Yes, of course there's evidence. Shijian grabbed at this last straw, nodding frantically, voice full of pleading. Contract, down payment transfer, call recordings, I've backed them all up. As long as you spare me, I'll get them for you right away. Fine, Gu Fangchen nodded. Then he put the phone back to his ear, and said slowly to the still-roaring Zhao Tianhao. Zhao Tianhao, congratulations. Your Zhao family is finished. Prepare for the military tribunal. On the other end, Zhao Tianhao's roar cut short, replaced by thick bewilderment. What nonsense are you spouting? Who are you? Gu Fangchen offered no further explanation. He casually tossed the phone to the ground. Then, raised his foot, and stomped down hard. Bang! The sturdy satellite phone, under a foot infused with blood-chi energy, burst like a fragile biscuit into sparking electronic bits. Dozens of kilometers away inside a private estate, Zhao Tianhao felt a sharp shriek blast his eardrums. Then only the droning beep 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 of a dead line. He stared at the phone in his hand, face blank with confusion. What just happened? The Zhao family is finished. Military tribunal. He frowned, then gave a disdainful cold laugh. Some clown trying to scare me. He didn't take the threat seriously at all. To him, it was merely Gu Fangchen's impotent fury on the verge of death. Yet what he didn't know was, when Gu Fangchen said the Zhao family would fall and face a military court, he was never joking. 73. The entire family shall be executed. In Dragon Country, there are many special statutes aimed at martial artists. One of them is the Protection Act for high-grade martial artists. Any martial artist who advances through a perfect breakthrough is deemed the nation's most priceless strategic resource. They are the mainstay in humanity's fight against the exotic beasts and the hope of the future. Their files are classified as top secret, and they receive focused protection and cultivation from the military. Therefore, any assassination, framing, or even malicious suppression targeting a high-grade martial artist, once verified and backed by solid evidence, will be treated as treason, no matter who the mastermind is or how powerful their backing. What awaits them is the military court's harshest sentence, the extermination of the entire clan, extending to 9 familial lines, with no room for defense. This is the ironclad law Dragon Country, bought with the blood and tears of countless fallen geniuses. Inside the parking garage, Gu Fangchen looked down at Shijian, who was still trembling at his feet, his gaze calm. Shijian lifted his head, a smile uglier than crying twisting across his bloodied face, his eyes brimming with pleading. Evidence, Gu Fangchen said succinctly. I am my tactical watch, Shijian dared not delay, hurriedly raising his intact wrist. Gu Fangchen crouched, fingers moving with practiced efficiency over the watch. Moments later, an encrypted e-contract, Several crisp bank transfer screenshots and a few processed call recordings were copied to his own terminal. After confirming the evidence was enough to wipe out the Zhao family entirely, Gu Fangchen nodded in satisfaction. He rose slowly and said to the man beneath him, "Good, I keep my word, you live." Shi Jian's face exploded with the wild joy of one who had just cheated death. But before any words of gratitude could leave his mouth, Gu Fangchen walked to the corpse of the rearguard iron ox, drew the still intact C-grade alloy battle blade from his waist. The elation on Shi Jian's face froze instantly. "What are you doing?" He scrabbled backward in terror. Gu Fangchen stepped forward, blade in hand, a faint smile on his lips. Then, he raised the weapon. SHHK, 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 SHHK. 4 clean arcs of light flashed. AGHH. Shi Jian's inhuman shriek echoed through the underground garage. All 4 limbs were severed at the roots. Having finished, Gu Fangchen didn't spare him another glance. He walked to the 3 headless corpses, methodically stripped their tactical packs, weapons, and anything of value, bundling it all together. A mosquito's leg is still meat. Not to mention the entire fortune of 3 second-tier martial artists. Finally, he hoisted the now unconscious, limbless torso of Shi Jian like a dead dog. Clack! The grappling hook gun fired. Carrying his vital witness, he shot upward to exit the garage. Yet at that very instant, he jerked his gaze up, pupils contracting. Dozens of kilometers away, in the direction of Madu Base City, a blinding golden radiance suddenly blossomed across the pitch-black sky. The light was magnificent, sacred, yet carried an overwhelming pressure that made souls quail. Within the golden glow, a lifelike, gigantic phoenix of fire slowly unfurled splendid wings and cried toward the heavens. The phoenix's cry seemed to pierce space itself, reaching Gu Fangchen's ears and setting his blood roaring in resonance. This pressure was 100 times more terrifying and boundless than the phenomenon he triggered when breaking through to high-grade second tier. It was a higher-order ascension of life. Gu Fangchen's mind reeled. Someone had broken through to upper-grade 4th tier. 5 minutes earlier, center of the abandoned urban zone. Beneath the half-collapsed clock tower, the roars of beasts and clash of blades had long fallen silent, replaced by an oddly busy hush. The 7 members of Yama and Blood Wolf squads hadn't followed Gu Fangchen's order to return ahead. Instead, they stayed to process the corpses and materials of the exotic beasts, trying to haul everything back to the military district for him. After all, there were over 1,000 beast-level exotic beasts, plus 3 king-rank exotic beasts here, worth a fortune in both money and merit. Thus, although Gu Fangchen hadn't asked for help, they volunteered to stay and handle the materials. Except Gao Yizhu, his leg was wounded, so they had him rest to the side. Right then, rumble! A deep, powerful engine growl came from the road they had arrived on. Everyone tensed, weapons gripped tighter as relaxed faces turned wary again. Soon 3 pitch-black, menacing heavy-armored troop carriers like steel beasts roared through the dust and braked 100 meters from the clock tower ruins. Clack, clack, clack. Doors opened. Over a dozen elite soldiers, fully armed and radiating iron-blooded discipline, leapt out in perfect unison and secured a perimeter. Then the rear hatch of the lead vehicle slowly lowered. A tall, mountain-like captain wearing the rank of 3rd-class lieutenant jumped down first, face cold and sharp. His eagle eyes swept the scene. A suffocating pressure instantly blanketed the area. He was the guard captain of the headquarters direct unit, sent by Major Zhou Hai to investigate the phenomenon, Wei Xing. A mid-grade 4th-tier, initial stage martial artist. Wei Xing's gaze traveled across the hellish battlefield. When he saw the 1,000-plus beast corpses piled like a mountain, and the 3 equally wretched king-rank bodies, even his stony face flickered with undisguised shock. His eyes finally settled on Zhang Chengyu and Cheng Yi, who were busy sorting materials, and his brows knitted tightly. What happened here? 74, Fire Phoenix. Hearing this, Zhang Chengyu and Cheng Yi exchanged a glance and immediately stepped forward, performing a standard military salute in unison. Reporting, sir, Zhang Chengyu spoke first, his voice booming. The Yama squad and Blood Wolf squad were ambushed by a large-scale beast tide here. We have now annihilated all the exotic beasts. Ambushed, annihilated them all. Wei Xing's brow furrowed even deeper. He looked at the 17 members before him, who were disheveled but not seriously injured, then glanced at the corpses littering the ground, his eyes full of scrutiny. We came precisely to investigate the phenomenon of a second-tier breakthrough. Wei Xing's voice was steady and powerful. According to energy fluctuation analysis, the person who triggered the breakthrough phenomenon is among you. Who is it? An adjutant beside him couldn't help but snort coldly, his sharp gaze sweeping over everyone. Don't try any tricks. Before we arrived, we confirmed there were over 1,000 beast-level exotic beasts in this battlefield, plus 3 king-rank exotic beasts. With just a few of you, it's impossible to have escaped unscathed. Who helped you? Speak truthfully, and perhaps you'll still be credited with a share of the merit for assisting in the battle. Faced with this blunt, belittling interrogation, Zhang Chengyu and Cheng Yi's faces flushed red. But the other party was indeed correct. If it hadn't been for Gu Fangchen, they certainly would have been wiped out long ago. At that moment, Lin Keek couldn't help but step forward. She pointed in the direction Gu Fangchen had left, her voice crisp and filled with pride. It wasn't us, it was him. He alone killed every single exotic beast here. Him, Wei Xing's brow instantly knit together. His hawk-like gaze followed Lin Keek's finger, but he saw only an empty clearing and the mountain of exotic beast corpses. Him? Who is he? There's no one there, sister. Nonsense. The adjutant beside Wei Xing's face darkened as he scolded coldly. This is a war zone, not a place for you to play house. Reporting, sir, I'm not talking nonsense. Lin Keek puffed out her chest and pointed at the mountain of corpses and sea of blood, her tone full of pride. It's our team's newcomer, Gu Fangchen. He alone killed every single exotic beast here. Gu Fangchen. That's the top scholar, isn't it? He seems to be the tactical genius that Miss Xia highly praised. Wei Xing rested his chin on his hand, thinking. I also watched the recording of the selection back then. He is indeed impressive. But isn't he only at the first-tier peak? How could he trigger a high-grade second-tier phenomenon? Lin Keek continued to recount at a rapid pace. At that time, after he joined forces with Captain Cheng and Captain Zhang to kill 3 king-rank exotic beasts, he broke through on the spot, advancing from the first-tier peak to the high-grade second-tier. Finally, with just one strike. Lin Keek held up a fair finger to demonstrate, her eyes full of fanatical admiration. With just that one strike, he instantly killed all of the remaining 1,000+ exotic beasts. The members of the direct guard. The air seemed to freeze in that instant. Wei Xing and the dozen or so elite soldiers behind him all looked at Lin Keek as if she were a madwoman, their faces written with absurdity. A martial artist's breakthrough is a leap in life level, fraught with extreme danger. Every single one of them would find an absolutely safe place for secluded meditation, supplemented by various precious treasures, and have elders or companions protect them before daring to carefully attempt it. Even a martial arts prodigy like Miss Xia, who appears only once in a century, is currently in seclusion within Madu Base City, preparing to charge for the 4th tier. Although they had heard of Gu Fangchen's name, and admitted he was very capable. But, breaking through right on the battlefield, and to the extremely dangerous high-grade 2nd tier. Are you bragging? Sir, what she says is true. Seeing that they didn't believe it, Cheng Yi also immediately stepped forward and, in an extremely solemn tone, quickly recounted everything that had just happened from beginning to end. From Gu Fangchen venturing into the beast nest alone, to the 3 kings appearing together, to his on-site breakthrough, and finally the one-strike clearing of the field. The adjutant was so angry he laughed. He stepped forward and said in a tone full of sarcasm, Hey, stop. Old Cheng, there should be a limit to your bragging, right? We know Gu Fangchen is impressive. We also know Miss Xia likes him very much. But, breaking through in battle, high-grade 2nd tier, condensing 30 meters of blade energy and instantly killing over 1,000 exotic beasts. Do you know what you're saying? Why don't you just say he punched through Gaia Star? Enough, Wei Xing's face also turned grim. He looked at the group before him, who in his eyes were talking nonsense to snatch credit and forcibly associating themselves with the beast tide, and he was already immensely disappointed. I will ask one last time, what is the truth? His voice was cold and filled with an unquestionable authority. If there is another word of a lie, you will all be punished for falsifying military intelligence. Faced with this terrifying pressure belonging to a 4th-tier expert, Zhang Chengyu, Cheng Yi, and the others turned pale, feeling their legs go weak and even breathing become difficult. But even so, they still did not change their story. Reporting, sir, Zhang Chengyu roared out under the immense pressure. Every word we have said is the truth. That's right, Cheng Yi also gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, Sir, it was Gu Fangchen done by him alone. Stubborn and incorrigible, a flash of cold killing intent passed through Wei Xing's eyes. Just as he was about to order the arrest of these guys who were falsifying military intelligence, a technical soldier responsible for surveying the scene suddenly ran over, his face wearing an expression as if he had seen a ghost. Reporting, sir, the results of the scene survey are out. Speak. The technical soldier swallowed hard, his voice trembling, The corpses of these beast-level exotic beasts were indeed severed at the waist by the same move. The cuts are as smooth as a mirror. They were killed instantly by an extremely domineering blade energy. He paused, then added a sentence that made everyone's skin crawl. Furthermore, according to our analysis of the residual energy fluctuations at the scene, the aura of the one who struck is indeed that of a newly broken-through second-tier martial artist, very pure and very domineering. It perfectly matches the energy fluctuations that triggered the heaven and earth phenomenon earlier. The entire field fell into a deathly silence. The expressions on the faces of Wei Xing and the dozen or so elite soldiers behind him instantly froze. The adjutant's face turned the color of pig liver as he pointed at the technical soldier and stammered, "I am. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How can it be? How could someone break through in battle, and then, as a second-tier martial artist, instantly kill over 1,000 exotic beasts with one strike? Are we filming a movie?" Wei Xing's body also jolted violently. He stared fixedly at the technical soldier, then looked at the uniform corpses in the distance. On that always cold and stern face, for the first time, an expression of extreme shock and disbelief emerged. The technical soldier's report perfectly matched that seemingly absurd story. Could the one who triggered the breakthrough phenomenon really be Gu Fangchen? He slowly turned his head, casting his gaze once more toward Zhang Chengyu and the others, his voice incredibly dry. "Gu Fangchen. Where is he now?" Before Zhang Chengyu could answer, chirp. A clear and high-pitched phoenix cry came without warning from the distant horizon. Everyone's body shook, and they subconsciously followed the sound. They saw that in the direction of Madu Base City, above the pitch-black sky, a brilliant golden radiance lit up without warning. Within the golden light, a lifelike phantom of a giant fire phoenix composed of pure energy slowly unfurled its magnificent wings and let out a clear cry that echoed through heaven and earth. Wei Xing's body jolted violently. He gazed at the fire phoenix spanning the sky, his voice even trembling. This is the upper-grade fourth-tier breakthrough phenomenon. It's Miss Xia, she succeeded. 75, back to simplicity. Deep within the Xia family manor, in Madu Base City. Outside a seclusion room made of a special alloy, capable of withstanding the full-force strike of a calamity-rank exotic beast, a crowd had already gathered. Every single one of these people was a prominent figure, whose every move could shake the entire Eastern Theater Command. There were high-ranking military officials, with star generals on their shoulders and auras as deep as an abyss. There were heads of financial magnates, wealthy enough to rival nations and in control of countless resources. There were even ancestors of martial arts families, with deep heritages spanning hundreds of years. At this moment, everyone held their breath, looking at the tightly closed alloy door with nervous anticipation, as well as the golden glow above the door that had not yet completely dissipated. The cry of a fire phoenix echoed, and rays of light shone for 10,000 feet. This was the phenomenon of a breakthrough to the upper-grade fourth tier. She succeeded. Greek. Under the gaze of many burning eyes, the 100-ton alloy door slowly slid open to both sides. A fiery red figure slowly stepped out from within. It was still that same tight-fitting combat suit, and that same cold and beautiful face. But at this moment, Xia Liulai's entire temperament had undergone a world-shaking transformation. If she was previously like a sharp sword drawn from its scabbard, radiating brilliance, then now she was a divine weapon hidden within its sheath. All her sharpness was now restrained, yet she exuded a terrifying pressure that made even the soul submit, as if she had returned to simplicity. Her skin was more translucent than before, as if a faint glow was flowing beneath it. Within those cold phoenix eyes, as they opened and closed, golden divine flames flickered faintly, as if they could see through a person's heart. Congratulations, Miss Xia. Best wishes, Miss Xia. After a brief silence, the high-ranking officials and nobles swarmed forward, their faces filled with incredibly sincere smiles. Miss Xia is truly a killing talent that our dragon country sees only once in a century. To ascend to the upper-grade fourth tier at such an age, her future is limitless. A military big shot laughed heartily, his voice booming. Indeed, indeed. With such a genius in our dragon country, why should we worry about the exotic beasts not being wiped out? Another head of a financial magnate bowed repeatedly, keeping his posture extremely low. Facing everyone's compliments, Xia Liulai simply nodded calmly and responded to each one. Her posture was dignified, neither humble nor arrogant, yet she carried an innate sense of aloofness. Just then, the crowd automatically parted to both sides. A middle-aged man in military uniform, with a majestic and naturally authoritative face, accompanied by a lady in a kippah with a gentle and elegant temperament, walked over side by side. They were Zia Liulai's parents, the commander-in-chief of the Eastern Theater Command of the Dragon Country, Zia Zhan, and his wife. Good, good, good. Zia Zhan looked at his daughter. On his usually iron-blooded and cold face, an incredibly gratified smile appeared rarely as he said good 3 times in a row. Liulai, you've worked hard. Her mother walked forward distressedly and gently tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear. Dad, Mom. The ice on Zia Liulai's cold face finally melted slightly, revealing a faint smile. She looked at her father and said solemnly, my success this time is largely thanks to Major Joe High of base number 7. If he hadn't timely delivered that 9-aperture exquisite route to help stabilize my mind, the final stage would have likely required much more effort. Zia Zhan nodded approvingly. Joe High did well. I will personally reward him later. Zia Liulai looked around, a hint of doubt flashing in her phoenix eyes. Where is Major Joe High? I remember inviting him to observe the ceremony. A strange expression appeared on Zia Zhan's face as he replied. He has a temporary mission. He said there was a small phenomenon over at base number 7 that needed investigating. An informed officer nearby immediately stepped forward and added respectfully, reporting to Miss Zia and Commander Zia. According to the latest intelligence from the front lines, it seems a high-grade second-tier phenomenon appeared near base number 7. The current speculation is that it was triggered by a martial artist who just recently joined the military region. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but be stunned. Another high-grade second tier has appeared in the Dragon Country. Even Zia Liulai's beautiful brows furrowed slightly, almost imperceptibly. High-grade second tier, just recently joined the military region. Could it be him? It couldn't be, right? Is his cultivation progressing that fast? Thinking this, she turned her head and nodded slightly to Zia Zhan and the guests. Father, mother, uncles, I have just made a breakthrough and my realm still needs to be stabilized, so I won't stay much longer. Major Joe has done me a favor, so I plan to personally go to base number 7 to thank him in person. Coincidentally, I am also curious about the identity of this new martial artist, so I will take my leave now. Hearing this, how could anyone dare to object? They all bowed and said, Miss Zia, you are too polite, please take care. Zia Liulai said no more, nodded to her parents, and turned to walk toward her independent pavilion. On the top floor of the pavilion, steam filled an extremely luxurious bathroom. Zia Liulai took off her combat suit, which carried the scent of seclusion, revealing a perfect body that would make countless gods envious. Warm water poured from the showerhead, washing over her jade-smooth skin. Water droplets slid down her perky nose, past her delicate collarbones, and flowed over her firm abdomen. Her straight, slender legs were faintly visible through the hazy steam, full of explosive power and beauty. A moment later, she dried her body and changed into a brand new, more form-fitting fiery red combat suit, tying her waterfall-like long hair back up into a capable ponytail. In an instant, the lazy and soft girl disappeared. In her place was that valiant and world-dominating crimson flame dragon spear. She walked to the pavilion's terrace without summoning any aircraft. She simply took a gentle step forward. In the next moment, buzz! A majestic surge of blood-chi energy erupted from beneath her feet. Flight! This was the signature ability that only a 4th-tier expert could master. Instantly, she transformed into a streak of red light that pierced the sky and vanished into the horizon. Below, everyone in the manor who witnessed this scene let out shocked exclamations, their eyes filled with extreme awe and fanaticism. In just a few short minutes, Zia Liulai's figure appeared in the sky above base number 7. She slowly descended to the base entrance. It's Miss Zia. Heavens, Miss Zia is here. After a brief moment of shock, the guards at the base entrance instantly erupted into a mountain-shaking cheer. Every soldier looked at her with a gaze bordering on pilgrimage, and snapped into a standard military salute in unison. Miss Zia. Facing everyone's enthusiasm, a rare gentle smile appeared on Zia Liulai's cold face. She raised her hand to return the salute, her voice clear and resonant as it spread across the field. Comrades, you've worked hard. To fight for the Dragon Country, it's not hard, everyone responded. Good, very good, Zia Liulai nodded and encouraged. I hope that one day you too can soar through the sky like me. Having said that, she stopped no longer and walked straight into the interior of the base. Excuse me, where is Major Joe High? 76, monster. Miss Zia, please wait a moment. I will report your arrival immediately. A guard saluted excitedly and immediately reported to his superior through the internal communicator. Soon, a clerical officer with the rank of second lieutenant came jogging over, a look of immense respect on his face. Miss Zia. Your presence is an honor. Please forgive our lack of a proper welcome. Major Joe is in the war situation analysis room on the top floor of the command tower. I'll take you there right away. Zia Leoli nodded. Without saying much, she followed the second lieutenant through the heavily guarded corridor and stepped into the command core of base number 7. Along the way, every officer and soldier who saw her stopped in their tracks and stood at attention to salute, their eyes filled with the purest awe and fervor. Soon, the two arrived outside a massive office made of a special alloy. The second lieutenant stopped at the door and respectfully pushed it open for her. "Miss Zia, please." Zia Leoli stepped inside and immediately saw a figure standing with his back to her, in front of a giant holographic sand table. The man looked to be in his 40s or 50s, with a tall, upright build and broad shoulders. The crisp major's uniform he wore made him look exceptionally heroic. At that moment, he was resting his chin on one hand while holding an old cell phone in the other, seemingly looking at something. Zia Leoli coughed softly. Joe Hai's body jolted. Snapping out of his daze, he hurried to put away his phone and turned around. When he saw that the visitor was Zia Leoli, his usually majestic face instantly registered immense surprise, which then softened into a heartfelt, gentle smile. "You girl, what brings you here so suddenly?" His voice was steady and powerful, yet carried a hint of the doting tone reserved for elders. "Did you succeed in your breakthrough?" Zia Leoli nodded. A faint smile appeared on her cold face like a thawing iceberg. She walked over to a nearby sofa and sat down with a casual posture, completely devoid of the icy, aloof demeanor she showed to outsiders. "Are you busy?" she asked casually. Not busy at all." Joe Hai waved his hand with a smile. He personally went to the water dispenser, poured her a glass of warm water, and handed it over. "What could be more important than our Miss Zia's business?" He sat on the sofa opposite Zia Leoli. Looking at her increasingly unfathomable aura, his eyes were filled with undisguised praise and emotion. "Not bad. Your foundation is solid, and your aura is harmonious without a hint of instability. Truly old Zia's daughter, the student has surpassed the master." Zia Leoli took the glass and took a small sip, getting straight to the point. "Uncle Joe, thank you for the 9-aperture exquisite root this time. I'll remember this favor." "Oh, you girl, why are you being so polite with me?" Hearing this, Joe Hai feigned displeasure and glared at her. "That thing would only gather dust if left with me. It can only reach its full potential in the hands of a true genius like you." He paused, his tone becoming solemn. "Upper grade 4th tier, this hurdle has stumped countless heroes throughout history. That you could cross it at this age is enough to go down in history. Your father will probably be so happy he won't be able to sleep for 3 days." Zia Leoli smiled. "Yeah, my dad just said he plans to start a separate page for me in the family genealogy." Hearing this, Joe Hai was stunned. "Really?" "Just kidding." Zia Leoli waved her hand. The two looked at each other and laughed. As she spoke, Zia Leoli turned her gaze to the phone Joe Hai had just placed on the table, deliberately changing the subject. "I saw you were quite absorbed in your phone just now, Uncle Joe. Is there something troublesome happening on the front lines again?" At the mention of this, the smile on Joe Hai's face instantly became a bit subtle. He glanced at Zia Leoli, his eyes filled with amazement and a hint of wry helplessness. "It's not exactly troublesome, it's just," he weighed his words, seemingly thinking of how to describe it. "It's just that it seems a monster has appeared in our base number 7. "A monster?" Zia Leoli's eyebrows arched slightly. For someone to be described as a monster by Joe Hai, a base commander who had seen many storms, they were surely no ordinary person. "That's right, a monster." Joe Hai nodded heavily, his expression becoming extremely solemn. He didn't look at his phone again. Instead, relying on his remarkable memory, he began to recount. "Just an hour ago, the guard captain I sent to investigate the breakthrough phenomenon in the abandoned urban area, Wei Xing, sent back an emergency report." He looked at Zia Leoli, his voice low but every word striking like thunder. "The Yama and Blood Wolf squads were ambushed in the Black Stone mining area. Surrounded by 4 beast tides and 3 king-rank exotic beasts, they were trapped in a death trap." Hearing this, Zia Leoli's eyes narrowed slightly. "And then?" she asked. Joe Hai took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with disbelief. Then, a newcomer in the Yama squad who had just passed the selection stood up. Zia Leoli's movements paused slightly. "Yama squad, Zhang Chenyu newcomer, Gu Fangchen." Was it really him? Zia Leoli's pupils dilated in shock, but she didn't press him, instead letting Joe Hai continue on his own. "According to the battle report Wei Xing got from Zhang Chenyu and Cheng Yi, which sounds almost like a fairy tale." Joe Hai continued, his voice a bit dry. "That newcomer first single-handedly slaughtered an entire nest of over 300 exotic beasts, including 1 king rank. After that he teamed up with the 2 captains, and within 10 minutes, they slew 3 king ranks in a row." Zia Leeli's slender hand, holding the water glass, suddenly tightened. That's not even the most exaggerated part. Zhou Hai gave a bitter laugh and shook his head. The most outrageous thing is that after slaying 3 king ranks in a row, that kid broke through on the spot. Right there on the battlefield, he achieved a breakthrough in the heat of combat and promoted to high-grade second tier. Boom! Zia Leeli felt her mind go blank, as if she had been struck head-on by a bolt from the blue. Her whole body froze in place. A breakthrough in the heat of combat. And to high-grade. How is that possible? When a martial artist breaks through, the biggest taboo is a restless mind. Even the slightest error can cause energy to flow backward, leading to a violent death. Breaking through on a battlefield filled with murderous intent is almost impossible. No. That's not right. It's not almost. It's fundamentally impossible. But before she could recover from the shock, Zhou Hai's voice, sounding like a sleep talker's, rang out again. Wei Xing also said that after completing the breakthrough, the kid successfully condensed a saber beam 30 meters long. And then, with one strike. Zhou Hai held up one finger, his eyes full of incomprehensible bewilderment. With just that one strike, he instant killed all the remaining 1,000 or so beast-level exotic beasts. And you know that person too. Hey! Is that Gu Fangchen you mentioned before? Dead silence. A deathly silence filled the analysis room. 77, lucky. It really was him. Hearing those words, Zia Leeli was completely dazed. She asked herself, even when she was at the early stage of the second tier back then, she could never have achieved such a terrifying and unreasonable record. This was no longer just a genius, this was a monster. Gu Fangchen, could he be an even greater monster than I am? Speaking of which, no wonder he was able to lead her forward and kill the shadow leopard back then. If every word Major Zhou said was true, he indeed possessed a great talent for combat. In that case, perhaps, a trace of unprecedented solemnity and anticipation flashed through Zia Leeli's cold phoenix eyes. Perhaps in the near future, on that broader and more treacherous overseas battlefield, he really could be of great use. He might even become a key figure fighting alongside her. At this thought, an indescribable emotion quietly sprouted in her heart, one she hadn't even noticed herself. Just then, knock knock knock. A series of rapid and forceful knocks came from the door. Zhou Hai frowned and said in a deep voice, "Come in." The office door was pushed open, and a guard walked in quickly, standing at attention and saluting with a nervous expression. "Reporting, Major." "What is it, being so flustered, where are your manners?" A hint of displeasure flashed across Zhou Hai's face. This was the base's Supreme Command headquarters. Who would dare intrude without his orders? "Report." Facing immense pressure, the guard reported at a rapid pace. A recruit who just returned from a mission claims to have urgent military intelligence involving a high-grade martial artist, and requests to report in person. A recruit, a high-grade martial artist. Zhou Hai's frown deepened. If he wants to report, he can report, but what's the meaning of barging into the command tower? Did the officer who brought him not teach him the rules? Although he was displeased at the mention of the keywords, high-grade martial artist, and the miraculous battle report he had just seen, Zhou Hai's curiosity ultimately outweighed the rules. He glanced at Zia Leeli, who also looked puzzled, and finally waved his hand impatiently. "Fine, let him in." "Yes." The guard, as if granted a great pardon, immediately turned and left. Soon the office door was pushed open once more. A slender figure walked in slowly. He was covered in blood, his combat uniform riddled with tears and scorch marks. In his hand, he dragged a bloody figure whose limbs had been severed, leaving only a torso, long since unconscious, like a dead dog. The chilling, murderous intent of someone who had just emerged from a mountain of corpses, and a sea of blood, not yet fully dissipated, made the temperature in the entire office seem to drop a few degrees. Thud. He casually tossed the bloody person onto the cold alloy floor, producing a dull thud. Then he slowly raised his head. When Gu Fangchen's face, still stained with blood yet excessively calm, met Zia Leeli's phoenix eyes, filled with shock and disbelief, from where she sat on the sofa, time seemed to have been paused. Time seemed to have been paused. The two stared at each other. Their pupils shook with shock. Seeing their expressions, Zhou Hai was completely bewildered. He looked at his niece, who usually remained unfazed even if Mount Tai collapsed before her, but who was now showing a rare look of loss of composure. Then he looked at the handsome young man covered in murderous intent, appearing as if he had stepped out of hell, and the bloody person on the ground whose life or death was unknown. His mind was in a mess. He had been busy handling the frontline battles. Although he had heard of the name Gu Fangchen from an excited Zia Leeli half a month ago. Because the frontline was constantly under pressure, He hadn't had any time to learn about this person or the specifics of the selection process, and naturally, he had never seen what Gu Fangchen looked like. Therefore, at this moment, as he looked at the two of them, he was utterly confused. He pointed at Gu Fangchen, then at Zia Lialai, his face written with confusion. What? You two know each other? Zia Lialai slowly stood up from the sofa, her cold phoenix eyes locked onto Gu Fangchen. More than just knowing him. I am very familiar with him. She looked at the stunned Zhou Hai and said, word for word. Uncle Joe, he is Gu Fangchen. Boom! Zhou Hai felt as if a bolt of lightning had struck his brain, and he suddenly sprang up from the sofa. What? He's that Gu Fangchen. He stared intently at the young man before him, his majestic face instantly filled with extreme shock. All his previous impatience vanished without a trace at this moment. In its place was a surge of ecstasy and excitement, as if he were looking at a rare treasure. He rushed to Gu Fangchen in a few steps, disregarding his dignity as a major. He gripped Gu Fangchen's shoulders tightly, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. Good lad, quick, tell me what on earth happened. Faced with the sudden enthusiasm of the base commander, Gu Fangchen was somewhat puzzled but remained calm. He nodded slightly to Zhou Hai and Zia Lialai, performing a standard military salute. Reporting to the commander, reporting to Miss Zia. Gu Fangchen, a member of the Yama squad, here to report military intelligence. He pointed to the bloody figure still twitching slightly on the ground and said succinctly, this person is Shi Jian, the captain of the bounty hunter organization, Bedrock. He and his squad ambushed us in the Blackstone mining area and drew in a beast tide, intending to silence us. All the evidence is in my watch terminal. Gu Fangchen's report was very organized. As Zhou Hai and Zia Lialai listened, their expressions instantly turned grim. Just then, Gu Fangchen looked at Zhou Hai and added another sentence in a tone so calm it was heart palpitating. Additionally, reporting to the commander. During the battle just now, I had good luck. I managed to break through to the high-grade second tier by a fluke. The air seemed to be sucked out of the room at that instant. Zia Lialai, Zhou Hai. Are those even human words? Do you know what the words, high-grade second tier, mean to the entire dragon country? Do you know how many geniuses have exhausted their families' resources and spent half their lives for those words, only to end up dying from their bodies exploding? And you call this good luck? You call this a fluke? And breaking through during combat? Are you serious? 78. Geniuses and prodigies are as numerous as carp crossing a river. Zhou Hai's lips trembled. He pointed at Gu Fangchen, wanting to say something, but found his throat as dry as if he had walked through a desert for 3 days and 3 nights. He couldn't utter a single word. Zia Lialai's beautiful eyes widened even further. On that peerlessly beautiful face, which was usually frozen like eternal ice, an expression of absurdity appeared for the first time. Before they could recover from the shock that was enough to overturn their understanding of reality. Gu Fangchen seemed to think they didn't believe him. Thinking this, he slowly raised his right fist. With a thought. Buzz. A visible, condensed, and substantial dark red blood chi energy suddenly erupted from the tip of his fist. That power was pure, domineering, and filled with a destructive aura, causing the surrounding air to distort slightly from the heat. The majestic pressure belonging to a high-grade second-tier expert instantly filled the entire analysis room. It was true, he really was high-grade second tier. And it was a perfect high-grade second tier with an incredibly solid foundation and a flawless, harmonious aura. Zhou Hai and Zia Lialai were completely dumbfounded. Although Zhou Hai was also a peak upper-grade fourth-tier martial artist, and had seen geniuses and prodigies as common as crucian carp in a river, he could be 100% certain that neither he, nor those geniuses who could be called monsters, had ever possessed such a terrifying level of blood chi condensation during their time in the second tier as the youth before him. Zia Lialai's mind was shaken even more violently. She could also conclude that the foundation Gu Fangchen was currently displaying was only stronger, not weaker, than her own back then. You, Zhou Hai swallowed hard with difficulty and asked in a dry voice, how exactly did you do it? Why were you able to break through right there on the battlefield? This was the part that most subverted their understanding. Facing the inquisitive and shocked gazes of the 2 fourth-tier experts, Gu Fangchen slowly withdrew the blood chi energy from his fist. He knew that this question was unavoidable. Naturally, the matter of the system could never be exposed. But what if he phrased it differently? Gu Fangchen's mind raced. If he disguised the system's ability as an unheard-of, special constitution, one that could increase blood chi by killing exotic beasts, then, with the military's help, the speed at which he could acquire experience packs would be millions of times faster than working alone. This was a massive opportunity. As for the risks, there were almost none. Furthermore, high-grade martial artists were already 1 in 10,000 existences. Having a slightly special constitution seemed plausible. What's more, the two people before him, one a base commander and the other the commander-in-chief's daughter, were both figures standing at the pinnacle of power in the Dragon Kingdom, with horizons and perspectives far beyond ordinary people. Revealing a portion of his talent to them in exchange for the military district's full support was a deal where he stood only to gain. It wasn't as if he were shouting about having a system to random people on the street. Packaging a portion of the information and then revealing it to high-level officials of this caliber to exchange for greater benefits seemed perfectly acceptable. There was nothing to hide. At this thought, Gu Fangchen had already made his decision. He glanced at Zia Liulai, an appropriate hint of gratitude and reminiscence appearing on his face as he slowly spoke. Actually, I'm not entirely sure what's going on myself. Everything has to start from when Miss Zia and I teamed up to kill that shadow leopard. He paused, seemingly organizing his words. After that, seeing that I had a special constitution but blocked blood chi, Miss Zia gifted me a copy of the Panchi body tempering art. Hearing this, Zia Liulai nodded subconsciously. That did happen. Gu Fangchen continued. Later, when I arrived at the shelter, I was assigned to the back kitchen. There were a large number of exotic beast carcasses transported back from the front lines every day that needed processing. Having nothing else to do, I tried practicing that body tempering art with a playful mindset. Then, I discovered something very strange. A look of confusion appeared on Gu Fangchen's face. Whenever I personally slaughtered those exotic beasts, I would feel a mysterious warm current surge into my body, making me feel comfortable all over. My originally blocked meridians also seemed to be pushed open slightly. Later, during the practical assessment of the selection trials, I inadvertently discovered that as long as I personally killed an exotic beast, I could absorb a pure blood chi energy from them to directly increase my own cultivation. And, Gu Fangchen looked at the two of them and dropped the final bombshell. This absorption also seems to help me break through realm barriers. So in the battle just now, after I killed 3 king-rank exotic beasts in a row, I suddenly felt that power inside me reach a critical point, and then, I naturally broke through. His words were half true and half false, a mix of reality and fiction. It explained both his explosive growth in cultivation and the bizarre phenomenon of breaking through on the spot, while attributing everything to a special constitution and miraculous technique effects that sounded incredible yet somehow plausible. Most importantly, he only mentioned absorbing blood chi and helping with breakthroughs. He didn't say a single word about the system's core talent plunder, ability. That was his greatest trump card. There was no need, and it was impossible to expose everything. After all, becoming stronger by killing exotic beasts. These words were already shocking enough. As expected, after hearing Gu Fangchen's explanation, which sounded like a fairy tale, Zhou Hai and Zia Liulai felt their brains completely stop thinking. It took a long time before Zhou Hai slowly broke free, as if from a bizarre and fantastic dream. He looked at Gu Fangchen. In those majestic eyes accustomed to mountains of corpses and seas of blood, there was extreme shock and an incomprehensible daze. Killing exotic beasts makes you stronger. Unheard of, never seen before. This had completely exceeded all his understanding of martial arts in this world. If what he said was true, then the youth before him was an ultimate ace of the Dragon Kingdom who could grow infinitely and even change the future of the war. They could win against Japan. They really could win. At this thought, Zhou Hai's heart, which had long been as hard as bedrock, couldn't help but thrum wildly. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the stormy waves in his heart, and his gaze became unprecedentedly solemn and burning. I haven't heard of such a constitution, but... Zhou Hai's gaze locked onto Gu Fangchen, his voice low but every word like thunder. If that's the case, the military district can prepare exotic beasts for you to hunt freely. What types of exotic beasts do you need? Zhou Hai's choice of words had unconsciously shifted to a more respectful form of address. As soon as these words were spoken, an unprecedented light burst from Gu Fangchen's eyes. This was exactly the sentence he had been waiting for. This was a great opportunity to break through to the 3rd tier in one go. His mind instantly sank into the system panel. Vitality, 71, 91, 99, 99 points. 79, anyone who dares to touch you, I'll take them down. Vitality, 71, 91, 99, 99 points. Still 2808 points away from the peak of rank 2. Earlier, killing the Ironhide Rhinoceros King had provided 200 vitality points. This meant that an early rank 2 king rank exotic beast could provide roughly 200 vitality. In that case, in terms of conversion, he would need at least 15 king ranks to max out his vitality and reach the peak of rank 2. And after reaching the peak, Gu Fangchen's gaze fell upon a brand new breakthrough quest. Perfect Breakthrough rank 3. Kill Calamity ranked exotic beasts 1-5. How is there already one? Could it be that the shadow leopard he killed with Zia Leali was included? So the system counts past achievements. Not bad. Then I might as well ask for more. After all, his vitality would still need increasing after breaking through to rank 3. Having made a decision, Gu Fangchen looked up and calmly spoke as he met Zhou Hai's burning gaze. I need 50 king rank exotic beasts and 30 calamity ranked exotic beasts. The air seemed to be sucked out of the room in an instant. The expression on Zhou Hai's face froze instantly. Beside him, Zia Leali's phoenix eyes, which had just regained their calm, suddenly narrowed, filled with shock once more. 50 king ranks. 30 calamity ranks. Are you ordering from a menu? Do you have any idea what that means? Any one of those, if released, would be enough to destroy a small base or city. Even as a base commander, Zhou Hai couldn't help but feel his mouth twitch violently at such a crazy request. So many, he fell into deep thought. After a long while, he slowly let out a heavy breath, his gaze toward Gu Fangchen becoming increasingly complex. King rank exotic beasts are manageable. Several theater commands near the base capture live specimens for research every year. I can use my authority to transfer them from various laboratories for you. As for the calamity ranks, Zhou Hai frowned deeply. Those things are far too dangerous. Capturing them alive is extremely difficult. In the entire Eastern Theater Command, there are no more than 5 live specimens currently in existence. He pondered for a moment, then finally gritted his teeth and made a decision. But don't worry. I will report this personally to Commander Zia. With your talent and potential, I believe the higher-ups will satisfy your request at any cost. However, this will take time. For now, the fastest we can do is mobilize 30 king ranks plus 5 calamity-ranked exotic beasts within 2 hours. Is that acceptable? Hearing this, Gu Fangchen sighed inwardly. As expected. It wasn't that simple. He had thought he could make an outrageous demand and hit the jackpot. As it turned out, he was overthinking it. It made sense. A being like a calamity-ranked exotic beast could easily wipe out a small town. Such creatures were too hard to capture alive. Most were killed on the spot. Most research was done on carcasses. Live specimens were rare. It seemed that calamity-level beasts above calamity rank wouldn't be easy to catch either. No. Even encountering them would be difficult. Well, never mind. He'd just take it one step at a time. At least he should be able to break through to rank 3 today. His rate of improvement was already fast enough. If he kept complaining and people found out, he'd be asking for a beating. Thinking this, Gu Fangchen nodded. That's fine, thank you, sir. Hearing this, a gentle smile returned to Zhou Hai's face. He pointed to a nearby sofa, his tone full of appreciation for talent. Fangchen, please sit down, don't stand, I'm afraid you'll get tired. Saying this, he actually turned around to prepare a cup of tea for Gu Fangchen himself. But just as he took a step, a cold voice abruptly rang out from behind him. Wait! It was Zia Leali. Both Zhou Hai and Gu Fangchen turned back in surprise. Zia Leali slowly stood up from the sofa. She didn't look at them. Her cold phoenix eyes were fixed intently on the bloodied figure on the ground, still twitching and on the verge of death. What's his story? You just said he wanted to kill you. Attempting to kill a high-grade martial artist is a capital crime. Tell us about it. Hearing this, Gu Fangchen didn't waste any words. He raised his leg and delivered a clean, sharp whip kick directly to Shi Jian's face. Aye. Shi Jian let out a painful scream, forced awake from his coma by the intense pain. Then, Gu Fangchen pulled up the evidence he had already copied from his tactical watch, and projected it onto the holographic screen in the center of the analysis room. Clear contract terms, records of massive transfers, and several voice recordings filled with malicious intent. All the evidence was there. The employer is Zhao Tianhao of the Magic City's Zhao family. Gu Fangchen's voice was calm and steady. The moment they saw this irrefutable evidence, both Zhou Hai and Zia Leali's expressions turned grim. A cold killing intent flashed in Zhou Hai's eyes. And when Zia Leali saw and heard the name Zhao Tianhao, her beautiful eyes grew even colder. Zhao Tianhao. He was the trash she had publicly beaten like a dead dog and thrown out at the selection site. That trash, after being humiliated by me in public, didn't dare seek revenge on me, yet he actually targeted Gu Fangchen. He's asking for death. Zia Leeli's aura instantly turned cold, making the temperature in the entire office seem to drop several degrees. On the ground, Shi-jian, feeling this terrifying killing intent that could freeze one's soul, was instantly scared out of his wits. He frantically shook his head in denial, trying to bargain for a slim chance of survival. I really didn't know Lord Gu was a high-grade martial artist. If I had known, I wouldn't have dared take this mission even if I had 100 times more courage. Mercy. Miss Zia, have mercy. Zia Leeli couldn't be bothered to listen to his nonsense. Clang! Accompanied by a clear, dragon-like hum, the familiar red spear appeared in her hand. With a flick of her wrist, the red spear shot out like a dragon, vanishing in a flash. Pajay! The indestructible spear tip pierced through Shi-jian's forehead without resistance, exiting from the back of his head and pinning him firmly to the alloy floor. The expression on Shi-jian's face froze instantly, his eyes filled with nothing but endless fear and disbelief. Zia Leeli looked at Gu Fangchen and asked slowly, "Why keep someone like this alive?" Gu Fangchen looked at the still-twitching corpse and shrugged helplessly. "I thought I should keep a witness. I was afraid that without a background, no one would believe me." Hearing this, a faint, almost imperceptible softness flashed in Zia Leeli's cold phoenix eyes. She put away her spear, walked up to Gu Fangchen, and said in a tone that brooked no argument, "From now on, just kill them directly. From today onward, if you want to kill someone, do it. After you're done, just let me know. The Dragon Kingdom and I are your greatest backing. Whoever dares touch you, I'll take them down." 80 Hummingbird. Hearing this, Gu Fangchen blinked, thinking he had misheard. But Zia Leeli spoke with absolute seriousness. In those beautiful eyes, there wasn't the slightest hint of a joke. She continued, "Let's go, right now, accompany me to wipe out the Zhao family." Hearing this, Zhou Hai, who was standing nearby, glanced at the ironclad evidence on the light screen and then at the corpse on the ground that was still slightly bleeding. A flash of icy killing intent crossed his eyes. He looked at Gu Fangchen and Zia Leeli and said in a deep voice, "That works out. Go wipe out the Zhao family. By the time you get back, the exotic beast should have arrived." Hearing this, Gu Fangchen nodded to the two of them. "No problem, let's go." Seeing that he agreed, Zia Leeli said no more. She turned her head and gave a slight nod to Zhou Hai. "Uncle Zhou, we'll be leaving now." Zhou Hai looked at the pair before him, who could be described as a perfect match, and a meaningful smile appeared on his face as he nodded. "Go on, be careful on the way." Zia Leeli didn't respond further, simply saying flatly to Gu Fangchen, "Let's go." Immediately, she turned and walked straight toward the exclusive passage, leading to the helipad on the top floor of the command tower. The several Crimson Flame guards who had been waiting in the exclusive passage immediately followed, their movements synchronized and without a hint of hesitation. When they saw Gu Fangchen following behind Zia Leeli, a flicker of astonishment crossed all their faces. Why was he here too? The leader of the guards, Captain Chen Feng, stepped forward and asked in a low voice, "Miss Zia, why is he?" "He's coming with us to the Zhao family in Madu." Zia Leeli's answer was concise and filled with unquestionable authority. "Yes." Chen Feng immediately shut his mouth, not daring to ask more, but he sized up the blood-soaked youth again with an even more suspicious gaze. On the helipad, an all-black Hummingbird, armed helicopter with sleek lines was already roaring with its propellers, ready to go. This was the private craft, always prepared to take Zia Leeli back. The two stepped into the cabin side by side. VRRR. The cabin door closed, and the noise of the outside world was instantly cut off, leaving only the massive roar of the engine and the whistling of the airflow. This was Gu Fangchen's first time in a helicopter. He somewhat awkwardly found a seat, first observing the complex 5-point safety harness. After roughly figuring it out, he prepared to buckle himself in. Just as he picked up the buckle, a fair and slender hand reached over and naturally took the seatbelt from his hand. Zia Leeli leaned down, skillfully looping the belt over his shoulder and snapping it into the lock with a precise click. After doing all this, Zia Leeli sat back up, there. With that, Zia Leeli began to buckle her own seatbelt. After confirming Miss Zia's seatbelt was fastened, the helicopter suddenly pulled up, turning into a streak of black lightning as it sped toward Madu Base City. Looking at the ruins receding rapidly outside the window, Zia Leeli suddenly spoke in a calm tone. "When we return this time, it'll be time to apply for a hoverboard for you. Otherwise, it's too inconvenient for you." Hearing this, Gu Fangchen's heart stirred slightly and he nodded. "Okay." He turned his head and looked through the porthole at the buildings below, which were as small as ants, and a myriad of emotions welled up in his heart. A hoverboard. Once upon a time, he was just an ordinary person hiding in a low-rent apartment, watching those martial artists stepping on flowing light, darting between buildings like the wind. At that time, his eyes were filled with shock and envy. He never thought that one day, he too would have the qualification to gallop through the sky. Who would have thought? Now, all of this was about to become a reality. Gu Fangchen couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. Meanwhile, inside a private manor dozens of kilometers away, in an extremely luxurious basement, with expensive sabers and swords hanging on the walls. Trash, a bunch of trash. Zhao Tianhao slammed the satellite phone in his hand hard onto the ground, and the expensive device instantly shattered into pieces. His chest heaved violently, and his handsome face, which still bore a hint of a bruise, was twisted with rage. Damn it, 100 million deposit, and I hired such a bunch of useless fools. He paced back and forth, cursing disdainfully. High-grade second tier, a 30-meter saber beam, lie, keep lying to me. A piece of trash from a poor background who got lucky and became the top scholar, and he really thinks he's somebody. Do you think I'm an idiot? Do you think I'm easy to fool? And the Zhao family is going to fall. To hell with that. Even if the Dragon Kingdom falls, my Zhao family might not. Zhao Tianhao didn't believe Shi Jian's nonsense at all. In his eyes, it was just a clumsy lie fabricated by the other party to shirk responsibility after failing the mission. However, there was one thing he couldn't figure out. On what basis was that kid so arrogant? He had clearly sent people to investigate thoroughly. That Gu Fangchen was an orphan whose parents died early, grew up in an orphanage, and had absolutely no background. As for Zia Liulai, they had only met once when they cooperated to slay an exotic beast. They weren't close at all. Originally, he thought that at the selection site last time, Zia Liulai was deliberately protecting him. But after thinking about it carefully later, the military district had strict discipline and didn't allow colleagues to mock each other. He was probably just unlucky, and had been publicly humiliated by that crazy woman who used it as an excuse to make a point. And that Gu Fangchen. At the end of the day, he was just a first-tier peak orphan. An idiot with nothing, and he dares to threaten my Zhao family. He's really tired of living. Just you wait, trash. A cruel arc curled at the corner of Zhao Tianhao's mouth. Since that bunch of trash couldn't handle you, once I find the time, I'll personally play with you. He irritably tugged at his collar, preparing to leave this basement specifically used for venting his emotions. The reason he hid here was because he didn't want his family to find out he had hired an assassin. It wasn't that he was afraid of being punished. His Zhao family wouldn't go so far as to get angry over a fresh recruit with no background. It was just that if his family found out, they would inevitably nag him for a while. He couldn't be bothered to explain, nor did he want to listen. Thinking this, he turned and stepped up the stairs leading to the first floor. But just as he stepped onto the last stair and pushed open the heavy soundproof door, his footsteps suddenly froze. His whole body was paralyzed, as if a freezing spell had been cast on him. There, at the exit of the basement, a middle-aged man wearing a black tang suit, whose face was 70% similar to his, and was filled with majesty and composure, stood there quietly with his hands behind his back. His eyes were as calm as a deep well, just looking at him peacefully. That terrifying aura of natural authority made the surrounding air seem to freeze. The gloom on Zhao Tianhao's face instantly vanished, replaced by a look of respect and an imperceptible fear. Dad. 81, writing a novel. The gloom on Zhao Tianhao's face vanished in an instant, replaced by deference and a barely detectable fear. Dad, what brings you here? The newcomer was none other than Zhao Tianhao's father, the helmsman of the Zhao group in Demon City, Zhao Family Head. Zhao Family Head didn't answer at once. His falcon-sharp eyes simply rested on his son, and that quiet, awe-inspiring aura seemed to freeze the very air around them. He spoke slowly, voice soft yet carrying unquestionable authority. Where have you been? The family has been looking for you for a long time. Zhao Tianhao's heart lurched. Instinctively, he lowered his head. Before he could speak, Zhao Family Head continued. Also, I've just seen the accountant's report. 300 million have vanished from the family books. You'd better give me a reasonable explanation. At that figure, Zhao Tianhao's face turned pale. He knew the matter could no longer be hidden. Before a father whose reach spanned heaven and earth, any lie would be laughably crude. He drew a deep breath, abandoned all pretense, and vented every shred of resentment. Dad, it's all because of that punk Gu Fangchen. He's the one who made me a public joke in the selection contest, got me beaten like a dog by that madwoman Zia Liulai, and had me permanently barred from Demon City's military district. I couldn't swallow the shame, so I hired someone to take him out. Venom laced Zhao Tianhao's voice. Of the 300 million, 100 million was the deposit payment for his life. The remaining 200 million is still in my account. Zhao Family Head's brows twitched almost imperceptibly. A nameless fury surged in him as well. Yet what enraged him was not his son's unauthorized withdrawal. What enraged him was that Demon City's military dared treat the Zhao family with such contempt. To humiliate his son in public, was that any different from humiliating the Zhao family? Therefore, far from being angry, he felt a trace of pride in his son's action. It showed backbone. When bullets strike back. Wasn't that only right? Moreover, it was precisely because of this Gu Fangchen that the scheme he had painstakingly built for years was completely overturned. Zhao family head's gaze turned ice cold in an instant. The world knew. The Zhao family's wealth towered above all. In riches, few across Dragon Country could rival them. Yet in power, they were forever half a step short. The military was the domain he had long sought to infiltrate, but never could. This selection contest had been the pivotal link in his plan. Countless resources had been spent paving the way for Zhao Tianhao. So long as he joined an A squad backed by Zhao wealth, he could rise swiftly through the ranks. Within 3 years, the Zhao family would plant its tentacles deep in Dragon Country's power core. But now, everything had been utterly wrecked by a poor brat named Gu Fangchen. He had ruined not just Zhao Tianhao's future, but the grand blueprint Zhao family head had crafted for the clan across a decade. At that thought, a frigid killing intent flashed in the depths of Zhao family head's eyes. Yet his face remained calm as still water. Looking at his rage-blinded son, he asked slowly, "And then, is the man dead?" And no, Zhao Tianhao's face grew even uglier. He repeated the incoherent ravings Shi Jian had spouted over the phone. "The man I sent says that kid's a monster. He broke through on the battlefield, became some high-grade second tier. His saber beam stretched 30+ meters, and with one slash wiped out over 1,000 alien beasts." The more Zhao Tianhao spoke, the more absurd it sounded. He could barely believe it himself. "Dad, that guy just botched the job and spun this crazy excuse to fool me." As expected. Zhao family head too looked utterly incredulous. He waved a hand, annoyance on his face. "Nonsense, you believe such ghost stories. A breakthrough mid-battle. High-grade second tier. A 30-meter saber beam. Writing a novel." "Enough," Zhao family head said, clearly done with the topic. "I'll handle it. Come to the reception room, we have guests." With that he turned and walked upstairs. Though reluctant, Zhao Tianhao followed. Walking one behind the other, Zhao family head suddenly said, "You can't go to base number 7 for the moment. But I've used connections to contact a second lieutenant in Kayantang City. He's agreed to let you join the Kayantang frontline garrison as a specially recruited soldier." Kayantang City, Zhao Tianhao frowned, unwilling written across his face. "Dad, I'm not going. I don't know a soul there." That waste Gu Fangchen wasn't dead yet. How could he slink off out of Demon City? Besides, he'd grown up in Demon City. All his contacts were here. Going to Kayantang meant plunging into a completely unfamiliar world. Who would want that? "It's not up to you." Zhao family head's tone was final. Seeing his son's reluctance, he softened slightly. "Going alone might be boring. But what if someone goes with you?" Zhao Tianhao blinked, not yet grasping his meaning. Just then, a clear, melodious laugh like an oriole's trill floated from a study ahead. "Uncle Zhao, you're back." 82. The entire audience was astonished. The instant he heard that voice, Zhao Tianhao's body jolted. The resentment and unwillingness in his eyes were swept away by boundless surprise and burning joy. He instinctively quickened his pace, and in 3 strides burst into the study. There on the leather sofa sat a girl in a white one-piece dress, gentle, graceful, and breathtakingly beautiful, holding a cup of black tea and smiling at him. "Tianhao, you're back." "Shiyu," Zhao Tianhao's breath caught and his voice stammered. "Why are you here?" The girl before him was none other than his fiancée, the darling of the Su family, one of Madu's 4 great clans, Su Shiyu. "Uncle told me you've been in a bad mood lately, so I came to see you." Su Shiyu set down her cup, walked up to him, and her glistening eyes brimmed with concern. "I am fine." Looking at this face that could topple any man, Zhao Tianhao felt every shred of vexation evaporate. Zhao Wuji, standing to one side, took it all in. He stepped forward and clapped Zhao Tianhao on the shoulder with a smile. "I just mentioned to Shiyu that you'll be training in Kayantang City for a while," Zhao Wuji said, a cunning glint in his eyes. "Shiyu said she'd like to get some air there too, and she's willing to go with you." "Really?" Zhao Tianhao's eyes lit up instantly. Su Shiyu blushed and with a shy nod answered softly. "Fantastic." Unable to contain his delight, Zhao Tianhao seized her delicate hand. "Kayantang is great, lovely mountains, lovely water, perfect for relaxing." "Dad, when do I leave? Tomorrow? No, right now." Seeing his son's about face, Zhao Wuji smiled like a man whose plan had succeeded perfectly. "Let's leave that for later. Come, the reception hall is packed today. Nearly every member of our Zhao clan has arrived." Zhao family estate reception hall. The resplendent hall was already buzzing with voices and clinking glasses. Several dozen core Zhao members and elite branch-line relatives had gathered. All were in tailored suits, exuding the confidence of those long accustomed to power. At the main table sat a young man in a crisp military uniform. He was Second Lieutenant Liu Feng, from Kayantang City's frontline garrison. At the moment, everyone was discussing the two heaven and earth phenomena that had shaken all of Madu earlier that day. Did you hear? Just now, that young miss of the Xia clan broke through to the 4th tier, upper grade 4th tier. The Fire Phoenix cry could be seen dozens of kilometers away. An elder of the Zhao clan exclaimed, stroking his beard. Upper grade 4th tier, at 18. With such a killing girl, the Xia clan standing will be unshakable for the next century. And that other phenomenon, over at base number 7, smaller in scale, but that pressure was definitely high-grade 2nd tier, which family's prodigy has shot into the sky. They chatted on, voices full of awe and longing for such geniuses. Liu Feng raised his cup and flattered the Zhao elders. Uncles, you're right, Madu Base City is blessed with endless talents. But in my view, no genius can match the deep foundations of the Zhao family. Nephew Tianhao may have hit a small snag in the selection, yet with solid roots and the full support of the Zhao family, his future may well rival that Xia girl. His words delighted everyone. They nodded in agreement. Just then the reception door swung slowly open. Zhao Wuji walked in with hands behind his back, followed by Zhao Tianhao and Su Shiyu. The three instantly became the center of attention. The family head is here. Young Master Tianhao and the Su family jewel, what a perfect match. Greetings, family head. Greetings, young master. Flattery poured in without end. Zhao Wuji waved for silence, and then led the pair to the main seats. The hall was packed with Zhao clansmen, the atmosphere warm and harmonious. As they talked, the subject turned to Zhao Tianhao. I say this trip to Kayantang is a good thing. A ruddy middle-aged man who resembled Zhao Wuji raised his glass. The pool here in Madu is too shallow. It can't raise a true dragon like him. A stint in Kayantang will pave the way for taking over the family's great cause. Third uncle is absolutely right. A younger branch member chimed in, face full of fawning. What kind of figure is Big Brother Tianhao? A mere selection contest from base number 7 is just a formality. Even if I skip it, with the Zhao family's influence, getting into any of Dragon Nation's ace squads is only a matter of a single sentence, isn't it? Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement, their words overflowing with flattery for Zhao Tianhao. HMPH, that so-called Gu Fangchen is nothing more than a poor wretch who stumbled into luck. A gaudily dressed lady curled her lip, voice dripping acid. If it weren't for that mad woman from the Xia clan backing him, what would he be? How is he worthy of standing beside our Tianhao? Another immediately chimed in. Exactly, I heard the kid's an orphan raised in welfare. A bastard with no parents, what future could he have? Born with the stench of poverty, utterly clueless. In an instant, the drawing room echoed with denunciations of Gu Fangchen, as if reducing him to worthless trash could wipe away Zhao Tianhao's humiliation in the selection. Su Shiyu, standing to one side, gently poured Zhao Tianhao a cup of tea, her voice soft as down. Brother Tianhao, don't listen to them. I believe you simply can't be bothered to stoop to his level. Only you understand me, Shiyu. Listening to his fiancée's comfort and his clansmen's praise, Zhao Tianhao's gloom vanished, a smug smile returning to his face. At that moment, Zhao Wuji at the head seat turned to the young officer seated below Zhao Tianhao and asked with a smile, Second Lieutenant Liu, you've served long in the army and seen much of the world. In your view, how far can a rookie who relies on a bit of backing and looks down on everyone actually go in the military? Liu Feng, the second lieutenant from Kayantang City, instantly stood up, flattered at being singled out. He knew little of the situation in Madu, let alone who Gu Fangchen was. But now, seeing the Zhao family head personally address him, he considered it heaven-sent chance to pledge loyalty and forge connections. So he hurriedly put on an indignant look and declared righteously, Sir Zhao, our military values discipline and rules above all. I've seen plenty of cocky rookies who think a bit of talent lets them ignore their seniors and superiors. Raising his glass in a toast toward Zhao Tianhao, he sneered. Such people, no matter how dazzling at first, are doomed to fail. True strength is built on years of merit and connections, not fleeting luck. Youngsters with a little talent forget their own names. I've seen too many of them. Young Master Tianhao is of noble birth. That Gu Fangchen is but a commoner. Offending you, sir, shows he has no sense. Rest assured, young Master Zhao, once we reach Kayantang City I'll arrange everything for you. As for that ignorant waste, he'll be crying sooner or later. These words made Zhao Tianhao feel supremely pleased, as if he could already see Gu Fangchen kneeling and begging for mercy. He burst into laughter, lifted his glass, and was about to drain it with Liu Feng. But right then, boom! A deafening blast that shook the entire villa exploded without warning from the drawing room entrance. Under the Zhao family's horrified stares, the heavy hall door, crafted from centuries-old golden thread nanmu and weighing hundreds of kilograms, burst apart. Splinters and savage shockwaves swept inside, scattering fine wines and delicacies across the room in chaos. Everyone was stunned. Every smile froze. All heads snapped toward the doorway, faces etched with shock and fury. Who goes there? Audacious, do you even know where you are? Amid the crowd's outrage, a tall figure stood framed in the shattered doorway, backlit by the light. He wore a crisp military uniform. The 6th class private insignia on his shoulder glinted under the lamps. His handsome face was as cold as ice, devoid of any emotion. His dark eyes, like bottomless icy pools, swept calmly across the room. Most Zhao clansmen, seeing only an obscure young private, turned their shock into towering rage. Where did this wild brat come from? A mere private dares charge into the Zhao family estate. Are you fucking insane? Tired of living? Guards seize him. But beside the head seat, Zhao Tianhao's once smug handsome face drained of all color the instant he recognized the intruder. His wineglass slipped and shattered on the floor. He sprang from his chair as if seeing a ghost, pointed at the figure in the doorway, his voice Twisted with terror. Gu Fangchen. 83, that's so weird. Gu Fangchen. Zhao Tianhao's brain short-circuited. The smugness and arrogance on his face were instantly replaced by endless horror and disbelief. How could he be here? How dare he come here? Zhao Tianhao's mind went blank. Sitting in his chair, his body trembled slightly from the extreme shock. That discomposed appearance was a far cry from the high-spirited, commanding young master of the Zhao family just a moment ago. Inside the reception hall, after a brief moment of shock and anger, the rest of the Zhao family members also turned their gazes toward Zhao Tianhao in unison. They looked at their young master's expression, which was as if he had seen a ghost, then at the cold-looking young private at the door, their faces filled with deep confusion. Tianhao is this the one? From the head seat, Zhao Wuji's brow furrowed tightly, a flicker of imperceptible sinister light flashing in his eyes. He hadn't expected that the culprit who ruined his entire plan would actually be so audacious as to break into the heart of the Zhao family estate alone. And he came by himself. As he spoke, his gaze swept up and down Gu Fangchen's body. He couldn't find any weapons. This guy didn't even bring a weapon. How is that possible? How did he get in? The security system of the Zhao family estate was comparable to a military fortress. The perimeter had high-voltage electric fences and infrared scanners, while the interior was guarded by a security team of dozens of retired Special Forces soldiers patrolling 24 hours a day. Never mind a living person. Even if a fly flew in, it would be locked onto within 3 seconds. But the kid in front of them had not only entered, but had also kicked down the door of the reception hall. Throughout the entire process, he hadn't even received a single alarm. This was too abnormal. Too bizarre. Just as everyone was filled with suspicion and uncertainty, Gu Fangchen moved. He ignored everyone, simply stepping forward and walking into this magnificent and incredibly luxurious reception hall at an unhurried pace. With his hands behind his back, his eyes slowly scanned the room. He scanned the stunned Zhao family members, the dark-faced Zhao Wuji in the head seat, and the terrified Zhao Tianhao. In an instant, the Zhao family members who had been clamoring to take him down couldn't help but swallow hard and lower their heads. Everyone seemed intimidated by an invisible aura. For a moment, not a single person dared to step forward to block him. That posture, that aura, how did he look like an intruder? He looked exactly like a supreme emperor, inspecting his own territory. This dismissive attitude completely ignited the fury of all the Zhao family members present. Presumptuous. Finally, a middle-aged man who appeared to be of Zhao Tianhao's uncle's generation was the first to snap out of his shock. He slammed the table, pointed at Gu Fangchen and shouted sternly, "What are you here for, kid? Do you know where you are? Trespassing into our Zhao family estate and even daring to destroy our door. I think you're tired of living. Are you here to seek death?" "Exactly," another garishly dressed noblewoman shrieked along, her voice sharp and mean. "Where did this bastard come from? No manners at all. Where is security? Are the guards we hire at the Zhao family just useless slackers? Hurry up and drag this reckless thing out and break his legs." For a moment the crowd was indignant, and curses rose one after another. Although they didn't know how Gu Fangchen had gotten in. In their perception, a poor kid wearing an ordinary military uniform with the rank of only the lowest private. Before their wealthy and powerful Zhao family, He was no different from an ant that could be crushed at will. And Zhao Tianhao, after his initial terror, finally regained his composure. That's right. What am I afraid of? This is my home. This is Zhao family territory. Even if he's a good fighter, could he possibly overturn our entire Zhao family by himself? What's more, he didn't even bring a weapon. Thinking of this, the fear in Zhao Tianhao's heart was instantly replaced by endless anger and humiliation. He looked at Gu Fangchen's calm and composed appearance, as if everything was under control, and felt a surge of wicked fire rush straight to his head. Hello. Zhao Tianhao pointed at Gu Fangchen and burst into a fit of pathological laughter. Gu Fangchen, oh Gu Fangchen, should I call you stupid, or should I call you a fool? His eyes were filled with extreme contempt and mockery, as if he were looking at a clown. I admit, you do have some skill. You got lucky and had Zia Liulai eliminate me early, so you became the top scholar in a selection trial without me, and made a bit of a name for yourself. But did you really think that, with just that meager bit of strength, you could throw your weight around in front of my Zhao family? In Zhao Tianhao's mind, Gu Fangchen was just a lucky pauper. He had some strength, but in the end, he was just a first-rank martial artist with a shallow foundation and no background. As for Zia Liulai, that crazy woman was just using the situation to make an example of him. There was no way she would actually fall out with the Zhao family for the sake of such a poor kid. Therefore, in his view, Gu Fangchen's act of breaking into the Zhao family estate alone was simply seeking death. Thinking of this, Zhao Tianhao became even more arrogant. He slapped the table and stood up. I was originally thinking of slowly torturing you to death once I got to Kayantang City, making you wish you were dead. But I didn't expect that you would take the initiative to deliver yourself to my door. What, coming alone without even a weapon, you dare to break into my Zhao family? Are you here to die, you idiot? At the same time, the Zhao family members immediately followed suit. They all slapped the table and stood up. Exactly, you refused the path to heaven and barged into the gates of hell. Today, we'll let you know the consequences of offending our Zhao family. In the head seat, Zhao Wuji's face was so dark it looked like it could drip ink. He looked at Gu Fangchen, and in his normally calm eyes, an undisguised killing intent burned. It was this kid who had ruined the plan he had been plotting for 10 years. It was this kid who had caused the Zhao family to lose face before the entire high society of Magic City. And he was still so arrogant. Who the hell do you think you are? Thinking this, he spoke slowly. His voice wasn't loud, but it was like 10,000-year-old ice, causing the temperature in the entire reception hall to drop several degrees. Young man, having a little talent is a good thing. But talent cannot be the capital for you to be ignorant of the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth, acting recklessly. Zhao Wuji looked at Gu Fangchen like a god judging a mortal. You shouldn't have, absolutely shouldn't have offended my Zhao family, and even more so, shouldn't have ruined my son's future. Today, since you've delivered yourself to my door, it saves me the trouble of seeking you out. Break your own legs, kneel down, and kowtow to my son in apology. Perhaps, for the sake of you being a soldier of the Dragon Kingdom, I might leave you with your miserable life. Su Shiyu, who was sitting next to Zhao Tianhao, hadn't spoken the entire time. She just held her teacup, took a light sip, and a faint, mocking smile curled at the corner of her mouth. She sat with her legs crossed, not even bothering to look Gu Fangchen in the eye. In her view, this farce could already come to an end. A brainless brute who dared to challenge a martial arts family with a 100-year heritage, just because he had a bit of brute force, was simply laughably foolish. And he had indirectly caused her fiancé to be unable to enter the military district. He simply deserved to die. Just then, Second Lieutenant Liu Feng of Kayantang City, who had been standing beside Zhao Tianhao, finally found an opportunity to show off. He took a step forward, blocking Gu Fangchen, and put on the pained and earnest posture of an elder. 84, take the leftovers home. Gu Fangchen, isn't it? Liu Feng looked down condescendingly at Gu Fangchen's shoulder insignia. Hefe. A 6th-class private. A piece of trash. Thinking this, he looked at Gu Fangchen and spoke slowly in a tone brimming with superiority. Young man, don't be too arrogant. I just heard the young master of the Zhao family say you took the title of top scholar. That explains it. I know you're young and have climbed up from the bottom. It's only natural to have some pride after finally becoming the top scholar. However, you must understand that in this world, problems aren't solved by fighting and killing alone. Liu Feng's tone was full of preachy overtones. To be a proper person, you must know gratitude and respect. Do you have any idea what kind of existence the Zhao family is? As a junior, even if you had some minor friction with young Master Tianhao, you should have taken the initiative to come and apologize, instead of using such a crude method to escalate the conflict like you are now. Look at you, where is your sense of decorum? He looked at Gu Fangchen and slowly shook his head, a disappointed expression of "this child is beyond teaching" on his face. Doing this won't solve the problem. It will only make your path narrower and narrower. Gu Fangchen looked at the self-important second lieutenant in front of him who was spraying saliva everywhere. A hint of impatience finally flashed in his calm eyes. He hadn't said a word from start to finish. This was because he truly couldn't be bothered to get angry with such an idiot. Seeing that Gu Fangchen was completely unresponsive, the kindness on Liu Feng's face finally crumbled. His expression darkened and his tone became stern. "What, silent, do you think what I'm saying makes no sense? I'm telling you, I'm teaching you how to behave. I'm doing this for your own good. You really are an ignorant brat. Kneel down and apologize to President Zhao and young Master Tianhao right now, and I can act as if nothing happened. Otherwise," a cold, chilling light flashed in Liu Feng's eyes. "Don't blame this senior for not giving you face and personally stepping in to break your legs on behalf of the Zhao family. I'll give you more than you can handle." He took a step forward, and the blood-chi energy belonging to an early-stage rank 3 martial artist erupted violently. A powerful sense of pressure enveloped Gu Fangchen. "I'll give you one last chance." Liu Feng's voice boomed through the drawing room like a clap of thunder. "Kneel, apologize." He was already prepared to strike. In his view, as a second lieutenant of Kayantang City and a senior, it was perfectly reasonable for him to personally teach a recruit from Magic City a lesson. It was entirely justified. No one could say a single word against it. Not only would this earn him a massive favor from the Zhao family, but it would also demonstrate his own authority. 2 birds with 1 stone. Zhao Tianhao and Zhao Wuji watched this scene with satisfied smiles on their faces. They could almost see the miserable sight of Gu Fangchen kneeling and begging for mercy. In the drawing room, the other Zhao family members whispered among themselves, their faces filled with schadenfreude and ridicule. "Let's see how arrogant this kid can be now. An orphan bastard without father or mother dares to run wild on our Zhao family's turf. He deserves it. This is what happens when you offend young Master Tianhao. Second Lieutenant Liu, don't hold back. It's best to just turn him into a cripple." The glamorous noblewoman who had spoken mockingly before covered her mouth with a handkerchief and let out a series of spiteful, gleeful giggles. Her gaze toward Gu Fangchen was full of malicious delight. On the sofa, although Su Shiyu remained sitting calmly, a fleeting sense of satisfaction and coldness flashed through her large, watery eyes. A commoner who didn't know the heights of the heavens should taste the bitter fruit of offending a prestigious family. Faced with this ultimatum-like intimidation and the oncoming pressure of a rank 3 expert, all the Zhao family members in the drawing room subconsciously straightened their backs, their faces wearing gloating smiles. However, not a trace of fear or panic could be seen on Gu Fangchen's face. He didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. He just calmly looked at the self-important second lieutenant who was spraying saliva and spoke slowly. "I didn't come here to listen to your nonsense." He paused, his gaze slowly sweeping across the room. Finally, it landed on the dark-faced Zhao Wuji in the seat of honor. "I am merely here on orders to give you a notification. The Zhao family is finished." The air seemed to freeze in that instant. The entire drawing room became so quiet that a falling needle could be heard. The ridicule and schadenfreude on the faces of all the Zhao family members instantly froze, as if they had been seized by the throat. They stared blankly at the indifferent youth, wondering if they were hallucinating. Even in the eyes of Zhao Wuji, which were usually as still as an ancient well, a flash of bewilderment appeared. After a brief dead silence, someone unable to help themselves was the first to burst out laughing. This laughter was like a stone thrown into a lake, instantly stirring up 1,000 ripples. "I'm dying, I'm fucking dying of laughter. This kid, is there something wrong with this kid's brain?" Unrestrained wild laughter erupted like a volcano, instantly igniting the entire drawing room. Zhao Tianhao laughed the most arrogantly. He pointed at Gu Fangchen, laughing so hard that tears almost came out, his whole body rocking back and forth, breathless. On orders. Whose orders? Holy shit, did you get your brain knocked loose during the qualifiers? One person running into my Zhao family home saying they're going to destroy us. Who the fuck do you think you are? The commander-in-chief of the Dragon Kingdom. The glamorous noblewoman beside him laughed so hard she trembled, covering her mouth with a handkerchief, her voice sharp and piercing. "Oh my, you're really scaring me. An orphan bastard without parents sure talks big. Where does this confidence come from? Family head, listen to this. Has this kid lost his mind? Zhao Tianhao's third uncle also stroked his beard, shaking his head and laughing at Zhao Wuji. Even Su Shiyu, who had been maintaining an elegant posture on the sofa, couldn't help but lightly cover the corner of her mouth with her handkerchief. Those large, watery eyes were filled with undisguised ridicule and pity. Stupid. Truly laughably stupid. She didn't even bother to look at Gu Fangchen again, as if a second glance would be an insult to herself. And Liu Feng, standing in front of Gu Fangchen after a brief moment of bewilderment, saw the expression on his face change from initial majesty to pure contempt. He looked at Gu Fangchen, as if looking at an irredeemable madman, and slowly shook his head. It's over, this kid has completely lost it. He turned around and cupped his fists toward Zhao Wuji in the seat of honor, a look of pained regret on his face. President Zhao, you see, it's not that I didn't give him a chance, this kid is seeking death himself. This kind of arrogant madman who has no respect for his elders will eventually become a scourge in the military if he's kept around. Today, let me clean house on behalf of the army. I'll teach him a lesson for your Zhao family. In the seat of honor, Zhao Wuji watched this farce, and a cold arc finally curled on his dark face. He slowly picked up his teacup, gently blew on the steam, and said to Liu Feng in a flat tone as if discussing the weather. Second Lieutenant Liu, I'll leave it to you. He paused and added a sentence. Hit him hard. Don't kill him. Leave him with a breath so he can see with his own eyes how he is thrown out of my Zhao family like a dog. Yes, President Zhao. Upon hearing this, wild joy instantly erupted on Liu Feng's face. He knew that today, he had made the right gamble. As long as he handled this matter well, not only would he be able to board the great ship that was the Zhao family, but his future status in Kayantang City would also soar. He spun around abruptly, his eyes looking at Gu Fangchen now filled with undisguised cruelty and a sinister grin. As for Gu Fangchen, facing this room full of mockery and murderous intent, the expression on his face had not changed in the slightest from beginning to end. He just quietly watched this group of clowns who, in his eyes, were already dead men, watching them perform their final revelry to their heart's content. He slowly shook his head, a faint, indiscernible curve touching the corner of his mouth as he sighed softly. Laugh while you can. This is the last time you'll ever laugh in your lives. In a moment, you won't be able to laugh anymore. These words, calm to the extreme, were like a ladle of cold water poured into a boiling vat of oil, instantly causing Liu Feng's anger to burn to its peak. Death is at your door, and you still dare to be stubborn. Liu Feng roared, unable to restrain himself any longer. The blood-chi energy within his body exploded. His entire being turned into an arrow leaving the string. His right fist was wrapped in a layer of pale red blood-chi radiance as he smashed it toward Gu Fangchen's face with 1,000 pounds of force. Today, I'll show you what it means to. His intimidating words were not yet finished. Boom! A massive sound, far more terrifying and 100 times louder than when Gu Fangchen had kicked the door earlier, came from outside the manor without any warning. 85, Godslayer number 3. Roar! An engine roar, even more terrifying and intense than when Gu Fangchen kicked the door earlier, erupted from outside the estate without warning. That sound did not resemble a sports car, much less an ordinary vehicle. It was a roar that belonged exclusively to the military's heavy armored units. Immediately following that, ear-piercing alarms resounded throughout the entire Zhao family estate. Warning, warning, large-scale armed forces detected approaching. Repeat, large-scale armed forces detected approaching. Inside the reception hall, the smiles on the faces of all the Zhao family members froze instantly. Zhao family head stood up abruptly from his seat, his face filled with shock and uncertainty. Armed forces. What was going on? Before he could even react. Boom, 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 boom. 6 heavy booms echoed simultaneously from 6 different directions of the estate. The entire villa shook violently, and even the crystal chandelier on the ceiling rattled loudly, as if it might fall at any moment. What's happening? With a face of grim iron, Zhao family head was the first to rush to the massive floor-to-ceiling window. The rest of the Zhao family members followed suit, their faces filled with shock, anger, and confusion. There, on the estate's originally neatly manicured lawn, 6 pitch-black heavy tanks with menacing muzzles had appeared at some unknown point. They were positioned in a pincer movement, tightly surrounding the entire villa. Seeing this scene, most of the Zhao family members were first stunned, and then absurd expressions appeared on their faces. Tanks, a young member of a branch family couldn't help but laugh out loud. Is this some kind of joke? What era is this? They're still using these iron lumps from the old days. Do they really think this stuff can hurt us martial artists? Exactly, I could bend the barrel of this scrap metal with a single punch. Another person chimed in, his tone full of disdain. However, while everyone was discussing it nonchalantly, the color instantly drained from the face of Second Lieutenant Liu from Kaintang City, once he clearly saw the model and paint job of those tanks. His pupils shrank suddenly, and his body began to tremble violently and uncontrollably. Second Lieutenant Liu, what's wrong with you? Zhao Tianhao frowned, a trace of contempt flashing in his eyes as he looked at the man's terrified state. It's just a few broken tanks. Is there a need to be this scared? Bro, broken tanks. Liu Feng's voice was even trembling. Young Master Zhao, those aren't ordinary tanks. He pointed at the 6 steel beasts outside the window, his voice sharp and distorted. That is the God Slayer type III, newly developed by the military. It's an anti-martial artist armor specifically designed to target martial artists. Its armor is forged from a mixture of B-grade memory alloy and the shell powder of the calamity-ranked exotic beast, the black tortoise giant turtle. It can withstand the full force attack of a third-rank martial artist. The most terrifying thing is its main gun. It doesn't use ordinary shells, but special armor-piercing rounds filled with high concentration, vitality annihilation fluid. One shot can directly blast to death any martial artist below the peak of the third rank. Not even ashes will be left. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire reception hall instantly fell into a deathly silence. The disdain and mockery on the faces of all the Zhao family members froze completely at this moment, replaced by endless horror and disbelief. What? Zhao family head's face also turned deathly pale in an instant. This thing, how could this thing come here? Even Su Shiyu, who had been sitting calmly, could no longer maintain her elegance and composure. Her slender jade-like hands holding the teacup trembled suddenly, and the warm tea spilled out, soaking her snow-white dress. The pupils of her watery eyes shook violently and uncontrollably. The God Slayer type III. She had once seen a description of this ultimate weapon in her family's top-secret files. It was a thunderous measure only deployed when facing a calamity rank, beast tide, or suppressing high treason. But now this God Slayer type III had actually appeared at the Zhao family estate. There was no beast tide here, so could it be? Su Shiyu guessed something. She looked at Zhao Tianhao with a face full of terror, somewhat unable to control her emotions. Just as the entire reception hall was shrouded in deathly silence and fear, and everyone even forgot to breathe. The sound of unhurried footsteps rang out abruptly. There, Gu Fangchen, who had been like an outsider from beginning to end, actually walked leisurely to the side table at this moment. Then, he nonchalantly picked up a clean white porcelain teacup, lifted the expensive purple clay teapot on the table, and poured himself a cup of still steaming baluichan. He gently blew on the steam rising from the cup, held the teacup in his hand, and only then slowly turned around. His calm eyes swept across the room at the Zhao family members who were already scared witless, his lips curling into a mocking arc. Laughing. Keep laughing. Why aren't you laughing anymore? Can't laugh anymore. That's not right. I saw you were quite fond of laughing just now. These 5 light sentences were like resounding slaps, fiercely striking the face of every Zhao family member present. Swoosh. Instantly, everyone's gaze, like rusted gears, turned inch by inch toward the calm and composed youth holding the teacup. Their eyes were filled with extreme shock, terror, and a trace of belated disbelief. The tanks, could all of this be because of him? How was that possible? Wasn't he a parentless bastard? Wasn't he just a penniless private who could be toyed with at will? What right did he have? Just as monstrous waves rose in everyone's minds, and their worldviews were repeatedly crushed and reconstructed. Stomp, 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 stomp. A series of footsteps like thunder approached rapidly from a distance. Under everyone's terrified gazes, hundreds of fully armed elite soldiers swarmed in from the shattered entrance like a black tide. Their movements were uniform and well-trained. Within a few short seconds, they had surrounded the entire reception hall so tightly that not even a drop of water could leak through. This is. Zhao family head's pupils shrank suddenly as he looked at the familiar golden dragon-patterned armbands on the soldiers' arms. The command headquarters guard, and the Crimson Flame Guards. Second Lieutenant Liu's legs went weak, and he almost collapsed directly onto the floor. Both of these were the most elite ace units in the entire Eastern Theater Command, taking orders directly from the Supreme Command, and possessing the privilege to act first and report later. How could they appear here? While everyone was in a state of shock and uncertainty, the guard soldiers automatically parted to both sides, making a path. A fiery red figure walked in slowly. It was none other than Xia Liulai. 86, you're so arrogant, aren't you? Xia Liulai still wore her flaming red combat suit, but her cool, breathtaking face now carried a frost that could freeze the very soul. The instant this deity-like figure stepped in, the entire reception hall sank into dead silence. Miss Zia. Ignoring everyone, Zia Leoli swept her blazing phoenix eyes across the room. They finally settled on Zhao Wuji and Zhao Tianhao, who had long been scared stiff. She spoke slowly, her voice soft yet every word a frigid blade. Well, aren't you something? I gave you that chance just now to see how you'd treat Gu Fangchen when you faced him alone. If your attitude had been decent, I would have taken only Zhao Tianhao's dog life. But now, the corner of Zia Leoli's mouth curved upward. There's no need. The entire Zhao family can be buried with him. The crowd froze at her words. Buried with him. Why would they need to die? Everyone stared at Zia Leoli in a daze, minds blank, unable to process this reality-defying information. What was going on? What had Zhao Tianhao done? They exchanged bewildered glances, faces full of absurdity and confusion. Surely it wasn't because he'd quietly cursed Zia Leoli a few moments ago, and she'd heard it. But that wouldn't warrant this, right? Was such a fuss really necessary over a couple of careless remarks? Not only had she mobilized the headquarters' own guards and the Crimson Flame guards, she'd also rolled in 6 God Slayer tanks built to slaughter high-tier warriors, surrounding the Zhao family estate until not even water could seep through. Was this really necessary? At the head of the hall, Zhao Wuji's face was ashen. He jerked his head around, hawk-like eyes locking onto his son, brimming with alarm and uncertainty. Zhao Tianhao looked back at his father, innocence and bewilderment written all over his face. In his walnut-sized brain, he couldn't figure out what heaven-shaking calamity he'd provoked to bring down such thunderous fury. In this suffocating silence, the second lieutenant from Kayantang City finally buckled under the crushing pressure. He glanced at Zia Leoli's beautiful face, frozen for 10,000 li, then at the menacing God Slayer tanks, and felt a chill shoot from his tailbone straight to his skull. No. He had to get answers. Suppressing the tremor in his legs, he forced himself out of the crowd, bowing obsequiously with a smile uglier than tears. Miss Zia. His voice quavered with terror. Surely there's some misunderstanding. The Zhao family has always been loyal to the military and to Dragon Country, Chairman Zhao even. His words were cut short. Zia Leoli's blazing phoenix eyes turned slowly, like 2 invisible swords pinning him in place. Liu Feng froze, feeling a primeval beast had fixed its gaze on him. Even breathing stopped. You were rather arrogant just now, weren't you? Zia Leoli spoke softly, yet her icy tone seemed to drop the room's temperature several degrees. Liu Feng's face drained of color, mind blanking. Arrogant. When had he been arrogant? Giving him no time to think, Zia Leoli stepped forward until she towered over him. Early 3rd stage, impressive, huh? Wanted to fight Gu Fangchen, teach the junior a lesson. I heard you even planned to slip the Zhao young master in through the back door into your Kayantang military region. What do you take the Dragon Country military region for? Your personal vegetable market. The sentences, colder than the winds of the 9 hells, blew away every last shred of his luck. He finally understood. Every shameful word he'd uttered to curry favor with the Zhaos had been heard by this fearsome woman. Aye. Liu Feng's lips quivered, but no explanation came. Sweat the size of soybeans rolled off his forehead, soaking his collar in an instant. His legs buckled, no longer able to bear the terror from the depths of his soul. Like a boneless quail he stumbled backward, desperate to escape the source of that deathly aura. And no, Miss Zia, please let me explain. I was joking just now, He retreated, waving his hands frantically, panic written across his face. After only 2 steps, a pressure 100 times more terrifying than before erupted without warning from Zia Leoli. Boom! Liu Feng felt a Meridian mountain crash onto his shoulders. That pressure, vast, boundless, was the absolute crush of a higher life form over a lesser being. The blood-chi energy inside him before that pressure flickered like a candle in the wind, instantly suppressed to utter stillness. This was the might of a 4th stage warrior. A casual release of pressure could strip any 3rd stage or below of all ability to resist, leaving them lambs to the slaughter. Thud! Liu Feng's knees slammed onto the cold floor, the hard marble cracking beneath them. Pressed prostrate, head touching the ground, he couldn't lift it even a fraction. Miss Zia, spare me, I beg you. Limitless terror devoured every trace of reason and dignity. Like a dog he lay there, tears and snot running as he babbled. I was wrong. I really was wrong, I'll never dare again, it was my fault, I'm sorry, I won't do it, I really won't, please, I'm sore. Zia Leoli couldn't be bothered to listen. A flash of icy disgust crossed her phoenix eyes. She turned to a ramrod-straight Crimson Flame guard behind her and said coolly, Blade. Yes, ma'am. Without hesitation, the guard pulled his standard battle blade free with a ring and offered it with both hands. Zia Leoli took the weapon and lazily spun it through the air. The edge hummed, cold light scattering in all directions. Kneeling, Liu Feng felt the murderous aura rushing at him and was scared out of his wits, his courage splitting apart. He jerked his head up, his mucus and tear-stained face held only ultimate terror. Looking at Liu Feng, who was shaking like a sieve, Zia Leoli couldn't even be bothered to speak. The battle blade swept out in a clean, ruthless arc. Shlug. A soft sound. Liu Feng's scream cut off abruptly. A head soared skyward, describing a bloody parabola before rolling to the side. The wide eyes still held boundless terror and disbelief. Thud. The headless corpse toppled, hot blood spurting like a fountain to dye the luxurious carpet, a shocking scarlet. Zia Leoli casually tossed the dripping battle blade back to the crimson flame guard. The entire motion was fluid, as effortless as swatting a fly. In the reception hall, every member of the Zhao family, and the young lady of the Su family on the sofa, were utterly dumbstruck. 87, a bunch of idiots. Inside the reception hall, all the Zhao family members as well as Miss Su on the sofa were completely dumbfounded. They stared blankly at the headless corpse still gushing blood, and at the head that had rolled onto the expensive Persian rug, its eyes wide open in death. Their minds were blank. Dead. Just like that, dead. A genuine third-rank martial artist, a second lieutenant military officer from Kayantang City, was just slaughtered by Zia Leoli with a single strike right on their Zhao family's territory. He couldn't even finish a complete plea for mercy. The glamorous noblewoman who had earlier been clamoring to break Gu Fangchen's legs now felt her own legs give out, slumping to the ground with a thud. A foul, pungent odor wafted from beneath her skirt. She peed herself in fear. And on the sofa, Su Shiyu, who had maintained an elegant posture, could no longer keep her composure. She abruptly stood up from the sofa, her beautiful face drained of all color, deathly pale. One must know. Zia Leoli wasn't joking around. She had already slaughtered a third-rank second lieutenant from the military region. If she really got angry, killing her too would just be an incidental matter. She had already slaughtered a third-rank second lieutenant from the military region. If she really got angry, killing her too would just be an incidental matter. If she were still sitting on the sofa, sipping red tea with her legs crossed, wouldn't that be too much of a pretense? Wouldn't that be asking for a beating? She was just putting on an act in front of her fiancé and his family, maintaining her ladylike image. In this situation, if she continued to act, she would truly be struck by lightning. Even with 10,000 guts, she wouldn't dare to continue the act. Just as the entire reception hall was enveloped in deathly silence and terror, and everyone had forgotten to breathe. Zia Leoli slowly turned around and subtly beckoned to a Crimson Flame Guards member standing tall behind her. The Crimson Flame Guards member immediately understood, stepped forward, and took out a special animal skin file bag from HIS Chinese letter, extracting a classified document stamped with the highest red seal of the Dragon Nation Military Department. He cleared his throat, and under the gaze of a deathly silent audience, he read aloud in a cold, emotionless tone. By joint order of the Dragon Nation Eastern Theater, Command's Supreme Headquarters and Military Court. After investigation, it has been confirmed that the core members of the Demon Capital Zhao Group are suspected of multiple serious crimes. The list of primary individuals involved in the case is now announced as follows. Zhao Family Head, Zhao Family Head. Zhao Family's eldest son, Zhao Tianhao. Zhao Family Collateral Branch Head, Zhao Wuyang. Zhao Family Collateral Branch Head, Zhao Wud. A series of names were read out, one after another. Each name represented a powerful figure in the demon capital business world, capable of causing a stir with just a stomp of their foot. The list was so long that it practically included all the core members of the Zhao family currently in the reception hall. The list of implicated affiliated families is as follows. Demon Capital Wang Group, Family Head Wang Fugui. Demon Capital Li Group, Family Head Li Jiangguo. Demon Capital Sun Group. As each familiar name was read out, the faces of the guests present who had held a glimmer of hope instantly turned ashen. After finishing the reading, the Crimson Flame Guards member snapped the document shut with a. He slowly added, in a tone so cold it could freeze the soul. The aforementioned individuals, after investigation, are suspected of hiring assassins to target a high-grade martial artist under the key protection of our Dragon Nation military, intending to destabilize our Dragon Nation's morale and subvert its foundation. Their crime warrants execution. According to Article 7, Section 3 of the Dragon Nation Martial Artist Regulations, it is ruled as treason. all principal offenders, core family members, and collateral branches involved in the above cases. A total of 5,312 people. Not one will be spared, all of them. The Crimson Flame Guards member paused, and finally, squeezed out the last 4 words through gritted teeth. Kill without mercy. After speaking, he put away the document and returned expressionlessly behind Zia Liulai. He and Zia Liulai seemed calm and composed. But upon hearing the words, they felt like their cerebellum had shrunk. What's going on? Hiring assassins. High-grade martial artist. Subverting the nation's foundation. What in the world is all this? Zhao family head's body suddenly trembled, his usually dignified and composed face now showing only extreme horror and disbelief. Number impossible. He was the first to recover from the shock, pointing at Miss Zia, his voice becoming sharp and distorted with agitation. Miss Zia, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't just say whatever you want. My Zhao family has been loyal to the Dragon Nation for generations, doing business, and has never colluded with any foreign forces, let alone assassinating some high-grade martial artist. This is slander, it's blatant slander. He suddenly turned his head, his sharp, hawk-like eyes fixed on his son, and roared, Tianhao, what exactly is going on? Zhao Tianhao was also completely stunned. He stared blankly at Zia Liulai, then at his enraged father, his mind a complete blank. I don't know. His voice trembled, his face full of innocence and confusion. Dad, I just hired someone to kill that Gu Fangchen, that's all. Slap. A crisp slap echoed. Zhao family head trembled with rage, slapping Zhao Tianhao hard across the face, making him stagger, and a trace of blood spill from the corner of his mouth. You scoundrel, Zhao family head pointed at his nose, his voice trembling. Besides hiring someone to kill that Gu Fangchen, what other outrageous things have you done? No, Zhao Tianhao covered his face, his eyes full of grievance and confusion. Dad, I swear, I really only did this one thing. I admit I hired assassins, but isn't that Gu Fangchen just a poor kid with no background? Look, he's still standing here perfectly fine. Even if it was my fault, at most it's attempted murder. How did it become treason? That's illogical. Hearing this, the other Zhao family members in the reception hall also reacted one after another. Although they had only just learned about Zhao Tianhao hiring assassins. But at this moment, it concerned the entire family and their own survival. So they couldn't care less about anything else. That's right, Miss Zia. Zhao Tianhao's third uncle was the first to step forward, forcing a smile that was uglier than crying. Tianhao is still young and acts impulsively. Even if he really hired someone to kill that's just a dispute between young people. Moreover, the person didn't die, did they? The crime doesn't warrant this. How can it be linked to such a grave charge as treason? Exactly. Our Zhao family is a major taxpayer, creating how many jobs for the Dragon Nation every year. For such a small matter, you want to pin such a huge label on us. This is unfair. Another noblewoman shrieked, her voice harsh and shrill. For a time, the entire reception hall became noisy again, filled with questions and indignation regarding the. They couldn't understand, nor could they accept it. How could killing a poor boy with no background become treason? This was simply the biggest joke in the world. Beside the sofa, Su Shiyu watched this absurd scene unfold, a deep bewilderment flashing in her watery eyes. She also felt that Zia Liulai had gone too far this time. Just as everyone was discussing and trying to pressure Zia Liulai with public opinion. Zia Liulai, however, seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world. She slowly turned her head, her clear phoenix eyes filled with extreme sarcasm and pity. No background. She looked at the clamoring Zhao family members, as if they were a bunch of hopeless idiots. She slowly raised her hand, her slender finger pointing distantly at Gu Fangchen. Do you know who he is? Zia Liulai's voice at this moment was devoid of any emotion, chillingly cold. Do you know what the 6 words, high-grade second-tier martial artist, mean in the Dragon Nation? You fools, you have no idea what kind of existence you've provoked. And you still dare to talk about fairness with me here. A bunch of idiots. P.S. Apologies, I've seen many people say it's a bit watered down. I'll correct this in the future, and as an apology I'll add an extra chapter today. Also, after this incident, other incidents will no longer be drawn out for too long, the pace will quicken. Apologies, apologies, apologies. Important apologies said 3 times. It is indeed my fault, I'm sorry everyone. 88, Baluachan bonus chapter. Boom. The 4 words, high-grade second-tier martial artist, were like a bolt of 9 heavens profound thunder, striking hard upon the crown of everyone present. In the entire reception hall, all the clamor and shouting came to a screeching halt. The expressions on the faces of all the Zhao family members froze instantly. They stared blankly at the calm youth, their minds going completely blank, having lost all capacity for thought. High grade second tier. And what did high grade second tier have to do with Gu Fangchen? Thinking this, they all looked toward Gu Fangchen in unison. At this moment, Gu Fangchen seemed to have sensed their gaze as well. So he slowly raised his right hand. With a single thought. Buzz! A visible surge of dark red blood-chi energy erupted from his palm in an instant. That power was pure and domineering. It was not at all floaty or unstable, like that of an ordinary second-tier martial artist. Instead, it was like living lava, slowly flowing and swirling in his palm. That unreserved, majestic pressure belonging to a high-grade second-tier martial artist instantly filled the entire reception hall. Dead silence. The entire room was deathly silent. In the reception hall, all the clamor and shouting came to a screeching halt. The expressions on the faces of all the Zhao family members completely froze at this moment. Even the Crimson Flame guards on the side were dumbfounded. They had seen Gu Fangchen half a month ago. At that time, he was only at the mid-stage of the first tier. They had originally only heard that he had broken through to high-grade second tier. They thought it was just boasting or a joke. They didn't expect it was actually for real. No way, man. Are you using cheats? The entire room stared blankly at the majestic blood-chi in Gu Fangchen's palm, their brains blank, completely losing the ability to think. High-grade second tier, such condensed blood-chi, it really is high-grade second tier. At this moment, a thought sufficient to make everyone's soul tremble began to breed wildly in their minds like a virus. That breakthrough phenomenon of a high-grade second tier that had shaken all of Magic City, that mysterious existence they had assumed was some family's genius, was actually, Gu Fangchen. Everyone's brain stopped functioning. No, impossible. Zhao Tianhao's third uncle, Zhao Wuliang, felt his legs go weak and slumped onto the chair behind him. His face, which had been glowing with health just moments ago, was now as pale as paper, and he muttered to himself. Assassinating a high-grade martial artist is a capital crime. It's over. It's all over. The glamorous noblewoman even rolled her eyes and fainted dead away, terrified by this worldview-shattering shock. The rest of the Zhao clan members were all ashen-faced, their bodies shaking like sieves, barely able to stand. As for Zhao Tianhao, the moment he saw the dark red blood-chi in Gu Fangchen's palm, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He pointed at Gu Fangchen, his face twisted and deformed by extreme terror as he uncontrollably backed away, falling onto his butt on the ground, his pupils shrinking to the size of needle tips. How is it possible? How is it possible? He was clearly only at the first-tier peak when he went on the mission. How could he have broken through? How could he be high-grade second tier? What Shi Jian said was actually all true. Only now did Zhao Tianhao realize the truth. In the main seat, the Zhao family head's body also shook violently. On that face that was usually dignified and steady, only the emotion named terror remained. He glanced at Gu Fangchen, then at his son, who was already scared witless, and the defensive line in his heart completely collapsed. You unfilial son! A roar filled with endless anger and despair suddenly erupted from deep within the Zhao family head's throat. He lunged up from his seat, and for the first time, an undisguised killing intent burned in those eyes that were usually as calm as an ancient well. But this killing intent was not directed at Gu Fangchen, but at his own biological son, who was more of a hindrance than a help. He rushed over in a single stride, not giving Zhao Tianhao any chance to react. He raised his foot. A heavy, powerful whip kick. Directly and viciously kicked Zhao Tianhao in the chest. Banged. At a lark, Zhao Tianhao let out a muffled groan of pain. He flew backward like a broken kite, crashing hard against the wall behind him, shattering the expensive murals. He spat out a mouthful of blood and curled up on the ground like a dead dog, unable to even scream. But the Zhao family head's fury did not subside in the slightest. He rushed forward and unleashed a frantic barrage of punches and kicks on the grounded Zhao Tianhao. I'll teach you to cause trouble. I'll teach you to cause trouble. The century-old foundation of my Zhao family. A century-old foundation. It's fucking ruined in the hands of a waste like you. The Zhao family head was like a madman. With every punch and every kick, he used his full strength, as if wanting to vent all his anger and despair on this unfilial son who had destroyed the family's future. Inside the reception hall, the other Zhao family members watched this bloody scene of father turning on son, finally coming back to their senses from the extreme terror. Survival became their only thought. Thud. Zhao Tianhao's third uncle, Zhao Wuliang, was the first to react. He scrambled down from his chair, crawling on his knees like a dog toward the calm youth, tears and snot flowing as he begged incoherently. Lord Gu, spare us, spare us. We were wrong, we were really wrong. We have eyes but failed to see MT. Tai, we were blind to dare offend you. His kneel was like the first domino falling. Thud, thud, thud. In the reception hall, all the core members of the Zhao family, regardless of age or gender, and regardless of how arrogant or overbearing they had been before. At this moment, they all cast aside their dignity and decorum, scrambling to kneel on the ground, frantically kowtowing and begging the youth for mercy. Lord Gu, spare us. We were all deceived by that beast Zhao Tianhao. We didn't know anything. We beg you, give us a way to live. We are willing to surrender all our family assets. We only ask that you spare our lives. For a moment, the entire reception hall was filled with wailing and pathetic displays. But Gu Fangchen, facing this hall full of pleas and wails, showed no change in expression from beginning to end. He slowly withdrew the blood-chi energy in his palm, picked up the still warm cup of baluachun, took a gentle sip, and said nothing. 89, what have you done? Gu Fangchen's silence carried more weight than any words could. It was like an invisible mountain pressing down heavily on the hearts of every Zhao family member present, making even breathing difficult for them. Zhao family head, who was currently disciplining Zhao Tianhao, saw Gu Fangchen's indifferent expression, and the last sliver of hope in his heart completely turned into cold despair. He knew that there was no longer any room for maneuver in today's matter. The only chance for survival lay with this rebellious son, whom he had beaten half to death. The one who tied the bell must be the one to untie it. A flash of determination crossed Zhao family head's eyes. He turned abruptly and, like dragging a dead dog, grabbed Zhao Tianhao's hair and forcibly dragged him up from the pool of blood, pulling him right in front of Gu Fangchen. Banged! He kicked the back of Zhao Tianhao's knees, forcing him to kneel heavily at Gu Fangchen's feet. Apologize. Zhao family head's voice was hoarse and filled with an indisputable command. Kowtow and apologize to Lord Gu. Zhao Tianhao's entire body was in excruciating pain. Tears of humiliation mixed with blood from the corners of his mouth, smearing his entire face. He subconsciously looked up, his gaze passing over Gu Fangchen to see a beautiful figure not far away, looking at him with eyes full of disbelief and disappointment. It was Su Xiu. His beloved, his future wife, was watching him with her own eyes as he knelt before another man like a dog. That look was like an invisible sharp sword, instantly piercing through all the pride and self-esteem in his heart. He then saw the relatives around him, each kneeling on the ground, looking at him with eyes full of pleading and despair. Many had already cried until their eyes were red. The entire Zhao family, a century of foundation, and the lives of countless clansmen were all weighing on him alone at this moment. Zhao Tianhao's lips trembled. Ultimately, he still slowly lowered that once-proud head. With a voice as small as a mosquito's buzz, filled with endless resentment and indignation, he squeezed 3 words through his teeth. I'm sorry. But the response he got was Gu Fangchen's voice, calm to the extreme. I don't accept it. The entire reception hall fell into a dead silence once again. Everyone stared blankly at Gu Fangchen, their faces filled with absurdity. He doesn't accept it. Did I hear that right? Just then, step. A straight-backed crimson flame guard, holding a craft paper file bag, walked quickly to Zia Leelai's side. He leaned down and whispered a few words into her ear in a voice only the two of them could hear. Zia Leelai's cold phoenix eyes suddenly narrowed the moment she heard the report. A cold killing intent, 100 times more terrifying than before, erupted. The temperature of the entire reception hall seemed to drop to the freezing point at this moment. Give it to me. Zia Leelai's voice was cold, devoid of any emotion. Yes. The crimson flame guard immediately presented the craft paper file bag with both hands. Zia Leelai took the file bag, pulled out a dossier and quickly scanned through it. Her face changed at a visible rate from cold to ashen. From ashen, it turned into a towering rage capable of incinerating the 8 wildernesses. Inside the reception hall, the kneeling Zhao family members didn't notice the change here. They were still immersed in the despair brought by Gu Fangchen's I don't accept it. Seeing this, Zhao family head's legs went weak, and with a thud, he also knelt heavily on the ground, kowtowing repeatedly to the calm youth. Lord Gu, it was our fault, we were blind. Please be magnanimous and spare my Zhao family. Seeing that even the family head had knelt, the rest of the Zhao family members were scared out of their wits. They all followed suit, kowtowing and letting out incoherent wails. Yes, Lord Gu, we were wrong, we won't dare do it again. It was our foul mouths, we were snobs, we shouldn't have called you a bastard, we shouldn't have said you were a poor kid. We are beasts, we are not human, please just treat us like a fart and let us go. For a moment, the sounds of kowtowing and begging for mercy rose and fell throughout the reception hall, forming a sharp contrast to their previous arrogance. Just then, a bone-chilling voice interrupted the noise. There's no need to apologize anymore. Everyone was stunned and instinctively looked toward the source of the voice. When they realized it was Zia Liulai speaking, they couldn't help but be taken aback. No need to apologize. Is she going to let them off? That's great. But in the next second, Zia Liulai's actions completely crushed the sliver of hope that had just ignited in their hearts. She casually flicked the dossier in her hand. Swishy. That thin dossier, bolstered by her terrifying blood-chi energy, actually tore through the air like the sharpest flying dagger, and embedded itself with pinpoint accuracy into the ground in front of Zhao Tianhao. It sank 3 inches into the floor. Zhao Tianhao. Zia Liulai's voice resounded through the hall like a cold wind from the underworld. Hiring an assassin to kill a high-grade martial artist, we haven't finished settling that debt yet. You damn bastard, you actually dared to collude with Japan and sell them the information about our Dragon Country's base number 7 selection. No wonder Japanese pirates appeared at our base number 7 team selection site back then. It turns out the fucking traitor was you. If Gu Fangchen hadn't killed him at that time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Do you have any idea? What? As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a nuclear bomb detonating, exploding within the entire reception hall. All the Zhao family members present, including Zhao family head in the main seat, all jerked their heads up. Their eyes bulged, and their pupils shrank to the size of pinpoints due to extreme shock and disbelief. Colluding with Japan. Selling military secrets. How is this possible? At this moment, Su Shiyu's pale face was also instantly filled with horror. Her large, watery eyes stared fixedly at Zhao Tianhao, who was kneeling on the ground, and her body began to tremble uncontrollably. Unbelievable. Her fiancé was actually this kind of person. Zhao Tianhao felt Su Shiyu's gaze, which was full of shock, disappointment, and even disgust. He felt as if his heart was being gripped tightly by an invisible giant hand, the pain making it impossible to breathe. He shook his head violently, his face written with panic and despair, and defended himself incoherently. No, it's not like that, Shiyu, let me explain, I really didn't. But his defense seemed so weak and powerless at this moment. He could clearly feel that the gazes cast upon him by the clansmen, who had originally held a sliver of sympathy for him, had now completely changed. It was no longer just simple fear and despair. It was a gaze mixed with contempt, disdain, and deep disgust. As if they were looking at a disgusting, filthy bug. For someone like Zhao Tianhao, who had lived under a halo since childhood and whose self-esteem was pathologically strong. This humiliation of having his darkest and ugliest side exposed in public was 10,000 times worse than killing him directly. He felt as if his soul had been stripped bare, exposed to everyone's scrutiny, undergoing the most cruel lingering death. Every gaze was like a sharp knife, cutting back and forth across his dignity. No, don't look at me with those eyes. He clutched his head and let out a low growl like a trapped beast, his whole body trembling violently from the extreme humiliation and pain. And kneeling to the side, Zhao family head looked at his son's disgraceful behavior. Hearing Zia Liulai's words, which sounded like a death sentence, he felt the world spinning and his vision went black. All the anger, fear, and resentment in his heart. At this moment, all turned into endless despair and killing intent. He could no longer endure it. He directly grabbed Zhao Tianhao's collar. He stared at him fixedly with bloodshot eyes. What on earth have you done? 90, you still dare to be stubborn. Tianhao trembled all over, terrified by his father's gaze, which looked as if it wanted to devour him alive. Yet he still subconsciously cast his gaze toward Su Shiyu, who was not far away. He saw his beloved fiancé looking at him, with an expression he had never seen before. In those eyes, the usual tenderness and admiration were gone. Only deep disappointment remained. That look was like a poisonous thorn, stabbing ruthlessly into the most fragile part of Zhao Tianhao's heart. At this moment, his pathological self-esteem overrode all his fear. He couldn't say it. He absolutely could not admit in front of Shiyu that he had done something so beneath contempt. I didn't do anything. Zhao Tianhao stiffened his neck and pointed at Zia Liulai, roaring with false bravado. I did nothing, it's her. She's the one framing me. You still dare to be stubborn. Zhao family head was so incensed by his son's unrepentant attitude that he was fuming with rage, unable to suppress his monstrous fury any longer. He raised his fist, and with a punch infused with the majestic blood-chi energy of a third-rank martial artist, he ruthlessly smashed it into Zhao Tianhao's face. Boom! Amidst a dull, heavy thud, Zhao Tianhao's nose bridge snapped. He was sent flying backward once again, spitting out a mouthful of bloody foam mixed with 2 front teeth. Watching this scene, Su Shiyu's large, watery eyes were wide with shock. Her mouth hung slightly open, her gaze fixed, as if her brain had stopped functioning. Zhao Tianhao struggled to crawl up from the ground. Seeing Su Shiyu's expression, his mental defenses completely collapsed. He let out a roar that didn't sound human. "Don't look at me, Shiyu, I told you not to look at me." But Su Shiyu seemed to have been heartbroken, or perhaps she wanted to see for herself just how pathetic this man she once loved could be. She remained standing there motionless, her eyes cold and hollow. "You unfilial son, you still won't speak." Zhao family head rushed forward again, grabbed him by the collar and hauled him up from the ground. His large palm-like hands swung left and right, ruthlessly pummeling his face. Thud thud. "Will you speak or not? What exactly did you do?" After taking 2 consecutive heavy punches that left him seeing stars and drifting out of consciousness, all of Zhao Tianhao's stubbornness and pride were finally crushed. He was held up by Zhao family head like a dead dog. Sobbing, he intermittently blurted out everything. I'll talk. It was, some time ago, I went to the underground casino outside the city, I gambled, and lost." His voice grew smaller and smaller, filled with endless shame and fear. "How much did you lose?" Zhao family head's voice was cold and devoid of emotion. 1.5 billion. "What?" Every one of the Zhao family members present cried out in shock. 1.5 billion. That was nearly 3 years' worth of net profit for the Zhao group. I didn't dare let the family know." Zhao Tianhao's voice was full of terror. So I went to a loan shark, but the interest kept compounding. I couldn't pay it back at all. Just then, a mysterious person wearing a mask found me. He said as long as I gave them some internal information about the base number 7 selection, like the assessment process and the list of participants, they would help me pay off all my gambling debts. I was blinded by greed at the time, so I gave them all the notifications and information I received. I really didn't know they were from Japan. I thought they just wanted to recruit some promising newcomers in advance." As Zhao Tianhao spoke, he felt more and more aggrieved, as if he were the biggest victim. After hearing this incredibly stupid explanation, Zhao family head was completely stunned by rage. He stared blankly at his son. For the first time, an expression of bewilderment appeared on his majestic face. He couldn't understand it. He really couldn't understand it. How could he have sired such a fool? Inside the meeting hall, all the Zhao family members were also completely dumbfounded. Looking at the still complaining Zhao Tianhao, they only felt a sense of absolute absurdity welling up in their hearts. As Su Shiyu listened to these words, 2 lines of clear tears finally escaped her hollow eyes, unable to be suppressed any longer. She felt it wasn't worth it for her. She felt pathetic for having been so blind in the past. As for Zhao Tianhao, after revealing all his secrets, he seemed to have been drained of all his strength. He hung his head, no longer daring to look into anyone's eyes. Amidst this hall of deathly silence and despair, Zia Liuli's cold voice rang out once more. "Fine, you're finished talking. Then it's time to be on your way." As her voice fell, the red spear in her hand manifested again. Upon the spear's tip, a golden divine fire ignited, capable of incinerating everything. She was prepared to strike. But at that very instant, an old and powerful voice came from outside the meeting hall without warning, exploding in everyone's ears like a clap of thunder. "Wait!" Everyone's heart skipped a beat as they subconsciously looked toward the source of the sound. They saw a figure outside the meeting hall's massive floor-to-ceiling window, actually defying gravity and slowly floating in midair. The newcomer was an old man with white hair and a white beard, wearing a gray robe and possessing a lean, refined face. As his eyes opened and closed, they flashed with brilliant light. A pressure far more terrifying and vast than anyone else present emanated from his body. A 4th-ranked mid-stage expert. Ancestor. It's the great ancestor. Inside the meeting hall, the moment all the Zhao family members saw this figure, their faces instantly erupted with the wild joy of a narrow escape from death. It was as if they had seen their last saving straw. The flames of hope were rekindled in their eyes. Zhao Tianhao snapped his head up, his previously dim eyes suddenly filled with endless pleasant surprise and excitement. A great-grandfather. 91, I'm not buying it. Bonus chapter. The newcomer was none other than the stabilizing force of the Zhao family. The Zhao family ancestor who had been in seclusion for many years and had long since stopped concerning himself with worldly affairs. Zhao Wuya. Since Zhao Tianhao was a child, Zhao Wuya had doted on him excessively, treating him as the pearl of his palm. He had not only personally laid a solid foundation for Tianhao's martial arts path, but also passed down the family's secret techniques. Furthermore, he had unsparingly used the countless heavenly treasures he had collected throughout his life on this only grandson. It could be said that the reason Zhao Tianhao developed such an arrogant personality was inextricably linked to this ancestor's spoiling. In Zhao Tianhao's heart, his great-grandfather was an omnipotent god. As long as his grandfather stepped in, even the greatest disaster could be easily settled. At this moment, looking at that familiar and majestic figure, all the fear and despair in Zhao Tianhao's heart were instantly dispelled. He seemed to have returned to being that overbearing young master of the Zhao family, and a hint of a smug, sinister smile even appeared on his face. He could already see the scene of Zia Liulai and Gu Fangchen trembling and kneeling for mercy under his grandfather's terrifying fourth-rank mid-stage pressure. Inside the reception hall, all the Zhao family members also collectively turned their gazes toward Zia Liulai, their eyes filled with expectation. Maybe they wouldn't have to die. The ancestor has stepped in. That's great. Meanwhile, after seeing the ancestor appear, Zia Liulai's beautiful brows indeed furrowed slightly, as if she were contemplating something. There's a chance. There's definitely a chance. The Zhao family members felt a surge of joy in their hearts. The ancestor was a fourth-rank mid-stage expert who had been famous for many years, a big figure who ranked high even in the entire Magic City. Even Zia Liulai couldn't possibly completely ignore the ancestor's face, right? Just as the fire of hope was ignited in everyone's hearts, Zhao Wuya, suspended in midair, slowly spoke. His cloudy yet sharp eyes landed on Zia Liulai, and his voice was old yet carried an unquestionable authority. Little girl of the Zia family, this old man knows that it was Tianhao, this rebellious grandson, who was in the wrong first. But for the sake of this old man's reputation, could you show some leniency and let the rest of my Zhao family go? He paused, his tone shifting as a flash of ruthlessness crossed his eyes. As for Tianhao, this old man will personally take action to cripple all his meridians, making him from now on. His words were not yet finished. Zia Liulai's bone-chilling voice directly interrupted him. Reputation? What the fuck kind of reputation do you have? Fire! She abruptly waved her hand and gave the order on the spot. Boom, 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 boom. Outside the Zhao family estate, the muzzles of the 6 God Slayer tanks that had already locked onto their targets instantly erupted with destructive light. 6 special armor-piercing shells filled with high-concentration, blood-chi annihilation fluid, trailed crimson exhaust flames, acting like 6 roaring fire dragons. In an utterly unreasonable manner, they instantly locked down all of Zhao Wuya's evasion routes. No! The majesty and confidence on Zhao Wuya's face were completely replaced by endless terror at this moment. He wanted to flee, but the speed of those 6 shells had long since surpassed the speed of sound. He wanted to block, but how could he, a mere 4th-rank mid-stage, withstand 6 shells capable of killing a peak 3rd-rank martial artist firing simultaneously? A single God Slayer tank was enough to pose a fatal threat to a 3rd-rank martial artist. And 6 of them firing in unison, forming a crossfire network, created an instantaneous burst of power sufficient to kill an unprepared 4th-rank peak expert on the spot. Boom! A terrifying, thunderous explosion that could make the entire sky lose its color suddenly erupted. Zhao Wuya's aged figure didn't even have time to let out a scream before being instantly swallowed by those 6 destructive pillars of light. The next moment, bang! A violent shockwave, like a Category 12 hurricane, swept outward from the center of the explosion. The heavy bulletproof floor-to-ceiling windows of the reception hall were as fragile as paper before this world-destroying power. With a crash, they instantly shattered into billions of crystalline dust particles. The destructive air currents mixed with glass shards poured wildly inward. Fortunately, Zhao Wuya was suspended in the air over 100 meters away at the time, some distance from the villa. Additionally, the Crimson Flame guards behind Zia Liulai had all surged their blood chi energy the moment the explosion occurred, forming a massive protective astral chi outside the building that barely managed to deflect most of the impact. Otherwise, the aftermath of the explosion alone would have been enough to level this luxurious villa and everyone inside it to the ground. Even so, the entire reception hall was left in a mess by the impact. Tables and chairs were overturned, and cups and plates were shattered, as if they had just experienced an apocalyptic catastrophe. And that Zhao family ancestor, Zhao Wuya. He met a miserable end. His flesh, bones, and even his soul were instantly evaporated and annihilated under those terrifying, blood-chi annihilation shells. He was directly blown into a mist of blood, scattered across the floor of the reception hall. Not even a complete corpse remained. Inside the reception hall, the wild joy and hope on the faces of all the Zhao family members completely froze at this moment. They stared blankly at the air outside the window, distorted by the explosion, at the ancestor who was like a god in their hearts. Just like that, he was sent to his next life on the spot. Their minds went blank. Hope was shattered. The last straw of salvation had been ruthlessly blown into dust. At this moment, all the Zhao family members finally understood. Xia Lialai wasn't joking. She was truly going to exterminate the entire Zhao family. Thud. Zhao Wuji could no longer support himself. His knees crashed heavily onto the floor covered in glass shards. On his usually majestic and steady face, all pride and confidence had vanished without a trace, leaving only endless desolation and despair. But he hadn't given up yet. For the last bloodline of the family, he was willing to cast aside all dignity. He looked up, and those eyes that were once sharp as an eagle's were now filled with pleading and humility. Miss Xia, my Zhao family has been law-abiding citizens for generations, donating to schools and building bridges and roads for the Dragon Kingdom. We have never done anything to harm the nation. All of this was done by that rebellious son alone. It has nothing to do with the rest of my Zhao family. He pointed at the clansmen behind him who were already scared witless, his voice carrying a sob. They are all innocent. They didn't know anything. I beg you, for the sake of the Zhao family's past minor contributions, show some mercy. He pointed at Zhao Tianhao, who was already so terrified he had soiled himself. Gritting his teeth, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. I am willing to personally cripple him. Cripple all his cultivation, expel him from the family, and let him become a useless person from now on, left to fend for himself. I only ask that you can leave a trace of bloodline for my Zhao family, leave us a way to live. After speaking, he slammed his head heavily onto the cold floor, making a dull sound. Bang, bang, bang. Seeing this, the Zhao clansmen behind him also seemed to wake from a dream. One by one, they scrambled to kneel on the ground, frantically kowtowing and begging Xia Lialai and Gu Fangchen for mercy. Their wails echoed throughout the reception hall. Yes, Miss Xia, Lord Gu, we are innocent. I have an 80-year-old mother above and a 3-year-old child below waiting to be fed. I can't die. We beg you, we are willing to give up all our family property. We are willing to go to the front lines and work like beasts of burden. We only ask that you spare our lives. For a moment, the entire reception hall was filled with wailing and pathetic displays of cowardice. But facing this hall full of lamentations and pleas, a beautiful yet cruel curve slowly formed on Xia Lialai's cold and exquisite face. She smiled. Then she slowly spoke. Are you trying to play the moral kidnapping card with me? Sorry. I don't buy that. 92, not one left. These casual words were like a bucket of ice water poured over their heads, instantly extinguishing the last flicker of hope in the hearts of the Zhao family members. They knelt on the ground in a daze, the pleading and sorrow on their faces frozen, replaced by a blank expression of confusion and bewilderment. Looking at their dazed expressions, the mockery at the corners of Xia Lialai's mouth deepened. She strode forward with her long legs, step by step, until she reached Zhao family head who was still kowtowing. She looked down at him from above, her voice bone-chillingly cold. Wasn't Zhao Tianhao spoiled into this by all of you? Zhao family head's body suddenly stiffened, and he subconsciously wanted to deny it. But Xia Lialai didn't give him any chance to speak. Have you forgotten how you were acting just before I appeared? Every single one of you surrounded him, flattering him, praising him as some true dragon among men, and hyping up his meager strength to the heavens. When he was arrogant, you thought it was dominance. When he bullied others, you thought it was prestige. Xia Lialai's gaze slowly swept across the room, passing over the members of the Zhao family whose faces had long since turned ashen. Her voice grew even colder. You treated him as the future hope of the family, pouring all your resources into him. You personally raised him into a lawless, irreverent waste. And then there's that ancestor of yours. A flash of undisguised contempt flickered in Xia Lialai's eyes. After learning his great-grandson had committed treason and other monstrous crimes enough to exterminate the clan, his first reaction wasn't to clean house or uphold justice. Instead, he ran over here to play the elder card, asking me to give him face. Xia Lialai laughed out of pure anger. It's easy to imagine how a piece of trash like Zhao Tianhao was spoiled to this point by a bunch of crooked elders like you. Her gaze finally landed on Zhao family head. That look was like she was looking at a piece of irredeemable garbage. And you, Zhao family head. As the head of the family and his father, if the child is not taught, it is the father's fault. You failed to discipline your son, letting him walk into the abyss step by step, eventually causing this catastrophic disaster. Do you really think you bear no responsibility? You couldn't even keep an eye on your own son, and now that the truth is out, you run over here to kneel before me, crying that you're good citizens and trying to play the moral kidnapping game. Are you joking? Zhao family head was left speechless by these words, his old face turning the color of pig liver, overwhelmed with shame. Xia Liulai had no intention of stopping. She paced slowly, her voice echoing in the empty reception hall. Also, you say that your Zhao family are good citizens. Fine, even if you are good citizens. But the Dragon Kingdom also has the laws of the Dragon Kingdom. Her voice suddenly rose, filled with an unquestionable authority. If for every criminal family, our Dragon Kingdom had to give them a pass just because they once did a few good deeds, then wouldn't the cost of crime be a bit too low? If I forgive your Zhao family today, then next time, when some Li family, Lin family, or Chen family commits the same crime, should I forgive them too? If that's the case, where is the majesty of the Dragon Kingdom's laws? Where is the iron rule of the military department? Are you joking with me? If you make a mistake, you must admit it. If you're being beaten, stand up straight. Xia Liulai turned abruptly, her phoenix eyes burning with fury as they locked onto every Zhao family member present, her voice bone-chillingly cold. Every one of you is kneeling here now, crying harder than anyone else, acting more innocent than anyone else. But have you all developed amnesia? Do you not remember how you treated Gu Fangchen just half an hour ago? Each of you was arrogant and overbearing, looking down on everyone, throwing around words like commoner, poor boy, and bastard. I saw that high and mighty look on your faces very clearly. Do people like you even deserve to call yourselves good citizens? Aren't you beautifying yourselves a bit too much? You aren't good citizens at all. You're just a bunch of selfish, bullying scumbags to the bone. You are not innocent. You, all of you, are accomplices. These words were like the sharpest knives, tearing the Zhao family's last shred of dignity to pieces. They knelt on the ground in a daze, their minds blank, unable to utter a single word of rebuttal. It was true, just now. They really did think that way and they acted that way. Just then, Gu Fangchen, who had been silent all along, slowly set down his teacup. He stood up and walked to Xia Liulai's side, his calm eyes sweeping across the room. He looked at Zhao family head, who was still kowtowing incessantly, at Su Shiyu, who was already scared witless, and at the room full of disgraceful behavior. He spoke slowly, his voice not loud but it clearly reached everyone's ears, bringing a final end to this farce. When an avalanche occurs, no single snowflake is innocent. These words, calm to the extreme, were like an invisible heavy hammer smashing into the hearts of every Zhao family member present. They completely shattered the last trace of hope in their hearts. Woos woo. The suppressed sobbing gradually turned into desperate wailing. They collapsed to the ground, shedding tears of regret for their past arrogance and stupidity. But it was all too late. Amidst the wailing and despair, Xia Liulai slowly turned around, her cold phoenix eyes landing on the girl in the white dress who had stood in the corner from beginning to end, as if she were an outsider. You don't seem to be a member of the Zhao family, do you? Su Shiyu's body trembled violently, and she finally snapped out of it. She subconsciously looked up and met Xia Liulai's searching gaze. In the reception hall, the crying of all the Zhao family members subconsciously stopped. They all turned their gazes toward Su Shiyu, their eyes filled with complex emotions. And Zhao Tianhao, slumped on the ground, stared fixedly at his fiancée with a gaze full of hope and pleading. Shiyu will definitely plead for us. She's so kind. She loves me so much. Feeling the gaze of everyone focused on her, Su Shiyu took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. She raised her hand and gently wiped the tears and mucus from her face with a handkerchief. A hint of the composure and calm belonging to a young lady of a great family returned to her pale face. She bowed slightly to Xia Liulai, performing a standard lady's salute. Though her voice was still trembling slightly, it was clear and firm. In response to Miss Xia, my name is Su Shiyu, and I am from the Su family of Magic City. Su family, Xia Liulai's eyebrows arched slightly as if she remembered something. I recall your Su family seems to have a marriage contract with the Zhao family. She looked at Su Shiyu and asked in a flat tone, what is your relationship with them? Why are you here? This question was like a bolt of thunder, exploding in Zhao Tianhao's mind. He once again turned his hopeful gaze toward Su Shiyu, waiting for her answer. But Su Shiyu didn't even give him a single extra glance. She slowly straightened up. In those large, watery eyes, all tenderness and love had vanished without a trace, leaving only coldness and resolve. She looked at Xia Liulai and word by word spat out 3 words. No relation whatsoever. Boom. Hearing this, Zhao Tianhao felt his mind go blank, as if he had been abandoned by the entire world. No relation, no relation, no relation. We were childhood sweethearts. We made solemn vows. We were about to get married. In an instant, endless regret consumed all his sanity. He regretted it. He truly regretted it. He regretted why he had to gamble. He regretted why he did those incredibly stupid acts of treason. And he regretted even more why he had to provoke Gu Fangchen. If everything could be redone, if Zhao Tianhao finally realized how incredibly stupid he had been. On the side, Zia Lialai didn't say much seeing Su Shiyu's resolute appearance. She simply gave a faint wave of her hand. You may leave. Su Shiyu felt as if she had been granted a great pardon. She bowed deeply once more to Zia Lialai and Gu Fangchen. Thank you both. Then, without staying a moment longer, she turned and walked quickly toward the main door. Shiyu, don't go, don't leave, I'm sorry. Don't go, I beg you. Zhao Tianhao cried, letting out a desperate roar. He cried and struggled, trying to crawl up, wanting to chase after that figure that was getting further and further away. But what answered him was a cold flash of a blade. Pajay! Behind Zia Lialai, a member of the Crimson Flame Guards expressionlessly swung his blade down. Zhao Tianhao's roar came to an abrupt end. A fine head soared into the air. In the final moments of his life, what he saw was Su Shiyu's cold, frost-like back as she walked away without looking back. Zia Lialai looked at the room full of Zhao family members who were already scared witless, her face showing no emotion. She slowly turned around and gave the final command to the hundreds of members of her direct guard who had been standing by. Do it. Leave no one behind. 93. Exterminate the whole family. As the words fell, behind Zia Lialai, the dozen or so Crimson Flame Guards who had been standing as still as statues, moved. Like a dozen streaks of red lightning, they silently merged into the crowd that was in complete chaos due to despair. Splurred. The first to bear the brunt was the head of the Zhao family, who was still kneeling on the ground with a dull expression. Zhao family head. Before he could even recover from that cold sentence, a chilling flash of a blade swept past. A fine head soared into the sky. Scalding blood erupted from the neck like a fountain, staining the surrounding magnificent carpet a shocking dark red. In his wide-open eyes, there remained endless horror and disbelief. This bloody scene was like a ladle of cold water poured into a boiling oil pan, instantly detonating the entire reception hall. Piercing screams, desperate wails, and the dull sound of blades entering flesh instantly intertwined into a symphony of death. These members of the Zhao family, who were usually high and mighty and lived in luxury, completely discarded all their decency and dignity at this moment. Crying and screaming, they scattered throughout the reception hall like headless flies, attempting to find a glimmer of hope for survival. But the only response they received was the cold and ruthless blades of the Crimson Flame Guards. They were like emotionless reaping machines. Every time they swung their blades, they would inevitably bring forth a spray of hot blood, precisely harvesting a life. That seductive noblewoman, who had previously clamored to break Gu Fangchen's legs, had just scrambled up from the ground and hadn't run 2 steps before she was caught by a Crimson Flame Guard and decapitated with a single stroke. That head, adorned with exquisite makeup, rolled onto the ground, its expression forever frozen in extreme terror. Zhao Tianhao's third uncle, Zhao Wuyang, just wanted to circulate his blood qi energy to resist, but his meager strength was as fragile as a baby's before the Crimson Flame Guards. With a flash of the blade, he was sliced in half at the waist. His upper body was still crawling painfully on the ground, making gurgle, gurgle sounds, while his lower body had long since been trampled into mush. The entire reception hall was completely transformed into a living hell. Severed limbs and wreckage flew together, blood plasma and wails merged into one. Meanwhile, Gu Fangchen and Zia Lialai stood quietly in the center of that mountain of corpses and sea of blood, like spectators detached from the situation. On Zia Lialai's cold and beautiful face, there wasn't a single ripple of emotion, as if she had merely stepped on a nest of eyesore ants. Gu Fangchen even had the leisure to slowly finish the last sip of still-warm green snail spring tea in his cup. His eyes were calm as he watched those upper-class people making fools of themselves in the face of death, without a hint of pity in his heart. Finally, when the last member of the Zhao family let out a desperate wail and was pierced through the heart by a blade, pinned firmly to the wall, the entire reception hall fell completely silent. In the air, only the thick, nauseating smell of blood and the corpses that had not yet fully cooled remained. Inside the reception hall, blood flowed like a river, and corpses littered the floor. Reporting to Miss Zia, the guard captain, Chen Feng, walked up to Zia Lialai, sheathed his blade, and gave a blank-faced salute. All targets have been purged. No survivors. Zia Lialai nodded calmly. Go and purge the remaining branch families and the like. Yes, Chen Feng nodded and turned to leave. Seeing this, Zia Leali slowly turned around and looked at Gu Fangchen. Let's go. All right. Gu Fangchen put down the teacup in his hand and nodded. Side by side, they stepped through the mountain of corpses and sea of blood, walking out of the luxurious hall that was now completely shrouded in death. The door behind them was silently closed by the Crimson Flame guards, cutting off the soaring stench of blood and the wails. Before them was the long, luxurious corridor of the Zhao family estate, covered with expensive carpets, forming a sharp contrast with the Shura field behind them. But they had only taken 2 steps when a white figure caused them both to stop in unison. It was Su Shiyu. She hadn't gone far, but stood there at the end of the corridor, looking lost and soul-shattered. The moonlight streaming through the glass windows of the dome fell upon her, making her appear incredibly lonely. Her pretty face was pale, and her magnificent dress was stained with dust and bloodstains. In those watery eyes, there was no longer any of her former composure and elegance, only deep lingering fear and awe remained. Seeing the 2 of them come out, her body jolted like a startled deer, but she still mustered her final bit of courage and hurried forward. Under the slightly surprised gazes of Gu Fangchen and Zia Leali, she came before Gu Fangchen and with a thud, fell heavily to her knees. Lord Gu. She looked up with her beautiful tear-streaked face, her voice thick with a nasal tone and sobbing. Before, Shiyu was blind and my words were very offensive. I beg you to be magnanimous and not lower yourself to the level of a mere woman like me. As she spoke, her hands trembled as she held out a crystal-clear ring, holding it high above her head. From that ring, a faint spatial fluctuation emanated. A storage ring. Gu Fangchen's eyes narrowed. Seeing this, Su Shiyu continued. This is one of our Su family's heirlooms, the Kanghai ring. It has 10 cubic meters of space inside. Although it's not large, it's a small token of my Su family's sincerity. Shiyu knows her sins are heavy and does not dare to beg for your forgiveness. I only ask that this object might dissolve a trace of the anger in your heart. I hope you can be merciful and let the Su family go. P.S. I followed the advice of some tutorial bloggers who said to make an event as long as possible, dragging it out for at least 30,000 words. At that time, the event was already finished, and the first half had been written and posted. To avoid breaking the continuity, I had no choice but to push through and post the second half. Sai, I won't say more. It's my fault. I'm sorry to all my brothers and sisters. From now on, the subsequent pace will be kept consistent with that before Chapter 80. 94, Storage Ring Bonus Chapter. Zia Leali, standing to the side, took all of this in. She looked at Su Shiyu, who was kneeling on the ground in an extremely humble posture, and said nothing. She simply turned her gaze toward Gu Fangchen, waiting for his decision. Gu Fangchen glanced at the storage ring, which emitted faint spatial fluctuations, and already had a decision in mind. He truly did lack a storage device that was convenient for carrying spoils of war. Moreover, storage rings were the kind of items in the military merit mall that often had a price but no supply. One couldn't necessarily buy one, even if they wanted to. As for the Su family, although this Su Shiyu had been a bit pretentious earlier, she hadn't said anything from beginning to end. He wasn't about to vent his anger on a family that had just cut ties with the Zhao family. If he were to slaughter the Su family, it would easily lead to a situation where killing the young ones would bring out the old ones. If it continued like that, it would be never-ending. Let it be. With that thought, he reached out and took the ring from Su Shiyu's trembling hand. I'll take the item. His voice was calm and indifferent, revealing no emotion. Upon hearing this, a look of ecstatic joy like surviving a disaster instantly erupted on Su Shiyu's face. As if receiving a great pardon, she kowtowed deeply to the 2 of them again, her voice thick with nasal congestion and sobbing. Thank you, Lord Gu. Thank you, Miss Zia. Shiyu. Shiyu will take her leave. After speaking, she didn't dare to stay for even a second. She hurriedly scrambled up from the ground, not even bothering to tidy her messy skirt, and turned to stumble away, disappearing at the end of the hallway as if fleeing for her life. Zia Leali glanced at her panicked retreating figure, then turned back to look at Gu Fangchen, who was examining the ring in his hand. You don't know how to use this thing yet, do you? Gu Fangchen nodded. The Su family made their fortune doing this. Their storage rings are different from the ones on the market. Zia Leali extended a slender finger and pointed at an inconspicuous protrusion on the inside of the ring. Do you see this little hook? Use it to prick your finger and drop a bead of blood on it, and you'll be able to claim ownership. She paused and added, because of this ownership binding feature, the Su family's storage rings sell for more than 3 times the price of ordinary ones on the market. Even the lowest end model costs over 100 million. Gu Fangchen's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise upon hearing this, but he didn't hesitate at all. He picked up the ring and used the small hook to lightly graze his fingertip. A drop of crimson blood seeped out and dripped precisely onto the crystal surface of the ring. Hum! The ring emitted a slight hum, and the blood was instantly absorbed. A faint red light flickered across the entire surface of the ring before fading away. A faint mental connection was instantly established between Gu Fangchen and the ring. With a thought, his spirit probed into it. An independent space of about 10 cubic meters was clearly presented within his perception. In that void space, a long, narrow, pitch-black weapon case was quietly suspended in the center. Gu Fangchen was startled. With another thought, the weapon case appeared out of thin air in his hand. With a click, the case opened. The inside of the case was lined with a thick layer of black velvet. A long saber lay quietly within. The blade was long and narrow, its entire body as black as ink. The moment Zia Leoli saw this saber, her pupils suddenly constricted, and her face was filled with shock. Night Meteor! It's actually Night Meteor. She stepped forward quickly, looking at the black saber in the case, her voice tinged with disbelief. This saber was forged from meteoric iron from beyond the heavens, supplemented with void obsidian. It's indestructible, can devour blood-chi energy, and can even slash a person's soul. It's a quasi-A-rank, non-standard divine weapon. She looked at Gu Fangchen with an extremely complex expression. But this saber has extremely high requirements for the user's blood-chi, requiring at least the early stage of the 3rd rank to barely activate it. Only at the 4th rank can its full power be unleashed. Su Shiyu actually gave this thing to you. It seems she really was scared out of her wits by you and is cutting off her own flesh to survive. As she spoke, she glanced at Gu Fangchen. Only then did she belatedly realize that Gu Fangchen had been empty-handed from the very beginning. A hint of confusion flashed in Zia Leoli's cold phoenix eyes as she suddenly asked, "By the way, why didn't you bring a weapon? Where is your black-scale battle saber?" Gu Fangchen didn't answer immediately. He simply picked up the pitch-black Night Meteor from the case and gave it a casual flourish. It felt heavy in his hand, with a strange sense of drag. It was indeed, as Zia Leoli had said. This saber required the early stage of the 3rd rank to be effective. With a thought, he put the battle saber and the weapon case back into the storage ring and then answered calmly. "It broke." "Broke? How did it break?" Zia Leoli pressed. A C+ rank standard battle saber shouldn't break so easily, even when facing a king rank exotic beast. Gu Fangchen thought for a moment and said in a matter-of-fact tone, "It broke while I was using a saber beam. It seemed like it couldn't withstand my blood-chi." Zia Leoli didn't say much after hearing this, only nodding. After all, while this might sound like a fantasy to others, when it happened to Gu Fangchen, it seemed perfectly reasonable. She glanced at the luxurious hall that had long since been soaked in blood, her gaze sweeping over the expensive antiques and decorations, and suddenly spoke. "According to the rules, everything belonging to the Zhao family must be confiscated. However," she changed the subject and looked at Gu Fangchen, "I'm giving you special permission to check their treasury and pick out whatever you like to take with you." Gu Fangchen was stunned. "Really?" "Really?" Zia Leoli's answer was crisp and direct. She looked straight into Gu Fangchen's eyes. "This is because it's you." Before Gu Fangchen could react, a soft but powerful hand grabbed his wrist. "Let's go, don't just stand there. If we're late, those people from the logistics department might have cleared it out." After saying that, a rare playful look of urgency appeared on Zia Leoli's face. She pulled him and ran toward the depths of the manor. Behind them, the few Crimson Flame guards watched their young lady running through the hallway holding hands with a peer. They looked at each other, seeing deep shock in each other's eyes. A young Crimson Flame guard couldn't help but lean in toward Captain Chen Feng and whisper in a dreamlike tone, "Captain, why do I feel like the young lady and Lord Gu actually make a good match?" Chen Feng, the leader, shook his head helplessly upon hearing this. Thinking of Yi Liang from the Yi family, who had previously come to the Zia family to propose marriage, he quickly barked in a low voice, "What nonsense are you talking about? Everyone, stay sharp and process the scene." Upon hearing this, everyone immediately fell silent and calmed down, continuing to process the scene without another word. 95. Zhao Family Treasure Trove. Zia Leoli pulled Gu Fangchen's wrist as they walked through the luxurious Zhao family estate, which had now turned into a purgatory. Along the way, many logistics personnel were busy working. But when their gazes fell upon the two people walking side by side, they would all stop their work in unison and salute them. For a moment, greetings rose and fell, and everyone proactively cleared a path for them, not daring to obstruct them in the slightest. Soon, the two arrived at a hidden area, located beneath the estate. Before they even got close, they saw a massive gate, half a meter thick, standing wide open. Several clerical staff members belonging to the logistics department were going in and out with instruments, clearly conducting a preliminary inventory and registration. The logistics personnel were all stunned when they saw the two, and they hurriedly put down their work to salute respectfully. "Leave this place to us, you go handle the matters outside first." Zia Leali's tone was calm, though it was an order, there was no hint of a scolding in it. "Yes," the logistics personnel immediately saluted and withdrew, even thoughtfully closing the gate from the outside. In an instant, only the two of them remained in the empty treasury. Gu Fangchen couldn't help but start looking around. The treasury space was enormous, covering over 1,000 square meters. Rows of shelves reached straight to the ceiling, neatly lined with various strange items. There were rare pills sealed in temperature-controlled cabinets, their medicinal fragrance overflowing, cultivation technique scrolls placed on bookshelves, and countless weapons and combat suits. It had to be said that the Zhao family was indeed wealthy. Zia Leali's gaze swept over Gu Fangchen's already tattered shadow leopard cat combat suit, her dark eyebrows furrowing slightly. "It's time you changed out of those clothes." After saying that, she strolled over to a row of shelves displaying combat suits. Dozens of combat suits of various styles were on display here, ranging from light models suitable for reconnaissance and stealth to heavy assault types used for frontal attacks. They had everything. But Zia Leali's gaze only swept over them casually before she shook her head, seemingly unimpressed by any of them. Suddenly, her gaze focused on a certain spot, a display stand protected separately by a special glass cover. Unlike the complete combat suits below, what was displayed inside was a metal bracelet, matte black in color, with a deep blue crystal embedded in the center. "This is the one." Zia Leali didn't look for a key or a switch. She simply raised a slender finger and flicked it casually against the thick glass cover. Bang! A crisp muffled sound. The specialized glass, which was strong enough to withstand a full-strength strike from a peak third-rank martial artist, was instantly covered in spider-web-like cracks before shattering completely with a crash. With a calm expression, she casually took the bracelet from the shattered glass cover and handed it to Gu Fangchen. Starry Phantom, an A-rank combat suit made by infusing liquid memory metal with the shell powder of the peak calamity rank exotic beast, the Void Mayfly. Gu Fangchen took it. It felt cold to the touch, yet he could feel a thick surge of energy circulating within it. He was momentarily stunned and looked at Zia Leali with some confusion. "This is a combat suit." Zia Leali nodded, a faint smile tugging at the corner of her mouth as she explained, "Put it on and press the crystal in the middle." Hearing this, a hint of disbelief flashed in Gu Fangchen's eyes. The shadow leopard cat suit he was currently wearing was also a good C+ rank item, but putting it on and taking it off was no different from ordinary clothes, requiring each piece to be worn manually. But this thing in front of him was actually just a bracelet. Has technology actually developed to this extent? With a mix of curiosity and anticipation, he put the matte black bracelet on his wrist. Then he raised his hand and lightly pressed the deep blue crystal in the center of the bracelet with his thumb. Buzz! Accompanied by a faint hum, the crystal instantly lit up. The next moment, countless streams of light like liquid metal suddenly burst forth from the bracelet. Like living creatures, they rapidly climbed and spread up Gu Fangchen's arm. In just one short second, it covered his entire body. Immediately after, those liquid streams of light instantly solidified into shape, transforming into a streamlined combat suit that was matte black and perfectly fitted the curves of his body. At the joints and torso of the combat suit, streaks of deep blue energy patterns were dotted, flowing slowly as if he were wearing the entire deep starry sky on his body. Gu Fangchen moved his body a bit. He felt that this combat suit was as light as nothing, yet incredibly tough. However, although the new combat suit fit perfectly, he was still wearing the tattered shadow leopard cat suit underneath. With 2 layers of clothes stacked together, it was somewhat cumbersome. He couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion in his heart. In the past, he would have had to deactivate the new suit first, take off the old one, and then put it back on. But now, he raised the finger wearing the Kanghai ring and focused his mind. The next second, the constricted feeling of wearing 2 layers of clothes instantly vanished without a trace. The tattered shadow leopard cat suit actually turned directly into a stream of light and was sucked into the ring on his fingertip from a distance, disappearing. "Not bad," Zia Leali nodded as she looked at the brand new Gu Fangchen. "You're still missing a handy blade. Even though you have the Night Meteor, you still need a transitional one for now." She led Gu Fangchen to the weapon rack, her gaze sweeping over the ostentatiously styled, gold and jade inlaid weapons, a flash of disdain in her eyes. Flashy but impractical. She picked and chose on the shelves, seemingly unsatisfied with any of these so-called treasures. Ultimately, her gaze landed on an unremarkable long saber. Let's go with this one. Dragon Fang, a B-rank standard issue war saber forged from the spinal main tooth of a peak second rank red-ridged dragon lizard. It's best for conducting blood chi energy, much better than these gaudy ones. Gu Fangchen took the long saber. It indeed felt extraordinary in his hand. His expression remained calm as he willed the dragon fang into his Kanghai ring. He was going to break through to the third rank in a while anyway, and then he could use the night meteor directly. This dragon fang was, to put it bluntly, just a backup. The quality didn't really matter. The two continued through the treasury and arrived at the area displaying medicinal pills. In rows of temperature-controlled cabinets, various bottles and jars emitting a dense medicinal fragrance were sealed. Just the smell alone was enough to refresh one's spirit. "Do you need any pills? Something to help with cultivation?" Zia Leoli asked casually. Gu Fangchen shook his head. Hearing this, Zia Leoli finally remembered that this guy's constitution couldn't be judged by common logic at all. Since he could level up directly by killing exotic beasts, he really had no use for these conventional pills. She laughed self-deprecatingly and led him to the bookshelf, where cultivation technique scrolls were kept. Although there were many cultivation techniques and secret manuals here, most of them were common goods. Zia Leoli flipped through two of them casually, and then put them back with little interest. Low-grade stuff, can't compare to the military's, nothing worth seeing. She took Gu Fangchen and continued to stroll aimlessly into the depths of the treasury, as if they were walking through their own back garden. The two passed row after row of shelves. Just when they thought there was nothing left and were prepared to leave, as suddenly, their gazes caught a password-protected door made from a solid piece of unknown dark gold metal. 96 basalt alloy safe. The two of them looked at each other, both reading the same thought in the other's eyes. That was, behind this door, the Zhao family's true treasures were definitely hidden. Zia Leoli walked to the door. She didn't bother studying the complex combination lock, but simply raised her straight, long, beautiful leg and condensed a wisp of golden blood chi divine fire. Then, she kicked it directly. Boom! The heavy metal door was hit as if by a cannonball, denting violently inward. The lock system instantly erupted in countless electrical sparks and was completely destroyed. Behind the door was a small secret room. Inside, there were no dazzling treasures, only rows of metal filing cabinets filled with various documents. The two of them walked in and flipped through them. They found that most of them were the Zhao Group's commercial secrets. For the military, they didn't seem to have much value. Just as Gu Fangchen thought there was nothing here, Zia Leoli's gaze was drawn to a huge black cube in the corner of the room. It was a massive safe with sides over 2 meters long, made entirely of an unknown black alloy. The surface was seamless, with no visible cracks or keyholes, only a small energy input port on the front. A basalt alloy safe. Zia Leoli walked around it, a hint of surprise flashing in her beautiful eyes. It said that this thing can withstand the full-force attack of a martial artist below the 5th rank. The cost of this box alone is probably over $1 billion. Hearing this, Gu Fangchen couldn't help but frown deeply. If something required a safe of this level for storage, the contents were definitely extraordinary. Zia Leoli reached out and tapped the box. However, for now, with just the strength of the two of us, we can't open this box. After saying that, she turned to Gu Fangchen and continued in a matter-of-fact tone. "This safe belongs to you." Me, Gu Fangchen was taken aback. "There's definitely good stuff inside, you don't want it." Logically speaking, shouldn't this kind of thing belong to the higher-ups? Upon hearing this, Zia Leoli burst into laughter as if she had heard something funny. She looked at Gu Fangchen and asked back, "Do you think my family background would leave me lacking in good things?" This one sentence left Gu Fangchen speechless. Zia Leoli patted his shoulder. "Take it, consider it your spoils of war. After we go back, I'll have Uncle Joe find a technical expert from the military to open it." Gu Fangchen was stunned again, feeling some concern. "Isn't this the Zhao family's property? Is it appropriate to let Major Joe know?" Hearing this, Zia Leoli playfully stuck out her tongue. "If you don't say anything and I don't say anything, who will know? I'll just say you captured it on the battlefield. What can they do to me?" She paused, her tone becoming more serious. "Besides, Uncle Joe isn't that kind of person. You are currently our Dragon Country's trump card. What's wrong with giving you a little extra? What are you afraid of?" Hearing this, Gu Fangchen stopped being overly formal, a trace of warmth flowing through his heart. He nodded solemnly to Zia Leoli. "Thank you." With that, he waved his hand and directly stored the massive object into the Kanghai ring. The moment his voice fell. "Oh!" Zia Leoli raised an eyebrow and familiarly hooked her arm through Gu Fangchen's. Her clear phoenix eyes held a mischievous smile. I didn't expect you to actually know how to say thank you. Judging by your previous look, as if everyone owed you 8 million, I thought I'd never hear those words from you in this lifetime. Gu Fangchen glanced at her helplessly. We weren't close then, we'd only met twice at most. Isn't it normal to be a bit aloof? True, Zia Liulai nodded thoughtfully, but she showed no intention of letting go of his arm. The two of them circled the treasury again, and after confirming there was nothing else worth noting, they walked out. Zia Liulai coolly instructed the logistics personnel waiting outside. I'm leaving this place to you. Inventory everything carefully. Any omissions will be dealt with by military law. Yes, Miss Zia. Afterward, she pulled Gu Fangchen along and returned to the front of the estate villa under the reverent gazes of the logistics personnel. At this moment, the inside and outside of the villa had been thoroughly cleaned. All the corpses had been placed in special body bags, and the air was thick with the pungent smell of disinfectant. The guard captain, Chen Feng, stepped forward quickly, snapped to attention and saluted Zia Liulai. He reported expressionlessly, reporting to Miss, the interior of the estate has been completely cleared. In addition, according to your previous orders, the cleanup operation against all involved personnel and families on the list has also been launched simultaneously. Zia Liulai nodded without saying much. She slowly looked up. She glanced at the magnificent, luxurious estate before her, which symbolized 100 years of the Zhao family's glory. A cold determination flashed in her chilly phoenix eyes. Have all the supplies inside been cleared out? She asked calmly. Reporting to Miss, Chen Feng answered immediately. The logistics department finished inventorying and loading all supplies in the main residence 10 minutes ago. Very good, Zia Liulai was very satisfied. She ordered Chen Feng, notify all brothers still inside to evacuate immediately. Yes, Chen Feng did not hesitate and immediately issued the evacuation command through the communicator. Soon, the last batch of soldiers responsible for clearing the area withdrew from the estate in an orderly fashion like a tide, regrouping in the distance. At this moment, the vast Zhao family estate had completely turned into a magnificent, empty tomb. Zia Liulai looked at the empty building before her and slowly raised her hand. Pass down my order. Fire. Yes. A sharp light flashed in Chen Feng's eyes as he straightened his back and issued the final command into the communicator. Units 1 through 6 of the God Slayer tanks pay attention. Target, the Zhao family main residence. Fire. The moment the words fell, the barrels of the 6 God Slayer tanks erupted with destructive light. Then, boom 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 boom. 6 special armor-piercing shells instantly trailed crimson exhaust flames, like 6 roaring fire dragons, slamming into the magnificent villa from different angles. Boom! In an instant, the luxurious building, which had cost tens of billions and was built from countless precious materials, was as fragile as a sandcastle before this world-destroying power. Sturdy load-bearing walls were instantly torn apart, the magnificent dome collapsed, and countless precious artworks and furniture were turned into dust in the moment of the explosion. Next, an even more terrifying chain reaction occurred. The blood-chi annihilation fluid, contained within those 6 shells, was completely activated at the moment of impact. The next moment, a visible dark red energy shockwave erupted from the villa as the center, sweeping outward. Wherever the shockwave passed, whether it was hard steel or precious marble, everything was decomposed and annihilated into the most primitive particles without a sound. Finally, when the aftermath of the explosion dissipated, where the luxurious villa had once stood, only a huge, charred crater remained, over 100 meters in diameter and bottomless, with thick smoke still billowing from its edges. The Zhao family, this prestigious family that had been passed down in Magic City for over 100 years, along with the century-old foundation they were so proud of, was completely wiped out on a physical level at this moment. The evening breeze blew, kicking up charred dust and the pungent smell of gunpowder, brushing past the faces of everyone who had long since been numbed by the shock. Zia Liulai quietly looked at the massive man-made crater before her chilly and beautiful face showing no emotion. She slowly turned around, her cold phoenix eyes falling on Gu Fangchen, who was equally calm beside her. Let's go, we're heading back to the base. Gu Fangchen nodded and never looked back. 97, Sleepless All Night bonus chapter. Meanwhile, in the abandoned urban area, beneath the clock tower, Phew finally finished cleaning up. A Feng sat down on the ground with a thud, tossed the scalpel in his hand aside, and lay flat on his back in a star shape, gasping for breath. Looking at the dozens of giant tactical backpacks piled like a small mountain next to the Humvee, he felt as if his back was about to break. Who would have thought that just processing these spoils of war would take us nearly 6 hours? That group of guys all ran away after seeing Miss Zia advance to the 4th rank. They didn't even think to leave a few people behind to help us. Hearing those words, Zioya rubbed her aching shoulders and spoke with a smile. Still, this harvest is terrifyingly huge. With so many materials to sell to the military district, our military merit points this time might just double. Double, that all belongs to Brother Gu. A Feng immediately sprang up from the ground, his expression suggesting it was only natural. We were just assistants, it's already good enough if we get a bit of the leftovers. Cheng Yi and Zhang Chengyu, listening to the team members chatting and laughing nearby, also showed gratified smiles on their faces. At that moment Lin Keek walked over to Gao Yizhu and asked with concern, "Yizhu, how is your leg?" Gao Yizhu moved his left leg. The previously gruesome wound had already scabbed over and healed under the effects of the high-grade military healing spray. His movement was no longer hindered. A rare curve appeared on his usually cold and stern face as he nodded to Lin Keek. "It's fine now." Seeing this, everyone finally felt completely at ease. "All right, since everything is packed up, it's time for us to head back." Cheng Yi stood up and patted the dust off his clothes. But as soon as he finished speaking, a Feng's boisterous voice rang out once more. Only this time, his tone was filled with undisguised rage and killing intent. "Captain, are we really just going back like this?" He stood up abruptly from the ground, his eyes full of hatred. "That bastard Wang Wu, and those scumbags from his Grey Eagle squad, are we just going to let this debt go? If they hadn't shot us in the back, Yizhu wouldn't have been injured at all. And if it weren't for Brother Gu, we would have been wiped out. I really can't swallow this." His words were like a spark, instantly igniting the suppressed anger in everyone's hearts. Exactly. Lin Keek's eyes were wide with anger, her pretty face frosty. Stabbing a comrade in the back on the battlefield is a major taboo. These degenerates don't even deserve to be called soldiers. Zhang Chengyu and Cheng Yi looked at the agitated team members, then exchanged a glance, seeing the same determination in each other's eyes. "Don't worry," Zhang Chengyu spoke slowly. "This matter isn't over." Cheng Yi also let out a cold snort, killing intent flashing in his eyes. "Once we're back at the base, I will immediately submit an appeal to headquarters. Even if there's no evidence, I will fight him to the end. I absolutely won't let that villain have it easy." Hearing this, the crowd felt the resentment in their hearts ease slightly. Right at that moment, boom! A dull, terrifying explosion, loud enough to make the soul tremble, echoed, without warning from the distant horizon. Everyone's body jolted, and they instinctively looked toward the sound. In the direction of Madu Base City, upon that pitch-black sky, an incredibly massive mushroom cloud slowly rose. Even from dozens of kilometers away, they could still clearly see the center of the explosion, where flames soared into the sky, reflecting across half the night sky in a shocking blood-red hue. Following that, the ground began to shake violently. A visible shockwave spread out like ripples, causing the rubble beneath their feet to hum and rattle. "What's going on?" Zhang Chengyu and Cheng Yi's expressions changed drastically. They were the first to react, their faces filled with horror and confusion. "That's the sound of the God Slayer main cannons firing in unison." Lin Mo, the sniper of the Blood Wolf squad, spoke with a trembling voice. "And it's at least 6 of them." "Madu, what happened to Madu?" In a small alley near the Martial Artist Guild in Madu Base City, Ma Dong was crouching in front of a dilapidated stall, happily counting several large bills he had just received today. Ever since he received guidance from Gu Fangchen, his life seemed to have taken off. Relying on his silver tongue and the keen eye he had developed from years of mingling at the bottom of society, in just 1 month, he had managed to carve out a place for himself in this chaotic circle. Starting from running errands and delivering letters, he moved on to gathering information for others. By now, he already had his own fixed intelligence network and several loyal subordinates. He specialized in reselling various second-hand equipment and rare information. Life was booming. Big Brother is truly Big Brother. Ma Dong carefully tucked the money into his chest pocket and looked at the brightly lit city nightscape in the distance, filled with emotion. I wonder how Big Brother is doing at base number 7 right now. He was just thinking about whether he should save up some money to send some good equipment to his big brother. Right at that moment, boom! A massive explosion echoed from the distant horizon. Ma Dong felt the ground beneath his feet shake violently, and he almost fell on his backside. He snapped his head up toward the sound, and his shrewd face was instantly filled with horror. In the direction of the east side of the city, the sky was dyed a blood-red color. Dongji looked quickly. A subordinate nearby who was responsible for keeping watch pointed at that eerie red light, his voice trembling. That's the direction of the Zhao family." "The Zhao family?" Ma Dong's pupils suddenly constricted. He naturally knew what kind of existence the Zhao family was. They were one of the local tyrants of Madu. But now, he felt the terrifying energy fluctuations in the air that had yet to subside. A thought flashed through his mind like a bolt of lightning. The Zhao family, something has happened. And it's something huge. After the brief shock, Ma Dong's small, shrewd eyes instantly erupted with an unparalleled fervent light. A crisis. But also an opportunity. The fall of the Zhao family would inevitably cause a reshuffling of power throughout Madu. How much intelligence could be excavated from this? How much could one gain by fishing in these troubled waters? How many opportunities were there to soar to the top? Go! He no longer hesitated for a second, springing up from the ground and hopping onto the nearby battered electric scooter, shouting at his equally stunned subordinates behind him. What the hell are you all dazed for? Hurry up. Follow me to the scene. Remember, listen more, watch more, don't let any clues slip by. Whoever can get first-hand news tonight, I'll reward him with 100,000. And meanwhile, in the west of the city, at the Li family manor, an old man with white hair and a white beard suddenly stood up from his tea table. The purple clay teapot in his hand fell to the ground with a clack, shattering into pieces. He stared blankly out the window at that eerie red light. In his cloudy old eyes, for the first time, an emotion called fear emerged. East of the city, that's the Zhao family's direction, he murmured to himself, his voice dry. What happened? In the north of the city, at the Wang family's penthouse apartment, a middle-aged man who was frolicking with his beautiful mistress suddenly pushed the woman from his arms after feeling that world-destroying energy fluctuation and rushed to the giant floor-to-ceiling window. He looked at the slowly rising mushroom cloud, and the lewd expression on his face was instantly replaced by one of extreme gravity. Someone, he roared without looking back, investigate immediately, find out exactly what happened. In the south of the city, at the Su family residence, Su Shiyu had just returned to her bedroom, which was filled with a youthful, girlish atmosphere, and had not yet recovered from the massive shock she had received today. The deafening explosion made her body tremble once more, and all the color drained from her pretty face. She stumbled to the window and watched as that familiar area was completely consumed by destructive flames. In her large, watery eyes, there was only endless fear and lingering dread. This night, the entire upper society of Madu was completely sleepless. Countless gazes, filled with shock, fear, or suspicion, were cast toward that area turned to ruins, toward that century-old family that had been invincible but was wiped out in a single night. They didn't know what had happened, but they knew that the sky of Madu was about to change. 98. Alien Beast Research Institute. The Zhao family estate. Gu Fangchen and Zia Lialai walked side by side, stepping across the ruins that had been thoroughly soaked in blood and gunpowder smoke. Behind them was that luxurious estate, now burning fiercely and gradually turning to ash. That pitch-black hummingbird, armed helicopter, had long been waiting on the lawn outside the estate. The propellers whipped up a gale, making the Du's clothes flap loudly. Several crimson flame guards were already lined up outside the cabin door, standing tall and straight like emotionless sculptures. Just as Zia Lialai was preparing to lead Gu Fangchen onto the aircraft. Buzz! The military, encrypted phone in her pocket suddenly vibrated. Zia Lialai's dark brows furrowed slightly as she casually pulled out the phone. On the screen was an encrypted text message from Major Zhou Hai. The message was simple, containing only a real-time shared location coordinate. Zia Lialai clicked on the coordinates, and the moment she saw the location, a flash of surprise couldn't help but cross her eyes. Because the location of the coordinates was not base number 7, where they had come from, but rather on the outskirts of Magic City, in an area marked on the map as a top-level military restricted zone. Zia Lialai was stunned at first, but she immediately understood Zhou Hai's intention. Uncle Joe's way of doing things was indeed foolproof. A high-grade martial artist who could grow indefinitely had a strategic value that far exceeded the scope of an ordinary genius. He was even enough to be classified as a top secret of the Dragon Kingdom. Although base number 7 was heavily guarded, it was ultimately a frontline theater with many people and prying eyes. Once the news leaked and was discovered by those foreign forces lurking in the Dragon Kingdom, the consequences would be unimaginable. And that military restricted zone was a secret base directly under the Eastern Theater Command's high command. The defense level was comparable to the National Treasury, absolutely foolproof. Thinking of this, Zia Lialai no longer had any hesitation. She slowly turned around, her gaze falling upon the guard captain, Chen Feng. Chen Feng. Present. You will fly the hummingbird, have the original pilot step down. Zia Lialai's order was concise and comprehensive, without a hint of emotion. Yes. Inside the cabin, the pilot who had already been prepared was filled with shock upon hearing this, yet he did not dare to disobey in the slightest. He immediately unbuckled his seatbelt, jumped off the aircraft, and gave Zia Leoli a standard military salute. "Miss Zia." Zia Leoli nodded, and then her gaze swept over the dozens of crimson flame guards. Finally, it settled on 3 members whose auras were the most steady and restrained. "You 3 come with me. The rest of you, stay here and coordinate with the logistics department to handle follow-up matters." "Yes." Everyone responded in unison, their voices loud and filled with absolute obedience. Gu Fangchen took all of this in, gaining a bit more understanding of Zia Leoli's decisiveness and meticulousness. Soon, the helicopter rose from the ground. The propellers whipped up a gale that completely scattered the last bits of dust belonging to the Zhao family on the ground, turning into a black bolt of lightning that disappeared into the end of the night. Inside the cabin, the atmosphere was quiet and solemn. The 3 crimson flame guards personally handpicked by Zia Leoli sat bolt upright, their breathing barely audible. Gu Fangchen looked at the city night scene receding rapidly outside the window, his heart filled with 1,000 emotions. Just then, a cold voice came from beside him. "Are you nervous?" Gu Fangchen turned his head and saw Zia Leoli looking at him sideways, her cold phoenix eyes carrying a faint trace of concern he had never seen before. He was stunned for a moment, then answered truthfully, "It's all right, maybe a little." He paused and added another sentence, "But mostly, it's anticipation." Upon hearing this, a faint, almost imperceptible smile actually appeared on Zia Leoli's eternally frozen, beautiful face. That smile was like a snow lotus quietly blooming on a frozen tundra, cold, yet breathtakingly soul-stirring. "Me too." 10 minutes later, the helicopter slowly landed. The cabin door opened, and a gust of cold wind hit their faces. What came into view was a massive base, coiled underground like a steel beast. Major Zhou Hai had long been waiting in front of the helipad, with several personal guards. On that usually majestic face, there was now an incredibly gentle and enthusiastic smile. His gaze bypassed Zia Leoli, who was the first to step out of the cabin, and landed precisely on the calm young man. His eyes were filled with undisguised admiration and excitement. "Miss Zia Ziogu, it's been a hard journey." Zia Leoli gave a slight nod to Zhou Hai as a return greeting. Gu Fangchen followed closely behind, his expression calm as he also nodded to this base commander. As for the personal guards behind Zhou Hai, they all straightened their backs in unison, and gave the 2 of them an incredibly standard military salute, their eyes filled with the purest awe. "Let's go, everything is ready, I'll take you there." Zhou Hai kept his posture very low, even taking the initiative to lead the way, respectfully making a please gesture. The group followed Zhou Hai into that underground base that resembled a steel beast. Along the way, security was tight to the extreme. They passed through 3 successive gates made of heavy alloy. Each one required dual authentication of an iris scan and gene verification to open. The sides of the passage were further filled with sensor matrices invisible to the naked eye. Any unauthorized life form that intruded would be locked onto and annihilated in an instant. Passing through that cold and murderous metal passage, the view suddenly opened up. The core area of the base was completely different from the dark style Gu Fangchen had imagined. The entire place was a pure white without a single impurity. The light was bright and soft, and the walls and floor were integrated as one, filled with a sense of future technology, looking very much like those top-secret research institutes in certain sci-fi movies from Blue Star. At this moment, at the entrance of the research institute, a gentle-looking middle-aged man wearing a white research coat and gold-rimmed glasses had already been waiting. He was precisely the person in charge of this secret base, and one of the Dragon Kingdom's top exotic beast biologists, Dr. Li. "Miss Zia, Mr. Gu." Dr. Li had the gentle smile characteristic of a scholar as he stepped forward to shake hands with the 2. "Director Li, sorry to trouble you," Zhou Hai introduced from the side. "This is the director of our research institute." As he spoke, Zhou Hai looked at Gu Fangchen again. "This is one of our Dragon Kingdom's most important exotic beast research institutes. Usually, they study exotic beast corpses. Here, live samples can be said to be more precious than gold. But after learning about your situation, Zio Gu, Director Li didn't say another word and immediately waved his hand, bringing out all the dozens of live exotic beasts his institute had. Hearing this, Dr. Li hurriedly waved his hand, a very sincere smile appearing on his face. "Major Zhou overstates it. For the future of the Dragon Kingdom, let alone a mere few dozen live samples, even if the entire research institute were emptied out, it would only be right." After some pleasantries, Dr. Li personally led the way, bringing the group to a massive circular code door. Zhou Hai's expression also became serious. He turned around and said in a deep voice to the personal guards and Crimson Flame guards behind him, "Except for Dr. Li, Miss Zia, myself and Xiao Gu, everyone else is to wait outside." 99. We must be wary. Yes. The group responded in unison, and immediately set up a second security perimeter outside the door. Beep authentication passed. The heavy electronic door slid open silently, and the four of them stepped inside. The moment they entered, the gate behind them slowly closed. Before them stood yet another identical, even heavier and more massive electronic door. Double security. It was clear that to prevent intelligence leaks, Zhou Hai was being cautious to the extreme. "It can't be helped," Zhou Hai said, seemingly noticing the confusion in Gu Fangchen's eyes and offering an explanation with a hint of helplessness in his voice. "The Dragon Kingdom may seem peaceful now, but undercurrents are surging. Agents from enemy nations, especially Japan, are everywhere. We must take precautions." Hearing this, Gu Fangchen nodded in understanding. After all, he had personally dealt with 2 Japanese invaders already. Thinking of this, he suddenly asked, "Uncle Joe, is our Dragon Kingdom currently at war?" Upon hearing this, the expression on Zhou Hai's face clearly stiffened. He remained silent for a long time before finally sighing helplessly and nodding slowly. "While the interior is relatively stable, on the overseas battlefields, our situation is not very good." He didn't seem to want to dwell on this heavy topic. After patting Gu Fangchen's shoulder, he forced a smile and changed the subject. "All right, let's not talk about these unhappy things for now." With that, he walked to the second electronic door, and together with Dr. Li, performed a third round of identity verification. Creak. As the final gate slowly opened, a terrifying aura, a mixture of dozens of exotic beasts, blasted toward them. Without the slightest hesitation, Gu Fangchen was the first to step inside. His vision suddenly opened up. It was a massive rectangular space. Pure white walls reached toward the sky, and the ceiling was so high it was almost impossible to see the end. Not far from them, dozens of fully automated hovering cameras were operating quietly, recording everything that happened with their cold lenses. In the center of the testing grounds, a massive energy shield emitting a faint blue glow divided the entire space in two. Behind the shield was a scene terrifying enough to make anyone with trypophobia faint on the spot. Densely packed exotic beasts were crowded together like a black tide, constantly slamming against the energy shield with dull thuds. Ferocious heads, crimson beast eyes, sharp fangs. Their low growls and hisses converged into a suffocating wave of terror. Even through the shield, it was clearly audible. The sense of pressure was immense. Zhou Hai looked at Gu Fangchen's eyes, which were burning with battle intent, and a highly satisfied smile appeared on his face. 30 king ranks plus 5 calamity-ranked exotic beasts all here. Hearing this, Gu Fangchen's eyes widened. Even Zia Liulai, seeing such a grand display, couldn't help but have a flash of shock in her eyes. Just then, as all 4 of them entered, the second gate behind them clicked and slowly closed, locking completely. Zhou Hai explained, "This matter is of great importance. It is one of the Dragon Kingdom's highest secrets. Therefore, to avoid having too many eyes and being noticed by lurking enemy agents, we won't arrange for others to observe on site this time. Instead, we'll record the entire process. Is that okay?" "No problem," Gu Fangchen nodded. However, after saying that, he suddenly remembered something, and his brow furrowed imperceptibly. With his current strength at the late stage of high-grade second tier, dealing with king-rank exotic beasts was naturally more than enough. But calamity rank, those were existences comparable to a third-rank martial artist. In a one-on-one, he might barely be able to hold his own by relying on his many trump cards, but here, there were 5 of them. They wouldn't be easy to kill. Thinking this, he was just about to ask a question. Just then, a soft yet firm hand lightly patted his shoulder. He turned his head. Only then did he realize. Zia Liulai had walked up beside him at some point. As if guessing his thoughts, she spoke slowly. "It's fine, I'll help you suppress them, you just focus on cutting them down." After saying that, she pulled Gu Fangchen aside and began to discuss the details of the upcoming operation in a low voice. Looking at the 2 matching figures, Dr. Li walked over to Zhou Hai's side. Watching Gu Fangchen, he said softly with a gentle smile, "I hope everything he said is true." Zhou Hai nodded heavily, his eyes filled with infinite longing for the future. If it's true, the entire future of the Dragon Kingdom is riding on him. But Dr. Li pushed up his glasses, pouring cold water on the idea. What if it's not? What if his constitution isn't what he says it is? Hearing this, Zhou Hai smiled. He looked at the young man in the distance who was listening intently to Zia Liulai's explanation, his eyes filled with unabashed admiration and certainty. Even if it's not, he is still a genuine high-grade second tier. For our Dragon Kingdom, it's still an absolute win. Just then, Zia Leoli and Gu Fangchen finished their discussion. The two of them walked over and nodded to Zhou Hai and Dr. Li, speaking in unison. We can begin. Zhou Hai and Dr. Li looked at each other and nodded heavily. Without hesitation, Dr. Li took out a testing device and lightly scanned Gu Fangchen. Quickly. With a beep, a line of text appeared on the device's screen. Realm, second tier, late stage. Dr. Li pushed up his glasses, then raised the device and displayed it to the camera. After confirming the camera had captured the text on the device, he turned and walked to a pure white wall at the edge of the testing ground. He reached out and tapped rhythmically on the smooth surface several times. Tap 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 tap. The next moment, a virtual control panel popped out from the wall. Dr. Li's fingertips flew across it, pressing the bright red shield deactivation button. Then, sizzle, the massive hemispherical energy shield vanished into thin air like a popped soap bubble. Roar! In an instant, a mountain-shaking roar erupted. The dozens of king-rank and calamity-ranked exotic beasts that had been suppressed for so long instantly had their crimson eyes filled with endless frenzy and killing intent. They were like a black flood breaking a dam, carrying a terrifying momentum capable of flattening mountains as they surged toward Gu Fangchen and Zia Leoli. At that moment, Zia Leoli moved. Her figure blurred as she rose into the air. Then she raised her right hand and pressed it down. Boom! A pressure far more terrifying and vast than all the beasts below combined erupted from her tall frame like an awakening ancient deity. That pressure was like a physical golden mountain, ruthlessly suppressing everything below. The 30 king ranks and 5 calamity ranks couldn't even resist in the face of that absolute suppression of life level. Their massive bodies stiffened simultaneously, then uncontrollably fell to their knees with one thud after another. Their massive heads were pressed tightly against the ground, their bodies shaking like sieves as they let out whimpers of extreme terror. Zia Leoli hovered in midair like a queen looking down upon all living things. She slowly lowered her head, her cold phoenix eyes falling upon Gu Fangchen below. Your turn. Gu Fangchen nodded. With a thought, the B-grade standard combat saber, Dragon Fang, appeared in his hand. Clang! With a clear ring of the blade, the long saber was unsheathed. Immediately after, he took a deep breath and poured the vast blood-chi energy belonging to a high-grade second tier into the blade without reservation. Buzz! The black Dragon Fang combat saber let out a groan as if it were under an unbearable burden. The next moment, a terrifying saber beam 30 meters long, condensed as if solid and shimmering with a dark red light, instantly extended from the tip of the blade. Like a pillar supporting the heavens, it bathed the entire white space in an eerie blood-red glow. The air seemed to freeze at this moment. Zhou Hai, Dr. Li, and even Zia Leoli hovering in midair all froze in their tracks. They looked at that terrifying saber beam piercing through the space, and their minds stopped thinking. 100 Peak of Tier 2, Bonus Chapter. The descriptions and reports were, after all, just cold words. When one personally witnessed this 30-meter saber beam that seemed capable of tearing through the heavens, the shock originating from the depths of the soul was beyond words. For a moment, all three of them stood frozen on the spot. Gu Fangchen ignored their shock. His gaze slowly swept over the area nearby, where the king-rank exotic beasts were pinned down by pressure, unable to move. He discovered that these 30 king-rank exotic beasts could be roughly divided into 5 species, with 6 of each. A pity. Not many species. Otherwise, he could have obtained more affixes. However, he didn't dwell on it, gripping his saber with both hands and holding that terrifying 30-meter saber beam horizontally beside his chest. Buzz! As vast amounts of blood-chi energy poured in frantically, the saber beam became increasingly solid, emitting a destructive aura that caused the entire space to tremble. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, charging complete. In the next moment, Dragon Fang swept out directly toward the cluster of king-rank exotic beasts ahead. Swish! A pure dark red crescent-shaped saber beam flashed past, skimming the ground. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. The dozen or so king-rank exotic beasts struck by the saber beam all stiffened simultaneously. Immediately after, squelch, accompanied by a uniform, soft sound. Their bodies were sliced smoothly into 2 halves right at the waist. Scalding blood and shattered internal organs erupted outward. With a single strike, nearly half of the king ranks were wiped out. Ding, a total of 15 king-rank exotic beasts slain, a total of 3,000 vitality points plundered. Realm, second rank late stage to second rank peak new. Vitality, 9999 plus 2808/9999 points. Vitality has reached the current realm limit of 9999 points. The remaining 192 vitality points will be automatically converted into pure energy to temper the physical body. Ding, cumulative kill of king rank exotic beast ironclad molten bear, 1-1. Ding, cumulative kill of king rank exotic beast phantom blade mantis, 1-1. Ding, cumulative kill of king rank exotic beast abyssal frost python, 1-1. Conditions met, beginning plunder of racial talents. Plunder successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ironclad molten bear core racial talent, diamond bones. Plunder successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the phantom blade mantis core racial talent, blade soul. Plunder successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the abyssal frost python core racial talent, glacier aura. Diamond bones, passive talent. Permanently and significantly increases the density and hardness of the host's bones, making them indestructible and greatly enhancing strike resistance and structural stability. Blade soul, passive talent. Permanently increases the host's attack speed when using blade-type weapons, making your saber technique swifter. Glacier aura, active talent. When activated, a slowing aura with a 10-meter radius forms around the host, inflicting a continuous frost-slowing effect on enemies within range. Gu Fangchen stood in place, feeling the boiling blood chi surging through his body like a relentless river. A satisfied curve involuntarily pulled at the corners of his mouth. Powerful like never before. Just then, a series of hurried and messy footsteps came from behind. Zhou Hai and Dr. Li ran over quickly, their faces still wearing the lingering shock. They looked at Gu Fangchen with eyes that were complex to the extreme. How is it? Zhou Hai's voice carried a faint, almost imperceptible tremor from excitement. Was it effective? Dr. Li also pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses. Those eyes, usually calm and rational, were now filled with the pure curiosity and anticipation of a scientist toward the unknown. Yes, it was effective. Gu Fangchen nodded and turned around, saying something in a flat tone as if talking about the weather, yet it was enough to shake the entire Dragon Kingdom. I am now at the second-rank peak. The air seemed to freeze in this instant. The expressions on Zhou Hai's and Dr. Li's faces froze instantly. They stared blankly at Gu Fangchen, their minds going completely blank, having lost all ability to think. Second-rank peak. From second-rank late stage to second-rank peak, in just the time it took for that single strike. This, Dr. Li was the first to snap out of it. He hurriedly pulled out the testing device from his coat and stumbled toward Gu Fangchen. His hands trembled violently from extreme excitement. It took several attempts before he could barely aim the device at Gu Fangchen. Beep. Accompanied by a soft beep, a fresh line of large golden characters clearly appeared on the device's screen. Realm second-rank peak. The moment he saw those words, Dr. Li's body jolted. It was as if all his strength had been drained. His legs went weak, and he nearly collapsed onto the ground. He stared intently at the line on the screen, then at the calm youth before him, his eyes filled with endless fanaticism. It's actually real. His voice was trembling, his lips quivering as he roared incoherently, God bless the Dragon Kingdom! God bless the Dragon Kingdom! While shouting excitedly, he trembled all over, aiming the device at the nearby camera. It's real, ha 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 ha. Beside him, Zhou Hai was also completely dumbfounded when he saw the result. He looked at Gu Fangchen, his usually dignified and steady face now showing only endless horror and disbelief. He felt as if his heart was about to leap out of his chest. In midair, Zia Lialai's phoenix eyes, which were usually as calm as a still well, were now surging with massive waves. Right then, Dr. Li's wild laughter stopped abruptly. He whipped his head around, his bloodshot eyes from extreme excitement staring fixedly at Gu Fangchen, as if looking at a rare treasure capable of overturning the entire world. Quick! He lunged forward, grabbing Gu Fangchen's arm tightly, his voice turning sharp and distorted from excitement. Strike while the iron is hot. There are still those calamity-ranked exotic beasts. Kill them, let me see if you can really breathe through. He was so excited he was incoherent, acting like a madman. Because he spoke too fast, he even bit his tongue, mispronouncing the word breakthrough as breathe through. 101. Earth Dragon Power. Hearing these words, Gu Fangchen nodded. Without the slightest hesitation, he turned around, his eyes, which had just regained their clarity, once again filled with cold battle intent. He locked his gaze onto one of the 5 calamity-ranked exotic beasts, a behemoth whose entire body was covered in thick black carapace, looking like a cross between a pangolin and a dragon. Black-armored Earth Dragon. A calamity-ranked exotic beast renowned for its defense. This is the one. The thought settled, and immediately after, he stomped his foot down hard. In the next moment, Gu Fangchen shot forward like a cannonball, taking the initiative to charge at the black-armored earth dragon. At the same time, buzz! A 30-meter-long dark red saber beam coalesced once more, carrying the momentum of world-ending destruction, as it slashed down fiercely toward the head of the black-armored earth dragon, with a posture that could split mountains and cleave peaks. This strike was fast, accurate, and ruthless. However, the black-armored earth dragon only let out a disdainful low growl. Then it suddenly retracted its head, and used its incredibly thick back carapace to meet the fatal blow head-on. Clang! A terrifying boom, loud enough to make mountains and rivers pale in comparison, exploded. Violent airwaves swept out, plowing deep furrows into the surrounding ground. But the expected scene of flesh and blood flying everywhere did not happen. That terrifying saber beam, capable of insta-killing over 1,000 beast-level exotic beasts, struck the thick black carapace and only produced a trail of dazzling sparks several meters long. It couldn't even break through the opponent's defense. What? The expressions on Joe Hai and Dr. Lee's faces instantly froze. In midair, Zia Lialai's pupils also suddenly constricted. Even Gu Fangchen was momentarily stunned. I can't break its defense. He subconsciously examined the status of his own entries. Savage physique, immovable as a mountain, Vajra bone, all of them increased defense. Wind affinity, blade soul, all of them enhanced attack speed. He understood instantly. Almost all of his passive talents were focused on increasing defense and speed. He didn't have a single pure talent that could directly amplify his attack power. And while his army-breaking 7 kills blade had already reached the 4th form, and its power far exceeded those of the same rank, it still wasn't enough to bridge the gap between major realms. Facing a calamity-ranked exotic beast that was a whole realm higher than himself and renowned for its defense, wanting to break its defense in one strike was indeed a bit wishful thinking. Seeing this, Zia Lialai frowned. It seems that he alone still cannot kill a calamity-ranked exotic beast. Thinking this, the blood-chi energy inside her body instantly erupted, and she prepared to step in and help. But at that very moment, Gu Fangchen suddenly turned his head and gave her a slight shake of his head. That gaze was calm, yet filled with an unquestionable confidence. Zia Lialai's movements suddenly stiffened. At that moment Gu Fangchen smiled. In those pitch-black eyes of his, all solemnity was swept away. Taking its place was a pure battle frenzy. One strike can't break the defense. Then I'll strike 1,000 times. 10,000 times. In the next moment. Wind affinity. Blade soul. He pushed his 2 passive attack speed talents to their absolute limits. The Dragon Fang battle saber in his hand no longer sought a single, heavy, killing blow. Instead, he abandoned the flashy 30-meter saber beam and condensed all his blood-chi energy entirely onto the blade's edge. In the next second he moved. High in the air, his entire being transformed into a black phantom that the naked eye simply couldn't track. And the saber in his hand turned into thousands of black lightning bolts as dense as raindrops. Clang, 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 clang. A series of slashes, so dense they made one's scalp tingle, erupted with a boom. This scene left Joe Hai, Dr. Lee, and even Zia Lialai in midair completely dumbfounded. At this moment, all they could see was a blurred black saber shadow, like a tornado of death, completely enveloping the black-armored earth dragon. What a fast saber. What kind of speed is this? Dr. Lee lost his voice in horror. The equipment's motion capture can't keep up anymore. The data shows that his number of strikes per second has already surpassed 300. 300 times. Hearing this, Zia Lialai and Joe Hai were both deeply shaken. These stats are simply impossible for a normal martial artist to achieve. In the center of the battlefield, the black-armored earth dragon was completely dazed by the thrashing. Its proud absolute defense could block a single attack, but it was utterly unable to withstand these relentless, frantic slashes that were like a torrential storm. It felt as if its back carapace was being drilled by 1,000 high-speed, rotating electric drills at once. Sparks flew everywhere, and the pain pierced its heart. Roar, roar. It roared in pain, rolling and thrashing wildly in an attempt to shake off the detestable fly on its back. But Gu Fangchen's figure was like a maggot on a bone. No matter how it struggled, he remained stuck fast to its back carapace, and the saber in his hand didn't stop for a single moment. 1, 2, 3, 100, 1,000. Finally, crack! A sound like shattering glass rang out. On that indestructible black-back carapace, a tiny crack finally split open. Now, an unprecedented glint erupted in Gu Fangchen's eyes. Just as he was about to infuse it with the soul-severing saber intent to deal the finishing blow to this beast, his mind suddenly shuddered. Those thousands of extreme saber swings just now, the repeated practice and fusion of the first 4 forms of the army-breaking 7 kills blade, had actually allowed him to touch a barrier, leading to a higher realm of the way of the saber at this very moment. Now, it was as if an invisible shackle had been forcibly severed by his violent saber intent. Ding, relying on SSS rank spirit, you have surpassed yourself in extreme combat. Army-breaking 7 kills blade has broken through. Learn the 5th kill, Star Shatter. A brand new, more domineering and more destructive saber insight flooded into his mind like a bursting dam. Gu Fangchen took a sudden, deep breath. He withdrew all the complex saber stances. He funneled all his killing intent into this brand new strike, Star Shatter. Gripping the saber with both hands and raising it above his head, all the starlight on the buzzing, dragon fang, battle saber converged at the blade's edge, transforming into a light of destruction capable of tearing the sky asunder. Then, aiming at the tiny crack on the black-armored earth dragon's back. One strike. Slash down in fury. Re-yip. Without the slightest resistance, the indestructible black-armored earth dragon was actually split in 2 from head to tail. At the cut, which was as smooth as a mirror, dark red blood and shattered organs exploded after a 0.1 second pause. Moo! The black-armored earth dragon couldn't even let out a complete cry of sorrow before the light in its crimson bestial eyes faded away. In the next moment, its massive body collapsed to both sides, turning into 2 segments of mangled flesh. Ding, killed Calamity-ranked exotic beast black-armored earth dragon, 1-1. Perfect breakthrough, Calamity-ranked exotic beasts 2, +1/5. Ding. Special conditions met, beginning racial talent plunder. Plunder successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the black-armored earth dragon's core racial talent, Earth Dragon Power. Earth Dragon Power, passive talent, permanently strengthens the host's physical structure, significantly increasing base strength and explosive power, making every one of your attacks contain the heavy power of the Earth's dragon veins. 102. Hexagonal Warrior. A passive strength talent actually dropped. Talk about a timely reign. Gu Fangchen's heart burned with excitement. His previous passive talents mostly leaned toward defense, speed, and physical constitution. He didn't have a single one that purely boosted attack power. And this Earth Dragon Power perfectly made up for his current shortcoming. Strength, speed, defense. He was evolving frantically toward becoming a hexagon warrior with no weaknesses. He slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, tinged with the scent of blood. Those eyes, burning with battle intent, turned once more toward the remaining calamity-ranked exotic beasts that were already shivering with fear. Next, with that thought, his figure blurred as he proactively charged toward one of the calamity-ranked exotic beasts, a Vajra demon ape, that looked like it was cast in solid gold with knotted muscles. This demon ape was also known for its strength and defense. At this moment, it was being suppressed by Zia Liulai to the point of prostrating itself, unable even to lift its head, its golden beast pupils filled with extreme terror. It was pleading, it was trembling. But in Gu Fangchen's eyes, there wasn't a hint of pity. He didn't even bother with further testing, directly pushing Earth Dragon Power to its limit. The next moment, the Dragon Fang battle blade in his hand transformed once again into that airtight black storm of death, frantically gouging toward that massive ape head. Clang, 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 clang. This time, every slash that fell seemed to contain the weight of 10,000 tons. If slashing the black-armored earth dragon before was like using an electric drill on iron, requiring 1,000 strikes to break its defense, then now with the buff of Earth Dragon Power, he was an invincible heavy armor-piercing hammer. Every strike smashed a visible dent into that indestructible golden fur, shaking the demon ape's blood and chi until it let out a pained wail. After just 200 strikes, crack! The golden fur, capable of withstanding heavy artillery bombardment, shattered at the sound. Army-breaking 7 kills blade, 5th form Star Shatter. Pache! Where the blade passed, the Vajra demon ape's massive head exploded like a watermelon struck by a star. Ding, killed calamity-ranked exotic beast Vajra demon ape, 1-1. Perfect breakthrough, calamity-ranked exotic beast 3-5. Plunder successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Vajra demon ape racial core talent, Vajra Unbreakable. Vajra Unbreakable, passive talent, permanently reduces all physical and energy damage taken by the host by 15%. Another top-tier passive, Gu Fangchen felt his physical strength undergo another qualitative leap. Without stopping his pace, he turned and walked toward the third calamity-ranked exotic beast, the thunderwing eagle, that was also pinned to the ground with electric arcs coiling around it. Chirp! The thunderwing eagle let out a terrified cry, but it didn't even have the strength to flap its wings. This kind of exotic beast that focused on speed had almost no defense. At this moment, suppressed as it was no different from a lamb to the slaughter. Gu Fangchen walked calmly before it, and raised the dragon fang battle blade in his hand. A single slash fell. The massive bird head soared into the sky. Ding! Killed calamity-ranked exotic beast thunderwing eagle, 1-1. Perfect breakthrough, calamity-ranked exotic beast 4-5. Plunder successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the thunderwing eagle racial core talent, Heart of Thundering. Heart of Thundering, passive talent, permanently and significantly increases the host's neural reaction speed and grants extremely high resistance to lightning-based energy. Only one left. Gu Fangchen's gaze landed on the crimson crystal mystic tortoise, whose body was composed of what looked like red crystal. This mystic tortoise's defensive power was several times more terrifying than the previous black-armored earth dragon. But the current Gu Fangchen was no longer the same as before. His gaze turned cold, and his figure once again became a blurred blade storm, gouging into it fiercely. Clang, 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 clang. The ear-piercing sound of clashing metal rang out across the field once more. Zhou Hai and the others nearby were already completely numb. They watched as sparks erupted like fireworks from that indestructible crimson tortoise shell. They listened to the crisp sounds of the slashes, as dense as the roar of a heavy machine gun on a battlefield. Their brains had stopped thinking. With the support of Earth Dragon power, every one of Gu Fangchen's strikes contained a heavy force capable of shaking mountains. In just 100 strikes. Crack! The crimson crystal shell shattered at the sound. But just as Gu Fangchen was prepared to use Star Shatter to crush its core in one go, his mind suddenly jolted again. These hundreds of consecutive limit-breaking swings, each pushing the blade intent of Star Shatter to its peak, actually caused his army-breaking 7 kills blade to break through once more at this moment. Ding! Relying on SSS rank spirit, you have gained insight into the true meaning of slaughter during extreme combat. Your army-breaking 7 kills blade has broken through again. Learned 6th kill, Annihilation. A purer blade path realization, filled with the aura of silence and extinction, surged into his mind like a flood. An unprecedented brilliance erupted in Gu Fangchen's eyes. He took a sharp, deep breath. He condensed all his speed, all his power, and all his killing intent onto the buzzing dragon fang battle blade in his hand. Buzz! Upon the black blade, it was no longer a dazzling starlight, but a layer of pitch-black energy that seemed capable of swallowing all light. It was a purer, more overbearing annihilation blade intent. The next moment, Gu Fangchen's gaze turned cold. With a posture that seemed to split the heavens and earth, the dragon fang battle blade in his hand slashed out horizontally toward the already cracked tortoise shell. Screech! Without the slightest resistance, the indestructible crimson crystal mystic tortoise, along with its proud shell, was sliced clean in half by this single strike. The moment they touched that annihilation blade intent, all flesh and life force were completely decomposed and annihilated, turning into the most primitive particles. Ding! Killed calamity-ranked exotic beast crimson crystal mystic tortoise, 1-1. Plunder successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the crimson crystal mystic tortoise racial core talent, Crystal Core Regeneration. Crystal Core Regeneration, passive talent. A regeneration crystal core is generated within the host's body, continuously and slowly restoring blood chi and stamina, while significantly enhancing resistance and recovery against persistent damage, such as poison, burning, and corrosion. Perfect breakthrough, calamity-ranked exotic beast 5-5. Ding! Perfect breakthrough conditions met. Do you wish to break through to upper third tier? Gu Fangchen's eyes narrowed. Breakthrough. You've reached the end of the book.